Chapter 1 Transcendence. IU girl Credutan terrorists have plummeted from Thesky, ultimately landing in a crystal-clear lake. Frantically, she struggled and flailed Dathwater's surface, only to gulp down a mouthful before she could lift her head coughing. She slowly made her way to the shore. Finally dragging herself onto the bankline on the grass, she sped for breath, surveying her surroundings at Twasmide, with the sun shining brightly. Yet environment's entirely unfamiliar weight. Where is this? Thetri Eshariri of species I haven't ever seen before. Moreover, there isn't tassel in sight. What is this strange place? She had merely been bungee jumping at Wanting Gorge, when the cord snapped, causing her to fall into the cabello. That cliff. How could she possibly end up here? This lake heist completely different as well. In a flurry, Minglei fished out their phone from air pocket, relieved of tin cased in a waterproof pouch, free from water damage. Yet, it bore no signal whatsoever. What should she do? Where is this place? How did she get there? Oh, how shall and Jed decree. However, she had to suppress cherishing panic and confusion, choosing instead to kind what she hoped was the right direction, attempting to find their way home. After a while, utterly exhausted, Minglei halted her steps, having seen for an extended period. Shekwa Kleestruped off hair wet, clinging Cloisandung Themine near below brink to dry. She then submerged herself into it. Holding her breath as he searched the button for up her tall hat, might transport her back home. As he merged, she locked eyes with a pair of bright, clear golden orbs. Up in closer inspection, she found herself staring at Taro Bustagiltio. Part of that moment, the tension in her mind finally snapped, and she screamed. Before losing consciousness as she fainted, Shavagela heard of why saying her mind, ding, the Ruiz system has been activated. In the blink of an eye, as Minglei fell unconscious, the leopard's eyes had heron dragged herdos Harry. Wow, such a beautiful female, the leopard exclaimed, letting Gutenex sighted Drorisit lick at her smooth face with it segalitininglas lalia pinned eyes. Herbie wildereges at taking in Thessin. The leopard slithiformly ped gracefully, limbs su stretched in midair, before a transforming in total. Muscular man with a well-defined abdominal muscles, a power-focused and long, strong limbs. Landing softly on the ground, his extraordinarily handsome face shed closer to her. Her mouth fell slightly agape, nearly fainting again. From the shock as she approached, Shebelted away, wrapping harems around Derberiform, suddenly realizing the absurdity of an animal turning into a human. Is this real? It felt like he something to Fanavel could it, but thought she had transcended to another world. The leopard's handsome face said dronar, his golden pupils scanning her delicatesque, her gentle doublets, her eyes neither too large nor too small yet sparkling like a clear spring, her exquisite lyre fin nose, and her cherry-like lips, glistening with moisture. These was the most beautiful female, said ever Lady Esipin. Andy could scarce believe it trembling. Hirachi Daudo touch hair face. Feeling the warm, smooth reality of first. And how could a beautiful female exist? He resolved to persevere with this stunning creature before him. Female, what is your name? And what race do you belong to? Jiangzi crouched before Minglei. Startled by his actions, Minglei snapped back torialty, her facia mascofing Zayatai ash he beheld the striking, he pared to around hair age. His physique current denia bly perfect, with sun-kissed sky and featurous reminiscento fall western visage depliced, exquisite, and striking. His golden hair crownished, marking high mas an undeniable heartthrob, even surpassing Theluk's soft celebrities. Being Ganuho appreciated beauty, Minglei felt an inexplicable fondness for him, her fear dissipating. Semi what's still anxious, she replied, mine is Minglei, and I am of the human race. What about you? You Yushuduri and Putan Sameklos, Minglei exclaimed, covering Hyres. Zhang's rapid himsel fine and nimel skyna shiskt, human, wiry ohiri alone? Minglei steadied herself, shaking off her early nervousness, and pondered thoughtfully. Wait a moment, that she trilla transcended. With her sign sigh, sheda sided tok scepter fate shani dead to a certain where shuas before tempting to find their way back home. Now in Ganezel fandin and shures victor Navira battle, understood she arrived here. She could wca planter turn forno, shafor setical milian dast. I seem to have lost me way ku die out tell me, where ethicus? Zhang Zhe, note overthinking it, explained, the Zist Great Plain Prairie, Anthony est settlement tisa composite tetribismal community composed of multiplares soft beastmen. There are also tribes consisting of a single race here. Females are well protected dandarenitallode, tovenchuri audalanate must be accompanied by amaleguito themiria dangers, slurking gint the forest juraquatelikaito, having countered mhe diumetald beast, yordala cateform wood, havalai clibin devoured a nasingle bite, but fearnatai will protecti, from known, and washalbandin do a time. In a world where moles were scarce and malise abundant, females were considered, precious duetathir lack of combat prowasanthi harsh living conditions, coupled with Thebes and Seof medicalcare, reaching adulthood was a formidable challenge for families, thus, Thewera cared fortenderly, receiving Theot mistatention from females, kashof the imbalance numbers. A family of finhud to form bonds with multiple molestocratia strong family capable of survival and procreation males, could pursue a family boot couldn't labund with one throughout. Here lie fedemi coercion was strictly forbidden, lest they facete consequences however, female shad the right torfuse, typically causing based on personal preference and female strength. Mengle stared whitey dathi increasing lion emit dianmon before her, utterly bewildered the earlier statement shad been comprehensible, but to later mention off bonding did that imply marriage? Huh. Shuasanly 21 she hadn't intention off marrying, yet she wanted to return home for no, she decided to play along with this person. Focusing on finding a way back home bonding sure liar. Quira severally or sof motional cultivation. Right? Jiangzu is perplexed, unsure of what cultivating emotions meant hinterpret de tin. He Sonwayan sudden lie lunged forward. Chapter 2 Your bullying. Caught off guard, Mengle was stackled to the ground, shouting urgently, Get away! Get away! She was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how had transformed so suddenly, his eyes now a fear red the twasami weight intimidating, furrowing her brow, shapushed against them. To him, the female struggles felt like heretical, nothing during is relentless advances. As Ming realized Heshoud no sign soft stopping, his tongue, rough and teasing, caused her cheek stored nan sting midst their frantic attempt to push him away. She felt an overwhelming sense of violation, coupled with indignation, pain, fear, and homesickness. All these emotions surged within her, leading her to burst into tears, her so obseco and ginthier. Woo-woo, you're bullying. I dislike ya, she cried, pounding her fists against Thishist. Jiangzu was confused behersed in outburst off tears, hair whimpering tugging gathy she heartstrings instantly, heffel to wavy a fanic, especially upon hearing hair words, hurriedly seest high actions, stammering, I fi outn't like 'em, I want continue please daunt the team. Hecklum silly whipped her ears, noticing Shusabung uncontrollably, and gently patted her back, feeling of being pierced said by needles. Menglai, with her fildies, choked out, Thenio mustn't touch 'em. Otherwise, ilha to you. Jiangzi seemed poised to argue to la manage touter. Okay, illistintably you ready. Mengle lifted her chin, preparing to retort, but after a moment of contemplation, she realized she needed to scary and couldn't push too hard. If I don't agree, you mustn't touch 'em. Jiangzi knitted helplessly, furred Marethan and immediatabin, the prospect of her hating Hyman dinering however. Mengle was taken aback by Oiasalifiest, sensing a hint of conscience saying him, which eased her heart however, her expression remained stoic, with tear-streaks saturating her face, rendering air both delightful. Before long, they approached the vicinity of T composite tetribe from a distance. It resembled a grand seat, with towering mountains flank Kingiather side, north lie a shorter peak, while at the southern side showcased the tribe's grand entrance, guarded by numerous beastmen beyond Thene Tronse stretched an expanse of grassland, vast in size, and not far from the gate, a clear lake appeared to extend from the great plain prairie, serving gas the tribe Sursiof water surrounded by lush green hill sand clear waters, the tribe buis indeed a fitting place for habitation. Jiangzi transformed back into his leopard form on crouched before Ming, Lishapa's formant. Then, understanding, climbing onto his back without the citation initially, she had been too frightened tonidus, but now she saw Twarings encircling his abdomen, glowing with an orange hue, resembling an ancient tan powerful mythical beast. Holden tight, Jiang Zai instructed Mengle's body stiffness she had never experienced love before suddenly engage in intimate contact with him with disconcertings. Shagantly grasped what of saw furith back of Leopard's neck, as if to Holden tightly the Leopard, moving with incredible speed, darted towards the tribe due to inertia. Mengle nearly fell off, and without a second thought, shraped harem surround the Leopard's neck. The Leopard's eyes sparkled with joy, a sense of satisfaction washin javerim. The Leopard's massive paws shooted against the ground, leaving flating shadows in their wake. Mengle caught glimpses of T-tribe, with its Rosoff single-story wooden houses retreating behind her, while figures of both humanoid sand beast folk moved about restlessly before she could take a closer look. Jiang Zhu shred her into a hut, swiftly shutting the door behind them with a tensy expression. Hespakito Mengle here, although phony female may have a multiple malaise. I wish to bear first mate you must ignore the attention soft hea thermal outside otherwise. You could dinjip with dozen soft partner sand bear numerous offspring. What? A Ryu out of Ormond? Dozen soft partners? Beardo Zensafildrin? I'm only a sophomore. How can I possibly stay her inmate? Letaloni have some inicaldrin? She was genuinely horrified, just wanting to find a way back home to it. Jiangzafalte twin job disappointment understood that mating required the female less consentant could not be forced however, ever the optimist, hooray surid himself tat with his excellency and determination to be comi. Powerfulerk, Mengle wujulik eventually with that hot. Jiangza felt Boyden Semery will strive to become a stronger when he aware already, wecken mate. Menglero led Hiria San ceased to engage further. Opening Theodore, Shezervate the tribe Shani dead to familiarize herself with the rules of this world quicklight finder way home various races coexisted here, blending humanoid and beast forms, including leopards, wolves, tigers, and bears. The beast folk sported nort waterfront like color drinks and their body is white. Orange like Jiangzes, Andred what cold this signify? Waste a tar presentation off their strength? Numerous beast folk approach at her, their rias woodening, ein astonishment at their beauty. Shy so fair. Shy so beautiful. Jiang Zegler dath a crowd, slamming Theodore shit, the simply wooden barrier clattering noisily, effective lie blocking the Priangias from outside. These world was sutter lie surreal she, an average-looking individual, felt as though she were being treated like her retriasur. Akin to a pandan display, however, shedded continentua, and that much was true. As the sun deped low, Thesky grew darker. Mengle examined that, a modest wooden structure comprising a living gariandarum filled with various animal skin sandod sandins, accompanied by Asmaliar Dakerner servitus a makeshift kitchen the fermentary, it provided shelter from the elements Shito Aka deep breathe inside, reluctantly accepting Therialitio for arrival in this beastly world. Jiangze returned, carrying Gaul lifeless wolf in his jaws. His expression brightened upon seeing her, and Hormlessade, Areo hungry? Please wait a moment for Wilburidai. With that, Jiangze swift lighter reefed wolf's hind leg, cleaned it off her, and presented it Oming. Lyasa beheld the bloodle, the metallic scent of their nostrils, overwhelming hair with nausea-sheared lyrene zeitavomitcha. Alarmed, set down he carcassongent, lipided her back. What's wrong? Arian well? His voice carried genuine concern. Get hut away from, quickly. Mengle urged drazed in a nurturing environment. She was no stranger to basic survival skills, but Thegruisam Saitad start led her, as if she had stumbled into a horror film. Jiangzu was perplexed how cold should be frightened. All right, I've remove it take our timido feel better before eating, he said, noticing her pale complexion, hisher touching for her. Mengle ways bewildered eat. This was from eat. Ku done a true lie consumit unprepared? She found a tutor lie unacceptable. I want a traumia I want cooked meat despite her early air discomfort. Hunger gnaweth her, for she had eaten littly at noon, and no she felt ravenous. Cooked meat? Hehadal waste feasted on raw flesh cooked meat? Mengle's expression was on a futter despair had she truly traveled back to ancient times, where a firuus no yet commonplace? She weakly explained, you need to start a fire to kunai the meat, adding some seasoning. This method is both delicious and healthy. Ku dai, Please get there some kindling? Anna sighs will do. Before long, Jiang Zhe returned, arms laden with a large bund leash dry wu dan placed it in the yard Ming, Picadoo pastoncha found in corner and begin todril wood takri spark before long. She produced a few sparks, adding small piece of wood to thembers, continuing here efforts until flamus crackled to lift. Just ashua sab auto extinguish it. Ming lay ankadim back what area autoing? It too coffer to start this fire. This fire is too dangerous it can destroy of everything, argued, unable to comprehend that a female could manage that complex sand as her task. As long as it is controlled, this fire a king ret lion hansi ourl. Chapter 3. Power level. Jiang Zhe stepped into the room, his face flushed with a cheerful glow as he tidied the disheveled patch of grass, laying down pieces of animal hide one by one. The arrangement was rudimentary yet barely tidy. The thought of sleeping beside a female later made him smile unconsciously. Ming Lai, drawn in by Jiang Zhe's laughter, entered with the intention of asking where to bathe. However, upon seeing the surrounding darkness, she felt a chill in her heart and decided against it. She looked up to see Jiang Zhe lost in self-indulgence, momentarily captivated, and couldn't help but exclaim, "A handsome man is indeed handsome." Every expression is charming. With an expectant look, Jiang Zhe said, "Ming Lai, let us sleep together." Ming Lai swallowed hard, feeling somewhat at a loss. "I'm so tired today. I just want to rest," she thought, pacing around until she realized this was the only room available for her to relax. She began to remove her shoes and then flopped into the corner of the rudimentary bed made of wood and hides, maintaining a safe distance from the male beast. After observing the tribal dwellings, she could no longer disdain this makeshift bed. Fortunately, her adaptability was strong, and her optimistic disposition remained unshaken. "Come on, Ming Lai, you can find your way home." Jiang Zhe gazed anxiously at her huddled figure. Feeling a warmth in his heart, yet he dared not make a move, swiftly transforming into his beast form and lying down on the wooden grass to sleep. At first, Ming Lai drew an imaginary line between them, firmly stating that he was not to touch her. However, as the night wore on and the temperature plummeted, she unconsciously inched closer to the warm source beside her. Jiang Zhe, embracing her in his arms, fell into a peaceful slumber, his smile never faltering while cradling the beauty. As dawn gradually broke, the earth appeared shrouded in a silvery haze. In the stillness, a rooster crowed, shattering the silence. Shortly after, a pale light emerged on the eastern horizon, illuminating the world. Jiang Zhe was the first to awaken. Gazing at the lovely female in his arms, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as though he were the luckiest male beast in this world. He leaned in closer to admire her beautiful sleeping face, puckering his lips at that moment. Ming Lai slowly opened her drowsy eyes and, upon seeing his lips so close, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her heart raced as she pushed Jiang Zhe away, feeling slightly shy. After a brief wash with the little water available, Ming Lai aimed to familiarize herself with her surroundings and their operations. She needed to observe more to adapt swiftly to this world. Most importantly, she sought to find other food sources, yearning for grains such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, vegetables, fruits, and spices. She then expressed her desire to Jiang Zhe to take a stroll around the tribe, hoping to find familiar crops and fruits. Sure, to the north of the tribe, there are naturally growing plants and many fruit trees. However, those fruits aren't particularly tasty. I can take you to see them, Jiang Zhe replied. Transforming into his beast form, he carried Ming Lai on his back and dashed out of their home, naturally attracting many gazes along the way as they made quite the striking pair. Beautiful female and fierce beast. On their journey, Ming Lai's attention was caught by a large bear beast man. The bear was significantly larger than others, adorned with red rings, exuding an aura of bravery. His appearance was somewhat handsome yet had an endearing, robust quality, unlike Jiang Zhe's bright and sunny charm. The bear's gaze involuntarily followed the young girl on the leopard, who appeared even more beautiful than he had seen from a distance the previous day. His heart raced with an unusual intensity, wishing he could be her male companion. This bear, named Fan Qi, possessed a second-level red-ringed soul and had recently joined the tribe. Upon seeing Ming Lai, he realized his heart was no longer his own, secretly considering her as the female he wished to pursue, oblivious to any other female presence. Jiang Zhe also noticed this unfamiliar beast man, who, like him, bore the same level of ringed soul but with greater strength. Humph! Jiang Zhe regarded him as a rival, but at that moment, he was no match for him. In terms of ringed soul, strength, or physique. Determined, Jiang Zhe resolved to enhance his power level, vowing to protect his female and ensure she had no other male beasts vying for her attention. He led Ming Lai to the northern peaks, where a lush grove awaited them. They traversed the winding paths among towering flowers and trees, each adorned with vibrant blooms swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, a red pheasant erupted from the underbrush. Ming Lai's eyes sparkled. Wow, that's a chicken. Jiang Zhe, catch it. We need it alive. The leopard, responding to her call, lunged toward the red pheasant, as did another beastman, a white second-ring wolf beastman. The leopard's explosive speed and strength surpassed that of the wolf, allowing it to seize the pheasant first, landing gracefully before Ming Lai and blocking the wolf's line of sight. Such a beautiful female. The wolf beastman marveled, captivated by Ming Lai's stunning features. Ignoring the leopard's actions, he politely tilted his head and greeted her. You are exquisite. I wish to mate with you. Furious, the leopard glared at the wolf, coiling its limbs and amplifying its orange-ringed soul to several times its size, vibrant in color. With blinding speed, it charged at the wolf, who barely dodged the attack but quickly assumed a fighting stance. Its white-ringed soul expanding across its body. The two beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. Initially, the wolf held its ground, but soon it found itself overpowered by the leopard's relentless assault, letting out a series of pained howls before being kicked away. Restoring its ordinary beast form, the wolf bore traces of blood and looked somewhat disheveled. Yet, it felt no shame. On the contrary, it was rather pleased. Having encountered a female it admired, as it fled, it left behind a parting remark. I shall find you again. My name is Jin Shuo. Before hastily retreating in this beastly world, where males were scarce and females were precious, competitions for the right to choose a mate inevitably revolved around displaying power. The victor could gain the possibility of being selected by the female, for females were naturally drawn to strong males who could provide a sense of security. The defeated, however, faced no disgrace and could continue to refine their power for future challenges. The rate of power enhancement here was influenced by several factors. First, the innate talents of the beastmen. Powerful male offspring likely inherited ringed soul talents, allowing them to increase their strength and power levels at a significantly faster rate than others. For instance, Jiang Zhe's father was a four-ringed orange soul leopard king. Second, through repeated hunting and combat experiences, beastmen accumulated energy, transitioning from white souls to orange and then red souls, leading to power upgrades. Third, the love and care of a female partner could also help stimulate a male beast's power growth. Transforming back into human form, Jiang Zhe spat disdainfully. You, with your second-ring white soul, dare to compete with me for a female? At just 20 years of age, Jiang Zhe was a naturally gifted beastman. Having already attained a second-ring orange soul, with limitless potential ahead in the beast world, power levels were categorized into 5 ranks, represented by ringed souls 1 of 5. A higher rank indicated greater strength, with different levels of ringed souls not being on the same battlefield. The higher the rank, the stronger the combat ability, encompassing speed, defense, and endurance, all of which improved alongside power levels. Within the first 4 ranks, the same level of ringed souls was further divided into 3 strength categories: white, orange, and red, from weakest to strongest. The pinnacle of power was the 5th level ringed soul, possessing only one supreme soul color, purple. Ming Lai was utterly astonished. So this is how beastmen fight. Before she could fully comprehend, it was all over. Jiang Zhe, clutching a red pheasant, held Ming Lai's hand as they wandered. Her curiosity piqued as she looked left and right. Although he found her fascination with the common plants rather peculiar, he refrained from questioning it. They walked for quite a while, but Ming Lai had yet to spot any familiar grains or vegetables, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Did this world truly lack vegetables? Surely, there couldn't be no fruits at all. Just as they prepared to return to the tribe, Ming Lai exclaimed, "Oh, this is a green apple." She pointed excitedly at a verdant tree. Jiang Zhe, let us pick all these fruits to take home. Though it didn't resemble an apple tree, it indeed bore green apples, at last revealing a type of fruit. Jiang Zhe followed her gaze and remarked, "Aren't these just green fruits? They have a somewhat bitter and sour taste, which we don't particularly enjoy." Nevertheless, he climbed the tree at her urging and began to gather the fruits. Ming Lai picked one up. Marveling at it, after wiping it off, she popped it into her mouth. It's quite sour and has a hint of bitterness. Compared to the sweet and sour taste of an apple, this one leans heavily towards sour and bitter. Initially tempted to discard it, she found that after chewing, the bitterness faded, leaving only the sourness. Well, I can accept sour fruits. I can't be too picky. Until I find other fruits, I guess I'll have to make do with this. Let us gather more and take them back to store for later. How Jiangze smiled lightly, silently noting his companion's fondness for sweet fruits. He resolved to keep an eye out for delectable offerings during their future hunting expeditions. Upon their return to the tribe, Minglai found herself gazing into the eyes of a red-breasted chicken. Indeed, it was a breed of fowl, yet it differed somewhat from the modern chickens she was accustomed to. Was it a hen or a rooster? It appeared more hen-like, but why was there a rooster to account for the vibrant red plumage? It seemed a conundrum, yet she decided to set it aside for the moment. Intending to capture a few more for comparison later, perhaps then clarity would emerge. Jiangze placed the red-breasted chicken in the corner of the yard. He was not particularly fond of such fare, finding the meat too tough and lacking in succulence, but it pleased Lai Lai, so he resolved to catch a few more next time. That moment, the tribe's high priest approached them, announcing that there would be a bonfire gathering that evening, inviting them to partake in the festivities hosted by the tribe. This event served as an annual display of martial prowess, open to both the tribal members and newly arrived orcs. Its purpose was to allow females to select suitable partners from among the strongest, thereby ensuring that more high-powered males remained in the tribe, enhancing its combat capabilities, Jiangze explained. Minglai responded with a knowing, "Oh," realizing it was akin to a martial selection for mates, her eyes glinting mischievously as she urged him. "You should go participate." Jiangze was taken aback by her words, his gaze turning sorrowful as he fixated on her in silence. A hint of grievance flickered in his eyes, and he remained wordless. Observing her intently, Minglai felt a flutter of unease under his gaze, akin to a child caught in mischief. "Oh dear, I was just joking. What I meant was," she stammered. "It was merely a casual comment. No need to take it seriously." "All right, I understand." Jiangze's melancholic demeanor instantly brightened. Minglai sighed. "Your expressions change far too rapidly." As dusk descended, Jiangze gently took Minglai's hand, leading her leisurely toward the ceremonial square. He greeted the high priest, Shurjia, and Minglai nodded in acknowledgement. Jiangze guided her to the fourth empty seat on the right side of the square, where an array of bananas and fresh meats adorned the table. One by one, orcs began to arrive, most appearing in their beastly forms. The high priest ascended the sacrificial platform to honor the beast gods, igniting the flames that signaled the official commencement of the bonfire gathering. To date, there were 3 adult females in the tribe still without partners, who gradually stepped to the periphery of the square. These females possessed dark and distinctive features, contrasting sharply with the males' more western, three-dimensional appearances. The females had flatter faces, with slanted eyes and broad noses, their skin dark and their bodies less than ideal, leading to a rather stark visual disparity. It was a case of handsome males paired with less aesthetically pleasing females. A rather jarring sight, and no wonder the males gazed at me with such intrigue. In comparison, I appeared as a swan among a flock of ugly ducklings. One by one, dozens of males took the stage, transforming into their beast forms to showcase their combat-ready physiques, their beast spirits radiating before the audience. The vast majority exhibited first rings of white, orange, and red spirits, while the second rings showed 10, 4, and 2 respectively. The third ring boasted 2 white spirits belonging to wolf and tiger beasts, both impressively strong, albeit aged around 35. The colors emanating from the spirits on stage were strikingly vibrant. The first female to select a mate was Tsaifu, a rabbitkin. She chose 3 males, a tiger beast with a 3-ring spirit, a wolf beast with a 2-ring orange spirit, and a leopard beast with a 2-ring red spirit. Fortunately, all 3 males reciprocated her choice. The second female, a leopard kin named Lingyun, selected 4 males, a wolf beast with a 3-ring spirit, a tiger beast with a 2-ring red spirit, a tiger beast with a 2-ring orange spirit, and a leopard beast with a 2-ring white spirit. The third was a wolfkin named Yaobei, who chose 2 males with 2-ring orange spirits, one from the leopard kin and another from the bear kin, in addition to 2 others with 2-ring white spirits from the tiger kin. The high priest concluded the selections with a solemn reminder that in a world fraught with peril, choosing a partner was inherently about valuing strength. as those with high combat capabilities could offer protection and ensure a steadier supply of food. As the gathering transitioned to dinner, Minglai teased Jiangze, your combat prowess could easily qualify you for participation. Given your looks and abilities, it would be no surprise to be chosen. Why don't you join in? Jiangze, startled, quickly clarified. My partner is you. I simply wish to be your male. The emotions in the world of beasts were pure and unwavering. A commitment for life once a bond was formed. Minglai realized she had pushed her joke too far, finding herself slightly unnerved by Jiangze's pitiful expression. All right, no more teasing, she responded with forced composure. After the festivities, as they journeyed home, Minglai heard an odd sound. Following it, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Are they really that impatient? Why not return indoors for such activities? Jiangze's breathing grew heavy, his warm breath brushing against her ear, awakening her sensitivity. Her face flushed crimson as she abruptly pulled him away, hastily retreating home. Minglai still struggled to comprehend the open atmosphere surrounding her. What a liberal environment. I can't accept this, she muttered, shaking her head, unaware of how long the others had been outside. After escorting the female home, Jiangze dashed out of the yard, making his way to the lakeside beyond the tribe. Soon after, he returned, droplets of water clinging to him. Observing the slumbering Minglai, he quietly climbed into bed, his eyes shimmering with delight as he gazed at his beloved. Minglai instinctively sought the warmth of the stove and, in a drowsy state, embraced it as she drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Minglai awoke, intending to instruct Jiangze to fetch water for her to rinse her mouth. After a moment's contemplation, she instead asked, Jiangze, take me to the lakeside. I wish to rinse my mouth. Jiangze responded gently, of course, transforming into his leopard form and carrying Minglai toward the water's edge. Upon their arrival, the lakeside bustled with activity. Ling Yun, Yao Bei, and their partners from the previous night's bonfire were present. Minglai felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling the vivid scenes from the night prior, offering them a hesitant smile as a greeting. She is so fair, one remarked, so lovely. Ling Yun and Yao Bei exchanged whispers, is she smiling at us? She is adorable, they chimed, showering Minglai with compliments that left her blushing. Minglai wandered to a less crowded part of the lake, cupping her delicate hands to splash water on her face. After rinsing, she took a sip to cleanse her mouth. Jiangze observed her with curiosity, having never witnessed a female engage in such behavior. His lips parted as if to speak but hesitated. Feeling flustered under his gaze, Minglai stammered, What? Aren't you going to wash? Jiangze nodded hesitantly, mimicking her earlier actions to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Finding it indeed refreshing, Minglai, peering at the lake, exclaimed, Oh, there are fish, Jiangze. We shall have fish for lunch today. Jiangze was astonished. How could a female desire fish? The smell was often off-putting, and the meat was scant with many bones, something even the males avoided. But fish isn't palatable. It has too many bones. Let's wait for me to bring back some proper game. Minglai sighed, recalling the roasted meat they had consumed for days. The monotony was wearing on her. She craved a change. But I want a different flavor. Fish is delightful. If you take your time, you won't have to worry about bones. I'll prepare fish soup for you. I assure you'll love it. Quickly, catch some fish before they escape. Determined, Minglai urged him onward. Jiangze, though resigned, indulged her enthusiasm. He effortlessly dove into the lake, emerging moments later with several fish, tossing them onto the shore. Overjoyed, Minglai leaped in excitement, her mind swirling with thoughts of fish soup. Jiangze couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. His female was easily pleased. As they made their way back to the tribe with the fish, Ling Yun and Yao Bei remained basking in the sun. Upon seeing Minglai and Jiangze with their catch, Ling Yun's surprised voice rang out, What's this? You enjoy fish? Yao Bei turned her gaze, equally intrigued. Jiangze's attention remained fixed on Minglai, as though she were the sole entity in his universe. My name is Minglai, she replied, and fish soup is truly delicious. I genuinely enjoy it. Yao Bei inquired, Fish soup? What is that? It's a broth made by cooking fish meat over fire. It's quite delightful. Minglai explained as they walked. Ling Yun and Yao Bei exchanged glances, perplexed by this newfound knowledge. In their yard, Jiangze and Minglai began preparing the ingredients. She casually asked, Do we have ginger or salt? Noticing Jiangze's confusion, she elaborated, Ginger is a yellow root that has a slightly spicy taste. It helps eliminate the fishy smell from the meat. Salt is a fine, white crystalline substance that adds flavor, making things savory. Jiangzi suddenly recalled having seen something similar with the high priest. Minglai, wait here. I will ask the high priest. Shijia, the tribe's venerable priest, with his white hair and small tuft of beard, exuded warmth, despite his surprisingly low combat prowess. Remaining at a first-ring white spirit level. Before long, Minglai watched as Jiangzi returned with 2 small pieces of ginger and some peppercorns, her eyes lighting up in delight. You actually found some, but what about salt? Jiangzi replied, the high priest had no white salt, just these bits of ginger and peppercorn. Minglai, very well, having ginger is a good start. Subsequently, she found a stone basin in the corner, which served perfectly as a pot for cooking soup. Jiang Zhe observed Meng Lai's clumsy attempts to clean the fish's entrails. He took the remaining fish from her hands and proceeded to clean it with deftness. Before long, he had finished, prepared a fire beneath the stone basin, and ignited it. Soon, the water in the pot came to a boil, and the fish meat along with the crushed ginger was placed into the pot in no time. The aroma of the food wafted through the air. Meng Lai glanced at the fish soup. It looked acceptable, though not quite on par with the fish soup prepared in modern times. Given the limited conditions, it was quite commendable. She picked up 2 small sticks to use as chopsticks, gave them a quick wash, and sampled a piece of fish. The flesh was tender and quite palatable, though it lacked seasoning, only retaining the soft fragrance inherent to the food. She mused that it would be perfect if only salt were available. She offered a piece to Jiang Zhe, who, taken aback, mechanically opened his mouth and consumed the morsel, his eyes wide as if he had tasted something exquisite. My goodness, this truly is fish meat? The method of preparation has eliminated the strong fishy odor, leaving only the fresh flavor. He found it delightful. His gaze towards Meng Lai was filled with awe. Not only was his mate beautiful, but she was also remarkably intelligent, possessing a wealth of knowledge. I am indeed a fortunate beast. Meng Lai, seeing his astonished expression, couldn't help but smile and said, delicious, isn't it? Try the fish soup. Jiang Zhe replied, yes, it's truly delicious. Meng Lai, you know so much. At these words, Meng Lai lowered her eyes, choosing not to respond. They effortlessly finished a large basin of fish, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, and Jiang Zhe opened the door. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, Chapter 6, the bear beasts courting standing outside was none other than the bear tribe's male, Fan Qi, holding a pile of translucent purple fruits that looked quite delectable. Jiang Zhe's expression soured as he was about to close the door, but Fan Qi blocked his way, presenting the fruits to Meng Lai. The male's brown eyes glistened as he looked at Meng Lai, saying, these fruits are for you, before shyly scurrying away, leaving a sullen Jiang Zhe and a bewildered Meng Lai behind. Meng Lai examined the purple fruit thrust into her hands, exclaiming, oh, is this a plum? She wiped it with her hand and took a bite. The texture was indistinguishable from that of a plum, yet the flavor was sweet and devoid of acidity. The fruit was rather nice, a variety akin to those on Earth. Finally, there was a different kind of fruit. Did this mean? She felt a surge of anticipation for life in this world, her impression of this earnest and endearing male also brightening. Jiang Zhe, watching Meng Lai enjoy the fruit, thought to himself, what is so special about mere fruit? I can find more and better ones, so that Meng Lai will think of me whenever she sees fruit, without needing any other beasts to provide food. The bear male, having distanced himself, turned back to witness the scene. The female showed no disdain for his fruits and was happily munching away. Observing her smile filled him with boundless satisfaction, and he resolved to bring her more food. Turning to Meng Lai, Jiang Zhe said, I'm going hunting now. Stay inside and don't go out. It's not safe for a slender female like you. I'll return shortly, just wait for me. Meng Lai felt relatively safe within the tribe and was about to argue, but then recalled Jiang Zhe's nagging demeanor, so she merely replied, I know. Jiang Zhe looked at Meng Lai's obedient demeanor with reluctance before turning away, transforming into a leopard and gracefully sprinting towards the forest. Despite having seen his beast form numerous times, Meng Lai was once again left in awe. Shaking her head, she walked into the courtyard, staring blankly at the sky, feeling a mix of confusion and sadness. How she longed for home. What could she do to return? How heartbroken would her parents be if they discovered her disappearance? She couldn't bear to think further. She had always been the cherished treasure of her parents and siblings, growing up in a life free of hardship. Now, as a second-year student, her family had worked tirelessly to raise her to university, fulfilling their basic responsibilities as parents. Just as they could finally rest, they were faced with such a drastic upheaval. Surely, it was something no one could accept. As her thoughts deepened, tears began to well up, her eyes reddening as they brimmed with sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks like an unrelenting rain. She yearned to return home, to her parents, siblings, the family pets, to her university life, to the conveniences and delights of modern living. The more she thought, the more tears fell, cascading like a downpour. Heavens, please let me return. How can I find my way back home, to my true home? Meng Lai cried out in despair. The courtyard was silent save for her sobs. Suddenly, a voice rang out in her mind. Ding! I am here. It startled her, making her jump. Who are you? I am the system that accompanies you and assists you in navigating the beast world. Meng Lai stood frozen, her thoughts in disarray. After a moment, she calmed down. If her journey was not a solitary one and included a system akin to those found in novels, then surely her return was just around the corner. Her mind raced, preparing to respond. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing the bear beast once more, this time bringing an array of colorful fruits: red peaches, purple plums, green apples, and yellow bananas. Noticing the leopard was absent, he approached her directly, piling all the fruits before her, his gaze intense as he asked, "Female, may I be your bear beast?" Meng Lai was momentarily stunned, processing his swift actions and the bombshell of a question. She had yet to fully accept the leopard beast, or more accurately, she hadn't outright rejected him yet. How was it that another was already making advances? A headache began to form. Just then, the leopard returned to the courtyard, and upon hearing the bear beast's declaration, he shot a cold glare at him. Quickly stepping in front of Meng Lai, he said in a low voice, "She only wants me as her male. She will not accept any other males. Please leave." Though Meng Lai did not speak, her eyes conveyed disbelief. When had she ever claimed such a thing? She hadn't expressed her acceptance to anyone. To avoid creating a scene, she said, "I don't plan to form a mate bond." Then she offered an apologetic glance at the bear beast, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The bear beast replied, "With just him as your male, he cannot protect you. Such a beautiful female as you will attract many ill-intentioned beasts. You need several strong males as partners to safeguard you." Upon hearing this, the leopard became flustered, babbling, "I can protect her. You're the one with ill intentions." Transforming into his leopard form, he charged at the bear beast with the speed befitting his Turing Orange soul battle state. Fan Chi, in his human form, instantly transformed into his beast form, charging towards the leopard. Though he too possessed a Turing soul, his was red, and despite his somewhat bulky build, he did not falter against the agile leopard. Instead, he skillfully evaded the leopard's sharp claws, delivering a powerful swipe with his massive paw aimed at the leopard. The latter barely managed to dodge, though he was not entirely successful, receiving a blow to his rear. Letting out a yelp, the leopard bared his teeth and lunged again, attempting to bite the bear beast's arm. But once more, the bear easily sidestepped the attack. A massive paw fell again, this time aimed at the leopard's neck. Meng Lai, frightened, paled and shouted, "Don't hurt him." Fan Chi hesitated briefly before his paw descended, only to miss as the leopard dodged. Catching the leopardess' deliberately provocative gaze, the bear beast's paw fell again, this time with unrelenting force aimed at the leopardess' shoulder. The leopard was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground before Meng Lai, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meng Lai rushed to support the leopard, her heart aching as she gently caressed him. "Are you all right?" She looked at the bear beast with reproach in her eyes. "You've gone too far." The bear beast felt a chill run down his spine. She surely wouldn't come to despise him, would she? He had merely acted against the leopardess' insufferable demeanor, but now he was anxious, his heart racing. Regardless of her acceptance or rejection of him as a mate, he would vow to protect her forever. The emotions of beasts are pure. It is not uncommon for a male to choose a single female to spend his life with in this beast world. A female's attitude is as crucial to them as scarce food, and they would even lay down their lives to protect her. The towering bear beast, lost and unable to defy the female, emanated a heavy sadness as he walked away, dejected. Chapter 7. The triumphantly arrogant leopard. The leopard, witnessing the bear beast's despondent demeanor, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Although he had lost the fight and sustained some injuries, such superficial wounds were inconsequential to beasts. Seeing the female's disdain for the bear beast, in a certain sense, he considered this round a victory. Just as he was about to break into laughter, he reined in his expression, feigning weakness as he savored the concern Meng Lai showed him. As she assisted him back to the inner room, he basked in her attentive care. "How are you? Are you all right? You've coughed up blood. It won't have harmed your insides, will it?" Meng Lai asked, worry etched on her face. "I think I might have sustained some injury. Who knew that bear would strike so fiercely?" Jiang Zhe replied, grasping her hands. Meng Lai's eyes reddened upon hearing this. "What should we do then? Where do you beasts find medicine when you're injured? You? Will you die?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Jiang Zhe, feeling a pang of guilt for having gone too far with his jest, hurriedly embraced her, whispering words of comfort. "I won't tease you anymore, I'm perfectly fine. I merely need a little rest to recover. Please don't cry, for seeing you in tears only deepens my own sorrow." "Is that true?" she asked, her eyes glistening with tears. "Indeed, I'm not deceiving you," Jiang Zhe replied with utmost sincerity. He gently wiped her tears away. Holding her close, his heart aching at the sight of her distress, he resolved not to provoke her unhappiness again, even in jest, for witnessing her sorrow felt like 1,000 needles piercing his heart. She retorted, "You clearly cannot defeat him. Why would you take the initiative to confront him? Isn't that just courting disaster?" Though her words seemed innocuous, to Jiang Zhe they carried a weight of implication. Was she implying that he was weak? In any realm, it is unacceptable for a male to be deemed inferior by a female, especially in the beast world, where a female's choice of mate heavily relies on a male's strength. Many feeble males wander through life alone, akin to ships adrift without a harbor, their lifespans tragically short. They strive to enhance their capabilities through relentless challenges against stronger foes, yet the wilderness harbors numerous solitary predators who show no mercy. To fall prey to them would be a fate too harsh to bear. However, a rare few may emerge victorious, significantly boosting their prowess. He immediately countered. I am younger than him, and I have already attained the rank of a second-ring orange soul. It is only a matter of time before I surpass him." After speaking, he nervously glanced at her expression, relieved to find no trace of disdain upon her face. Dreamlai, still grappling with her understanding of the world's power dynamics, lost interest after learning that the leopard's injuries were not severe, her countenance returning to a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the bear beast trudged along the path back home, reflecting on the earlier encounter, unwittingly wandering beyond the tribe's perimeter. At 30, he had been solitary for quite some time. Unmated male beasts often led solitary lives, particularly in the bear tribe where females were scarce. Most adult bears opted to leave the tribe, embarking on independent hunting ventures to hone their skills and strength, with the aim of joining other tribes in search of a mate to establish a family. He bore no qualms about how many partners a female may have. As long as he had a mate, he would find peace, his heart tethered to hers wherever she might be. Thus, he envied those males who had the company of females by their side. Initially, he intended to showcase his prowess at the tribe's sacrificial feast to attract a female's attention and select a partner, believing that with his second-ring red soul, he stood a fair chance of being chosen. However, upon meeting Dreamlai, he found his heart irrevocably drawn to her, desiring only to protect her, wishing to be her mate, indifferent to how many companions she had, yearning merely to stand by her side. Watching her show concern for the leopard made him wish fervently that he were that beast. Yao Bei, look, there's a second-ring red soul beast. Indeed. Yao Bei and Ling Yun approached, critiquing the somewhat melancholic male beast before them. Their eyes lighting up, Yao Bei, ever forthright, smiled at Fan Shi and asked, "Have you found a mate, beast?" "I only have 3 partners, the strongest among them being a second-ring orange soul. I see your power surpasses theirs. Would you consider becoming my mate?" Ling Yun, possessing a third-ring white soul, also contemplated accepting him, but Yao Bei spoke first. Lost in his thoughts, Fan Shi lifted his gaze at the female voice, momentarily imagining it was Dreamlai calling to him. With a self-deprecating smile, he replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have already set my heart on a female. I cannot mate with anyone else." Both females stared at each other in astonishment, clearly displeased with the rejection, in unison demanding, Who is she? Fan Chi pretended not to hear, continuing on his path. Yao Bei, irritated, contemplated summoning her mate to teach him a lesson, but upon seeing that her partner was no match for Fan Chi, she could only glare in frustration. Ling Yun's mate, possessing strength greater than the bear's, felt the sting of rejection, but it was not her place to incite conflict. Though she understood that a third-ring soul would inevitably triumph over a second-ring soul, she did not wish to expose her mate to any danger. Instead, she tugged at Yao Bei's sleeve and said, "Forget it. He's merely a second-ring red soul. You will surely find a stronger beast next time." Fuming, Yao Bei stormed back toward the tribe, her partner trailing closely behind. Ling Yun's third-ring companion had anticipated needing to intervene, yet as no command came from the females, he followed suit, his gaze fixed on her as they made their way back to the tribe. As dusk approached, the bear beast appeared at Jiang Zhe's courtyard, dragging a wild wolf behind him. He forcefully pushed the door open, presenting the wolf to Jiang Zhe and Dreamlai, a strong odor of blood assaulting the senses. The bear beast, with a gentle demeanor yet visibly anxious, gazed at Dreamlai and said, "I specifically hunted this for you." As an apology, Dreamlai remained silent. Jiang Zhe interjected, "How dare you return? Take your prey and leave." "My Dreamlai will never accept it." He glanced back at Dreamlai, relieved to see her unperturbed expression. The bear beast disregarded the leopard, stating, "You do not speak for her." Dreamlai, exasperated by the unfolding scene, sighed, I do not intend to mate. I'm sorry, but you should take your catch back." Both males were taken aback, with Jiang Zhe wearing a puzzled expression, wondering what had just transpired. Why was she rejecting him? Wasn't he it enough to refuse the bear? Fan Chi, confused, pondered why they had not yet mated, realizing that the female had not accepted the leopard, placing him in a similar position, both having opportunities for pursuit, with the leopard having no authority to intervene. His voice brightened as he said, "This is for you. I will bring you my hunts from now on." Without waiting for a response, he dashed away. The two stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Chapter 8. Awakening the system lying on the haystack bed, Dreamlai struggled to fall asleep, recalling the words she had distinctly heard during the day. "I am the system that accompanies you and assists you in navigating the beast world." She tentatively called out, "System, are you there?" "I am here. Is something amiss?" Jiang Zhe replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Let us sleep." Dreamlai responded helplessly, deciding to wait until she was alone the next day to summon the system again. She was hopeful that tomorrow would bring her closer to discovering a way home, and with the system's aid, she drifted off to sleep contentedly. The following day, Dreamlai swiftly completed her morning routine and, after bidding Jiang Zhe farewell, she returned to the inner room. Feeling somewhat anxious, she called out, "System, are you there? System? System? Why is there no response? What did I say to summon the system?" She tugged at her hair in frustration. Recalling the phrase, "Heaven, please let me return home. How can I return to my true home?" Dreamlai exclaimed. "Ding! I am here. Welcome, host." Dreamlai leaped with joy, eagerly asking, "What did I say to awaken the system?" "I am the wishful system. Does that mean I must call you wishful for you to respond?" "Yes, host, I am wishful, here to accompany you through the beast world. You may ask me any questions, and I will do my utmost to provide answers. If I call you system from now on, will you still respond?" "Apologies, host, but I cannot." "All right, can you explain to me how I came to be here and how I can return to my reality, to my home?" Due to the energy exchange between the two worlds and the principle of energy conservation, your arrival here requires you to complete corresponding tasks to have a chance of returning to reality. As a token of our first meeting, I have prepared a welcome gift for you. You may also express your desires, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Can it be anything? Can I have as much as I want? Dreamlai asked earnestly. Only in moderation that I want rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, pots, bowls, and utensils, as well as ginger, scallions, garlic, chili peppers, and pepper. Can I have those in abundance? Certainly. 1 bag each of rice, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, a complete set of kitchenware, and various seasonings in appropriate amounts. As each item materialized before Dreamlai, she beamed with delight at the sight of the food and utensils, her eyes sparkling with hope. With these provisions, she could eat well and enjoy a more convenient life. However, the sudden appearance of these items felt peculiar and might raise suspicions among other beasts. Rubbing her nose, she inquired, "Can these items be stored?" That is, can I retrieve them whenever I need them? Of course. In addition to these items, I shall provide you with a large storage space known as the Ruju space. You may store anything you wish within it, keeping them preserved at low temperatures for extended periods. The rules for using the space are simple. When you wish to store or retrieve an item, simply think of the corresponding item and it will appear. As a friendly reminder, all items provided by the system are upgraded versions of their kind. Wow, that's fantastic. It's like having a portable freezer. Ruju space. Ha ha ha. By the way, Wishful, you mentioned I need to complete corresponding tasks to return to reality. What are those tasks? This is not a simple storage space. Given your current state, its primary function is to serve as a storage area. First and foremost, the host must seek out 4 male beasts of different races in the beastly realm, whom she genuinely adores, and successfully form a bond with each of them. A 4-petaled flower, each petal shaped like a heart, adorns your left wrist. Only when a male beast, who shares a deep connection with you, becomes your partner will they bear an identical heart-shaped petal on their wrist. For each task you accomplish, the system will grant you corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this, Menglai was petrified. What was this? To form bonds was one thing, but to bond with 4 male beasts? Surely, this was a jest. A person as conservative as she was suddenly expected to accept 4 husbands. Was this a mockery of her beliefs? She felt utterly overwhelmed, pouting in silence. System, what will happen if I fail to complete this? Can I choose another task? Do not jest, host. The tasks are fixed and cannot be altered. Failure to complete them means you will not find a way back to the modern world. You will be condemned to remain in this beastly realm forever. Should you perish here or fail to complete the tasks by their due date, you will be reduced to ashes. Menglai's complexion paled at the gravity of the consequences. Was acceptance her only option? She felt despondent and wished to ignore this absurd system altogether. The notion of 1 wife and 4 husbands was a stark violation of the 9 years of compulsory education she had received. Not to mention the 1-to-1 marriage system she was accustomed to in reality, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Warm reminder, host, each task has a time limit. Only tasks completed within their time frame will count as valid points, thereby yielding corresponding rewards. A reminder will be issued 3 months prior to the deadline. No other reminders will be provided, nor will there be responses to inquiries regarding time. Please remember to manage your time wisely. What is this nonsense? Is this a trap? Menglai exclaimed, feeling utterly exasperated. She sighed deeply, still unable to accept the situation mentally. She considered herself a conservative girl, although the males here were handsome, with sculpted physiques and devoted hearts. She found herself unable to embrace this reality. She needed time to come to terms with this fragile state of her heart. Understood. I need time to digest and accept this information, she replied dully. Very well, host. The first task in the beastly realm has been initiated, and the countdown timer is now active. Ding! The task has commenced. Wait! Menglai blushed, realizing she merely needed time to persuade herself not to embark on the task at this moment. In the novel she had read, the systems aiding the protagonists were always the strongest allies. Why did hers turn out to be merely a task assigner? System, will I have a powerful ally? Perhaps some formidable strength? I am here. The secrets of destiny cannot be revealed. This system cannot disclose information in advance. Please ensure you complete the tasks diligently, and above all, protect yourself. After placing the items given by the system into her storage, Menglai felt disinclined to speak further. She turned back to the haystack and lay still, reflecting on the system's words. What was this about forming bonds and petals? She lifted her left wrist to find a flower composed of 4 heart-shaped petals imprinted there. The flower was uncolored, appearing as if it had been lightly sketched with a pencil. The hue was faint yet discernible. Gazing at this flower, which represented her 4 husbands, she felt an increasing sense of embarrassment. 4 husbands? For a girl raised in a 1-to-1 marriage system, this was profoundly shameful. Ah! Menglai shouted at the ceiling. Nearby, Jiang Zhe and Fan Qi, who had just returned, heard her cry and rushed into the wooden house. Their expressions grave. Chapter 9. A meal of rice. Seeing the female lying calmly on the bed, their hearts finally settled. Fan Qi and Jiang Zhe exchanged worried glances, scanning Menglai from all angles, ensuring she was unharmed. Jiang Zhe glanced at Fan Qi and motioned for him to leave. Fan Qi remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on the female as he stated, "The female requires the companionship and protection of multiple male beasts. You must hunt. One beast cannot always be by her side. Leaving her alone is too dangerous. Even within the tribe, safety is never guaranteed. If anything were to happen, could you be responsible? Menglai sighed softly. Still lost in thoughts of her conversation with the system, Jiang Zhe scoffed at the bear beast's words, asserting, "Who says I can't protect her? My combat prowess is commendable, and I'm still young. I will gain even greater strength. I am confident I can safeguard my female, and I won't let you, an outsider, dictate terms to me." The bear beast glared at the arrogant leopard, his irritation mounting at the leopard's presumptuousness. He was furious that the leopard sought to monopolize the beautiful female without regard for her safety. His expression darkened, and just as he was about to retaliate, he stormed out, leaving behind a warning. "You will regret this, foolish leopard." Jiang Zhe rolled his eyes at the bear beast. The usually untroubled leopard dismissed the bear's remarks and sat beside the female. Menglai's reverie was interrupted by the noisy dialogue, and she blinked at Jiang Zhe, who was staring at her intently. She scrutinized him carefully. His handsome features matched her ideal type. If she had to choose a male beast, he would suffice. This thought made her cheeks flush. But what of the other three? The system had mentioned that mutual understanding was essential. Wasn't that love? How was she to find it? In modern society, love was a rare and elusive treasure. Lost in these thoughts, Menglai was unaware that her subconscious had already begun to accept the system's task. Lai, I like you," Jiang Zhe declared, noticing her gaze fixed on him. Though she was aware of his feelings, hearing him confess face-to-face for the first time made her shy, and she nodded slightly, "I understand." Seeing the female's bashful expression, Jiang Zhe believed she must also harbor feelings for him. Menglai, wishing to change the subject, requested, "How about we have rice for dinner tonight?" Jiang Zhe hesitated. He had neither seen nor tasted rice before. Lai, we don't have rice here," he replied apologetically, a hint of sadness evident on his face, fearing she might be disappointed in his inability to provide her desired food. Menglai, hearing this, hesitated before asking, "Jiang Zhe, you will always protect me, right?" After all, she could offer the rare rice in this beastly realm. If it were not a common food, she needed to ensure she could trust someone who would genuinely care for her before sharing it, of course. "I will do everything in my power to protect you and ensure your safety in the beastly realm, even at the cost of my life," Jiang Zhe stated earnestly. Menglai felt deeply moved. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had pledged to protect her with his life. This was a profound commitment, and she believed him without question. She then urged, "You should start the fire now. I will join you shortly." Turning away, Menglai silently chanted, "Extract an appropriate amount of rice, a few potatoes, and some sweet potatoes, along with cooking utensils." As soon as she finished her incantation, the item she desired appeared at her feet. Carrying the items into the yard, she cheerfully announced to Jiang Zhe, who had prepared the fire, "Look, I gathered some ingredients and utensils." Jiang Zhe, observing the items she had brought, felt puzzled. He had been living here for a while and had never seen such things before. However, he refrained from questioning her. He took the round potatoes and sweet potatoes and, following her instructions, tossed them into the fire. Next, he watched as she used a silver object resembling a bowl to crush the rice grains, removing the yellow husk before washing the rice and adding water to cook over the fire. Winking at him, Jiang Zhe was captivated by her actions. She seemed to know so much and even winked at him. She must like him too. He smiled broadly as he roasted rabbit meat, feeling immensely satisfied with his current life. Soon, the yard was filled with the enticing aromas of meat and rice, the two scents mingling together, making one's mouth water. They were all captivated by the enticing aroma. Jiang Zhe gazed at the gleaming white rice, which he did not particularly favor, as his palate preferred meat. However, upon witnessing Menglai savoring a mouthful of rice accompanied by a bite of meat, her expression radiating sheer satisfaction, he emulated her method of dining. With meat and rice together, his eyes squinted in delight as he unlocked a new realm of flavors. He had never experienced such a way of eating before. Menglai chuckled at his dining manner, finding amusement in how easily satisfied the beastman was. Yet she felt fulfilled as well in no time. They finished off a pot of rice and meat, and began to nibble on the freshly cooled potatoes and sweet potatoes. Jiang Zhe mimicked Menglai's technique of peeling the skin, popping a piece into his mouth, where the sweet flavor of the red potato unfurled. He expressed his newfound fondness for the soft, sticky, and sweet red potatoes. while the potatoes were equally tender, lacking sweetness but rich in calories, making them quite filling as a vegetable. Meng Lai savored her meal slowly, soon reaching her limit, leaving Jiang Zhe to finish the remainder. She had initially wondered if the leopard would be finicky about food, but now realized her concerns were unfounded. After a series of actions, Jiang Zhe cleared all the food, letting out a satisfied burp. Meng Lai marveled at the voracious appetite of the beast man, astonished that he could consume so much. She reflected on how much food the two of them consumed daily. Although Jiang Zhe hunted to replenish their supplies, the quantity was merely sufficient for 1 or 2 meals. Having grown accustomed to storing ingredients in a refrigerator from her modern life, she deemed it prudent to stockpile food for future needs. Now that she possessed a portable icebox, it seemed sensible to find ways to gather more provisions. Observing Jiang Zhe tidying up the remnants of their meal, she inquired, "Jiang Zhe, I gathered some rice grains, potatoes and sweet potatoes, but only in small quantities. I was thinking of planting them to obtain a continuous supply of rice, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, so we wouldn't have to worry about food. What do you think?" "Sure, I'll follow your lead, but I don't know how to plant. What should we do?" Jiang Zhe replied, "Don't worry, I can teach you. We can start tomorrow," he assured her, as Meng Lai envisioned a beautiful future. Chapter 10. Tilling the land. The following day, just as dawn broke, Meng Lai awoke in the warm embrace of the leopard beast, choosing to remain still for a moment. After a night of contemplation and understanding, she resolved to accept the system's task, realizing she had no choice but to comply. Her aim was to diligently complete the task and strive to return to her familiar, cozy home. Thoughts of home, parents, siblings, and pets welled up, threatening tears, but she blinked them away, focusing instead on her current goal: to fulfill the task and inquire with the system about a way to return home. As she mused, the sky brightened outside, prompting her to stretch and rise. Jiang Zhe, noticing Meng Lai's absence, felt a surge of anxiety and quickly transformed into his beast form, rushing outside, only to find Meng Lai in the courtyard, washing up and smiling at her in human form. Upon seeing the naked male figure, Meng Lai's face flushed, and she spluttered, "Quickly put on some animal skin." Jiang Zhe grinned and dashed back to don his fur. He then took her hand, leading her towards the shaman's dwelling. "We need to discuss our planting plans with the shaman." "All right," she responded. Along the way, Meng Lai attracted the gaze of many male beasts, a phenomenon she had grown accustomed to. In this tribe, the strongest males were typically paired, and those bonded would only have eyes for their partners. Unattached males, lacking the strength of the leopard beside her, dared not approach. She was even tempted to greet them, but Jiang Zhe had cautioned her against being overly friendly with males outside their bond, as even a smile could mislead them into thinking she was interested. The elderly shaman, Shijia, with his wispy white beard, looked up as they approached. Jiang Zhe shared their planting intentions, and although Shijia was familiar with rice, he was intrigued by how Meng Lai had acquired it. Meng Lai simply replied that she had found it along the way, and chose not to elaborate further. Shijia regarded her with an appreciative expression, sensing her reticence but refraining from pressing her for more details. He observed Jiang Zhe and Meng Lai's retreating figures, lost in thought. Transforming back into his beast form, Jiang Zhe carried Meng Lai towards a secluded corner of the tribe. She alighted on a patch of land, feeling the soil with her hands. While she wasn't an expert, she had spent some time in the countryside during her childhood, helping her grandparents in the fields. She recalled this experience fondly and had learned a bit from them. Drawing on her scant memories and knowledge, she surveyed the area until she found a seemingly fertile plot of loose soil, which appeared conducive to root development and tuber growth, ideal for planting such crops. Gazing at the expanse of land before her, she felt confident that planting all the sweet potatoes and potatoes would not be an issue. However, lacking experience, she decided to plant only half of what she had. Pondering how to till the land without a hoe, she consulted Jiang Zhe. Maintaining his beast form, Jiang Zhe revealed his sharp leopard claws, skillfully turning the earth with remarkable efficiency, even more effectively than a hoe. Within a quarter of an hour, the soil was well prepared. Meng Lai's previously furrowed brow relaxed in surprise. "Wow, Jiang Zhe, you're incredible. You've tilled such a large area in no time." Jiang Zhe, basking in her praise, felt elated as sunlight illuminated his form, making him look magnificent, the sweat on his body shimmering like a colorful painting. Meng Lai found herself momentarily entranced. "What is the next step?" Jiang Zhe's voice broke through her reverie. Ming Lai wiped away the imaginary drool at the corner of her mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. We need to fetch water to irrigate this land. All right, I'll go get some water. Wait for me here, Jiang Zhe said before sprinting towards the lake beyond the tribe. Squatting beside the tilled land, Ming Lai gathered some weeds and stones. What are you doing here alone? A bear beast inquired, approaching her. Ming Lai held a favorable impression of him. Previously, she had been upset with him for injuring the leopard, but she realized that the true fault lay with the leopard for instigating the conflict first. Her expression slightly awkward, she replied. I'm tilling the land with the leopard. We plan to plant some crops, but he has gone to fetch water. The bear beast paused, surprised. He could not comprehend tilling, believing that females should be cared for and not burdened with such responsibilities. The thought that the leopard was unable to provide food for her sparked a hint of discontent within him. Tilling? Is the leopard forcing you to do this? Has he not provided you with enough food? He said, reaching out to pull Ming Lai up from her task. Just then, Jiang Zhe returned with 2 buckets of water and witnessed the bear beast tugging at his beloved female. Igniting a surge of fury within him, he dropped the buckets and charged at the bear beast, fists raised. The bear beast, unperturbed by Jiang Zhe's advance, nimbly dodged his attack, displaying remarkable agility for his size. Seeing the brewing confrontation, Ming Lai quickly stepped in between them, determined to prevent any damage to the freshly tilled land. Realizing the misunderstanding, she sighed and explained, I enjoy sweet potatoes, so I brought Jiang Zhe to help till the land for planting. He has been very kind and hasn't he forced me to do anything I didn't he want to. She then glanced at the 2 fallen buckets, relieved that they had landed within the tilled area. Minimizing waste. Ignoring the bear beast, she turned to Jiang Zhe. We don't have enough water. Hurry back with more. We need to irrigate all the tilled land today. Jiang Zhe shot a warning glance at the bear beast before grabbing the 2 buckets and departing. The bear beast watched the 2 work harmoniously, feeling a pang of envy. He decided to disregard whether Ming Lai would accept him. He would simply treat her well, hoping that one day, he dashed after Jiang Zhe. The 2 beasts exchanging glances as they transported bucket after bucket of water. The bear beast's robust physique allowed him to carry water at a much faster pace than the leopard. Before long, thanks to their efforts, the entire expanse of land was thoroughly irrigated. Ming Lai beamed at the 2 beasts, admiring the freshly prepared plot as a testament to their labor. She expressed her gratitude to the bear beast and warmly invited him to dinner at her home. The bear beast, grinning widely and ignoring the leopard's warning glare, eagerly nodded in agreement. Hand in hand, Ming Lai strolled home with Jiang Zhe, quietly saying, I invited the bear beast over for dinner. You won't be upset, will you? Jiang Zhe noted her slightly anxious demeanor. In the beast world, females were free to act as they pleased without needing male permission, but her inquiry indicated she cared about his feelings. This made him feel cherished, and his tone brightened. Of course not. I could never be upset with you for anything you choose to do. Ming Lai opened her eyes wide, gazing at him eagerly. Chapter 11. Dinner for 3. The male beasts here are truly kind to the females. Upon returning to the courtyard, Ming Lai released Jiang Zhe's hand and swiftly dashed into the inner room. Silently reciting her intention to extract a suitable amount of rice, half a sweet potato, a potato, and some cooking utensils from the Ruju space, she set aside half a bag of sweet potatoes and potatoes, taking a portion for tonight's main course while leaving the rest aside. Emerging back into the courtyard, she saw Jiang Zhe skillfully constructing a fire pit. Just as Jiang Zhe finished setting up the fire, he noticed Ming Lai approaching with food from seemingly nowhere. After receiving the items from her, he proceeded to clean them as he had done the previous day, washing the sweet potatoes and potatoes thoroughly before placing them in the fire to roast. Then setting a pot of rice water to boil. Just as he prepared to venture out for hunting, a knock echoed at the door. Before him stood the bear beast, Fan Chi, carrying a pig on his shoulder. His round brown eyes locking onto Ming Lai. Jiang Zhe huffed in response but turned away, tacitly allowing Fan Chi to enter the courtyard. Ming Lai, seated beside the fire pit, looked up to see Fan Chi with a gray animal on his back. She greeted him warmly and quickly asked Jiang Zhe for assistance in handling the catch. It wouldn't he do to let a guest bear gifts only to make them do the work. With one swift motion, Fan Chi deposited the prey on the ground. As Ming Lai approached to see the full extent of the catch, she gasped, Wow, it's a pig. The prospect of enjoying pork filled her with immense joy. The wild boar before her was a deep brown, with a large head, a thick neck, sturdy limbs, and a small tail. Its coarse hair bristled like steel spikes, with prominent, curved canine teeth that resembled tusks, giving it a fierce appearance. Unlike the tender domestic pigs, this wild boar was robust and unfamiliar to Ming Lai, who had never tasted it before. She wondered if its flavor differed from that of modern pigs. Jiang Zhe glanced at the wild boar, estimating its weight to exceed 400 pounds. As an adult wild boar, it possessed immense strength capable of incapacitating a wolf with a single blow. Ordinary carnivorous beasts would find it nearly impossible to penetrate its tough hide. And even beastmen infused with spirit rings would struggle to hunt an adult wild boar alone. He couldn't fathom how this bear beast managed to accomplish such a feat single-handedly, leading him to regard Fan Shi with newfound respect. Fan Shi swiftly and efficiently processed the pig. Ming Lai contemplated assisting in the cutting but was gently pushed aside by Jiang Zhe, who insisted on handling everything himself. He quickly sliced the pork into pieces, skewering them for roasting. Fan Shi observed this novel method with a hint of surprise, but maintained his composure, sitting quietly by the fire. As Ming Lai sprinkled some powder on the meat. He was unaware of its nature, but the aroma of the meat intensified. Ming Lai used a stick to retrieve a perfectly roasted sweet potato and potato, pushing them toward Fan Shi, inviting him to partake. He hesitated, uncertain how to eat the charred fruits. Noticing his reluctance, Jiang Zhe understood that he had never experienced such food before, reminiscent of his own initial encounter. Raising an eyebrow with pride, he casually grabbed a few, peeling off the skins before offering them to the female, while consuming the rest himself. Lifting the pot lid, he checked the rice, which was nearly done, and then washed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Seeing Fan Shi's hesitance, Ming Lai assumed he disliked starchy foods and asked, "Don't you like eating starchy foods?" Fan Shi, fearful of being misunderstood by the female, replied, "No, I like them too." Although he found the darkened fruits unappealing, he didn't wish to dampen her spirits or appear difficult to please. After all, if a delicate female could eat, what right did he, a rugged male beast, have to be choosy? Thus, he feigned enthusiasm, picked up a potato, mimicking the way Jiang Zhe had just peeled it, and took a bite. The soft, fragrant texture pleasantly surprised him. His eyes widened as he grabbed a sweet potato, peeled it, and bit into it. Unlike the previous bland taste, it was sweet and delightful, his eyes sparkling with joy. He particularly adored the sweet potato's sugary flavor, which resonated with his palate. Though meat was the primary sustenance for beastmen, as a bear, he had a fondness for sweet treats. Fan Shi's expression was rather endearing, prompting Ming Lai to stifle a laugh at his demeanor. Remembering that bears enjoyed honey, she surmised he might prefer sweet potatoes and resolved to plant more to share with him in the future. Jiang Zhe approached with bowls and chopsticks, serving 3 bowls of rice. One before the female, one for himself, and the last placed heavily in front of Fan Shi, who he was reluctant to accommodate. However, in front of the female, he chose to appear generous. The fire blazed brightly, the aroma of the meat wafting through the air, tantalizing and inviting. Jiang Zhe picked up a large piece of meat, sprinkling cumin and chili powder before handing it to Ming Lai. She first offered it to their guest, Fan Shi, before taking a skewer for herself, blowing on it to cool it down before taking a bite. This is delicious. I never expected wild boar, which looks coarse, to taste so good. You all should eat quickly. The meat, with its perfect marbling and tender texture, surpassed that of modern domestic pigs. She was thoroughly satisfied and wished she could enjoy it regularly. The 2 male beasts watched Ming Lai as she savored the meal, her cheeks glowing warmly in the firelight, enchanting them both. They silently noted her fondness for wild boars. Then, they raised their skewers of meat, enjoying the crispy and savory flavors that burst in their mouths, a novel experience that delighted their taste buds. With each bite, their eyes involuntarily narrowed in satisfaction. They continued to eat skewer after skewer, pairing the meat with rice, the spiciness mellowing while the aromatic flavors blended harmoniously, creating another delightful taste. Fan Shi, indulging in the rice, forgot his initial apprehension about having never encountered it before. This meal surpassed every previous one in flavor. Fully satisfied, he glanced at Jiang Zhe, enviously wishing he could share meals with Ming Lai every day and be her chosen companion. Jiang Zhe, while eating, ensured he continuously served Ming Lai meat skewers, sweet potatoes and potatoes, a nearly 400-pound pig, a pot of rice, and several pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes were entirely consumed by the three of them, leaving no remnants. Beastmen had astonishing appetites, and Menglai had initially thought they could save leftovers in her space. However, it seemed unlikely now, solidifying her resolve to stockpile ample food, ideally filling her entire storage space. Jiang Zhe contentedly rubbed his full belly when raucous noises echoed from outside the courtyard. Other beastmen drawn by the enticing aroma of the meal. It smells so good. What are you making? What delicious food is this? The beastmen at the door exchanged curious glances, their mouths watering. Having finished their meal, Jiang Zhe responded with an impassive expression, "We're having roasted meat." "But you're too late. We've already finished." He had no intention of sharing food with the other beastmen, preferring to reserve his offerings solely for his female. At this moment, the beastmen dispersed, leaving behind one individual and her partner. Bear Beast? You refuse me because of this frail female? Chapter 12. The Bear Beast's Pursuer. You refuse me because of her? What do I lack compared to this female? She appears delicate and soft, certainly not fit for bearing children. What do I lack? Yao Bei exclaimed angrily, pointing at Menglai in the courtyard as she confronted the bear beast, Fan Shi. The three in the courtyard turned simultaneously, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern as they gazed at the female at the entrance. Menglai felt utterly speechless. How could she be drawn into this? Fan Shi, with the most composed demeanor, was filled with shock and fear. He already harbored feelings for Menglai, and hearing such words made him fear her disdain. He felt somewhat inferior before her, believing that a female as exceptional as Menglai resembled a celestial being, too lofty to aspire for more than her companionship, even if they could not bond as mates. Fan Shi replied, "My refusal is my own matter, and she is wonderful. South, not your place to speak ill of her. You lack even basic decency." Jiang Zhe wore an amused expression, secretly wishing Fan Shi would accept the proposition, thus freeing him from any interference in his relationship with Menglai. "You, don't be so ungrateful. It's a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you. If you agree to be my mate now, I can immediately bear your offspring, allowing you to be my primary partner." Yao Bei retorted defiantly, glancing at the remnants of food in the courtyard, scoffing. "Wasn't that wild boar meant for me? How did it end up here? Having waited for so long, it is no wonder I could not see you approach. It turns out you were busy charming other females." Outside the tribe, Yao Bei spotted Fan Shi carrying a large wild boar towards her. She initially thought it was meant for her, yet anger brewed within her due to the humiliation she had suffered at Ling Yun's hands a few days prior because of the bear beast, prompting her to feign indifference and retreat into her dwelling, silently awaiting the bear beast's arrival to woo her. She would then consider accepting him. However, after an extensive wait with no sign of the bear beast, her frustration mounted, and her partner's attempts to placate her proved futile. At that moment, she noticed a crowd gathering nearby, and upon approaching, she was met with a sight that kindled her fury. Her bear beast and the wild boar were with a female named Menglai. How could she not be enraged? After all, she was a pampered female, and now this petite rival had stolen the spotlight from her. Menglai, oblivious to the true intentions behind the bear beast's actions, mistakenly believed the wild boar was meant for Yao Bei. Fan Shi, realizing the misunderstanding, felt a surge of frustration. "This prey is my own. I can gift it to whomever I choose. It was never intended for you. So refrain from making such misleading statements." Jiang Zhe, with an expression that suggested he would be munching on seeds if he had any, listened intently. At that moment, Menglai finally grasped the situation. Fan Shi was merely a suitor spurned. Her gaze roamed over the bear beast. Indeed, he was quite capable and possessed a robust physique, naturally drawing the attention of other females, even prompting some to actively seek him as a mate. Yet, this realization left Menglai with a sense of unease, a feeling she could not articulate. Yao Bei, defiant, retorted, "I don't believe you. You must have deliberately said that to avoid me today, pretending to offer prey to other females. I won't hold it against you, but you must come and apologize. I could still accept you as my bear beast. This opportunity is fleeting, so hurry." Unbeknownst to her, she had yet to comprehend Fan Shi's rejection, demonstrating a remarkable capacity for self-deception. Menglai shook her head, bemused by the audacity of the females in this place. No, it must be this particular female who was so shameless. Jiang Zhe, barely containing his amusement, cast a glance at the bear beast and the female, realizing that this robust male had quite the appeal. He had not perceived it before, but he genuinely hoped they would unite swiftly. Envisioning himself as a spectator showering them with applause, as the onlookers grew in number, among them was a wolf beast named Jinshua, who had just arrived and overheard Fan Shi proclaim, "Listen closely. I cannot become your bear beast, nor will I apologize. If I seek a mate, it will not be you. My heart belongs to Ming Lai, and I shall only be her bear beast." With those words, Fan Shi felt a twinge of anxiety. Jinshua, upon entering the throng, caught sight of the female he had taken a liking to, Ming Lai, a name that rolled off the tongue beautifully that he noticed, with some dismay, the presence of both the bear beast and a leopard beast he despised. Momentarily thinking Ming Lai had two suitors, but relieved to realize they were merely rivals, he boldly called out, "Hi, Ming Lai, do you remember me?" Jiangze, who had been savoring the unfolding drama, suddenly found his demeanor darkening upon hearing Fan Shi's declaration of affection for Ming Lai. Meanwhile, Meng Lai's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze, feigning ignorance to the commotion around her. The only betrayers of her true feelings were her reddened ears when she heard someone calling her name. All eyes turned to the source, Jinshua. Jiangze regarded the wolf beast with disdain, feeling an urge to teach him a lesson for his persistence. Ming Lai, unable to recall this unfamiliar male, pondered why he was smiling so widely at her. Did they know each other? "Fan Shi, you will regret this. You have rejected me, and others will turn you away as well," Yao Bei shouted in frustration before storming off. The bear beast and the assembled crowd exchanged glances. Caught in a moment of awkward silence, Fan Shi suppressed his inner turmoil, maintaining a stoic facade, while Ming Lai avoided eye contact, neither accepting nor rejecting Fan Shi's heartfelt confession. She had not even consented to Jiangze, having only recently arrived and still uncertain of her own feelings. Though the system compelled her to fulfill tasks, genuine emotions were necessary for their completion. Thus, she resolved to navigate this new world at her own pace. Following her heart and allowing things to unfold naturally, Jiangze, listening to Yao Bei's outburst, remained optimistic despite Meng Lai's lack of formal acceptance. An optimistic beast would never indulge in self-doubt. Just then, Jinshua recognized a familiar voice and, as he turned, saw the female sprinting away, pursued by her bear beast. Was that his sister, Yao Bei? Observing her sorrowful expression, he hurried after her. The gathering of spectators gradually dispersed, leaving 3 individuals in the courtyard, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Jiangze, unceremoniously, issued an eviction notice, while Fan Shi reluctantly bade Ming Lai farewell before exiting with a hint of reluctance. Ming Lai sighed in relief upon returning indoors, moving the tubers from the floor to the living room, as she could only plant them after they sprouted, lacking seedlings. The next day, upon waking, Ming Lai glanced at the tubers on the ground, noting their unchanged state. Previously too distracted to observe, she now recognized the sizable nature of the sweet potatoes and potatoes provided by the system. Uncertain of their yield potential, calculating the days, she realized her menstrual cycle was imminent and silently wished, "May it be smooth and fortunate." Ding! The fortune system is activated. "I am here, host. Do you have any sanitary pads?" Ming Lai inquired earnestly. "Apologies, host. Wishes can only be granted after completing tasks. What should I do if my period arrives?" Warm reminder. "The beast realm has cotton. You can make your own. Good luck," Ming Lai lamented. "What use are you?" Ding! The fortune system is shutting down. "Ming Lai, are you talking to me?" Jiangze burst into the room, brimming with enthusiasm. Ming Lai, feeling guilty, nearly revealed her secret to the leopard. "Do you know where I can find cotton? I want to go pick some." "What is cotton? Is it perhaps cotton balls?" Jiangze pondered aloud. Yes, I want to gather some. Will you take me?" Ming Lai pleaded, shaking Jiangze's hand playfully. Jiangze's heart soared. He relished Ming Lai's playful demeanor and noted her fondness for cotton. "All right, we'll go today," Ming Lai beamed, kissing Jiangze on the cheek in delight. Though the system could not directly provide specific items, it did offer helpful hints, so it wasn't entirely unproductive. Left in a state of astonishment, Jiangze touched his cheek, his golden eyes glimmering with joy, his eyelashes fluttering, revealing his good mood. He gazed at the female, his ears tinged with red. Just as they prepared to leave, a knock echoed from the courtyard door. It was Fan Shi, bearing an abundance of bananas. Unlike the typical yellow varieties, These were a vibrant orange-red, highly appetizing, Dreamlie. I picked a lot of bananas. Dio, you like them? Fanchi offered nervously. Indeed, bears have a penchant for fruit, and he had brought her various kinds. Minglai, a fruit enthusiast, was thrilled to see them after a few days without. She glanced at the bear beast, feeling familiar enough to accept his gift. Wow, I love these. Thank you, Fanchi. Seeing her joy warmed his heart. Noticing their departure, he inquired, "Where are you two headed?" His true concern was the possibility of the leopard whisking Minglai away permanently. "We're going to pick cotton," Minglai replied, and Jiangze, effortlessly lifting her, dashed out, deliberately ignoring Fanchi. Leaving him behind, Minglai, swept off her feet by the leopard's speed, felt her hair whip about in the wind. "Cotton, I want to come with you." In an instant, the imposing figure, nearly 2 meters tall, transformed into a bear cloaked in a coat of brownish-gray fur. Swiftly moving with its enormous paws in pursuit of the leopard. The leopard's explosive power and speed far surpassed those of the bear, and with its deliberate head start, it soon left the bear far behind. Time passed unmeasured until the leopard finally halted in a lush green forest, surrounded by an array of unidentified plants. Dreamlie gazed into the distance, her eyes drawn to towering trees adorned with numerous large white blossoms. No, they were not blossoms, but rather basketball-sized white cotton balls. How astonishing! The cotton plants here grow to such immense size, she marveled, each fluffy orb hanging like a delightful fruit on vibrant green branches. Reminiscent of a bountiful fruit tree laden with harvest, she reached out to pluck one, only to find that these cotton trees were so grand that she could not reach them, causing her to sheepishly retract her hand and glance towards the still beastly Jiangze for assistance. Understanding her unspoken plea, Jiangze transformed back into his human form, extending his powerful arms, and within moments, he brought down one cotton ball in each hand. Dreamlie's eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly accepted them. Examining them closely, her fingers brushing against the cotton balls that resembled freshly spun cotton candy. The texture was splendid, even softer than modern varieties, though they were not the same species of cotton. They were all plant fibers, light, fluffy, and ethereal. This entire area was filled with these cotton ball trees. Happily, she arranged the cotton balls, contemplating whether to store them in her storage space now, but how could she explain it? Would Jiangze think her a monster? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, lifting the cotton balls from her grasp, causing them to drift away like balloons. Dreamlie scampered after the airborne cotton balls, and to her surprise, one of them floated gently onto a beast's back. Squinting, she thought it was the bear, Vanki, and felt a surge of delight that he had caught up, rushing forward without a care. Yet, the reality was not as she had envisioned. The brown bear lunged at Dreamlie, its massive paw raised threateningly, claws extended, ready to strike with deadly precision. Her heart raced as she realized the imminent danger. And before she could react, she closed her eyes in terror, trembling and bracing for the worst. "Dreamlie!" Jiangze shouted, his expression grave as he dashed towards her with all his might, but it was too late. The distance was insurmountable to thwart the descending paw. With a resounding thud, an impact echoed through the air. Dreamlie, expecting pain, instead heard the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. She instinctively opened her eyes, her blurred vision clearing to reveal a familiar silhouette. It was the bear, Vanki, the one she recognized. The creature maintained its kicking stance, panting heavily, slightly trembling as if gripped by fear. Indeed, he had saved her. And a wave of relief washed over her as she realized she was still alive. Vanki had arrived just in time, witnessing the wild bear's attack on Dreamlie while the leopard remained a few meters away. Startled and alarmed, he had delivered a powerful kick to the wild bear, fortunately arriving just in time. "Are you all right?" Vanki asked, concern etched on his face as he approached her. Jiangze, still shaken, hurriedly examined her, his heart heavy with dread at the thought of failing to protect her. "You can turn around now," Vanki instructed, striding towards the trembling wild bear, which looked at him with confusion and reluctance, only to meet its end at the hands of the bear adorned with crimson soul rings. Jiangze cast a grateful look at Vanki, feeling a shift within himself. In that fleeting moment, he realized that if he could not save Dreamlie, he would not wish to continue living. Breathless from her near escape, Dreamlie expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Vanki. If it weren't for you, I might have been lost forever." Jiang Zhe felt a pang of guilt for not safeguarding her, his complexion pale from the fright, vowing never to let her stray too far again. "It's a relief you're unharmed," Vanki said, scratching his head sheepishly. Dreamlie, having merely startled moments before, regained her composure. Her resilience was remarkable, especially given her journey into this beastly world. Soon, the trio gathered the untainted cotton balls scattered on the ground. Both beasts were puzzled by Dreamlie's intentions for the cotton, yet they shared a silent understanding and said nothing. Chapter 14. Bubble Fruit. Dreamlie felt it was still insufficient and urged Jiang Zhe to continue plucking cotton balls. However, Jiang Zhe flatly refused. Seizing the opportunity, Vanki reached out and gathered cotton balls from about 5 trees, creating a sizable pile of basketball-sized, white cotton-like spheres. Truly a sight to behold. As they contemplated how to transport the bounty back to their tribe, Dreamlie instructed them to turn away, claiming she had a method. Jiang Zhe, recognizing Dreamlie's intelligence and resourcefulness, trusted her completely and turned without hesitation. Seeing him so confident, Vanki followed suit without question. With a clever glint in her eye, Dreamlie focused on storing the abundant cotton balls in her space, watching as they vanished before her eyes. She then turned to the 2 bears, saying, "All right, you can turn back now." Both bears spun around, gazing in bewilderment at the empty ground, their expressions reflecting confusion. "Hey, where are the cotton balls?" Jiang Zhe asked, looking at Dreamlie. Vanki's round eyes mirrored his curiosity, both awaiting her explanation. Torn between revealing her secret and keeping it to herself, Dreamlie decided to remain coy, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she replied, "As the Buddha says, do not speak of it, but rest assured. I have a way, and they are safely stored." The 2 bears exchanged glances, reading astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. As they wandered through the forest, it appeared they were aimlessly strolling, yet Dreamlie's keen eyes meticulously observed every plant around her. She reasoned that if such colossal cotton existed, there must also be other useful plants akin to those on Earth, merely varying in size. She resolved to search diligently, unperturbed by storage concerns, seeking out fruits and herbs to ensure her safety in this strange realm. Accompanied by the 2 tall, handsome beastmen, she pointed excitedly at a towering tree. "Is that a soap pod?" The others followed her slender finger, gazing at the magnificent tree. "What is a soap pod? Isn't that bubble fruit?" Jiang Zhe questioned, a hint of confusion in his tone. He occasionally collected them for bathing but didn't use them often. "I asked the female unaware of this fruit?" Vanki exclaimed, affirming its identity. "Bubble fruit isn't edible." "Is it?" Dreamlie hesitated. The 2 beasts were taken aback. Could it be that she had never used bubble fruit? It seemed unlikely, given her delicate appearance, suggesting she had been well cared for. "Bubble fruit is for bathing. It produces an abundance of lather, hence the name," explained Vanki. I see. So it is indeed a soap pod," Dreamlie chuckled. Having gone so many days without shampoo or body wash, she felt as though she had not truly washed at all. And she worried that over time, she might accumulate layers of dirt. Yet here was a solution, albeit less effective than modern products, but still better than nothing. "That's wonderful, Jiang Zhe. Please help me gather these soap pods." "No? I mean bubble fruits. Collect as many as you can. Thank you." Dreamlie beamed at Jiang Zhe, her excitement infectious. Seeing her joyous demeanor, Jiang Zhe could not help but smile, realizing how easily satisfied she was by something so ordinary as bubble fruit. "All right, Lai, wait for me here and don't wander off then." With a beseeching gaze, he turned towards the bear beast. After the recent encounter, he realized that he could not, and should not, endanger a female by indulging in his own desires for exclusivity. It is quite challenging for a female to survive with only a single male companion. Fanchi responded to Oak with a knowing expression as the leopard, with its agile form, swiftly ascended the towering tree. Resembling a forest sprite as she tossed down the bubble fruits, the bent branches seemed to rejuvenate, as if shedding a heavy burden. The elongated green fruit, somewhat reminiscent of a peanut, was as long as her wrist and emitted a faint scent of fresh grass, akin to a delightful blend of lemon and mint. Observing the rapidly accumulating mound of bubble fruits, Menglai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Calculated by her usual consumption, this abundant harvest would last her a considerable time. The leopard gracefully leapt down, preparing to scale another equally massive and fruitful bubble tree, but was halted by Menglai, who deemed the current bounty sufficient. Hesitating, She turned her back to them and silently summoned the fruits into her space. For reasons unknown, she held a profound trust in the two of them. In the next moment, the fruits before her vanished. Both of them stared in disbelief at the spot where the fruits had been, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Regaining their composure, they couldn't help but admire Minglai. They had never witnessed such a feat. They tacitly agreed to keep her secret, avoiding any inquiries and remaining silent about it. Despite their lack of understanding, Minglai was filled with joy as she strolled leisurely with her long legs, aimlessly wandering. Upon exiting the forest and exposed to the blazing sun without any cover, the intense heat bore down on her skin, causing beads of sweat to trickle down her temples. "It's so hot," she exclaimed, wiping the perspiration from her forehead and fanning her face with her hand. The oppressive heat that she hadn't felt in the dense forest suddenly struck her. It was the height of summer, and the weather was indeed sweltering. Jiangze, while responding, slowed his pace a bit. He plucked a large banana leaf and held it over Minglai's head, providing a slight respite from the heat. Minglai looked up at Jiangze, feeling touched by his thoughtfulness, her heart swelling with warmth. Fan Qi observed the camaraderie between the two, feeling a twinge of envy. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, dispersing some of the heat as they approached a nearby stream. Minglai quickly jumped into the water, which only reached her knees, and splashed her face, experiencing an invigorating sensation that was utterly delightful. She longed to take a full bath, but lacking a change of clothes, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. The bear beast, Fan Qi, noticed the lifeless wild bear not far downstream and proceeded to clean it. Suddenly, her attention was captured by a large river shrimp, and her heart leaped with joy that "I shall feast on seafood tonight," she declared, reaching for it, but the shrimp leaped away. She tried again, but it evaded her grasp once more. Watching her futile attempts to catch the slippery creature, Jiangze found her determination amusing. His female was simply adorable. Just as Jiangze was about to offer assistance, she stopped him. "Don't come over. I can catch it myself. Just watch," she insisted. Minglai picked up a sturdy banana leaf from the shore to use as a tool, thrusting it forcefully into the grassy bank of the stream. When she pulled it back, she had caught several river shrimps, along with a large crab. Excitedly, she tossed them in Jiangze's direction and called out, "Tonight, we shall feast on seafood. Find something to hold them." Jiangze paused, momentarily taken aback, as the seafood referred to the creatures she had just caught. He quickly gathered more banana leaves, their vibrant green texture proving sturdy. Just as he secured the river creatures, he looked up to see Minglai tossing another handful his way. Her infectious joy inspired him, and he happily collected the shrimp and crabs she threw ashore. "There are so many," she exclaimed, reveling in her catch, momentarily mesmerized by a shrimp the size of her palm. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream of agony. Hearing Minglai's cry, the two beastmen dropped their tasks and leapt into the stream. Jiangze rushed to scoop Minglai into his arms. Lost in her shrimp-catching frenzy, she had failed to notice a colossal crab nearby. Waving its pincers threateningly she looked down to see the gigantic crab clamped onto her foot. A sharp pain surged through her, causing blood to flow freely. With a pained expression, Fan Qi arrived before her, his eyes reflecting concern. "Hold on, I'll remove it," he said softly, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Minglai bit her lip and nodded. Fan Qi grasped the crab's pincers firmly and, with a swift motion, snapped them apart. He then discarded the mutilated crab to the side and prepared to deliver a decisive blow to finish it off. Seeing this, Minglai quickly called out, "Wait, don't step on it. We can still eat it." With a resigned sigh, the bear beast withdrew his foot. "Let us take it back home," he conceded. "All right then," Jiangze agreed, placing the crab into the banana leaf pouch. Observing Minglai's foot, now stained with blood, he felt a surge of anxiety and concern. Transforming into his beast form, he carried her swiftly back to the tribe. Minglai, glancing back at the fallen shrimp and crab, called out, "Fan Qi, please take care of my shrimp for me, thank you." Watching the leopard and female vanish into the distance, he nodded vigorously. When he looked up again, their figures had disappeared. Worrying about Minglai's injured foot, he wasted no time hoisting the cleaned bear and 2 bags of river shrimp and hurried towards the tribe. The leopard moved with astonishing speed, almost making Minglai dizzy as they reached the tribe in no time. To her surprise, they arrived at the dwelling of the high priest, Shijia. "How did we end up here?" Minglai pondered. "Shijia, Shurjia, are you home? Jiangze knocked urgently on the door. The door swung open, revealing the gentle high priest, his white beard swaying in the breeze. Jiangze, what brings you here with such urgency? My female is injured and has lost a lot of blood. Please, can you take a look at her? Jiangze implored. Pulling Minglai closer, his voice tinged with anxiety and stumbling over his words. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Minglai assessed her injury. It was merely a bit of blood, nothing serious. Besides, it had already stopped bleeding. Observing Jiangze's worried expression, she refrained from protesting, thinking it was no big deal. Bring her inside. Let me examine her, the high priest instructed, his demeanor turning serious. He then took a handful of green herbs with small purple flowers, unknown to her, and crushed them into a paste before applying it to her wound. A soothing sensation radiated from the ointment, easing her pain. All done, you'll be fine now, Shurjia declared, his tone firm. Females are more fragile, and as a partner, you must protect her. Jiangze, glancing at Minglai, replied earnestly, yes, I will. Curious about the soothing herbs on her foot, Minglai asked, Shurjia, what is this plant? It feels quite comforting on my injury. As if suddenly remembering something, she looked at the high priest with hopeful eyes. By the way, don't you all consume salt? How can we find some? Both beastmen turned to her in surprise. This is a medicinal herb that can stop bleeding and reduce swelling, known as purple flower herb, Shurjia explained, handing her a sprig of the purple-flowered plant. What is salt? Minglai accepted the herb, her mind racing. Though not the same world, she mused that plants from Earth might exist here, albeit mutated and renamed. It's a crystalline powder that tastes salty, usually added to cooked food for flavor, she elaborated. Gazing at the high priest with anticipation, surely he, being older and more knowledgeable, would know about salt. Ah, is this what you mean by salty powder? The high priest rummaged through his belongings until he unearthed a small bag of coarse, pale yellow crystals. Minglai's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached, tasting a pinch of the crystals. Yes, this is it. How wonderful, finally salt. She jumped with joy. May I ask how to obtain more of this salty powder? This particular salt I acquired at a gathering in a very large tribe, Shurjia recalled, stroking his white beard, lost in thought. At such gatherings, many unfamiliar items are available for trade, including this salt. However, I have not encountered it in other smaller tribes. Minglai's eyes shone brightly with excitement. That's fantastic. Jiangze gazed at the charming female before him, her demeanor radiating joy, and he noted that Minglai had a fondness for salty powder. Shurjia observed the cheerful female, her smile truly captivating, and noticing her delight, decided to present her with the salty powder. If you like it, then this bag of salty powder is yours, he said with a benevolent smile in his somewhat murky eyes. Minglai felt a touch of shyness, unsure of what to say, only to see Jiangze swiftly take the salt. Thank you, great priest. Thank you, Grandpa Shurjia, she expressed gratefully. After exchanging thanks, they took their leave. As evening descended, the weather turned pleasantly cool, a delightful balance of warmth and chill. They unexpectedly encountered Ling Yun, who was alone, and Minglai had a favorable impression of her. Ling Yun, Minglai, is that you? Indeed. What brings you here alone? I am waiting for my beast. Minglai casually remarked. My home is just ahead. Would you care to come in for a while? Sure. Upon opening the gate, they found the bear beast, Fanshi, busy arranging a pile of firewood in the courtyard. Minglai entered the inner room to set down the flowers and herbs. You can't start a fire? Let me take care of it, Jiangze said in a calm tone, as if stating something utterly mundane, his attitude towards the bear beast having undergone a significant transformation. Minglai's puzzled gaze flitted between them. All right, I'll watch you do it, Fanshi replied in a somewhat hoarse voice. Before long, the fire was blazing, showcasing Jiangze's impressive skills. Fanshi, only half comprehending the process, began to prepare the already processed game. Minglai fetched a large pot, added a bit of water and some Sichuan peppercorns from a stone bucket, and set it to boil. After a simple rinse, she tossed the shrimp and crabs into the pot to cook together. Ling Yun asked, Do you cook like this every day? Yes, I dislike eating raw food, so I must roast or boil it. Jiangze, seeing shrimp for the first time, was unsure how to handle them and watched Minglai's every move intently. The four of them sat together, observing the shrimp and crabs as they gradually changed color. Minglai swallowed hard. while the three beastmen's expressions shifted uneasily at the sight of the river worms turning orange. As if witnessing some ghastly dish, Meng Lai chuckled at their reactions. They're done. These shrimp and crabs are ready to eat. Using chopsticks, she confirmed their readiness. Jiang Zhe, with a knowing glance, lifted the large pot but made no further move. Meng Lai raised an eyebrow, peeled a large shrimp, and offered it to Ling Yun, encouraging her to eat. Then, she handed one to Jiang Zhe, who accepted it with a frown, but as he took a bite, his golden eyes brightened. Delicious. So fresh and sweet. Ling Yun, seeing his reaction, skeptically tasted the shrimp and echoed his astonishment. This is really good. After peeling another sizable shrimp, she presented it to Fan Qi, who appeared dazed. His gaze filled with disbelief at the kindness shown to him by such a beautiful female. Chapter 16. Farming in Another World. Fan Qi, meeting her captivating gaze, snapped back to reality and accepted the large shrimp. Mechanically chewing it, Meng Lai bit into half of her shrimp, savoring the delightful flavor, the meat tender and springy, much to her liking. As she reached for another, Jiang Zhe handed her a peeled shrimp, which she accepted eagerly, unable to stop herself from devouring it. Jiang Zhe became the designated shrimp peeler, occasionally tossing one into his mouth, yet the majority was offered to Meng Lai. Ling Yun, too, soon learned to peel shrimp with ease. In no time, the pot of shrimp was completely consumed. They then turned to the crabs, and Meng Lai picked up a large one, about the size of 2 palms, and after dismantling it, revealed a substantial piece of white meat. The 4 of them feasted with great satisfaction, having never realized how delicious river worms could be at that moment. A knock was heard at the door. It was Ling Yun's partner. After bidding farewell to Meng Lai, she departed. The meat on the rack was perfectly cooked. Remembering the large bag of salt she had received from the great priest, Meng Lai decided to express her gratitude by sending a large piece of roasted meat to him. After Jiang Zhe left to deliver it, Meng Lai suddenly recalled that the game had been caught by him. Fan Qi, would you mind if I took a piece of roasted meat to the great priest? Meng Lai asked softly. Not at all. Whatever you do is fine by me, Fan Qi quickly responded, waving his hands. He had not spoken incorrectly. He wished to be her mate, and thus, everything he owned was hers, and he would never question her decisions. Meng Lai smiled at him. Thank you. When Jiang Zhe returned, he found the 2 of them gazing at each other affectionately, which stirred a twinge of discomfort within him. You back? We can start eating now, Meng Lai cheerfully announced. Taking a bite of meat, she thought to herself, so this is what a bear beast is like. Well, it's not great, far inferior to pork. Before long, they had devoured every last morsel. Originally, it was Jiang Zhe who had to tidy up after the meal, but now he had an additional helper in Fan Qi. Meng Lai was unaware of the understanding that had developed between them, but she sensed that their relationship had improved significantly in the sweltering heat of summer. A few more days passed. Meng Lai awoke to find that the sweet potatoes in the living room had sprouted fresh shoots. It was time to begin planting. She felt a surge of hope for the future. Upon entering, Jiang Zhe saw Meng Lai crouched on the ground, smiling at a pile of produce. Meng Lai, what are you laughing about? He asked, unconsciously smiling along with her. Look, our potatoes and sweet potatoes have sprouted. The shoots are quite long. We'll be planting them soon. Meng Lai continued to check the vegetables without lifting her head. She gathered banana leaves from the corner of the yard and took a small knife. Jiang Zhe carried 2 large bags of potatoes and sweet potatoes, holding Meng Lai's hand as they made their way to the plot of land they had previously prepared, which looked exactly as it had a few days prior. Following Meng Lai's instructions, Jiang Zhe honed his claws into sharp tools and dug small holes the size of bowls. The summer sun hung high in the sky, blindingly bright, causing droplets of diligent sweat to trickle down his cheeks and fall onto the soft earth. Meng Lai found herself entranced by the sight of the handsome youth, so much so that she didn't notice Fan Qi approaching. Fan Qi moved directly to Jiang Ze's side, observing his technique, and then silently extended his bare paw, learning to dig one hole after another. Jiang Ze glanced at him approvingly, nodding slightly, until more and more beastmen gathered to watch. What are they doing? Are they planting? I don't know, they're all the mates of that female. The commotion snapped Meng Lai back to reality, and she turned to find many beastmen watching. Ignoring the onlookers, Meng Lai inspected the results of Fan Qi and Jiang Ze's labor. She expressed her satisfaction with their impressive work, slowly unveiling the banana leaves to reveal a large heap of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Ming Lai hugged several of them and placed them one by one into the prepared holes. After placing 10, she looked up to see that they had already dug holes across the entire plot of land. Jiang Zhe and Fan Shi had followed Ming Lai's method and arranged all the sweet potatoes perfectly in no time. They had finished placing them. Now, let us cover these sweet potatoes with soil. Ensuring only the tender shoots are exposed to the air, Ming Lai explained while demonstrating. Then, she moved aside to cut the potatoes in half, preserving all the new shoots. Seeing the crowd gather, Ling Yun approached to see what was happening, only to find Ming Lai and her companions at work. Ming Lai, what are you all doing? Pausing her work, Ming Lai looked up with a smile and replied, we're planting sweet potatoes and potatoes. This in my hand is a potato. Ling Yun nodded and sat beside her, wanting to help but looking quite innocent and unsure of how, thanks to the efforts of Jiang Zhe and Fan Shi. A large bag of sweet potatoes had already been planted. Ming Lai hastened to cut the potatoes, but the stone knife was less than ideal. Fan Shi, with his handsome face showing a hint of awkwardness, crouched beside her, brandishing his long, sharp bare claws, mimicking Ming Lai's method to slice the potatoes. Wait, be careful not to cut off the shoots while slicing. Otherwise, they won't grow, Ming Lai quickly reminded, smiling at him. The bear beast was entranced by the female's smile, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. The potatoes were completely halved, and together, the three of them positioned the cut sides of the potatoes facing down into the soil. Ensuring the shoots were pointing upwards, the two males then covered the entire potato with dirt, leaving only the new shoots exposed to the air. Thus, a large bag of potatoes was successfully planted. Ming Lai wiped the sweat from her forehead, surveying the vast expanse of land now filled with seeds. What had once been barren land was now transformed into a field of green shoots. Bringing her immense satisfaction, she recalled, it should be planted this way. I hope I haven't made any mistakes. She felt uncertain, knowing it would be 2 or 3 months before she could know for sure. Jiang Zhe, Fan Shi, you've worked hard. What's next? With sweat continuously dripping from his forehead, Fan Shi gently replied, we need to fetch some water to irrigate the land, and then we'll be done for now. Ming Lai pondered for a moment before saying, all right, you stay here while we go get the water. Jiang Zhe firmly declared, and then the two orcs hastily departed. The sun blazed overhead, growing increasingly intense, causing the surrounding onlookers to scatter in discomfort. Only Ling Yun and her companion remained. I had intended to offer my assistance, yet my clumsiness rendered me ineffectual, and I felt quite embarrassed, having been nourished by the Ming Lai family. Ling Yun now observed the bustling activity around her and, feeling a bit sheepish, remarked, Ming Lai, I've seen you working so hard. Ming Lai paused, smiled at her, and replied, it's quite all right. Your company on such a sweltering day is more than enough. Since her arrival in this beastly realm, Ming Lai had encountered only a handful of females and, being naturally reserved, had little hope of making friends. However, she found herself genuinely enjoying Ling Yun's company. Hearing these words, Ling Yun felt a surge of joy. Jiang Zhe and Fan Shi returned, water in hand, splashing it upon the earth. Ming Lai gazed with satisfaction at the land they had cultivated. Though there remained one final step, henceforth, you may relieve yourselves upon this soil, for crops require fertilizer. With a somewhat unnatural expression, Ming Lai concluded and made her way home. The perceptive leopard and bear beasts understood immediately, leaving a little fertilizer for the land before hastily following Ming Lai. Chapter 17. She also likes him. The following morning dawned bright and, to be precise, rather fierce, with the early heat already palpable. Ming Lai stretched languidly, rising with a leisurely grace. Yet, Jiang Zhe was nowhere to be seen. Where could he have gone? Just as she pondered, Jiang Zhe's cheerful voice rang out from the courtyard, Ming Lai. You reawake. Turning at the sound, Ming Lai saw Jiang Zhe entering, leading a few vividly colored pheasants, their bright plumage reminiscent of a peacock in full display. Did you go catch chickens? You woke up early just to catch pheasants? Ming Lai inquired with a smile. The female seemed to take great delight in the pheasants, and Jiang Zhe was fond of everything she cherished. With an earnest gaze, Jiang Zhe replied warmly, indeed, the pheasants are rather docile in the morning, making them easier to catch. Since you like them, I thought I would bring some for you. Are pheasants really more docile in the morning? Ming Lai laughed uncontrollably. That must be because they have chicken eyes and can't see well at night. However, it was evident that he had put thought into this gesture. Thank you, Ming Lai beamed. Jiang Zhe found it peculiar. Why was she so inclined to express gratitude? Bears were expected to give everything for their females, even their lives. After all, let's eat pheasant today, Jiang Zhe suggested, glancing at the still struggling birds. Sounds good, she replied, as they busied themselves in the courtyard. A large goose landed on the wall, its pale gray feathers and sharp beak somewhat intimidating. Upon spotting Jiang Zhe, the goose transformed into a humanoid figure, standing at 2 meters tall, with fair skin and chiseled features, particularly a prominent hooked nose, while its silver-gray hair flowed wildly in the breeze. Jiang Zhe, I finally found you, came a somewhat muted and hoarse voice. Ming Lai inadvertently glanced at the newcomer and quickly lowered her head. Jiang Zhe looked at the visitor silently, positioning himself protectively in front of Ming Lai, and frowned. Could you please put on a beast skin skirt before speaking? There are females present. The goose, Ka Ming, noticed Ming Lai and awkwardly scratched his head. Hee, my apologies, I thought it was just you here. Jiang Zhe shot him a flat look. What do you want with me? He felt a bit helpless. It was likely his mother beast who had sent Ka Ming to find him. Thinking of this, he realized how long it had been since he had left the leopard tribe and how much he missed his mother. Ming Lai peered around, admiring the now-dressed goose beast, who was yet another handsome figure. Oh no, perhaps a young handsome figure. He looks quite youthful, probably a few years younger than Jiang Zhe. Ka Ming also noticed the lovely female peering out. What a beautiful sister. Suddenly, a pair of hands waved in front of him, pulling him back to reality. Oh, right? The partner of the Lin Mu tribe's chief sent me to find you. She mentioned she is gravely ill and has little time left. She hopes you can return home soon to see her. Or else it would be a regret. Ka Ming spoke earnestly. Visible alarm flickered across Jiang Zhe's face, quickly replaced by a semblance of calm. That can't be. Why Mother Beast has a powerful mate. A level 4 orange soul. How could she be gravely ill? How could this be? Jiang Zhe's expression remained composed, but his trembling voice betrayed his emotions. Ka Ming continued. I truly don't know. When I saw her, she appeared quite weak, coughing even while speaking to me, which is why she asked me to find you and urge you to return to the Lin Mu tribe promptly. You know, our Goose clan has a good relationship with your tribe, so I was willing to help. After all, we can fly faster. You should consider whether to return. With that, he took another long look at the female before transforming back into a goose, his enormous wings spreading wide as he took off into the sky. Ming Lai was taken aback by the sight, the wings reminiscent of an airplane's. Jiang Zhe grasped her hand and led her inside, shielding them from the swirling dust. He sat on the bed, a frown etched on his face, lost in thought. Ming Lai hesitated, then gently held his hand and said softly, regardless of the circumstances, you should return and see her. Don't let yourself have regrets. Jiang Zhe remained silent, reminiscing about his mother, a gentle and loving figure who often teased him, treating the other males kindly, creating a warm family atmosphere. Growing up in such an environment, he still cherished beautiful dreams of companionship. Even in this beastly world, all 5 of his father beasts adored their mother, without jealousy or rivalry, ensuring her safety. How could she possibly fall ill? Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Zhe felt a warm surge of comfort at Ming Lai's words. Lowering his gaze to meet her worried eyes, he squeezed her hand, finding some solace as his anxiety began to wane. Ming Lai, I want to return home to see her. It has been a long time since I last visited, but I cannot leave you here alone. Will you accompany me back? After our return, we can bond as partners, and I will cherish you for a lifetime, never to part. Will you accept me? Jiang Zhe's earnest gaze was locked onto Ming Lai, his eyes reflecting only her presence. Ming Lai, momentarily taken aback by his cascade of questions, eventually met his ardent gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, unable to voice a refusal. She had no reason to turn down such a wonderful individual. Initially, she thought it was merely a task, but his heartfelt declaration stirred something within her. In her moments of solitude, it was he, this very person, who cared for her without any ulterior motives. If there was a reason, it was perhaps because of affection. After all, that was how she felt. After days of thoughtful care and being cherished by such a handsome man, she realized her heart was racing, confirming her feelings. Yes, she too liked him. Facing his intense gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. When he returned, she would give him her answer. Let us discuss this when we return, Ming Lai replied happily, lifting her gaze. Is that truly what you think? Jiang Zhe detected the underlying meaning in her words, his eyes sparkling with joy. Ming Lai smiled at him, falling silent. The optimistic Jiang Zhe scooped up Ming Lai in his arms, exclaiming, "This is wonderful." He then quickly set about packing, glancing around the sparsely furnished room, realizing there was little to tidy up. Taking Ming Lai's hand, he declared, "Let us set forth for the Lin Mu tribe. Yes, I believe your mother will be just fine." Ming Lai smiled, revealing her pearly whites. "Indeed, she will be just fine." Jiang Zhe's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 18. Departure. With that, he closed the courtyard gate and took Ming Lai's hand, embarking on their journey. Ming Lai looked at Jiang Zhe, who had yet to revert to his beast form, puzzled. Then she heard him call out, "Bear Beast Fan Shi, over here." Jiang Zhe waved to the approaching bear beast. "The road to the Lin Mu tribe is long and fraught with dangers we cannot foresee. I cannot guarantee that he alone can protect Ming Lai. She is so beautiful and alluring that I fear other beasts may try to seize her. Rather than accept the loss of her, I would prefer that Ming Lai has multiple partners. At least I could still remain by her side." "What is going on? Are you two heading out?" Fan Shi approached in a hurry, a hint of concern in his voice. He had been planning to move into the house next to Ming Lai's today, to care for her better. Jiang Zhe exchanged a meaningful glance with him and replied, "Yes, we are going on a long journey. The road is perilous, and I may need your assistance. Would you be willing to accompany us?" As Ming Lai pondered, she thought to herself, "The journey is quite distant. And given that we are in the beast realm, where everyone enjoys relative freedom and is unbound by law, along with the rarity of females, the presence of one person and one beast in the wilderness certainly poses a significant risk to safety." Merely contemplating this made her feel a twinge of fear. Having recently arrived in the beast realm, she had remained here without venturing far, and thus, her understanding of this world was rather limited. Hearing her words, Bear Beast Fan Shi's demeanor turned serious as he cast a deep glance at the female. "I am willing, but where do you intend to go?" "Outside the tribe, numerous dangers lurk. No male beast would dare to venture too far, especially not while accompanying a female. Only a powerful male beast could ensure the safety of a female. After years of struggle, he had only attained the second ring of Red Soul. The beastmen beyond the tribe were experienced in combat and hunting, ruthless and formidable. It was evidently this realization that led Leopard Beast to accept him. He could have disregarded Leopard Beast, but now, willing to embrace his role as a female's partner, he found solace in that decision, as it meant he would not hinder his pursuit of the female. Regardless of the circumstances, he was prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of this female. Receiving a positive affirmation from Jiang Zhe, he felt considerably relieved. He had known Bear Beast would agree. If he could not even manage this minor matter, he would certainly not qualify to be the female's partner, and he would assist her in finding a new, stronger companion. Just as Jiang Zhe prepared to transform into his beast form, he coolly remarked, "I must return to the Lin Mu tribe to see my mother beast. The round trip will take quite some time, and I cannot leave Ming Lai here alone. I truly cannot rest easy." Ming Lai contemplated whether it was appropriate to trouble Bear Beast daily. She felt somewhat guilty. Bear Beast Fan Shi nodded. Who would leave a female all alone? After speaking, he watched as Jiang Zhe morphed into a leopard. "Wait, Jiang Zhe, what about the few golden pheasants in the yard? If we leave, they might perish by the time we return." Ming Lai suddenly recalled something and quickly pressed down on the leopard beast that was about to dart off. Fan Shi was quick to respond. "No problem. Shall we take them along? They can serve as provisions for the journey, and I will carry them." As Jiang Zhe assumed his beast form, he cast a glance at Fan Shi, his eyes seemingly filled with affirmation. Ming Lai smiled. Then, "Thank you for your hard work." Without waiting for Fan Shi's response, the leopard beast surged forward at incredible speed. Ming Lai clung to the leopard's neck and immediately shouted, "Fan Shi, remember to close the door." A gentle breeze carried her words away. Fan Shi, clutching a few chickens, obediently locked the yard gate before swiftly following suit. Although his speed could not match that of the leopard beast, his endurance was commendable. Initially, he was left far behind, but after some time, he began to catch glimpses of Jiang Zhe's figure, with the gap between them gradually narrowing. This was something Fan Shi had discovered after their last encounter. He was not in a rush to catch up, content to maintain his own pace, as long as he did not fall too far behind. Ahead, after a prolonged sprint, Jiang Zhe's pace began to slow. He deliberately glanced back to see if the bear beast was keeping up. To his surprise, He found Bear Beast less than 3 meters away. He mused, "This fellow is quite impressive. Despite my rapid speed, he has not been left behind by much. Is there such a stark difference between the second ring of Red Soul and the second ring of Orange Soul? I must become stronger." Just as Minglai turned her head, she spotted Fanchi. "Wow, Fanchi, you're running so fast. I thought you were still lagging behind." The sight of the brown bear with several chickens dangling from its body struck her as rather amusing, eliciting a spontaneous laugh. The sweet, melodic sound of the girl's laughter drifted through the air, refreshing like a gentle breeze. Bear Beast Fanchi stood in a daze, seemingly mesmerized. It took him a considerable time to regain his senses and catch up, saying, "I dare not stray too far from you. The forest paths are winding and treacherous, and it is easy to lose one's way if one is not careful, so I must keep up." With that, he managed to pull a smile. Minglai, witnessing the adorable expression on the bear beast, couldn't help but laugh. This bear's serious smile is surprisingly charming. Listening to their laughter, Jiangzi felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, as if something were squeezing it, making it hard to breathe. He accelerated sharply, desperate to put some distance between himself and the bear beast, even if just a little, as he truly did not wish to hear their flirtatious laughter, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He knew such moments would inevitably come to pass, and he tried to adjust himself accordingly, hoping to delay such occurrences until he was better prepared. However, upon seeing Minglai and Bear Beast sharing intimate banter, he felt a pang of heartache. All he desired was for the female to belong solely to him, enabling him to savor her every expression and smile in solitude. Yet he understood this was a beautiful yet perilous fantasy. After all, in the beast realm, it was but a fleeting illusion. No male beast could possess a female all to himself. Not even the mightiest level 5 ring soul could balance hunting and caring for a female. If he dared to attempt such a feat, he would risk losing her forever. He was not willing to gamble on such a certain failure, leaving him with no choice but to share a female with other powerful male beasts. All he wished was for her happiness and safety. As long as he could remain by her side as her partner, he would be content. He could concede on everything else, as long as she was well. With these thoughts, Jiangzi's mood gradually calmed, and his speed began to stabilize. The sudden burst of acceleration almost caused Minglai to tumble off. Fortunately, she never loosened her grip around the leopard. Once the pace steadied, Minglai playfully smacked the leopard beast. "Why did you suddenly speed up? You scared me." The leopard beast Jiangzi let out a slightly aggrieved whine, as if responding to Minglai. Chapter 19. Moon Tribe Bear Beast Fanchi observed Jiangzi's antics with a silent eye roll. This leopard beast simply does not want him to bond with the female. Having been briefly distanced, he quickly caught up again. Just as he was about to accelerate, Jiangzi suddenly slowed down, leaving him baffled. What is wrong with this leopard? The orange-yellow twilight hung across the sky. Marking the sunset hour, Minglai gazed at the picturesque, romantic horizon, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so beautiful. If only I had a camera, I would capture this perfect painting. The sunset is truly romantic. As dusk approached, we must find a place to rest before darkness envelopes the sky." Fanchi looked up at the yellow sky and solemnly addressed the leopard beast. Hearing this, the leopard nodded, and the two beasts swiftly raced ahead. The leopard beast recalled that a tribe lay not far ahead, and he hastened towards the direction imprinted in his memory. Fanchi followed closely, maintaining a measured distance. The evening breeze felt different from the coolness of the day. Instead, it bore a chilling bite. Minglai shivered slightly as the wind brushed against her, biting her lip, reluctant to loosen her grip. The temperature variation here was quite stark. The day was so hot, with a gentle breeze providing some relief from the heat. However, the wind after the sunset was rather bone-chilling, akin to two different seasons. Moments later, they arrived at the outskirts of a tribe, a small integrated community known as the Moon Tribe. "We have arrived at the Moon Tribe. We shall rest here for the night," Jiangzi said, transforming back into his human form as he surveyed the tribe before him. Fanchi nodded, and they approached the entrance where the beast guard stood. "Halt! Where do you come from? Who are you? And what business do you have?" A guard, resembling a lion beast, extended his hand to block their path, speaking with authority. Jiangzi stepped forward sincerely, saying, "Greetings, I am Leopard Beast Jiangzi, and these two beside me are my female and my companion. We are passing through your tribe. As night falls, we seek permission to stay for the night." The guard pondered for a moment, glancing at the two behind him. His gaze was drawn to the female, and his tone softened. From which tribe do you hail? Jiangzi slightly turned his body to shield Minglai from view. We come from the Taiping tribe. Please inform your tribe leader. The lion beast guard signaled to another guard nearby to summon the tribe leader while he remained at the entrance. Awaiting their response, Minglai felt puzzled. Why were the guards here so strict? She found it quite perplexing. Fanqi exchanged glances with Jiangzi, sensing something amiss. During his previous passage, he had not encountered such rigorous questioning. Had something transpired? The three exchanged silent glances without speaking. Soon, a burly middle-aged man emerged, appearing to be just over 30, with a chiseled face and a mane of golden hair that swayed in the wind, giving him a rather comical appearance. His voice boomed like a bell. Ah, Jiangzi. It has been a while. How have you been? The tribe leader greeted Jiangzi with a smile, resembling an old friend reuniting after ages. Daji, I am doing well, thank you. It has indeed been a long time, Jiangzi replied, somewhat surprised but still beaming as he stepped forward to embrace the leader. Jiangzi had met Daji during his travels and had journeyed alongside him for a time. He was curious as to when Daji had become the tribe leader. Then, the tribe leader chastised the previous guard. This is an old acquaintance. How could you block him? My apologies, Jiangzi. Please, come in. Minglai warmly welcomed their arrival. While Jiangzi, grasping Minglai's hand, responded to the chieftain, we apologize for our abruptness. It is indeed late, and we did not wish to intrude, but we had no alternative. Fanqi and Minglai followed closely behind, silently observing the young chieftain before them. No trouble at all. Our tribe welcomes guests with open arms. However, we must exercise caution during the night. How long do you intend to stay? I can arrange accommodations for you. The chieftain said politely, casting a casual glance at Minglai and the bear beast. Jiangzi replied directly, we require lodging for just one night. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. I would appreciate it if you could make the necessary arrangements. Minglai curiously surveyed the Moon tribe, a small settlement populated by numerous beastmen, whose number and housing appeared comparable to that of the Taiping tribe. The houses were aesthetically arranged, creating a pleasing sight. The beastmen donned skirts made of animal hide. As she scrutinized the tribe, a throng of beastmen gathered around them, their curiosity palpable. Fanqi appeared more at ease. Having traveled to many places before, he was less intrigued. Very well, there are vacant houses to the west of our tribe. You may stay there for the time being, the chieftain said gently. Daji, what are you doing? A youthful and vivacious voice chimed in. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. Minglai beheld a young female, barely of age, with a cascade of pink hair and skin as fair as snow. Unlike any female she had encountered before, this one was strikingly beautiful, tall with an alluring figure that would make anyone exclaim, absolutely stunning. The young girl sat atop a golden lion, and Minglai could discern the same number of second rings as Fanqi's, adorned in crimson, suggesting this was her mate. Jiangzi and Fanqi exchanged glances before lowering their heads. Despite the girl's beauty, in their hearts, Minglai remained the most exquisite. The chieftain turned to the pink-haired female, his voice dripping with tenderness. Jia, why are you out here? I spotted some familiar faces and am assisting them with their accommodations, she replied, her tone slightly tense, as though fearful of inciting the female's ire. Su Anjia's gaze fell upon Minglai. This female is not of the fox tribe, yet she possesses such beauty that she nearly surpasses me. A flicker of resentment sparked within her. The fox tribe was renowned for being the most beautiful females in the beast world, enjoying the finest resources and the most formidable mates. Her eyes darted disdainfully over to Fanqi, the bear beast, her lips curling in a condescending smirk, before settling on Jiangzi, scrutinizing the young and exceptionally handsome male. She found herself entranced. His features are truly exquisite, standing out among a sea of handsome men. Not to mention his impressive physique. Yes, I have my sights set on this gentleman. I shall make him my mate. Minglai raised her head to regard the approaching female, her attention drawn to the girl's slender, fair hands, particularly the sparkling rings adorning her fingers. 4 in total, gleaming in different colors. Rings? Do beastmen also exchange rings upon forming bonds? She pondered, captivated by the sight. Chapter 20. The beautiful female Minglai was engrossed in examining the female's rings when she suddenly pointed at her, or rather, at Jiangzi beside her. Minglai glanced at Jiangzi. noting the enchanting smile he directed at the female, and felt an uncomfortable twinge in her heart. The girl returned a reassuring smile, while Su Anjia, pointing at Jiang Zhe, inquired, "What is your name? I want you as my mate. Will you accept?" Her expression was one of arrogance. The chieftain bore an expression of surprise, which soon shifted to understanding. Jiang Zhe, caught off guard, looked between the girl and Fan Qi, then pointed at himself, asking, "Are you referring to me?" "My apologies, but I already have a mate. I cannot accept your proposition." Jiang Zhe maintained a professional smile. Coughing, the surrounding beastmen began to murmur. "What? Did I hear that correctly? The most beautiful female has been rejected? Goodness! How could anyone turn down such a stunning female? If it were me, I would kneel in gratitude for her attention. Who is this person that even the most exquisite fox female does not appeal to him? Such high standards. Indeed, it's understandable. Look at his companion, equally beautiful. Honestly, she rivals Su Anjia's beauty. Ah, it truly is the case. No wonder. If I had such a beautiful female, I would be utterly content and would never entertain the affections of another." The whispers grew louder, echoing in their ears. Menglai felt her cheeks flush under the scrutiny of so many onlookers and gradually stepped behind Jiang Zhe, placing her trust in him to handle the situation. She had no intention of intervening. Fan Qi maintained an impassive expression, observing the events unfold as if they were of no concern to him, which they indeed were, as he remained a quiet spectator. Su Anjia, feeling her pride wounded by the spectacle, seethed with anger. She had never encountered someone who rejected her. Her beautiful face bore a hint of discontent. Regardless, she was determined to claim Jiang Zhe as her mate. "It is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you, and yet you dare to reject me," Su Anjia scoffed. How audacious to spurn her. Once she secured him as her mate, she would revel in his discomfort and sever their bond when she grew weary of him. "I'm sorry, but I already have a favored female. I must decline your offer," Jiang Zhe stated, his expression unyielding. Su Anjia, on the verge of losing control of her emotions, retorted, "The female you favor has not accepted you, has she? Besides, I am far more beautiful than she is. Choosing me would be no loss. I can assure you of my kindness. If you agree now, I shall pretend I did not hear your previous rejection." Upon hearing her assert that another female had not accepted him, Jiang Zhe reacted like an agitated leopard. Eager to refute her claim, "She will accept me. I do not require your commentary. Moreover, she is 100 times more beautiful than you. Not even your pinky toe could compare. I could never be your mate. Dream on." Su Anjia's expression turned menacing as she glared at the chieftain. At that moment, the chieftain was dispersing the crowd, only to meet Su Anjia's piercing gaze, feigning to wipe sweat from his brow. He met her eyes, as if receiving some unspoken signal, and hesitantly turned to face Jiang Zhe and the others, ultimately nodding and striding towards them. Menglai sensed something amiss. Why did the female regard the chieftain in such a manner? What was their relationship? As the chieftain led them towards their temporary dwelling, he spoke apologetically, "I sincerely apologize. Su Anjia can be quite temperamental, but she is fundamentally a good person, albeit a bit spoiled." "I hope you do not take offense," Menglai thought to herself. Ah, so she is a pampered young lady. She decided to overlook the incident, as they were guests in this tribe, and chose to endure the situation. Turning to the chieftain, she voiced her curiosity. "Chieftain, we did intrude upon you, and we bear no ill will towards her. But what is your relationship with Su Anjia?" Menglai's lively eyes blinked with curiosity. The chieftain regarded the equally enchanting female before him, then lowered his gaze. "She is my mate." Buzz. This declaration rippled through the air like a stone cast into a pond. Jiang Zhe was taken aback. De Ji had already bonded with a mate such as her. He understood that Fox tribe females were renowned for their beauty, but they also harbored many secrets. He had not anticipated that during their time apart, De Ji would ascend to the position of chieftain, nor was he aware of the trials he had endured, transforming from a level 3 white soul to a level 3 red soul. Menglai pondered the implications. She had sensed something peculiar about his relationship with Su Anjia, and indeed, they were bonded. Yet she could not fathom why the chieftain appeared both joyful and somewhat timid in the presence of the female. As if he feared her. Wasn't he a level 3 red soul? So powerful. How could he fear a female? Menglai gently shook her head, unable to comprehend the situation. "Oh, I see. The chieftain's mate is indeed beautiful." Menglai playfully flattered, and the chieftain smiled wryly. Arriving at the entrance of a modest dwelling, the chieftain bid us farewell. Upon pushing the door open, we found ourselves in a spacious one-bedroom unit, though sparsely furnished with only a crude bed made of wooden planks and straw. The three of us exchanged glances, and Meng Lai thought she could finally take a good rest, resolving to sleep on the edge. Leaving the remaining space for the two of them, Fan Shi felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement, yet maintained a calm demeanor. As the chieftain returned to the room, he was met with the sound of furious roars emanating from within. Su Anjia was venting her anger inside, throwing anything within reach. The chieftain observed the trembling beast-man beside her, who knelt in a corner, his complexion pale. They were all too familiar with the temperament of her partner. Attempts at coaxing or advising her were futile and often led to trouble. It was a moment of folly that had drawn them to Su Anjia's exquisite beauty, the most stunning visage they had ever encountered. Without exception, they had flung themselves towards her, anticipating a blissful life post-mating, only to discover that their reality was fraught with turmoil, where they faced either scolding or violence daily. Though the female Fox tribe members were undeniably beautiful, their tempers were equally domineering and irritable. With their considerable strength, they treated the females with a certain gentleness, refraining from causing harm. An unacceptable notion across the beast world, especially towards a partner, making retaliation unthinkable. The consequences of striking back could lead to the dissolution of their bond, severe injury, or even death. Previously, a wolf-beast partner had been unable to endure Su Anjia's mercurial emotions and, after a single retort, had found himself stripped of his beast ring. He had coughed up blood, his symbol of strength shifting from a second-tier red soul to a first-tier white soul, ultimately cast out from the tribe. His fate uncertain. Chapter 21. Illusionary arts, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come here. Su Anjia shouted, noticing De Ji frozen in place, lost in thought. The chieftain's distant musings were abruptly interrupted by her call, and he quickly approached her, softly saying, Anjia, please don't be angry. You are the most beautiful female. No one in the beast world can compare to you. Upon hearing this, Su Anjia's lips curled slightly, her expression softening a bit. Observing this, the two kneeling men quickly chimed in, indeed, my Anjia partner is the most beautiful. Who could rival Anjia's beauty? Su Anjia's mood had improved considerably thanks to the flattery from the males. Yet she remained unwilling to relinquish her desire for that leopard beast. Thus, she whispered a scheme to her partner. Chieftain De Ji, upon hearing it, felt it was highly inappropriate. He believed Jiang Zhe was already someone's partner. Even if they had not formally bonded, it was close enough. Moreover, he could not condone such actions. This won't do, Anjia. We cannot proceed like this, he said, his tone filled with concern. Before he could continue persuading her, Su Anjia interrupted, her expression darkening. I believe it is feasible. You merely need to state whether you are willing to cooperate. Spare me the rest of your chatter. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. She threatened them. The nearby beastmen remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Only De Ji continued to struggle. Anjia, if you like the leopard beast, I can find you an even more handsome one. Let us not obsess over Jiang Zhe. He could not bear to tear apart Jiang Zhe's family. Su Anjia rolled her eyes, mocking him. Do you think you are so kind? Trying to plead for someone else, I want Jiang Zhe's leopard beast. De Ji resigned himself to her will. Meng Lai and the others were preparing dinner when Fan Shi and Jiang Zhe had just finished cleaning the golden pheasants. Suddenly, a beastman approached with a message. The chieftain invites Jiang Zhe to a feast. A feast? Yes, just follow me. Meng Lai exchanged puzzled glances with the others. Just as Jiang Zhe intended to take Meng Lai's hand to accompany him, the beastman added. The chieftain specified that only Jiang Zhe should attend. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, sensing the oddity of the situation, but assumed the chieftain wished to catch up with Jiang Zhe. Ultimately, Jiang Zhe asked Fan Shi to take good care of Meng Lai and proceeded alone. Left with only Fan Shi and Meng Lai, the atmosphere grew relaxed as Meng Lai felt increasingly comfortable with Fan Shi. Fan Shi, do you have enough of these chickens? Do you need any staple food? Meng Lai inquired, eyeing the chickens before her. Absolutely, replied Fan Shi, his usually stern visage softening into a smile whenever he was with Meng Lai. Su Anjia remained in the inner room, awaiting the return of her partners, who were gathered outside for dinner, the mood somewhat tense. Ji prepared a lavish feast, featuring wild boar meat, wolf meat, and various fruits, with a few cups of a reddish liquid on the table. Clearly prepared with care, he waved at Jiang Zhe as he approached. Jiang Zhe, over here. Jiang Zhe stepped forward, smiling warmly. It's been such a long time since we last met. I thought I'd invite you to catch up. Chieftain De Ji greeted him with enthusiasm. De Ji's gaze held a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded Jiang Zhe, who appeared lively and spirited. Indeed, De Ji, it has indeed been too long. You've changed so much, and your growth is remarkable. Congratulations, Jiang Zhe exclaimed, accepting the roasted wolf leg that De Ji offered, devouring it without hesitation. As he munched away, he inquired, how did you achieve such rapid growth and strength? Teach me your ways, brother. De Ji lowered his head, seemingly lost in recollection, but chose to remain silent on the matter, continuing to offer food to the leopard beast. Jiang Zhe, holding the pig leg, remembered how much the females adored wild boar meat. Setting it aside to take home later, the long story and quite arduous, De Ji replied dismissively, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance as he glanced toward the inner room. Locking eyes with a pair of fiercely determined ones, he then handed Jiang Zhe a cup of the red liquid, silently apologizing. I'm sorry, brother. I don't want to be abandoned, so I must put you through this. Jiang Zhe, unsuspecting, accepted the cup and drank it down in one gulp before asking, what is this red liquid? De Ji swallowed hard. It's made from a certain type of red berry, hence the color. Oh, it's quite delicious. Jiang Zhe remarked, why aren't you eating? At that moment, he began to feel a bit lightheaded. Seeing this, De Ji sighed and, along with the other beastmen, stepped outside, closing the door behind them. Simultaneously, the door to the inner room slowly opened, and Su Anjia emerged, gliding forward with a graceful gait. Her porcelain-like hands skillfully and leisurely shed her garments, revealing her slender, alluring figure with an air of elegance. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes began to glow with a vivid red hue, exuding irresistible charm. With every movement, she embodied a myriad of captivating allure, extending her delicate, fair fingers toward the somewhat dazed Jiang Zhe. Her enchanting gaze, imbued with deep emotion, locked onto the man before her, her rosy, sensual lips slightly parted as she beckoned him closer. The voice resonated like an enchanting melody, piercing through the air and relentlessly drilling into one's ears. Leaving a person devoid of reason and enveloped in a fog of confusion, in that moment, Jiang Zhe could scarcely distinguish between reality and illusion, as if he had stepped into a hallucinatory forest. Before him appeared a figure of exquisite beauty and captivating charm, seemingly beckoning him forward. He rose in pursuit, yearning to discern the identity of this enchanting presence, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not see clearly. He chased and chased until he finally grasped hold of the figure. But just as he was about to unveil her identity, clarity eluded him once more. Su Anjia, filled with joy, finally intertwined her fingers with his, drawing him closer. In that instant, she noticed Jiang Zhe's slight loss of control. With a sultry glance, her eyes sparkled with red bubbles, ensnaring his very soul. Initially, Jiang Zhe struggled to regain his focus, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to steady his vision. When he finally dared to look again, there she was, Meng Lai, the one he cherished deeply. The sight felt surreal, prompting him to rub his eyes once more, yet when he opened them again, it was still Meng Lai. The dreamlike Meng Lai smiled sweetly at him, her gaze imbued with depth and allure. And a shy expression danced upon her face. His heart swelled with delight, his body igniting with fervor as he could no longer contain himself. Slowly bowing his head, Su Anjia, her hands resting upon the shoulders of the beast man, wore a triumphant expression filled with chaotic joy. After tonight, you shall be my mighty beast, bound to heed my every command. I will possess all that I desire, simply because I wish it. The beast man's cheeks flushed a tantalizing crimson, undeniably handsome, causing her heart to race with excitement. Chapter 22. Seeking him. Eagerly anticipating the fervent scene, she gradually closed her eyes, veiled in a crimson glow. As she did so, Jiang Zhe began to experience a throbbing headache. The two figures that were about to meet suddenly distanced themselves. The images before him fluctuated between Su Anjia and Meng Lai, at times revealing the latter, and at others obscuring her face entirely. In agony, Jiang Zhe clutched his head, while Su Anjia, feeling the handsome figure retreat, reopened her eyes. She had forgotten that her crimson irises were the key to her illusionary magic. Gently tapping her head, she directed her enchanting gaze towards the pained beastman crouched on the ground. With delicate fingers, she lifted his chiseled face, once more releasing her magic. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of red light as she blinked, casting an irresistible, fox-like allure. Upon meeting her gaze, Jiang Zhe felt as if his consciousness was ensnared, instantly swept away, and before him stood once more the one he adored, allowing himself to be led by her. Jiang Zhe settled beside the bed, his eyes fixated on her luscious lips. In that moment, his thoughts and feelings were consumed solely by her. As he gently cradled her delicate chin, Suan Jia was taken aback by the beastman's initiative. Reveling in her own allure, while slowly raising her chin, it was rather late. Why had Jiang Zhe not returned yet? Could something have happened? Meng Lai felt a pang of unease, sensing that something was amiss. She paced back and forth, worry etched upon her face as she spoke to the bear beast man, Fan Qi. Moreover, why had only Jiang Zhe been summoned? Clearly, the three of them had been together. The more Meng Lai pondered, the more she felt a sense of treachery. Fan Qi also found the situation peculiar. Even if it were a gathering, it shouldn't take this long for Jiang Zhe to return. He had a female to care for. And given how much the leopard beastman cherished Meng Lai, he should have returned promptly. Despite their doubts, he reassured Meng Lai, there shouldn't be any trouble. Jiang Zhe is a second-tier orange soul. His strength is not to be underestimated. If he encounters danger, he has the ability to protect himself. Restless and anxious, Meng Lai listened to the bear beastman's words, her focus fixated on the word danger. Grasping Fan Qi's arm, her voice trembled. What should we do? I'm so scared. Fan Qi's heart raced at the intimate contact. It was the first time a female had reached out to him like this, even if it was out of concern for another. He felt a swell of excitement and satisfaction, but then he heard the muffled sounds of her tears, hot droplets falling onto his hand, piercing his heart with guilt. How could he be so selfish at such a moment, allowing the female to suffer so? Meng Lai's fears escalated, and she could no longer hold back her tears. One hand clutched Fan Qi's arm tightly, seeking solace, while the other hastily wiped away her tears. Fan Qi firmly grasped her shoulders, comforting her. Don't cry. Jiang Zhe will be fine. He couldn't resist reaching out to help her dry her tears. Can you go find him? It's so late, and still hasn't he returned? I'm truly worried. Meng Lai sobbed softly, her words breaking intermittently. Fan Qi hesitated. He couldn't leave her alone here. If something were to happen, he would never forgive himself. His silence seemed to convey reluctance to Meng Lai, who thought he might be selfish, unwilling to help, and thus, she felt a surge of anger. She believed he wanted to monopolize her for himself. So he didn't want to save Jiang Zhe. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Beyond her sorrow was a profound disappointment in him. She was uncertain when her feelings for him had changed, but now she realized it was coming to an end. She could never love a beastman who would watch another suffer without intervening. Wiping the tears from her face, she coldly detached herself from him. Her voice choked with disappointment. I know you don't like Jiang Zhe, but I cannot lose him. If you do not wish to help, you may leave. Do not follow me any longer. With that, she dashed out of the room recklessly. Fan Qi watched her retreating figure, the coldness of her rejection causing a sense of unease within him. He knew Meng Lai had misunderstood him. He was not unwilling to help. He simply couldn't abandon her. The female dashed out, taking his heart with her. How foolish he was. He could have taken her along to search for Jiang Zhe. Why had he not thought of that? Now she despised him. Fan Qi quickly pursued her, grasping her hand firmly, refusing to let go despite her struggles. He steadied her face, bringing them face to face. Meng Lai, listen to me. You've misunderstood me. I would never leave you behind. Meng Lai's tears flowed freely once more as she realized her impulsiveness. She couldn't blame Fan Qi. She was simply too anxious. The moment she dashed out, she regretted it in this dark night. Wandering alone was a perilous endeavor. She had acted rashly, unconsciously projecting her negative emotions onto the bear beast man, failing to appreciate his good intentions. Is that true? Will you take me with you to find Jiang Zhe? Meng Lai's tear-streaked eyes gazed intently at Fan Qi, her hope resting solely upon him. And of course, your affairs are my affairs. However, you must stay close to me. In unfamiliar territory, I too am unfamiliar. Do not run off alone as you did earlier. It is too dangerous. Fan Qi gently reassured her, though he held back the words. I cannot bear it if you do. Meng Lai nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fan Qi wiped her tears away and took her hand. Searching through one room after another, it was quite late. Many beastmen had already retired for the night. However, unaware of the whereabouts of the chief, they could only knock on one door after another. Soon, they arrived at the chief's residence at the center of the tribe, where they found Chief Deji and several other beastmen seated with complex expressions, their thoughts evidently elsewhere. Chief, where is Jiang Zhe? Upon seeing the chief, but not the sight of Jiang Zhe, Meng Lai's fleeting smile vanished instantly. Fan Qi observed the chief, noting his stammering demeanor, while other beastmen resembling Su Anjia's partners stood before them. Seemingly intent on obstructing their path, a sense of foreboding welled within him, understanding that Jiang Zhe was likely inside. Ignoring the crowd's attempts to halt him, he grasped Meng Lai's hand and charged forward. Except for the chief, whose strength surpassed his own, the other beastmen were slightly weaker. Yet, should the chief intervene, he knew he stood no chance. Casting a glance at the female beside him, he resolved to take the risk for her sake. Even knowing the likely outcome of defeat, he prepared to shift into a combat stance. With a wave of the chief's hand, the other beastmen stepped aside. Fan Qi, puzzled, glanced at the chief, uncertain why he chose to relent. Before pushing open the grand door before them, Meng Lai, anxious and frantic, called out repeatedly, Jiang Zhe, Jiang Zhe. Chapter 23. Falling into a coma upon reaching the wooden door of the inner room, Fan Qi, sensing something, covered Meng Lai's eyes. With a forceful push, he opened the door, revealing the exquisite form of a young girl, while another robust figure, clad in a loose animal skin skirt, stood nearby, almost on the brink of collapse. The two seemed poised to embrace, eliciting a wave of discomfort in Meng Lai's heart. Suddenly, she yanked Fan Qi's hand away from her eyes, and the shocking scene that greeted her was almost too much to bear. It felt as though her heart had been seized, suffocating her with anguish, tears threatening to spill forth as her voice trembled with a mix of anger, shock, and pain. Jiang Zhe, the beastmen behind her, displayed a range of expressions. Some flushed while others turned pale, their faces a tapestry of emotions. Jiang Zhe, what are you doing? Fan Qi supported the somewhat unstable Meng Lai, chastising him with a hint of exasperation. His concern was not truly for Meng Lai. Rather, he was reluctant to see a female suffer. Just as he was about to meet Meng Lai's lips, Jiang Zhe, upon hearing Meng Lai's voice, was struck by a searing pain that crashed over him like a tidal wave. He sprang to his feet, pounding his head in desperation, still unaware that he had fallen victim to an illusion. Before him danced countless phantoms of Meng Lai, and it was only upon hearing her call out a second time that Jiang Zhe, as if struck by lightning, froze, his gaze flickering back to clarity. Just as he intended to rush towards the real Meng Lai, something seemed to tug at him from behind, ensnaring him in a relentless cycle until he could bear it no longer and collapsed to the ground. Watching the door fly open, she saw the handsome man she had been so close to abandoning her, the handsome figure slipping further away. Her face, flushed with anger, twisted in frustration as she glared at the towering orc at the entrance. Equally robust but slightly less appealing in appearance. Raising her gaze, her fiery red eyes sparkled with an alluring light, captivating yet enchanting. Locking onto Fan Qi's brown eyes, she blinked in confusion, wondering why he was unaffected by her charm. In that moment, Jiang Zhe broke free from her enchantment, prompting her to shift her focus and unleash her Fox Clan's secret techniques upon him anew, yet still unyielding. Just as she was about to intensify her efforts, he succumbed to unconsciousness. She noticed the female standing beside the orc. Her very presence had caused the previously ensnared leopard beast to break free, and her gaze turned venomous and vicious. Meng Lai stood frozen. Witnessing the unfolding events, she observed a pair of crimson eyes casting their charm towards Fan Qi, glancing up at him and feeling somewhat reassured by his calm demeanor. However, her relief was short-lived as she saw Jiang Zhe trembling before collapsing. She rushed forward to support the unconscious Jiang Zhe, calling out, Jiang Zhe, Jiang Zhe, wake up. Fan Qi's voice was low and serious. He has fallen into a coma. We should take him back. All right. Before departing, Meng Lai cast a glance at Su Anjia. Preparing to unleash a harsh retort, only to find herself ensnared by a pair of eyes that seemed to drip with poison, as if they could tear her asunder. Terrified, she swallowed her words. Feeling the weight of dread, Su Anjia glared fiercely at Ming Lai, allowing them to carry away the unconscious leopard beast while maintaining her haughty demeanor, slowly donning her beast-skin skirt, casting a sidelong glance at the trio before her, and imperiously declaring, "We shall meet again. I await your pleas." Her laughter rang out, sweet yet chilling, echoing in their ears like honey laced with poison. With the bear beast Fan Qi bearing the leopard beast and leading Ming Lai back to their original dwelling. They initially intended to leave, yet finding themselves in the depths of night with no better refuge, they resigned themselves to stay the night, planning to depart at dawn. Fan Qi gently laid Jiang Zhe down, his heart aching at the sight of him in such disarray, almost relieved that his own appearance was not particularly striking. Ming Lai grasped Jiang Zhe's hand, feeling his body burning with fever. What has happened to him? How could he be like this? After a moment of contemplation, Fan Qi remarked, "If my conjecture is correct, he has fallen victim to the Fox clan's charm illusion." It seemed he was indeed correct. This was a female fox who had only recently begun her training and could only wield low-level charm techniques, thus posing no threat to those with a spirit level of 3 or above. This was why he had been unaffected earlier. His second-tier red spirit had long been saturated and was ready for advancement, though he had refrained from leveling up to avoid missing Ming Lai. However, this did not negate the fact that he was indeed at Tier 3. Ming Lai's mouth fell slightly agape, so the foxes of the beast world also possess charm techniques. Her previous television dramas were not entirely fictional. Then, how can we break the illusion? She stammered. For those with a normal spirit level at Tier 2, simply distancing themselves from the illusion and the caster would suffice for a return to normalcy by the next day. Just then, Jiang Zhe slowly opened his eyes and Ming Lai, in a fit of excitement, embraced him. "Jiang Zhe, you're awake? How are you? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Confused, Jiang Zhe's golden eyes bore a ring of red as he watched Ming Lai and Su Anjia shift in and out of focus before him. He was at a loss, only feeling the agony intensifying in his head. Jiang Zhe clutched his head as the pain surged, and soon he fainted once more. This cycle repeated multiple times, prompting Fan Qi to sense something amiss. Something isn't right. There are matters we are unaware of. He pried open Jiang Zhe's eyelids, noting the persistent crimson glow within them, recalling Su Anjia's last words. They would meet again, and they would seek her. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had no recollection of this aspect. He gazed at Ming Lai, whose eyes were filled with helplessness yet also hope, wishing to assist her and unable to bear witnessing her distress. Meanwhile, Su Anjia was unleashing her fury upon her 5 beast companions, shouting and kicking in frustration. She was particularly incensed. With so many partners, including one at Tier 3, how could they not prevent a single beast and female from escaping? She glared at the puppeteer clan leader, delivering a few sharp slaps to him, and after venting her anger, commanded him to inform them. With an air of nonchalance, she tossed over her shoulder, "Call me when they come begging." The beast companions exchanged glances filled with grievances, each bearing a pitiful expression, too fearful to contradict her. They had witnessed the merciless tactics of their partners. The puppeteer clan leader, De Ji, trudged heavily outside, head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing, moving slowly and hesitantly towards the west of the tribe. Arriving at a small wooden door, he raised his hand, hesitated, and after several attempts, finally gathered the courage to knock. Chapter 24. Bonding outside, the rhythmic knocking resounded. Knock, knock, knock. Fan Qi opened the door, only to find the clan leader before him. Just as he intended to close the door, the leader prevented him. They remained locked in a standoff at the door when Ming Lai emerged, her gentle and serene demeanor giving way to indignation as she demanded, "Isn't Jiang Zhe your friend? Why would you harm him? He lies in a coma, suffering excruciating pain, unable to awaken. Is this what you wanted?" Facing such a formidable orc, capable of erasing her from existence with a mere flick, she cast aside her fear and shouted. Fan Qi's body tensed, positioning himself protectively before Ming Lai, ready for confrontation. He found her defense of Jiang Zhe to be breathtakingly beautiful. The clan leader observed the fierce determination in her eyes as she demanded justice for her partner. Feeling a pang of envy mixed with bitterness, he lamented silently. He had committed to a bond, only to discover that his female was not only beautiful but also extraordinarily cruel. He had already witnessed her viciousness and found himself trapped, with death as his only escape. With a voice heavy with regret, he confessed, "I am sorry for Jiang Zhe. I did not wish to harm him, but I had no choice. Forgive me." The two regarded the sincere yet sorrowful orc before them, puzzled. As an accomplice, why would he apologize? They were uncertain whether to trust him, yet his expression of remorse appeared genuine. Fan Qi, snapping back to the moment, directly inquired, "Did Jiang Zhe fall under the charm illusion? Is your female of the Fox clan?" "Yes. Aside from the charm illusion, what else have you done to him? He also consumed a unique red liquid exclusive to the Fox clan." What? What is that?" The clan leader, torn and conflicted, finally explained. "The combination of the charm illusion and the red liquid ensures that even a Tier 2 beast, once distanced from the caster, cannot awaken on their own. They must," he hesitated, casting a sympathetic glance at Ming Lai. Such a fine female, he thought. Jiang Zhe may not be fortunate enough. He must complete the bonding process with the caster of the charm illusion. This was the only solution, and it had to be done within a day, or he would never return to normalcy. The leader, feeling a sense of relief after finally voicing this, looked at Ming Lai with a hint of guilt. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Ming Lai staggered back a couple of steps, feeling weak. Fan Qi swiftly caught her, irritation lacing his voice. "Get out." Feeling guilty, the clan leader De Ji took his leave, dejected. "What should we do? Do we have to hand Jiang Zhe over? I cannot bear it. My heart aches terribly. I have already fallen in love with Jiang Zhe. How can I let him go?" Yet, if she did not release him, Jiang Zhe would be reduced to a fool, living without dignity. How could she allow such a fate to befall him? Heartbroken, she approached the wooden cot where Jiang Zhe lay, gently caressing his cheek. Tears streaming down her face in torrents, she felt an unbearable pain. Fan Qi, witnessing her distress, felt a different kind of sorrow. His heart ached for her suffering. He stepped outside to guard, granting her space. Ming Lai's tears flowed uncontrollably. Her heart pierced like by needles, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a familiar yet distant voice resonated. "Ding! The Rui system has detected that the host is in distress. How may I assist you?" The system's voice shone like a beacon of hope before Ming Lai, who clung to it as if grasping a lifeline. Do you have any way to save him?" Ding! This orc has fallen victim to an enchanting spell, enhanced by the effects of a potion, plunging him into an endless slumber. The means to rescue him is quite simple. How about it? Will you save him? I implore the Rui system. The Rui system cannot provide direct healing. Then what do you mean by simple? Host, your blood can counteract a myriad of toxins. Should you fulfill a task, there exists a possibility to activate your healing ability, Ling Blood. From henceforth, you shall be impervious to all poisons. But to save another comes at the cost of your blood, so use it with caution. A task? ISNT the task to accept 4 formidable beasts. But where am I to find 4 beasts that share a deep connection with one another? Ding! The Rui system has shut down and entered a silent state. Speechless, Ming Lai pondered the system's hints. A task, 4 beasts. Could this be a significant undertaking? Breaking it down, it must consist of 4 individual smaller tasks. At this moment, she felt a surge of excitement. Surely, it must be so. And could there be a chance to activate it? Regardless, even if there is but a 1% possibility, she must give it a try. Fan Qi, I wish to bond with Jiang Zhe. Let us form our bond now. I do apologize for making you rest outside. Ming Lai spoke softly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Fan Qi, though surprised, said nothing more than a nod. He secured the 2 wooden doors, transforming into his beastly battle form, his 3-ringed soul magnified several times, resembling a statue positioned in the center of the outer room. Though night had fallen, the dangers remained unknown. He would guard her fiercely. Ming Lai shook Jiang Zhe, attempting to rouse him. Such matters could not rest solely on her shoulders, and he lacked experience as well. After a prolonged hesitation, he remained still, trapped in his slumber. Remembering the Rui system's words about her blood being able to counteract toxins and save lives, was it truly so miraculous? Well, she, an outsider to this world, had traversed here. Nothing seemed too extraordinary anymore. With that thought, she bit her finger, letting the blood drip into Jiang Zhe's mouth. Alas, there was no response, as she had yet to acquire the ability. While she contemplated, Jiang Zhe slowly awakened, his gaze clearing as he recalled his experiences. though his consciousness felt as if it were not his own, manipulated and drawn towards that wicked female. He had no desire to be a partner to any female aside from Meng Lai. Looking at her before him brought him solace. He felt that only by bonding with her could he find peace. His eyes, filled with affection, met hers, and as she raised her gaze, he embraced her tightly. Just as Meng Lai felt the weight of someone's gaze upon her, she looked up to meet those intense eyes, and before she could utter a word, her lips were sealed by his. Her eyes fluttered shut, ready to savor their shared moment of beauty. Jiang Zhe gazed at her quietly, as if they had not seen each other in ages, wishing to engrave her image firmly in his mind. His voice, hoarse and restrained, trembled slightly as he asked, "Is it all right?" Meng Lai's thoughts were a whirlwind, but she shyly nodded in an instant. His golden eyes sparkled, as if illuminated by the stars. The night deepened, growing ever more enchanting. Chapter 25. A ring. Outside, the bear beast Fan Qi maintained an expression of calm detachment, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his emotions. A peaceful night passed without incident, and dawn began to break. Meng Lai awoke first, her body aching, stretching lazily as she rose from the bed. A smile graced her lips as she glanced at the still slumbering Jiang Zhe. She moved to the side and called out to the system. "Rui system. Are you there?" Ding. The Rui system activated. Host, Rui is here. So, what of it? Has activation succeeded? Please wait. Host. Conducting diagnostics. Diagnostics in progress. Diagnostics complete. Congratulations, host. Your healing ability has been activated. Medicine Spirit Blood. Use it with caution, as it requires blood. All right, Rui. The Rui system fell silent once more. Upon awakening, Jiang Zhe appeared to be in pain, his gaze still somewhat dazed. Meng Lai resolutely bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into Jiang Zhe's mouth. Immediately, he, who had been surrounded by pain, closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Fan Qi knocked on the door and entered. Halting beside the wooden bed, he noticed a prominent heart-shaped mark on Jiang Zhe's left wrist. What kind of beast was this? He had never seen such a mark before. Did this heart shape signify a certain beast form? The reserved Fan Qi remained silent. Meng Lai, noticing Fan Qi's entrance, felt a twinge of shyness and awkwardness, akin to being on display. She cast a glance at him, relieved he did not mention the matter. She wished to occupy herself, her hands flailing, when suddenly a radiant light captured her attention. A ring of white light had appeared on her left ring finger, precisely a ring composed of 3 delicate circles. Viewed from a distance, it appeared as a singular ring, radiating a brilliant white glow that even the sun could not overshadow. She found it exquisite. Could this ring symbolize their bond? Curious to remove it for closer inspection, she discovered it was immovable. Fan Qi caught sight of the white ring on Meng Lai's hand. He recognized it. After bonding, a female would bear a ring symbolizing the union, its color matching the ringed soul of the bonded male. Yet this leopard beast bore a 2-ringed orange soul, so could it be? He shook his head gently. It must be impossible. Jiang Zhe opened his eyes, rubbing them as if awakening from a long slumber. Memories of the previous night flooded back, filling him with delight. He had bonded with Meng Lai, becoming her partner. His gaze towards her burned with intensity and affection, a radiant smile breaking forth as he reveled in his happiness. Seeing Jiang Zhe awake and in good condition, Meng Lai couldn't contain her joy. Reaching out to touch his forehead, "It's wonderful you've awakened. How do you feel now? Are you still in discomfort?" Meng Lai inquired eagerly. Jiang Zhe relished her touch. "I'm fine now. I'm sorry for causing you worry." His thoughts turned to the betrayal by De Ji and the actions of Su and Jia, igniting a flicker of anger in his expression, which softened once he met Meng Lai's gaze. Watching the closeness between the two, Fan Qi's calm demeanor masked a well of envy as he silently withdrew, allowing them their space. "Last night truly terrified me, but thankfully, you're unharmed," Meng Lai said. Embracing Jiang Zhe, relieved that all was well. Jiang Zhe too felt a twinge of fear. He had never imagined facing betrayal. He had always believed his path was smooth, never encountering significant setbacks. This was the first time he had been schemed against. Especially regarding the matter of bonding, knowing he had a chosen partner yet being subjected to such treachery. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing to exact vengeance on the perpetrator. He tightly held Meng Lai's hand, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions of nearly losing her, pressing a kiss upon her cheek. Meng Lai, with a smile illuminating her youthful charm, reflected on how her blood could indeed heal and save lives. Contemplating this, she chose to keep it a secret. Let us prepare to depart. I no longer wish to linger here. Meng Lai looked up. Indeed, we cannot remain here any longer, Jiang Zhe replied as he rose. While seated, he felt nothing amiss, but upon standing, he discovered his body brimming with energy, nearly overflowing. He was puzzled as to why his energy had suddenly surged so greatly. Attempting to close his eyes to sense the energy. Upon reopening them, he was filled with disbelief. He had indeed upgraded to a 2-ringed orange soul quite some time ago. Ordinarily, he would need to wait for the energy to accumulate further before breaking through to a 2-ringed red soul during the snowy season. Yet now, he sensed he could easily achieve a breakthrough to a 3-ringed soul at any moment. He resolved to delay the upgrade until he returned to the Linmu tribe. As this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly donned his beast skin skirt, catching sight of the heart-shaped mark on his hand, akin to a tattoo. Meng Lai, this is your beast mark? It's heart-shaped. What kind of beast does this signify? This question left Meng Lai at a loss for words, stammering as she fabricated a response. The heart shape represents our mutual understanding. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to inquire further, a sudden commotion outside drew their attention. Su and Jia, impatient for the leopard beast to seek her out, had summoned her several beast companions to confront them. Among her 5 partners, aside from the wolf beast from whom she had forcefully severed their bond. 4 remained out of these. The tribe leader Deji possessed a 3-ringed soul, while the others were 2-ringed souls, marked by their colors of white, orange, and red, each boasting considerable strength. Su and Jia rode atop a lion's back. Her entourage approaching Meng Lai's modest dwelling, fervently pounding on the door. Initially, Deji attempted to intervene, wanting to knock, but upon seeing Su and Jia's warning glare, he sighed and stepped aside, helplessly observing. The first to react to the noise was Fan Qi, who regarded the damaged door with a calm facade that concealed his simmering anger as he glared at the ill-intentioned intruders. No, it was Su and Jia, the malicious female, who posed the true threat. Her companions were but unwilling accomplices, forced into their roles. Observing the various injuries they bore, he felt a pang of sympathy for them. Selecting a worthy mate was indeed of utmost importance. The leopard beast, how selfish your female is, willing to let him risk a painful death rather than seek her out. It is utterly despicable. Now that I have arrived, hasten to bring him forth, for only I can save him. Fan Qi cast a look of disdain at her, as though regarding refuse. What kind of gaze is that? This is the first time Suan Jia has been met with such contempt. She could hardly tolerate it. Chapter 26. The past, just as tensions were rising, Jiang Zhe, looking unscathed and even more vigorous, emerged with Meng Lai, striding forward with firm and resolute steps. His previously gentle face turned icy as he lifted his gaze. Scanning the area with a frigid glare that locked onto Suan Jia, he regarded this venomous female, who sought to dominate him and destroy his future with vile means, and his eyes instantly brimmed with murderous intent. If gazes could kill, Suan Jia would have been left with 1,000 wounds by now. Suan Jia's pupils widened. Even under the threat of such a deadly stare, she felt no fear. With several beast partners, including one of 3rd-ring spirit strength, she was hardly intimidated by 2 of mere 2nd-ring spirit. What astonished her, however, was the realization that those ensnared by her charm spell could heal without her intervention. She had truly underestimated them, her voice stiff. Why, you're unharmed? Her companions were equally stunned, their eyes wide as they sought any sign of weakness in Jiang Zhe. The clan leader, relieved to see Jiang Zhe safe, felt a weight lift from his heart. He had no desire to harm him, but upon meeting Jiang Zhe's furious gaze, he saw a myriad of emotions. Disappointment, disdain, and anger. Under such a penetrating stare, he could not help but lower his head, a wave of guilt washing over him, bitter and overwhelming, robbing him of his former radiance and leaving him dulled. Jiang Zhe turned to the friend he regarded as Deji, and a memory surfaced from years past. It was a time shortly after he had come of age, when he left his family tribe to explore the vast beast world, seeking the beauty of distant landscapes and searching for a beloved female who shared his dreams. Raised in an environment filled with love, he was naive in matters of both affection and friendship, and in the nature of the beast society itself. Under such circumstances, he stealthily departed from his warm home. Though only a 1st-ring red spirit at the time, he was young yet proud, eager to hunt larger prey like the giant wolves. During the hunt, he underestimated their strength, sustaining minor injuries that attracted the attention of a large snake. Mistaking it for a mere prey, he paid it no mind as he braced against the pain and charged at the black wolf. He was caught off guard when the snake, a formidable second-ring orange spirit, lunged not at the wolf but at him. Realizing the imminent danger, he instinctively leaped aside but was unable to escape the snake's grasp, its powerful coils tightening around him, just as he began to lose consciousness. A piercing roar echoed, and a yellow-orange lion appeared, glowing with a red sheen. A second-ring spirit lion beast. Its steady presence instilled some safety in Jiang Zhe, and he struggled to call out, "Help me." Seeing the second-ring red spirit, the snake instinctively recoiled, unwilling to release its captive but cautious enough to retreat with the nearly suffocated leopard beast. The young yellow-haired lion, De Ji, happened upon the scene. Uncertain of the circumstances, he initially intended to walk away, but the faint cry for help pierced his heart, softening him. Not one to be cold-hearted, he felt a flicker of anger at witnessing a cold-blooded beast attacking a fellow beast. With a powerful roar, his form transformed, two beams of red light radiating from him, a brilliant display of his strength. He charged at the retreating serpent, which, to protect itself, released the leopard beast, allowing him to gasp for air as he landed on the ground. Coughing and inhaling deeply, regaining his composure, he looked up at the lion beast with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, lion." The lion, De Ji, aware of his own advantage, chose not to pursue further. He turned to the youthful leopard beast. "You seem quite small. What is your name? Are you an adult? Why are you alone in the wild?" "I am Jiang Zhe, a leopard beast, just turned adult this year." "What about you?" Jiang Zhe replied, laughter illuminating his youthful face. De Ji chuckled. "I am De Ji, 30 years old, little beast." Jiang Zhe stiffened. He disliked being called little beast, having often been addressed as such in his tribe. He had just reached adulthood and wished to find a partner. Secretly leaving to avoid his mother's nagging, "I am not a little beast. I am an adult now and can seek a mate. So please do not call me that," Jiang Zhe protested, his cheeks flushing slightly. "All right, little Jiang Zhe, how about I call you that?" De Ji laughed heartily, observing the youthful leopard beast, who, despite the ordeal, maintained a sunny disposition. They traveled together for a while. Under the protection of the stronger lion, Jiang Zhe experienced a wonderful time until their paths diverged due to differing destinations. It had been 5 years since they last parted. Who could have anticipated their reunion would occur amidst such dire circumstances? Was De Ji still the warm-hearted lion friend he once knew? Chapter 27. The Rift. "Hey, you vile female, what have you done to him?" Su Anjia pointed menacingly at Ming Lai. A sharp, piercing voice pulled Jiang Zhe from his reverie. His gaze was drawn to the orange-white glow emanating from Ming Lai's fingertips. Could it be what he feared? No, it was impossible. A male beast ensnared by her charm could only be freed through mating with her. How could this female possibly have done so? She was unwilling to believe it. Ming Lai rolled her eyes dismissively, casting a disdainful glance before turning away, eager to leave. "Thanks to you, I've become her male partner more swiftly than expected. So I should express my gratitude. Yet, upon seeing your twisted face, I feel nothing but nausea," Jiang Zhe retorted playfully, mimicking a gagging motion before bursting into laughter, thoroughly mocking her. Su Anjia's face blanched with fury, pointing at Jiang Zhe but unable to articulate her outrage. Ultimately, she glared at her companions, signaling them to take action. Except for De Ji, the other 3 beasts hesitated momentarily before transforming into their combat forms. Rushing towards them, Fan Qi, the bear beast, exuded a second-ring red spirit as he displayed his form. Upon closer inspection, his energy was oversaturated, ready for an upgrade, instantly intimidating the 3 advancing beasts. Jiang Zhe, witnessing Fan Qi's formidable spirit up close, was equally astonished. It was impressive. He would be better equipped to protect Ming Lai. Unconsciously, he smiled, having accepted the bear beast. Resolved, he unleashed his own second-ring orange spirit, its energy surging and nearly overflowing. Any observant onlooker could see that this energy was on the brink of reaching third-ring spirit. Fan Qi's eyes narrowed, his body momentarily stunned. What had transpired? Just moments ago, he had been a stable orange spirit, but now, post-mating, his energy was brimming and seemed to surpass his own. A truly gifted beast, indeed. The three beasts, who had previously hesitated upon seeing the bear's spirit, were now utterly defeated. How could they possibly contend against him? Though they appeared to be second-ring spirits, they were merely unupgraded and their actual strength was already at third ring. Meng Lai, witnessing the transformation of the three into their beast forms before reverting to human shape, belatedly realized, was this a concession? To lose even before the battle has begun? My companions have grown exceedingly formidable. Suan Jia is livid, delivering a slap to each of the three without a shred of mercy. The crowd of onlooking orcs swells, their faces growing increasingly flushed. At this moment, the chieftain, De Ji, had long foreseen that the strength of the leopard beast would soon become formidable. However, he did not anticipate such rapid advancement. In less than 5 years, achieving a second-ring red soul was already commendable, yet now it has swiftly escalated to a third-ring soul. He could not be mistaken. The immense energy that enveloped the leopard beast was indicative of a third-ring soul. Reflecting upon his own status 5 years prior as a mere second-ring red soul, he recalled how, after forming a bond with Suan Jia, her unscrupulous methods had propelled him to a third-ring red soul. This ascent was not earned through his own merit, and merely contemplating this filled him with profound frustration. Truly, it was a case of beasts surpassing beasts, infuriating one another. Fan Qi and Jiang Zhe exchanged pitying glances at their respective partners. Goodness, how tragic! To have such a ruthless female is an unfortunate fate indeed. It would have been better not to form a bond at all. Thankfully, his female was not like that. He then turned to glance at the side, observing Meng Lai, reassuring himself that she would not behave in such a manner. Meng Lai stiffened momentarily. Ah, is that a he-dong lioness? How fearsome! After chastising her partner, Suan Jia placed her hopes firmly upon De Ji, her ultimate ally. De Ji, what are you dawdling for? Teach them a lesson. It doesn't matter if you have to beat them to death. Her face contorted with rage, her exquisite features marred by a fierce expression, an unsettling dissonance. The female's voice snapped De Ji back to reality. His heart torn asunder, he had never relished the thought of antagonizing fellow orcs, especially those he knew well. Torn between friendship and love, he found himself ensnared in a quandary, his thoughts wrestling within him. He understood this was a dilemma with an inevitable answer. Fan Qi and Jiang Zhe exchanged glances, silently communicating. This was a third-ring red soul, a being they could not hope to defeat even together. Not to mention the necessity of protecting their female from ambushes by other orcs. They resolved to act preemptively, seeking an opportunity to escape. De Ji, I am profoundly disappointed in you. You are no longer the amiable, sunny lion brother I once knew. The moment you chose to ignore our friendship and conspire against me, our bond has been irrevocably severed. I shall not hold this against you, considering it a repayment of your past kindness. But from this day forth, we shall be as strangers. Jiang Zhe seized the moment to speak, glaring at the slightly swollen face of De Ji with a mixture of disappointment and resentment. De Ji cast a guilty glance at Jiang Zhe, his mouth opening and closing, yet no words emerged. What could he say that would matter? The harm had already been done, the rift between them established. De Ji had long anticipated such an outcome. Having betrayed his companion, did he still hope for forgiveness? A bitter self-mockery washed over him. The camaraderie of years past had been squandered by his own actions. Whom could he blame? He sighed deeply. It was too late for words. He was now bound to his partner, too fearful and unable to refute her. The gathering orc spectators, sensing the tension, began to scatter. Seemingly fearful of being caught in the fray, Suan Jia, noticing De Ji's continued inaction, delivered a sharp kick, her venomous gaze serving as a warning. Enough is enough. De Ji transformed into his combat form, his fiery red third-ring soul shining brilliantly. The two beasts opposite him immediately tensed, muscles coiled, prepared to give their all. Meng Lai, hold on tight to me, and do not let go, Jiang Zhe instructed her anxiously. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Meng Lai nodded, tightly wrapping her arms around the leopard beast's neck. With a mighty roar, the lion beast charged towards the trio. No, 2 beasts and 1 human. Fan Qi surged forward to engage first. Just as they were about to collide, the leopard beast sprang away, leaping high as if intending to pounce on the lion beast. Feeling the weight shift on his shoulder, Fan Qi pushed upwards with all his strength, sending the leopard beast soaring away. With the aid of the bear beast, the leopard made a second leap, landing several meters outside the house with grace. Not pausing for breath, but accelerating towards the outskirts of the tribe. After providing assistance, Fan Shi found himself momentarily slowed. The inherent disparity in their combat abilities rendered them incapable of subduing the lion beast, and he was swiftly brought to the ground. The lion beast, De Ji, leapt, delivering a kick that sent the bear beast sprawling, then placed a foot upon Fan Shi's chest, opening his massive jaws to deliver a lethal bite to the bear's neck. Chapter 28. Assembly Bear Beast. Fan Shi gazed into the lion's maw, where sharp teeth promised no chance of survival. With a smile, he prepared to meet his end for the sake of his beloved female. Feeling no regret, farewell, Meng Lai, he thought, and closed his eyes, awaiting death. The lion beast, fully aware that Su Anjia detested bloodshed, feigned the action of severing the bear's neck, leaning close to the bear's ear to whisper, "Quickly push me away and run." Indeed, Su Anjia retreated a few steps, turning to glare at the leopard beast that had already fled. Understanding dawning upon him, the bear beast wasted no time in forcefully pushing the lion beast, who had not actually been on him, away, not looking back as he dashed outside in pursuit of the leopard beast. He needed to run faster, to shake off the pursuers, and to catch up with the leopard beast, whose strength had now nearly matched his own. He dared not linger for even a moment. He was uncertain why the lion beast had allowed him to escape. Perhaps it was a moment of conscience. The lion beast, pushed by the bear, could not be easily toppled by such an effort. He merely let himself fall, back against the ground, all fours in the air, covering his chest with his hands, pretending to be gravely injured, unable to pursue immediately. When he finally stood, feigning a slow chase, he appeared as though he could not keep up. Given his strength, how could he not see through the fleeing leopard beast? It was all intentional. He whispered towards the direction the leopard beast had fled. "Jiang Zhe, I am truly sorry. This is the last thing I can do for you. Take care of yourself from now on." Su Anjia, arriving shortly after, glared at the three who had already escaped, knowing full well that the lion beast had deliberately let them go. Humph! A disobedient male partner, no matter how powerful, was unnecessary in her life. Once she grew weary of him or found a suitable replacement, she would cast a disdainful glance at the lion beast. The latter, feeling guilty and somewhat fearful, sought ways to dissolve their bond. The leopard beast ran for a considerable distance before finally stopping. Transforming back into human form, glancing back, Meng Lai scanned the area, finding no trace of anyone, her worry palpable. "Do you think Fan Shi will be all right? Will he manage to escape?" She understood that the rings on a beast were symbols of their power. The more rings, the stronger the beast. Among the same ring level, red surpassed orange, which in turn surpassed white. This was the conclusion she had drawn. Her unease grew. The lion beast was undoubtedly a level above the bear beast, a being seemingly insurmountable. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, gripping Jiang Zhe's hand tightly. Sensing Meng Lai's distress, Jiang Zhe gently patted her back in a comforting manner, though he too harbored uncertainty about the fate of the bear beast. They had quietly conspired that he would aid in her escape, enabling her to leap farther and more easily evade capture. He had agreed, for otherwise, all three would not leave unscathed. However, the bear beast had to divert his focus to assist her, leaving him at an even greater disadvantage against the lion beast. With no chance of escape, he felt a discomfort in his heart. If the bear beast could successfully flee, he would have no objections to Meng Lai forming a bond with him. With these thoughts swirling, he once again looked up, still not spotting the imposing figure he sought. Disappointment washed over Jiang Zhe. He felt they could no longer afford to wait, if the bear beast was no longer present. Lingering would only invite trouble from the 5 remaining adversaries. "Meng Lai, we must leave," Jiang Zhe urged gently. Pulling at the female beside him, he hesitated, feeling they could not afford to wait any longer. Fearful that instead of Fan Shi, someone else might arrive. The leopard beast lay low to the ground, signaling for the female to mount. "Jiang Zhe, you go first. Let us wait a little longer," she implored, anxiety creeping in as she contemplated the possibility of the bear beast having met a grim fate. Her hands incessantly tugged at the leopard's golden fur. "Let us hide for now and see if we can catch a glimpse of Fan Shi. Only then will we emerge, all right?" Meng Lai pleaded. The human form of Jiang Zhe sighed in resignation, pained to see the moisture in Meng Lai's eyes. He recalled how the bear beast Fanchi had rescued him from the clutches of a venomous female, and it was thanks to him that they could now escape. He found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. Very well, I will wait with you. Then, the leopard beast embraced Ming Lai and leaped onto a lush, verdant tree, cautioning her. It's a bit high up here. Hold on tightly. Ming Lai looked down and, indeed, it was quite high. The grip of his hands tightened, fearful of falling. His gaze fixed intently on the ground, anxious not to miss any detail. Fanchi had just dashed out of the tribe. Catching only a fleeting glimpse of the distant shadow of the leopard beast ahead, terrified of losing their trail, he hurriedly quickened his pace, running until he could turn around and confirm that no orc was in pursuit. Thus, he released his inhibitions and sprinted towards the direction where the shadow had vanished, uncertain if he could catch up, but he decided to run first and think later. The beast realm was vast, and he was uncertain if he would ever reunite with the bear beast he had just parted ways with. He also questioned whether they would return to the Peace Tribe, now that he had escaped danger. He was even more reluctant to leave Ming Lai. The thought of possibly missing her forever fueled his determination, and his strides grew longer, his speed increasing, his chest heaving with exertion. Before long, he found himself in a small forest, where Ming Lai's presence lingered strongly. Slowing his pace, he scanned his surroundings but saw no sign of them. As he proceeded towards the source of the scent, he noticed it had faded, and he lost direction. Continuing to search, he arrived at the base of a large tree, where he discerned that their scent had abruptly ceased. Uncertain of his next move, he looked up. Ming Lai and Jiangze remained motionless above. With Ming Lai too nervous to move, only her eyes darting about. Oh, it's the bear beast Fanchi, she thought, just as she was about to call out when their eyes met. A spark ignited within her, and she gestured to the leopard beast, subtly indicating to him. Confronted by the face he had longed to see, Fanchi was overwhelmed with emotion. Were they truly waiting for him? The leopard beast leapt up and approached the bear beast. Bear beast, are you all right? Jiangze felt a surge of joy, relieved that he was unharmed. Fanchi, how are you? Are you injured? Ming Lai descended from Jiangze's side and rushed to embrace him, then steadied the bear beast. Her voice laced with concern. The bear beast stood frozen, enveloped in Ming Lai's spontaneous hug, feeling her warmth and hearing their caring words, his heart swelling with emotion. Before he could return the embrace, he was gently pushed away, and he looked down into a pair of eyes filled with worried, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. I made it out. Fanchi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Why did you stop here? Fanchi inquired, his brow furrowed, curious if they had been waiting for him, and of course, we were waiting here for you. Ming Lai wouldn't leave, so we jumped up into the trees to wait. Jiangze announced cheerfully, watching Ming Lai embrace Fanchi, momentarily lost in the scene before regaining his composure. Yes, Fanchi, we stayed here for you. I'm so glad you're okay. Ming Lai's sweet voice rang out, a testament to her joy. Fanchi was deeply touched. He never imagined Ming Lai would wait for him, nor that Jiangze would also be willing to do so. Overwhelmed, he stepped forward and embraced both of them, a broad smile breaking across his face, terrified at the thought of never seeing her again. At first, Jiangze hesitated, appearing somewhat bashful, but ultimately he reciprocated with a hearty hug. Ming Lai also opened her arms wide, welcoming his return. By the way, how did you escape? We all thought you, Jiangze asked, curiosity piqued, knowing that the disparity in strength among the orcs made escape nearly impossible unless one was deliberately let go. Though Ming Lai had a rough idea of the hierarchy of strength, she, too, looked at him with curiosity. Fanchi wore a puzzled expression, yet remained calm. Actually, the chieftain let me go on purpose. After you all dashed out, he tackled me, and I thought I was doomed. Then I heard him quietly tell me to push him aside. He was merely putting on a show in front of his female companion to cover my escape. I did as he said, and the other orcs couldn't match my strength, so I broke free. Once I was out, I just kept running, following your scent until I reached here, and then I spotted you. His brown eyes gleamed with the joy of survival. Ming Lai pondered, suspecting that the chieftain had his reasons for such actions, perhaps compelled by circumstances beyond his control. Jiangze fell silent, his expression complex as he took a deep breath. He must have intentionally let us go. Otherwise, even with my agility, I wouldn't have been able to evade the orcs in the third ring of red souls. But he did commit a grave injustice against himself. Even if he just set me free, Their camaraderie could never return to what it was. It's a pity. Yet there's nothing to be done. Minglai contemplated, voicing her thoughts. The male beasts are so powerful. If he truly didn't he wish to do something, he could have easily refused. Why does it feel as though he was coerced? Furthermore, why does the chieftain seem to fear Suanjia? The two were left bewildered by Menglai's questions. In the beast realm, once paired, male beasts would unconditionally devote themselves to their female counterparts, and instances of forced wrongdoing were rare. Refusal should be possible. Jiangze recalled his past observations. After speaking, he seemed to remember something. Casting a shadowy glance at Menglai. You wouldn't force me to do anything wrong, would you? At this, Fanchi tensed, his earlier relaxation evaporating as he anxiously regarded Menglai. Menglai rolled her eyes at Jiangze. Exasperated. Please, do I seem like that kind of person? I am a kind-hearted female, you know. Jiangze exhaled, relieved. That's good. I, too, have my principles as a male beast. His demeanor brightened, knowing the female he admired was not only beautiful but also virtuous. Fanchi chuckled, his shoulders relaxing as he returned to a state of ease. They continued down the mountain path, surrounded by an array of colorful wildflowers swaying in the breeze, the air fragrant with their scent. Uplifting their spirits and dispelling any gloom, they walked slowly and cautiously, conversing as they avoided stepping on the flowers. Once past the floral expanse, they entered a dense, mysterious forest, tranquil and deep, with oddly shaped trees that seemed to possess souls of their own. Upon entering, Menglai felt a chill sweep over her, unusual for a sunlit day. While other forests might offer shade from the sun, this place felt distinctly cool, a direct chill penetrating her heart, causing her to shiver as unease crept in. Do you feel that eerie chill? Menglai asked, gazing into the seemingly bottomless dark woods, hesitating to venture further. Jiangze recalled the path, noting that such a forest was out of place, sensing something amiss. Concerned he might frighten Menglai. He remained composed. It's just quite cool here. The trees are denser, blocking the sunlight. He tightened his grip on Menglai's hand, exchanging a glance with Fanchi in a hidden corner. Menglai fell silent, focusing intently on the path, subconsciously squeezing the male beast's hand tighter. Suddenly, a row of tall, dense shrubs rustled, then fell still again in the dim light. Not only was there no sunlight, but even the slightest breeze was absent, rendering the surroundings eerily quiet. Save for their breathing, they all held their breath, poised to confront any potential threat. What is over there? Menglai exclaimed, pointing at the disturbance and shouting, only to realize too late and cover her mouth. In an instant, the bear beast cautiously advanced, pushing aside the thicket before them. A pool of dark red blood lay in the midst of the bushes, as if a beast had been pinned down, forming a crude nest. Surrounding plants bore blood stains, the origins ambiguous, whether orc or beast, indicating that someone had lingered here for a time. Startled by their presence, the individual must have fled in haste, leaving a significant amount of blood behind. What had transpired here? The volume of blood suggested they had not survived the encounter. Seeing the bloodstains, Jiangze instinctively covered Menglai's eyes, glancing towards the direction from which the entity had fled, noticing the grass marked with blood, indicating a rapid departure. Menglai, however, had already caught sight of it. She wasn't that fragile. Tension coursed through her as she scanned her surroundings, proceeding with caution, flanked by the bear and leopard beasts, standing guard like protectors. They felt no fear. Their focus was solely on safeguarding the female. As they traversed deeper into the forest, nothing further occurred. Menglai gradually relaxed, convincing herself that this was merely a densely vegetated area, relatively enclosed and devoid of light. Her steps grew lighter, her gaze wandering. Suddenly, she spotted something, her expression transforming with delight. Ignoring her fears, she released Jiangze's hand and dashed towards a patch of plants, gently parting the excess weeds. Wow! She exclaimed. This purple flower grass? Menglai asked, her excitement palpable. Jiangze, do you remember? The great priest used this herb to stop my bleeding when we visited him. This has to be the same plant, right? Remembering that Shirche mentioned it was called Zihua Chao, Jiangze felt uncertain if it was indeed the same herb. He scratched his head, struggling to recall. I think that's how it is. Let us quickly gather some for future use, he suggested. Menglai reminisced for a moment, and then looked at the small patch of flowers and herbs before her, affirming, all right. Jiangze affectionately ruffled Menglai's hair. Fan Shi immediately crouched down to examine the purple flower in Ming Lai's hand, then began to pick several based on its appearance. Ming Lai discreetly took out the herb she had stored in Ruju's space for comparison, assuring herself it was indeed the same, and continued to gather more. Let me see your hand, Jiang Zhe said casually, his gaze catching Ming Lai's ring, eliciting an exclamation of delight. The ring was stunning. A brilliant white that seemed to shine even more with every glance. He recognized it as a symbol of their bond, akin to the colors of a male beast's strength, reminiscent of the rings his mother possessed. However, he was currently a two-ring orange soul, and it should have been orange. Pondering this, he remarked uncertainly, "Your ring is white." Laughter erupted from Jiang Zhe as he thought of the energy coursing through him and the white ring of his partner, surmising she might soon ascend to a three-ring white soul. His face radiated joy as he cradled Ming Lai's face, planting a large kiss on her. It was a joyful moment in their beastly lives, the union and an increase in strength. Meanwhile, Ming Lai, caught off guard, felt a rush of embarrassment as she noticed Fan Shi, her face flushing a deep red. Fan Shi glanced at them before returning to gather more purple flowers, concealing his own feelings. He found Jiang Zhe's exuberance somewhat irksome. It seemed he had gained the affection of the female while simultaneously boosting his prowess, a fortunate turn of events for him. Soon, the trio had harvested all the purple flowers in the area, approximately 200 in total. Ming Lai gazed at the flowers lying on the ground, elated. The two men had witnessed her method of storing items before, and she trusted them, especially as Jiang Zhe was now her partner. So, before their eyes, she silently willed the large handful of purple flowers into Ruju's space, and they vanished without a trace. Fan Shi and Jiang Zhe, having been unaware of how her items had disappeared during their last harvest of bubble fruits, were astonished to see it happen right before them. Instinctively, they sensed that this female harbored a secret that must remain undisclosed, and they silently vowed to protect her as they pressed on. A bright light emerged ahead, and their vision cleared to reveal another forest. This one, however, was bathed in sunlight, with trees spaced apart and more sparse, yet still impressively grand. Ming Lai longed for nature, finding the natural landscape far more uplifting than the steel structures of the city. They had ventured quite a distance, and when she turned back to view the dark forest, it appeared smaller than she had initially thought, marveling at the wonders of nature's craftsmanship. After a considerable walk under the midday sun, the heat was relentless. Phew, it's so hot. Ever since sharing a room yesterday, my body feels increasingly uncomfortable, Ming Lai complained, perspiration streaming down her skin, feeling increasingly faint. Ming Lai, just hang on a little longer. I recall there's a small stream ahead, Jiang Zhe said, concern evident in his voice. I'll scout ahead. You two rest here for a moment, Fan Shi suggested, his heart aching for her discomfort. He dashed forward and soon found the clear, shallow stream nestled beside the trees, shielded from the sun. Ming Lai, Jiang Zhe, there's a stream just ahead. Let us take a moment to refresh ourselves. Fan Shi called back, a smile gracing his face, proud to offer relief to the female. Ming Lai looked up at the approaching Fan Shi and found him quite handsome when he smiled. Though he lacked Jiang Zhe's dazzling sunshine charm, he was still attractive. She mused that if he smiled more often, he likely wouldn't be single. This thought brought her a sense of relief. Jiang Zhe immediately helped Ming Lai to her feet, eager to carry her, but she gently refused. It's too hot. Your body radiates even more heat. I'd rather walk myself, she insisted, stepping toward the stream. As they neared the water's edge, a refreshing breeze swept through, carrying the coolness of the stream, alleviating some of the heat. Without hesitation, Ming Lai jumped into the crystal-clear water, which was cool to the touch, instantly washing away much of her discomfort. She surveyed her surroundings and noted that aside from the three of them, there were no other beastmen in sight. With bright eyes, she timidly spoke, I'd like to wash up. Her cheeks tinged with pink, the two men, poised to jump in, paused. The endearingly clueless Fan Shi quickly responded, then I'll wait for you over there in the back of the forest. Just call me when you're done. His words came out in a stutter. Jiang Zhe's eyes widened, smiling broadly, perfect. I'll wash with you. He was about to leap into the water. Hey, no, I want to wash by myself. Can you wait a bit? Ming Lai exclaimed, startled by Jiang Zhe's eagerness. She quickly stood, waving her hands in protest. His earnestness had truly surprised her. She wasn't that open-minded yet. Accepting Jiang Zhe as her partner was already a significant step for her in this new world. Feeling dejected by her refusal, Jiang Zhe pressed on, "But we are partners. It's only natural to wash together." Undeterred, he continued to pursue her. Meng Lia's expression turned serious as she retorted, "No means no. Even as partners, I want to accept that you're making me angry." She placed her hands on her hips, displaying her unwillingness to compromise. Before Jiang Zhe could respond, a bemused Fan Shi pulled him away, suggesting, "Let us wait until Meng Lia is done." He was exasperated. How could this leopard beast be so thick-skinned? The female had already denied him, yet he persisted. "Don't peek, especially you, leopard. Don't look over here." Meng Lia shouted after their retreating figures, feeling relieved when Fan Shi's voice boomed in agreement. With a sense of calm, she began to shed her sweat-soaked beast skin skirt, tossing it into the water to wash it before laying it on a sun-warmed rock. The sunlight would surely dry it quickly then. She eased her fair body into the water, floating and submerging her head. Sighing in contentment, she gently scrubbed her skin. She realized how long it had been since her last bath. Being naturally clean, she couldn't believe she had endured this discomfort for so long. Raising her hand to sniff, she detected a faint sour scent, grimacing as she scrubbed away the yellowish mud that had accumulated on her skin. Feeling disgusted, suddenly, inspiration struck her. Although she lacked proper soap, she had alternatives. Silently wishing, a large bubble fruit appeared in her hand, vibrant and unblemished. Indeed, this Ru juice space was far more efficient than any preservation cooler she could imagine. However, staring at the fresh soap pod, she felt uncertain about how to use it. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to give it a try. After cleaning the soap pod, she broke it open, its juice non-sticky, and began to lather it onto her hands. With thorough rubbing, rich white bubbles began to form, and the fragrant aroma intensified. Without hesitation, she smeared it all over her body and hair, repeating the process until the grime seemed to vanish, leaving her feeling refreshed and fragrant. Once she was certain the two men were not peeking, she climbed ashore, retrieving her now dry beast skin skirt from the sun. She mused about finding linen or gauze in this world. Being bare was quite uncomfortable. "I'm all set. Coming over," Meng Lia announced as she donned her skirt, shaking the water from her hair, feeling utterly rejuvenated. The two beast men were seated behind a thicket of lush vegetation. Exchanging glances, as the sweet aroma of the bubble fruit wafted towards them, Jiang Zhe could no longer resist and turned, only to be met with the sight of Fan Shi's impressive abs. Fan Shi maintained a stoic expression, asserting, "You cannot peek." Jiang Zhe chuckled, "I'm looking at my partner. It's none of your business. Move aside," he retorted playfully. "That doesn't matter. If Meng Lia says you can't look, then you can't." Fan Shi replied sternly, his large frame blocking Jiang Zhe's view. Just then, they heard Meng Lia's cheerful voice calling them. The two beasts quickly rushed over, only to find her even more beautiful after her bath, exuding a delicate fragrance. "You two can wash now. I'll wait over here," Meng Lia said, looking up at the towering figures of the two men. Fan Shi smiled and nodded, while Jiang Zhe beamed back, reminding her, "Don't wander too far." Subsequently, the two swiftly shed their cumbersome animal skin skirts and leapt into the crystal-clear, cool stream, sending splashes of water cascading onto the grassy bank. "How refreshing!" Jiang Zhe exclaimed, diligently scrubbing his body while glancing at the heart-shaped beast print, his gaze softening. The leopard beast, with its long fur, found the sweltering heat of summer particularly unbearable. Thus, it was a rare delight to savor a moment of coolness. He submerged himself in the stream's depths, only to discover that the water was too shallow to lie flat without nearly touching the bottom. The bear beast also relished the water, especially during the hot season, as it significantly alleviated the oppressive heat, preventing any risk of fainting from the warmth. At this moment, he too was reveling in the refreshing sensation the stream provided, albeit with a demeanor less boisterous than that of the leopard. He quietly rolled about in the water, maintaining an expressionless face. Suddenly, the forest resonated with powerful footsteps as a medium-sized wild boar burst forth, seemingly startled, charging directly towards Meng Lia's direction. By the time Meng Lia attempted to evade, it was too late. In an instant, the bear beast, Fan Shi, emerged from the left, immediately transforming into his beast form to shield Meng Lia. His massive paw, with sharp claws glinting ominously, was raised high, poised to strike the approaching gray wild boar. Meng Lai observed the rapidly approaching gray boar, its elongated tusks resembling spears. She feared that if struck, her life would be in jeopardy. Just then, she beheld Fan Qi's formidable figure standing protectively in front of her. And the sight of his colossal frame instilled a profound sense of security within her, dispelling her earlier panic. The wild boar, not lacking in intelligence, instinctively sensed the fearsome bear before it and, recognizing its inability to overpower him, instinctively altered its course. Witnessing this, the leopard beast leapt from the large rocks on the bank, launching himself towards the fleeing wild boar, delivering a powerful kick that sent the boar tumbling. Jiang Zhe raised his golden, elongated forepaw, revealing his razor-sharp claws. With a swift motion, he struck down upon the wild boar, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around it. The gray boar had not anticipated the presence of a second beastman and, while desperately fleeing, was caught off guard by the leopard's formidable kick. The sheer force of the blow caused it to topple slowly, devoid of any chance to struggle before succumbing to death. Jiang Zhe then approached Meng Lai, earnestly checking for any injuries, his heart racing with concern. "Meng Lai, are you unhurt?" he asked, turning her body to inspect her from left to right. Fan Qi's gaze also roamed over the female, relieved to find she was unharmed. Just moments earlier, upon hearing the commotion in the forest, he had rushed towards the rampaging wild boar, positioning himself before her just in time to protect her from harm. Confirming that Meng Lai was merely startled, he lowered his gaze to the lifeless wild boar at their feet. It was a medium-sized boar, evidently frightened by something. Aside from the wound on its neck, it bore other blood that did not belong to it. The cause of the boar's panic could only be attributed to another predator or beastman, and with a cautious glance around, he felt it was unwise to linger. "I'm fine, just startled when I first saw it," Meng Lai said, her hand resting on her heart, which was racing from the fright. "That was truly frightening. I was almost pierced by the boar's tusks," she admitted, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. "Yes, as long as you're okay, this place is no longer safe. There are likely other predators nearby. Let us continue onward," Fan Qi replied, his expression serious. Jiang Zhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, this boar must have been frightened into fleeing. Transforming into his beast form, he carried Meng Lai upon his back, moving steadily and swiftly along their path. Before departing, Fan Qi hoisted the slain boar onto his shoulder, effortlessly keeping pace with the leopard beast. Chapter 32. The Little White Tiger. After a considerable time, they halted before a row of dilapidated wooden cabins, resembling a forsaken settlement devoid of any beastman inhabitants. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a vibrant tapestry of fiery red hues across the horizon, with clusters of crimson clouds that were utterly enchanting. Observing the impending twilight, Fan Qi remarked, "As it is nearing dusk, and the nearest tribe is still quite far ahead, shall we temporarily rest here?" He surveyed the ramshackle wooden cabins, glancing at Meng Lai with a tone that carried uncertainty. The sight before them was indeed a chaotic assemblage of cabins, and he was unsure if the female could accept such conditions, feeling he might be imposing upon her. Jiang Zhe scrutinized the abandoned structures, estimating there were about 5, all rather rudimentary, with 2 at risk of imminent collapse. This was hardly a tribe. It seemed merely a place where beastmen had briefly resided before relocating. Jiang Zhe cast a nervous glance at Meng Lai as dusk approached. Deeming it no longer suitable to travel, Meng Lai, immersed in the vast expanse of orange-red sky, was awed by the grandeur of the sunset. This picturesque scene far surpassed anything she had witnessed in the bustling city, showcasing an untainted, crystalline blue sky adorned with white clouds and a breathtaking sunset that captivated her senses. "Yes, that sounds fine. You may decide," Meng Lai replied casually, understanding that as long as there was food and safety, she would be content. After all, they were in a world of beasts, and with limited options, it would be unreasonable to be picky at this moment. She was naturally easygoing and gentle, especially since they would not be staying here permanently, merely passing through for one night. Fan Qi and Jiang Zhe exchanged a moment of surprise, not expecting her to agree so readily. They found her demeanor remarkably agreeable, which brought them a sense of joy. She turned back and followed them as they inspected each room. The first and fifth rooms were beyond repair, while the second, third, and fourth rooms bore similar furnishings, each containing a solitary wooden bed. Suddenly, a white object caught Meng Lai's attention, positioned behind the door of the third room. With her large, glistening eyes, she gestured to the two, but when they failed to grasp her meaning, she shushed them and pointed toward the wooden door. Alert, the two approached the third room cautiously, with Meng Lai trailing behind. What met their eyes was a small white tiger with a pale brown striped pattern, appearing to be a few months old, its form somewhat resembling that of a medium-sized Labrador. Its body bore numerous wounds. One particularly large, with fur-stained Arida, lay motionless on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. Had they not observed its faintly rising chest, they might have mistaken it for a lifeless creature. Meng Lai gazed at the frail little white tiger, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity. Its severe injuries rendered it incapable of harming anyone, and so, summoning her courage, she knelt down to examine it closely. At that moment, the weak little tiger slightly opened its pale blue eyes, resembling blue gemstones, and looked at her with a sorrowful gaze before fainting from exhaustion. Jiang Zhe, initially poised to prevent Meng Lai from approaching, after all, it was still a wild beast, soon realized the little tiger's dire condition and allowed her to proceed. How could this little tiger be so gravely injured? It looked so pitiful, teetering on the edge of life. Meng Lai lamented, unable to bear the thought of the adorable creature perishing before her eyes. She gently stroked its fur, resolute in her decision to take action. It must have been attacked by another predator. Fan Shi observed, noting the severity of the wounds. Yet, he understood that such harsh realities were commonplace in the beast world. The little tiger's ability to escape being devoured indicated it had indeed been attacked by another predator. If it were a beast man, the tiger would have been considered prey and would not have been allowed to escape. Jiang Zhe, his expression unperturbed yet visibly excited, proposed, "Let us have the wild boar for dinner tonight. And we can save this little white tiger for tomorrow. After all, it is still alive. Waiting until tomorrow poses no issue." Meng Lai felt a pang of distress at his words, looking at the little tiger. So young and alone without its mother, now facing the threat of death, she found it exceedingly tragic. She reached out to gently caress it, determined to save it, her heart melting at the pleading look it had given her earlier. "No, we cannot eat it. I want to save it. It will be my pet from now on. You must not harm it, okay?" Meng Lai insisted earnestly, her face adorned with a beseeching expression. She was unsure if they would agree. But she simply could not bring herself to give up. Jiang Zhe and Fan Shi exchanged glances, bewildered by her fervent plea. Jiang Zhe lowered his gaze, pondering, "Not eat it. What is a pet? Prey is meant to be consumed. Otherwise, they may grow up and turn against us." Fan Shi furrowed his brow, observing the flushed face of the female, struggling to comprehend her intent. "I mean, we can't eat it. I want to keep it as my pet. A pet is a small animal that I take care of. From now on, it will be a part of my family. Please, do not eat it," Meng Lai implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at the two. Gently shaking Jiang Zhe's hand while pouting, she could not articulate why she felt such a strong attachment, but her desire to save the creature was unwavering. Both Jiang Zhe and Fan Shi found themselves captivated by Meng Lai's endearing display. Her fair complexion resembled a delicate blush, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful, and her sparkling eyes seemed to penetrate their very souls, leaving them unable to utter a word of refusal. Jiang Zhe tenderly caressed her face, his tone indulgent as he replied, "Very well, we shall not eat it. We will abide by your wishes." He wished for nothing more than her happiness, willing to do anything to achieve it, and even a small tiger posed no threat. Meng Lai's lips curved into a smile as she gazed expectantly at Fan Shi, eager for his response. Fan Shi's heart momentarily faltered under her gaze, his pulse racing once more. He was smitten again. His soulful eyes met Meng Lai's sparkling ones. And he thought, "Heavens, she is truly enchanting." Words eluded him, and he could only nod stiffly. "He, thank you both. You are truly wonderful." Meng Lai's smile radiated even more brightly, akin to the moonlight illuminating the night, warming both of their hearts. The two stared dazedly at Meng Lai, lost in the allure of her smile, which warmed their very souls. Jiang Zhe, regaining his senses, cast a glance at Meng Lai and, unable to resist, leaned in to plant a quick kiss on her cheek before briskly striding away. Leaving behind the words, "I'll go gather some firewood first," Meng Lai, momentarily petrified, felt her cheeks flush crimson, too bashful to raise her gaze to Fanchi beside her. This leopard had truly embarrassed her. Couldn't he have waited for a more private moment? Humph! Fanchi's eyes fixated on Menglai's lips, nearly losing control. He bolted outside, leaving Menglai in a state of bewilderment. She hurriedly checked on the small tiger lying on the ground, noticing the multitude of wounds that made moving it difficult. She thought to herself that a scraper would be handy to remove its fur for better treatment. Well, she decided to proceed directly. The little white tiger, faintly catching a pleasant scent, fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 33. The pet with a mere thought. Menglai conjured a few purple medicinal herbs in her hands. Thankfully, she had spotted these healing herbs on her way. She felt a sense of calm wash over her. She began to speak softly to the little tiger. You are quite fortunate to encounter a kind soul like me, especially since I possess these healing purple herbs that can stop bleeding and mend wounds. It appears your life is meant to continue. You must be strong and endure this trial, for a blissful life awaits you beyond it. She chewed a few purple herbs in her mouth before applying them to the tiger's wounds. The sight of these gaping wounds was quite alarming, gruesome, and unsettling, resembling the claw marks of a beast. What had this little creature endured? Such a small form, bearing pain far beyond what it should have had to withstand. What kind of beast would inflict harm on such a young cub? Even in hunting, one would think it unwise to target a cub with so little meat on its bones. To escape such grave injuries and still be alive was truly a miracle. Do not worry. I will protect you from now on. Even if I cannot, my two companions will certainly keep you safe. You must recover quickly, Menglai murmured to herself, her hands never ceasing their ministrations until every wound was covered with herbs. Gazing at the herb-clad body, it resembled not a tiger but rather a green sprite. She wondered how effective these herbs would be on such severe wounds, but it was a case of trying anything. Hoping for the best, gently stroking the fluffy little tiger's head, she whispered, "Hang in there, little tiger." Having used a substantial amount of purple herbs, she was relieved that she had gathered an ample supply, ensuring their longevity. Stepping outside, she spotted Jiangze, who had already built a pile of firewood, while Fanchi was deftly cutting meat. In such a short time, they had accomplished so much. Sit tight. You don't need to lend a hand. Fanchi's cheerful voice rang out as he noticed Menglai approaching with the intention of skewering the meat. In this beastly world, females were accustomed to sitting idly, waiting to be served. Initially, they had been unaware of Menglai's unique culinary methods. But now that he had mastered roasting meat and cooking seafood, there was no way he would let her lift a finger. He could take care of her without a worry. As Jiangze finished setting up the fire, he stepped over to Menglai, gently pulling her aside before starting to work himself. Within a few moments, they had prepared the entire pig for roasting. Menglai felt a twinge of concern, thinking that if this continued, she might become utterly useless. She retrieved the seasonings and utensils, sitting by the fire with a pout, pondering life. The two beastmen busily turned the meat skewers over the roaring fire, and soon the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Jiangze skillfully sprinkled chili powder and cumin, his movements swift, and handed the first skewer to Menglai. Lai, you must be hungry. Here, take it, but be careful, it's hot. Jiangze's face was flushed from the firelight, radiating warmth and a beaming smile. Menglai gratefully accepted it, the delightful scent enveloping her. Her stomach, having gone without food for a while, grumbled in response. She gently blew on the skewer before taking a bite. It's delicious, perfectly roasted. She swallowed and praised, just as another skewer was offered, this one grilled by Fanchi. She eagerly accepted it, thanking him sweetly. Thank you, Fanchi. This is so good, truly amazing. Menglai felt reassured that letting them handle the cooking was the right choice. Her previous attempts had paled in comparison. To avoid wasting food, she decided to leave the cooking to them in the future. Her role would simply be to enjoy the meal. Haha. The two men, buoyed by her compliments, beamed with joy. Jiangze was delighted that his partner was enjoying the meal, while Fanchi, glancing down, felt a charming smile tug at his lips, wondering if the praise would lead her to accept him. Should we save some meat for the little white tiger? Menglai turned back to the house, feeling a twinge of concern, not out of fear that it might die from its injuries, but rather from worry that it might starve. Menglai shook her head gently. Caring for a pet felt akin to welcoming a family member into her life. She had begun to worry about it. Ignoring the reactions of the two men, She picked up a skewer of meat and walked into the house, softly calling, "Little tiger, wake up. Would you like something to eat?" Seeing it unresponsive, she placed the meat before it and stepped back outside. Jiangze followed, taking a look at the tiger wrapped in herbs, chuckling softly to himself, thinking she had used far too many. His eyes twinkled with amusement. His partner was truly kind-hearted. Afterward, Minglai settled down in that room, perfectly positioned to keep an eye on the little tiger. Jiangze glanced at the feeble creature, doubting its chances of survival due to the severity of its injuries. However, he chose not to share this with Minglai, fearing it might upset her. The next day dawned bright and sunny, beams of sunlight filtering through the wooden cabin's cracks and illuminating the wooden bed. The girl slowly awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Where's the little tiger?" Minglai exclaimed, immediately searching for the poor little cub. Seeing the empty ground, she called out loudly and rushed outside, just in time to see Jiangze carrying the white tiger towards the exit. "Jiangze, where are you taking it? With so many injuries, don't carry it like that. It will only hurt it more," Minglai's worried voice rang out. Jiangze halted, mumbling, "Lai, I'm just taking it to drink some water." Minglai hurriedly took the cub from him, cradling it gently in a comfortable position, relieved to see it was still alive. "Let us not go. You just bring some water over instead," she instructed before turning to head back inside. Jiangze sighed, continuing on his way to the forest. Fanqi, with a look of astonishment, watched Minglai tenderly care for the little tiger. "Heavens, this female is so kind." Minglai gently set the still sleeping little tiger down, observing its rising and falling chest as a sign of life. She tenderly removed the dried purple herbs, relieved to see that the bleeding had stopped, and retrieved fresh herbs to repeat her earlier actions. When will such severe injuries heal? It's truly worrisome. Noticing Minglai's furrowed brow, Fanqi felt a pang of sympathy and, in a gentle tone, reminded her its breathing is growing weaker. The effects of the purple herbs seem minimal. He felt a sense of helplessness, but knew he had to be direct. In this beastly world, people tended to be straightforward and sincere. Seeing her concern, he felt compelled to be honest, hoping to address her feelings before they deepened. Minglai, incredulous, looked up at the detached Fanqi, opening her mouth to retort but finding no words. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the weakening little tiger. Before sadness could fully set in, a sudden realization struck her. Chapter 34, Blood Feeding Right. I possess powerful healing abilities. More accurately, I have a unique bloodline that can neutralize toxins and heal wounds. This secret was of utmost importance, critical to her safety, and she couldn't let other beastmen discover it. If they did, she would find herself in peril. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her. If this secret fell into the hands of unscrupulous beastmen, she dreaded to think of the consequences. She resolved to secretly save this little white tiger and then never use her powers again, to avoid future troubles. That won't happen. I believe it is improving, and it will recover. Just wait and see," Minglai declared with a radiant smile on her face. Fanqi's gaze remained fixed on Minglai, watching her transformation from a state of melancholy to an upbeat demeanor. He couldn't fathom why, but seeing her confident and spirited made him willing to let her be. Even if this little white tiger were to depart, it wouldn't matter. He could always catch another cub for her in the future. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. "Lai, here comes the water." The voice of Jiangze echoed from afar, heralding his approach before he was even visible. He held an unfamiliar leaf in his hand, carrying a large handful of water towards them. Minglai had initially intended to divert Fanqi and was preparing to offer a bit of blood to the little white tiger. But now that Jiangze had arrived, she had no choice but to seek another opportunity later. She had yet to decide whether to disclose this matter to them, considering its significance. Although the male beasts here treated their partners with utmost affection and appeared unwaveringly loyal to marriage, she suspected it was largely due to the scarcity of females. She did not dare test human nature, for it often faltered under scrutiny. Even in the institution of marriage, one could not place absolute trust in another, at least not at present. Perhaps in the future, such matters could be revisited. Fortunately, the little tiger had not yet eaten, allowing it to at least drink some water. Accepting the water Jiangze offered, she gently moistened the dry mouth of the little tiger, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity. The weather today was rather dismal, with a looming sense of rain, making it impossible to continue their journey. It seemed they would have to spend another night here. Fan Shi glanced at the distant sky, now darkened with thickening clouds, realizing they needed to hasten their preparations for dinner that evening. Jiang Zhe looked up and nodded in agreement, exchanging a glance with the bear beast before preparing to venture out for hunting. As he took 2 steps forward, he glanced back at Fan Shi and then at Ming Lai, pausing for 2 seconds before declaring, "Today's hunting task is entrusted to you." Jiang Zhe remembered that the bear beast was not yet Lai Lai's partner, and since hunting could take a considerable amount of time, it was more fitting for him to accompany his partner. Thus, he naturally began to instruct the bear beast. "All right," Fan Shi replied without hesitation. Dashing into the depths of the forest, leaving Ming Lai, Jiang Zhe, and the little tiger behind. Ming Lai, observing the increasingly feeble breaths of the cub, felt a surge of anxiety. "Jiang Zhe, is it going to rain soon?" Jiang Zhe nodded, cautioning that it could potentially be a heavy downpour. "A heavy downpour? Will the wooden house we're staying in withstand it?" "I'm not so sure. I'll first secure these 2 houses to ensure we can safely endure the impending storm." Jiang Zhe surveyed the surroundings, noticing 3 dilapidated wooden houses nearby that could serve as materials for reinforcement. He needed to complete this task before the rain arrived. "Good. You go work on the nearby house first. Once you're finished, come to this one. Thank you for your hard work," Ming Lai said playfully, relishing the fact that she finally had an excuse to avoid work. Stay in this house and don't go outside. If anything happens, just call for me." Jiang Zhe smiled before stepping outside. Ming Lai let out a sigh of relief. If she delayed any longer, the little white tiger might truly be beyond saving. She bit her finger in pain, the 3rd finger she had bitten recently, suppressing her discomfort as she squeezed out 2 drops of blood onto the little tigeress mouth, hoping it would suffice. After all, 1 drop of blood had dispelled Jiang Zhe's illusion that day. Now, she was offering 2. She would have to wait and see. If it didn't work, she could always try again tomorrow. Gazing at her now unbleeding finger, she noticed no immediate change. How miraculous. How did my blood transform into a healing elixir, akin to magic? I wonder what surprises await me upon completing the next task. She thought, her anticipation growing. The little tigeress mouth moved slightly, and it licked its lips, swallowing the 2 drops of blood. Noticing the movement, Ming Lai's eyes were fixed on it, her confidence bolstered by Jiang Zhe's prior experience with her blood. Moments later, however, she did not observe any changes. "Lai, the nearby house is ready. Would you like to take a look?" Jiang Zhe's cheerful voice rang out, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Ming Lai. Reminiscent of a child eagerly awaiting praise after completing chores, what Ming Lai beheld was a vision of radiant sunshine, illuminating Jiang Zhe's face with a captivating smile. "Lai?" Jiang Zhe gazed at the dazed female, his heart leaping with joy. Surely, she must be fond of him, as her eyes were fixed upon him, lost in admiration. Ming Lai snapped back to reality, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shyly smiled. "Ah, I'm coming. Wow, this is quite well done. You're truly amazing," she exclaimed, observing how the previously drafty areas had been fortified. With this, they need not fear the impending storm. The leopard beast was not only adept at cooking but also remarkably skilled in construction. Not only was he intelligent, but his practical skills were impressive as well. Jiang Zhe, basking in the praise, wore a beaming smile that was impossible to conceal, and his gaze towards Ming Lai grew ever more fervent. "Now there's just this side left. I'll carry the little tiger over, and we can work on the other house," Ming Lai proclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, the distant sound of rain began to patter heavily against the ground. Growing louder by the moment, "It's raining!" Ming Lai hurriedly cradled the little tiger and rushed back to the repaired wooden house, as the sudden downpour washed over the land, dispelling the heat and bringing a refreshing chill. Staring at the torrential rain, Jiang Zhe's expression stiffened. "Oh dear, I was just a moment away from finishing the other house," he lamented. "Indeed. Fan Shi hasn't returned yet," Ming Lai remarked, observing the fierce rain, which marked her first encounter with such a storm since arriving here. Suddenly, she recalled that Fan Shi was still out hunting, wondering how he was faring and whether he had found shelter from the rain. Fan Shi hasn't returned yet. Being out in a thunderstorm is particularly perilous, she thought anxiously, her gaze drifting towards the forest, where large droplets of rain splattered against the muddy ground, sending up countless sprays of mud. The rain fell in a dense curtain, obscuring the distant scenery as if it were a colossal white veil. Listening to Ming Lai's worried words, Jiang Zhe followed her gaze towards the forest. With his keen eyesight, he could see further. Amidst the downpour, the rain cascaded down, causing splashes to rise from 2 meters above the ground. I see that the tall, familiar silhouette. Chapter 35. The Tempest Fan Shi wandered through the forest, hoping to hunt another wild boar, having already noted that Ming Lai particularly enjoyed wild boar meat. However, after searching for a considerable time without encountering any, he was beginning to feel disheartened. Just then, he spotted 2 large white rabbits nearby, their mouths vigorously munching away. He easily captured them, determined to delve deeper into the forest to catch more prey. After all, 2 rabbits would hardly suffice for 3 people. He continued onward. Yet, he soon realized that due to the weather, both large and small beasts were scarce. As the clouds thickened overhead, he reluctantly decided to head back. In that moment, he noticed a cluster of ripe bananas, their vibrant orange hue standing out against the lush green leaves. He swiftly plucked a bunch, estimating there to be about 50 bananas. At last, he could gather a decent amount of food. Passing by a small stream, he took the opportunity to prepare his catch, holding 2 rabbits in one hand and the hefty bunch of bananas in the other as he made his way home. However, the sky was not on his side. Heavy raindrops began to fall from above, intensifying with each passing moment. Fan Shi did not linger, quickening his pace towards the thatched cottage, the blurry landscape not hindering his sense of direction. Countless raindrops poured down, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder as the wind howled fiercely, creating a symphony of nature's fury. Fan Shi, run faster! Ming Lai shouted anxiously, watching the bear beast sprint through the rain. Jiang Zhe sighed in exasperation. The rain had come at the most inopportune moment, forcing the bear beast to take action. I'm fine. It's just a bit of rain, Fan Shi reassured as he stepped into the cramped house. Transforming back into human form, droplets cascading from his drenched hair, he squeezed the water from his hair, though it proved to be of little effect. Quickly dry off. You might catch a cold, Ming Lai urged. Her concerned gaze fixed on him. The fluctuating temperatures could easily lead to illness. She glanced around, realizing there were no spare beast skins or cloth available. Alas, there's nothing here, Ming Lai sighed, her head drooping in disappointment. Life in the beast realm is tough. We lack everything. Next time I pass through a large tribe, I must purchase more supplies at the market. I wonder what treasures await at the legendary market. I hope it's more prosperous. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she remembered the cotton she had. Turning her back as if searching for something, she retrieved the stash of cotton she had been storing. Come, use this cotton ball to dry off, Ming Lai beamed, nearly forgetting that she had her own space and supplies. Seeing Fan Shi standing there in confusion, she thrust the cotton ball into his hands, nearly wanting to assist him herself, for if he delayed any longer, he would surely fall ill. Fan Shi looked at the cotton ball in bewilderment. He recognized it, but had never seen it used for drying off. Only upon feeling the soft ball pressed into his palm did he comprehend. Without hesitation, he clumsily employed the cotton ball, watching as the once lightweight sphere instantly absorbed the water from his body. Becoming heavy with moisture, he was astonished to discover that this cotton ball could be used in such a manner. Overjoyed, he marveled at Ming Lai's ingenuity, his expression reflecting the exaggerated surprise of someone encountering a novel experience. This is quite convenient. Gazing at Ming Lai, there was a hint of admiration in her eyes. Indeed, I almost forgot that we had picked so many earlier. The thought of that enchanting space filled Ming Lai with joy. It truly is a precious treasure. Jiang Zhe was equally astonished, realizing that the cotton balls Ming Lai had gathered had such a purpose. She is indeed a clever female. He then turned his attention to the lovesick Vanki, who was fixated on Ming Lai. Observing their intimate interactions stirred a pang of envy within him. Since there's nothing else to do, let us commence with the barbecue, Jiang Zhe said, his expression dark and inscrutable. Interrupting the silent exchange between the two, Vanki lowered his gaze, presenting a large bunch of orange bananas before Ming Lai with a smile. I gathered these bananas that I spotted. You must be hungry as well. Please indulge yourself while I prepare the meat. He then walked toward the adjacent wooden cabin, which had yet to be repaired, intending to start a fire there. Fortunately, there was still some firewood left from the previous night, ample for their needs. Thank you, Vanki, Ming Lai replied, her face lighting up with delight. It had been several days since she had tasted fruit, and bananas were quite a treat. Jiang Zhe watched, incredulous, as the bear beast fawned over Menglai, rolling his eyes in silence as he offered to assist. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air, igniting Menglai's appetite. She swallowed hard, barely able to contain her anticipation. Although the two wild rabbits were not insignificant in size, Zhang Zhe and the others ensured that Menglai ate her fill before they did. However, the remnants were insufficient to satiate both of their appetites, and Menglai quickly discerned this, leading to the inclusion of sweet potatoes and potatoes. While beastmen typically favored meat, circumstances had changed. Simply having food to fill their bellies was more than satisfactory at this moment. Just then, a faint whimpering sound pierced the air. It was the little tiger. Menglai dashed to the next room, where the white tiger lay awake on the wooden bed. Its wounds had not fully healed, but compared to the morning, it looked significantly better, and its spirit seemed much improved as well. Its light blue eyes fixed intently on her. He knew that this beautiful female before him had saved his life. Although he was still weak and unable to walk, he had passed the most perilous phase. Menglai recognized that her blood had played a crucial role, yet it seemed insufficient. She resolved to administer a couple more drops the following day and then cease. Gently, she cradled him and carried him to the neighboring room, tenderly stroking his fur. She adored fluffy creatures. They were simply adorable. Even the fierce beasts in their juvenile stages, they were irresistibly charming. Zhang Zhe and Vanke observed the white tiger, which had appeared near death earlier that morning, now awake and seemingly rejuvenated. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged glances, their expressions transformed, sensing that Menglai harbored a secret. The two, in a rare moment of tacit understanding, chose not to pry into Menglai's mystery. Keeping their lips sealed, Zhang Zhe felt a swell of pride. She is truly remarkable, able to save a beast on the brink of death, just as that malicious female had once rescued him. Vanke expressed his admiration. She is extraordinary. She must possess some magical ability. I shall protect her and everything that belongs to her. Unbeknownst to Menglai, the expressions of the two men shifted from shock to curiosity to resolute determination as she prepared to feed the little tiger with a sweet potato. Noticing his lack of response, she then retrieved the last remaining piece of meat. He has finally eaten. Indeed, he is a beast, as even the young ones favor meat. In her mind, she calculated the growing demand for food at home. Realizing that she must stockpile provisions diligently, ideally filling the enchanting space to the brim. Yet, she remained unaware that such a feat was impossible. Chapter 36. The journey begins after satisfying their hunger. The beast world was devoid of nightlife. Menglai gazed out at the incessant rain, a sudden wave of drowsiness washing over her. The three beasts and one human settled down. Menglai gently placed the white tiger on the ground to rest. Standing before the rudimentary wooden bed, her cheeks flushed slightly, she hesitated, uncertain of how to sleep. Ultimately, she decided to lie down against the wall, barely glancing at the two behind her. Everyone, let us rest early. Good night, she said, surrendering to the soothing sound of the rain as she drifted into a deep slumber. Zhang Zhe pondered the meaning of good night just as he noticed Menglai's serene sleeping face, which radiated beauty. He hastily climbed up, disregarding Vanke, and embraced Menglai, falling asleep beside her. Vanke, understanding the unspoken bond, settled at the opposite end of the bed. As dawn broke, Menglai awoke, stretching languidly. She had slept soundly until the sun's rays streamed through the doorway. Uncertain of when the torrential rain had ceased, she breathed in the fresh, cool air that followed the downpour. What a refreshing day in the sweltering season, she thought, relishing the moment. Habitually glancing beside her, she found that everyone had risen, including the little tiger on the floor, who was now awake and gazing at her with wide, round eyes. Oh, you seem to be in better spirits today, Menglai exclaimed as she scooped up the adorable little tiger. Inspecting him closely, the wounds exposed to the air had ceased to ooze, and it appeared that healing was imminent. She couldn't help but marvel at the rapid efficacy of her blood, as her thoughts wandered. 2 sprigs of purple herbs materialized in her hands. After chewing them until they were pulp, she applied them to the wounds, soothingly saying, "Be good, you shall heal quickly." Staring at her fingers, a bittersweet smile tugged at her lips. Resolute, she gently bit her own finger, allowing droplets of blood to bead forth. With a firm squeeze, she directed a few drops into the tiger's mouth. The little white tiger, nestled in her embrace, closed his eyes in contentment. relishing her aroma and warmth. He had never experienced such tender care from a female before and wished to remain in her arms indefinitely as he beheld the sudden appearance of the 2 sprigs of herbs in her hands. His eyes widened in astonishment. He remained still as she applied the herbal remedy, feeling a slight itch on his wounds, a sign of improvement, as 2 drops of her blood fell into his slightly agape mouth. He instinctively licked his lips, realizing it was the female's blood. His expression morphed into one of confusion, silently questioning why she was feeding him her blood, his serious yet adorable face betraying a hint of amusement. "Fear not. You shall recover swiftly. You must persevere," Minglai reassured, gently tapping his nose and stroking his head in a soothing manner. The little tiger, comforted by her touch, emitted a soft whimper, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to sleep as his eyelids grew heavy. Leading him into a deep slumber, Minglai watched the once vibrant little tiger succumb to sleep in an instant, his adorable visage accompanied by gentle, rhythmic breaths. Amused, she surmised that the effect of her blood was likely the cause, facilitating his healing through rest, and she carefully laid him on the wooden bed. "Lele, are you awake?" Jiang Zhe strode in, his eyes filled with mirth as he noticed her standing by the bed. Her gaze fixed on the slumbering form. Following her line of sight, he observed that the little tiger seemed to have improved even further, truly remarkable. Hearing Jiang Zhe's bright voice draw closer, Minglai quickly turned to him, placing a finger to her lips with a shushing gesture, signaling him to be quiet as she led him outside. "Lower your voice. He has just fallen asleep," she whispered. Jiang Zhe followed her outside. "Lele, would you like to eat some bananas?" he cheerfully offered, handing her a few bananas. "You should freshen up first. We plan to set off after lunch." He pointed to a large banana leaf filled with clean water. Knowing she had a morning ritual of washing up, Minglai happily accepted, enjoying the bananas Jiang Zhe had thoughtfully peeled for her, and then proceeded with her washing routine. "Are we departing at noon?" she inquired, glancing hesitantly towards the little tiger, pondering that there were still hours until noon and hoping he would awaken before they set out. Once he did, he should be significantly recovered, making their departure around midday feasible. "Yes, we shall embark after lunch," Jiang Zhe replied, considering the pleasant weather. Today, there was no rain, and the air felt refreshingly cool after the storm. The sun was not too intense, making it a comfortable time to travel. If they ran steadily throughout the afternoon, they could reach their destination by nightfall. However, the thought of the mother beast weighed heavily on his heart, casting a shadow over his mood. "Then it shall be noon. Where has Vanki gone?" As soon as the words left his lips, he spotted the stoic Vanki, shouldering the weight of a thoroughly deceased wild boar. Since her first taste of wild boar in the beast world, she had developed a fondness for it, and having enjoyed it for 2 consecutive days was quite delightful. "Vanki, you have captured another wild boar. How impressive!" Minglai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she admired him and the boar. Her desire for delectable food ignited once more. Initially serious, Vanki smiled at Minglai, always treating her with warmth. "Yes, I went out to wait and happened upon Toot. The larger boar got away, leaving only this smaller one for me to catch," he said, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone as he lamented the larger boar's escape. Minglai, unfazed, praised him. "That is still quite commendable. Any bounty is worthy of celebration." Minglai believed that with his prowess in the second ring, capturing a wild boar would pose no challenge whatsoever. It must have been some extraordinary circumstance, perhaps a matter of distance. Fan Shi chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, displaying a coy demeanor akin to that of a shy woman. How delightful it is to be female, satisfied by mere small prey, without casting any blame upon him, instead offering comfort and compliments. Truly, what a wonderful situation. Jiang Zhe observed Minglai as he lavished her with accolades, finding the sight of her heart fluttering in response to the flattery rather irksome. Moving aside, he busied himself with the fire, as the recent hunts had yielded only bare beasts, and he needed to be industrious. At the very least, he must prepare roasted meat for Minglai. Next time, he might even hunt a wild boar for her, ensuring she does not perceive him as gluttonous and indolent. As everyone gathered around the fire, just as the meat was halfway cooked, a strong aroma wafted through the air, attracting a recently awakened little tiger. It approached unsteadily, its tiny head nuzzling against Minglai's calf, reminiscent of a newborn seeking nourishment. Utterly adorable, Ming Lai scooped up the charming, oblivious little tiger, which was as endearing and affectionate as a kitten or puppy. Chapter 37. Recovery. Wow, you can walk now. It seems your recovery is going splendidly, Ming Lai exclaimed in delight, watching the little darling make its way from the wooden bed to outside. Though its steps were still a tad shaky, she was astonished by the swiftness of its recovery, especially since such deep wounds had already formed scabs, whereas just hours ago, they had still been oozing with pus and blood. Jiang Zhe and Fan Qi had repeatedly witnessed many incredible things concerning Ming Lai, and at this moment, they merely exchanged glances, not as astonished as before, having grown accustomed to the surprises she brought forth. Fan Qi's gaze swept over the little tiger, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the sight of it lounging comfortably in the embrace of the female. Yet, as his eyes met its strikingly beautiful, jade-like blue ones, he was taken aback. The tiger, undeterred by his unfriendly stare, boldly held its gaze, perhaps feeling uneasy under the scrutiny or fearing the female's reaction. It promptly averted its eyes. Jiang Zhe felt similarly discontented by the presence of other male creatures in his partner's vicinity, particularly when they appeared so at ease in receiving Ming Lai's affection and embrace. The mere thought incensed him. His glance was drawn back to the charred meat skewers, and he sighed, dismissing it as merely a small cub, devoid of any real threat, before returning to his task of roasting meat. The little white tiger, having just awakened from slumber, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of meat. Its long-neglected stomach growled in response, prompting it to open its eyes and realize that its wounds had scabbed over, and the snake venom had been expelled from its body. A sense of understanding mingled with confusion washed over it. During its time of severe injury, it had dragged its weakened body along the route etched in its memory to the dark forest where purple flowering herbs grew. Discovered years ago by mistake, these herbs possessed the power to staunch bleeding and promote healing. Exhausted, it nibbled on a few of the purple flowers, hoping they would aid its critically injured body. Before finding a thicket in which to rest at half awake, it heard a commotion that startled it into immediate flight. As it fled, its frail body collided with a medium-sized wild boar, the sight of which inexplicably sent the young cub into a panic. One glance was all it took for the boar to turn and flee in the opposite direction. Under normal circumstances, it would not have missed the opportunity to capture such a plump prey. But given its current state, it was fortunate that the boar had been frightened away. Had it charged, the cub would have been utterly defenseless. The cub continued to run towards the forest's edge, exerting every ounce of strength, yet it was still moving slowly. Eventually, it arrived at a few dilapidated wooden huts, utterly exhausted, and collapsed, closing its eyes, unable to discern whether it was truly asleep or merely fainted. Not long after, it heard voices engaged in conversation and sensed a sweet, fragrant aroma. Struggling to open its eyes, it was met with the sight of a beautiful, fair-skinned female. Just one glance was enough to captivate it. She was stunning. However, it could not gaze for long, as it soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Afterward, she tended to it with gentle care, applying medicine and stroking its fur. Even in its stupor, it could feel her nurturing presence and hear her soothing words of encouragement. Remarkably, within a few short days, its wounds had healed significantly, which was astonishing, almost surreal. It did not believe that the healing was solely due to the purple herbs, having previously ingested and applied them. While they were effective for minor wounds, their efficacy on severe injuries was minimal, and healing typically occurred gradually. The rapid recovery indicated that it was not merely the herbs at play, or perhaps that their effects were combined with something else. What could it be? Reflecting on this morning's experience of her applying medicine, the only other elements involved were those 2 drops of blood, after which it had inexplicably grown drowsy and fallen into a deep slumber. Awakening to its current state with scabs formed over its major wounds and complete healing of the minor ones. Even the snake venom had been purged. It was astonished. Ordinarily, snake venom could only be countered by an antidote from a serpent beast. Otherwise, survival was unlikely. It had endured thus far due to its strength and resilience, but it had reached its limits. Without the intervention of this female, it might have perished. It was truly miraculous. Aside from the purple herbs, there was her blood. Could it be that her blood was responsible for the swift recovery? That notion was astounding, defying logic. Her blood had the power to heal wounds and detoxify. Suddenly, a realization thundered within its mind. It must be her blood. Heavens, her blood could heal and save lives. Had it not experienced it firsthand, it would have never believed such a thing possible. How could one person's blood possess such extraordinary power? After years of living among beasts, it had never heard of any other female's blood possessing such properties. It seemed that her blood alone held this unique secret. She had revived it with her blood, helping it navigate the perilous brink between life and death. Perhaps she had thought it merely a mute beast, hence her willingness to use her blood for treatment. How kind she was, showing such compassion towards the offspring of a ferocious creature, willing to sacrifice her precious blood. Yet now, it was fearful of this secret being discovered. If malicious beastmen learned of it, she would become the target of relentless pursuit, facing a constant threat of being hunted, imprisoned, and bled. It dared not imagine the consequences. It must protect this secret and safeguard her. Feeling a hostile gaze upon it, it looked up to find a bare beast, perhaps the female's partner. No, there was no sin of her upon him. He was merely a suitor. Even so, how dare he regard it with such disdain? It met the bear's gaze defiantly, unyielding. Then its attention shifted to a nearby leopard beast, a bright and sunny young male. His eyes radiating with naive innocence, he was indeed the female's partner, which dismayed it. How could she have accepted him? Its thoughts were interrupted as the female brought it back to reality. Presenting a skewer of roasted meat before it, swallowing hard, the little tiger began to devour it voraciously, ravenous after such a long period without food. Finally, it had an appetite, and it feasted eagerly. Meng Lai watched the little tiger eat with such gusto. Pleased to see its appetite returning, she gently stroked the nape of its neck. Take your time. There's more, no need to rush. The little white tiger was engrossed in its meal when it suddenly caught sight of the female's ring, causing its expression to darken. Chapter 38. On the journey after a hearty lunch, only Meng Lai appeared joyful in her consumption. The others bore varied expressions. Jiang Zhe thought, the meat I roasted is meant for Meng Lai. Fan Qi mused, this little tiger exudes an unusual aura of strength. How peculiar it is that a mere cub of a wild beast shows no fear towards a beastman. The little white tiger pondered. How could such weak beastmen have captured the female's affections? The meat is exceptionally delectable. Could it be that one wins the affection of a female through culinary delights? Apart from that, there is nothing particularly remarkable about the orc across from us. After a brief respite, we set forth on our journey. Meng Lai, cradling the little white tiger, mounted the back of the leopard beast. Initially, Jiangze exhibited some reluctance, as his beast form was only meant for his partner to ride. He was averse to allowing other unruly male beasts to do so, even resisting the idea of male cubs. However, under Meng Lai's coaxing, he begrudgingly acquiesced, unable to refuse the requests of his partner, though his gaze towards the little white tiger bore a warning. The little white tiger maintained its adorable demeanor, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of disdain in its eyes. Who would want to sit atop your beast form anyway? Meng Lai placed a small piece of beast skin on the leopard's back and settled herself securely, the soft fur beneath her providing a delightful tactile sensation. The four of us continued onward. The weather gradually warming. The sun had tilted slightly westward from its zenith, yet still radiated its warmth unabated, having baked the ground for much of the day, leaving the remnants of rain thoroughly parched. The leopard beast initially quickened its pace, exceeding its usual speed, but gradually, its steps became somewhat erratic, swaying lightly as if it were losing its stability. Meng Lai felt bile rising in her throat, threatening to make her retch. Jiangze, stop. Please stop. I need a moment to rest. Her complexion had turned somewhat pale, the urge to vomit intensifying. The instant Jiangze halted, Meng Lai dismounted, releasing the little tiger and hastening to the side to be sick. Help! Motion sickness, seasickness, and now beast sickness too. Fan Qi approached her, matching her pace and gently patting her back, a worried expression etched upon his face. Only after Meng Lai had emptied her stomach did she begin to recover. Her face still appearing somewhat pale and greenish, the little tiger nuzzled against her feet, as if to offer comfort. I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. I feel better after throwing up. She looked up to meet Fan Qi's concerned brown eyes, explaining her condition. After Jiangze stopped, he too began to feel a bit unwell, sitting off to the side, appearing somewhat weak. Otherwise, how could he disregard Meng Lai's situation? he sensed an overwhelming surge of energy within him, almost beyond his control, causing his body to feel unsteady. The energy he had accumulated was becoming too great, leading to a loss of control. He needed to return to the tribe before the next day to recuperate and upgrade, or the consequences could be dire. Fan Qi, upon hearing this, did not lessen his worry. In their world, females were quite fragile. Any oversight could cost them their lives. He cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Jiangzi. Having recognized that something was amiss with him, Minglai could no longer ride on his back, but fortunately, they had been running for a good part of the day and should be nearing their destination. Jiangzi, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Minglai sensed Jiangzi's unusual state today. Even at high speeds, he usually maintained steady footing, unlike his current condition. Something was amiss, and she surmised it was due to Jiangzi's exhaustion leading to his discomfort. I am not ill, so you needn't worry too much. We simply must reach the tribe today. I need to absorb the excess energy. Jiangzi transformed into human form, glancing ahead at the road, estimating that they still had some distance to cover but could reach the Linmu tribe before sunset. However, you can no longer ride on my back. I'm feeling a bit dazed, and I worry you might fall. Jiangzi said with concern, casting a glance at Minglai. Fan Qi understood his implication and took over the conversation, addressing Minglai. Then I will carry you. If I maintain the speed, we should reach the tribe in no time. All right. Fan Qi felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure if the female would agree, given the intimate nature of the offer, especially since she had yet to accept him as a partner. Minglai, somewhat understanding, nodded. As long as he wasn't ill. That was sufficient. She speculated that absorbing energy was likely related to combat prowess. As long as you're not sick, that's good. Then I will trouble you for the rest of the journey. Fan Qi. She smiled at them, but then paused, pondering about the little tiger. Sensing Minglai's hesitation, Fan Qi followed her gaze, noting the small tiger cub, which posed no impediment at all. It's fine. I can carry him too, he said cheerfully, pleased to provide clarity to the female. Oh, okay, Minglai responded, belatedly realizing her earlier thoughts had been anticipated by them. They were indeed quite considerate. Jiangzi's increasingly pained expression contorted his handsome features. Yet he remained striking. Minglai quickly wrapped her arms around Fan Qi's neck as he crouched. Wow, this is so high. From this 2-meter vantage point, everything appeared much broader. Fan Qi felt Minglai's warmth and the proximity of their bodies, her delicate fragrance enveloping him, causing him to grow increasingly flustered. He shook his head to regain composure and, picking up the little white tiger, began to sprint towards the leopard beast. The little white tiger, feeling somewhat indignant, thought to itself that such a creature hardly deserved to be in such close contact with a female, though it had no means to intervene, merely casting a begrudging gaze at him. If it wasn't mistaken, this brown bear, despite its impassive demeanor, had betrayed its feelings with flushed cheeks. It was quite pleased, yet still attempted to feign indifference. Moreover, it had observed the swaying leopard ahead, which was on the verge of breaking through its original combat prowess and upgrading. It was curious how such a second-ring orange soul leopard beast could possess such immense energy, overwhelming it. If memory served correctly, this upgrade should yield an increase of at least 2 levels in strength. However, if they could not return to the tribe today, entering a state of immersive energy absorption in the wild would leave the beastman vulnerable, akin to someone in a deep slumber, unable to remain alert. Any wild beast could easily kill him during this time, let alone encountering other powerful beastmen. Some beastmen could sense those in the energy absorption phase within a limited range and might seize the opportunity to absorb the surplus energy and warmth released, giving rise to predatory intentions. After all, this was one of the methods beastmen used to rapidly enhance their combat prowess, albeit a nefarious yet efficient one. Only a few were aware of this approach. Chapter 39. Arrival. As thoughts returned to the present, the little white tiger swayed in the bear's embrace, finding it rather uncouth. Minglai clung tightly to the bear's neck, enjoying the refreshing breeze generated by his steady, swift pace, which alleviated her earlier nausea. The air felt much cleaner, and she delighted in observing the scenic splendor from her elevated perspective. Fan Qi maintained a pace that matched the leopard beast's rhythm, careful not to run too fast, mindful of Minglai's comfort, striving for a smooth journey. Her weight felt as light as carrying a small cub. He savored the warmth of her presence, relishing the brief physical contact, reluctant to halt, knowing that stopping would revert them to a distance apart. Yet, he held no objections. Simply being by her side was fulfilling, and anything beyond that would be a bonus, he pondered, basking in this moment of tranquility. Unbeknownst to them, the sun's angle was drawing nearer to the horizon, painting a picturesque scene that was especially enticing. Large beads of sweat cascaded from Jiang's fur-covered body, thoroughly soaking him, yet he pressed on, determined to shield his companions from any concern. "Look over there," Ming Lai, captivated by the beauty of the sunset, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the tall greenery. She spotted trees laden with vibrant yellow-orange fruits and gasped, "Durian, wow, the trees are full." She, who initially intended to halt her steps, gazed in the direction of Jiangze. Suddenly, a row of wooden houses appeared before her eyes. Observing that this settlement was grander than both the Taiping tribe and the Moon tribe, she surmised that this must indeed be Jiangze's homeland. How wonderful! They had finally arrived, momentarily forgetting about the fruit trees. The bear beast, having overheard Ming Lai's words, contemplated pursuing the leopard beast to make it stop. However, upon turning the corner, he realized that the leopard beast tribe before him was none other than the Linmu tribe, which surpassed his own hometown in size and grandeur, indicating its formidable strength. This reassured him, as it meant he could settle down and enter a phase of closed-door cultivation. A powerful tribe would facilitate his smooth passage through the 3-day seclusion period, and with both of them in retreat, he need not worry about Ming Lai's safety alone in the tribe. As these thoughts crossed his mind, they arrived at the entrance of the tribe, where Jiangze stood, drenched in sweat. Awaiting their arrival, his expression was dazed, and it was evident he was on the verge of losing control. It was no wonder. The energy storage capacity of the second-ring orange soul was limited, and he had surpassed its threshold. If he did not absorb more energy soon, he might face life-threatening consequences. Fortunately, they had arrived. On the other hand, the second-ring red soul's capacity threshold was somewhat higher, and his energy storage had not yet reached its limit, leaving him in a stable condition. Tribe leader Jiangze is back," a youthful leopard beast exclaimed excitedly, rushing from the tribe's entrance towards the leader's abode. Calling out as he ran. The Linmu tribe comprised 80% leopard beasts and 20% other beastmen, totaling around 1,000 individuals, including females and younglings. As Jiangze and his companions traversed through the tribe, they made their way homeward. Ming Lai and the others observed the well-managed and sizable settlement, noting the orderly arrangement of the houses, each accompanied by a small yard. Although they were merely simple wooden structures, they were aesthetically pleasing, embodying a blend of simplicity and elegance. The entrance of the tribe was guarded by 2 leopard beast sentinels, and approximately 10 meters outside the gates flowed a crystal-clear spring. Indeed, the tribe was nestled beside the mountains and water, offering a picturesque environment, with a forest nearby for hunting, making life quite convenient. A beastman, bearing a striking resemblance to Jiangze, emerged from the opposite direction. He was the tribe's leader and Jiangze's father, named Jiangjing. His strides were steady yet hurried, suggesting excitement. He was equally handsome, with a resonant voice and an aura of strength, though the number of rings of his soul was not visible. The imposing presence he exuded indicated he was a powerful warrior. Beside him stood a stunning female with a wheat-colored complexion, her arm linked with that of the formidable figure. She bore a resemblance to Jiangze, exuding a gentle and charming demeanor, appearing to be in her 20s. Ming Lai surmised that this must be Jiangze's parents. Goodness, his mother looked so youthful, even if she had given birth to Jiangze at the age of 16. Making her 36 now, one could easily mistake her for a university student. How is this possible? Zay, my dear child. The gentle female rushed forward, embracing the somewhat unwell Jiangze, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly. The strong figure beside her mirrored her excitement, watching the embrace with moist eyes, though he restrained his expression, accustomed as he was to maintaining composure as a leader and a powerful individual. He then turned to the beastman and female behind Jiangze, introducing them. Greetings and welcome to the Linmu tribe. I am Jiangjing, the tribe leader and Jiangze's father. This is Jiangze's mother, Zhang Xiaoman. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. We will be glad to accommodate you. Jiangjing spoke warmly. Thank you. Thanks. His gaze then fixed upon Jiangze, and with a single glance, he comprehended that Jiangze was nearing the final deadline for his closed-door cultivation, and his expression grew serious. He gently moved aside his partner Xiaoman and spoke softly. Xiaoman, we must hurry. Our child is in a precarious state and needs to commence his seclusion immediately. Upon hearing this, Xiaomin's countenance shifted to one of concern. She knew that the closed-door cultivation would last 3 days and held certain dangers. As not all beast men could advance smoothly, quickly, Jiang Jing, take him to his room, Xiaomin urged anxiously. Without hesitation, Jiang Jing led the dazed Jiang Zhe indoors. Xiaomin brought out an array of food and placed it before Jiang Zhe. Her voice filled with care. Zhe Zhe, please eat quickly. You won't be able to consume anything during the next 3 days. Jiang Zhe was deeply touched by his parents' worry and attentiveness. Despite his father's typically stern demeanor, his eyes and actions radiated concern. Thank you, mother and father. Jiang Zhe managed to muster a faint smile, though his appetite was poor. Nevertheless, knowing he would be unable to eat for 3 days, he endeavored to consume as much as possible. After finishing his meal, Jiang Zhe introduced Ming Lai and the others. Mother and father, this is my partner Ming Lai, and this he hesitated, glancing at the bear beast beside Ming Lai before gently stating, this is her other partner, the bear beast Fan Qi. Please take good care of them. Ming Lai, I'll see you when I emerge, he instructed Ming Lai before his weary eyes finally closed. All right, you must come out safely, Ming Lai replied with concern. The others silently exited the room, closing the door behind them, leaving Jiang Zhe alone. Xiaomin invited them to sit on wooden benches in the living room, offering an abundance of bananas with warm hospitality. Ming Lai observed the pile of bananas laid out on the wooden plank and chuckled to herself. Did they only have bananas, the universally accepted fruit? She sighed, feeling somewhat weary of them, and resolved to seek out tastier fruits soon. Xiaomin gazed softly at Ming Lai, captivated by her beauty. This was the first time she had seen such a fair complexion, typically possessed only by Fox tribe members and ocean females. She wondered what race Ming Lai belonged to, as her delicate features were charming, with eyes that sparkled with a captivating brilliance. Xiaomin couldn't help but silently commend Jiang Zhe for his discerning taste. You are Ming Lai, correct? Are you from the Fox tribe? Xiaomin inquired with a warm smile, her eyes filled with admiration. Upon hearing the mention of the Fox tribe, Ming Lai's expression stiffened momentarily, recalling some unpleasant associations. However, she quickly composed herself, donning a sweet smile as she responded, No, I'm. She hesitated, unsure of what to say, as she believed there were no humans here and struggled to formulate a response. When she heard Jiang Zhe refer to her as his partner, she felt a wave of shock and gratitude wash over her. In her stunned state, she realized that Jiang Zhe had recognized her as his partner even before she had officially consented to such a bond. This brief declaration resonated within her, creating ripples of emotion in her heart that refused to settle. Having often been treated differently by Jiang Zhe, she was profoundly touched by his acceptance of her. She vowed to protect Ming Lai with him. Ming Lai cast a pleading glance towards Fan Qi, who stood frozen in place, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing Ming Lai's distress, the bear beast snapped back to reality and, understanding her unspoken plea, promptly replied, She has amnesia. She has forgotten much from her past. I apologize. Fan Qi fabricated an earnest excuse. Oh, I see. Poor child. Xiaomin said sympathetically, gently patting Ming Lai's hand in comfort. From now on, this will be your home. As Jiang Zhe's partner, you are family. Xiaomin reassured her with care. Thank you. Ming Lai felt a bit embarrassed, having just tacitly accepted Fan Qi's falsehood. Alas, she had deceived them both. It was a beautiful lie. Jiang Jing's gaze remained fixed on his partner, occasionally glancing at Ming Lai and Fan Qi. Upon hearing Xiaomin's words, he too felt sympathy for Ming Lai, thinking, what a pitiful female, unable to recall her own home. Thankfully, Jiang Zhe has bonded with her, and this will now be her family. He then resumed peeling bananas for Xiaomin, knowing her fondness for the fruit. Glancing at Fan Qi, he noted that the bear beast was also poised for advancement. Recognizing the need for assistance, he spoke directly. You are Fan Qi, correct? I see your energy levels are sufficient for advancement as well. Would you like to commence your closed-door cultivation today? I can arrange a room and provisions for you. Fan Qi had initially planned to retreat concurrently with Jiang Zhe, reassured by his partner's safety in the tribe. However, he felt a twinge of unease about leaving Ming Lai in the care of unfamiliar individuals. Yet, he decided to alter his timing, acknowledging that the deadline was approaching. Yes, I can manage a bit longer. I intend to begin my retreat after Jiang Zhe successfully concludes his I will require your arrangements then. Thank you. Fan Qi recognized that the tribe leader would extend hospitality for Jiang Zhe's sake. Alleviating his worries. Very well, Jiang Jing replied. The little white tiger, upon entering the tribe, continuously surveyed its surroundings, its demeanor a blend of curiosity and scrutiny. Having spent most of its life within the confines of the tiger clan, it had seldom ventured into other tribes. As it followed the female, it eventually laid eyes on the chief of the four-ringed orange soul. The shimmering blue of its gem-like pupils widened in surprise. Even in a mid-sized tribe, a four-ringed orange soul warrior was present, indicating that this tribe's strength was not to be underestimated. Traditionally, powerful beings prefer to reside in larger or giant tribes, as they offer a greater number of females and a surplus of resources. Upon entering the wooden hut, the architectural design was markedly different from that of the tribe it came from. Although it was also a mid-sized tribe, the environment and aesthetics here were significantly superior. The picturesque surroundings made the prospect of staying in this tribe an appealing option. That moment, it heard the words, "He is another companion of Menglai." It was undeniable. The female had indeed not accepted the bear beast as a mate. Her fair hands adorned with only a single conspicuous ring. Upon hearing the small white tiger emit a soft snort, it became apparent that the amnesia was perhaps not genuine amnesia, but rather a reluctance to divulge the truth. Although the reasons for this concealment were unclear, the little tiger sensed that this female, like Menglai, harbored many secrets. A faint snicker escaped the cub, resembling a gentle puff, so subtle that only the perceptive chief, Jiang Jing, noticed it. Now that he had time to reflect, he turned his gaze to the small white-brown striped tiger on the ground, his pupils narrowing in realization. This was no ordinary beast cub. It was, in fact, a powerful adult beastman concealed in juvenile form. Jiang Zhe and the others could not discern its true nature. While uncertainty lingered regarding its intentions, instinctively, their eyes conveyed a warning. The little white tiger, meeting the gaze filled with suspicion, understood that its juvenile form could not mask the presence of a more formidable beastman. It felt exposed but harbored no fear of harm, for it bore no ill will. It then approached the female's feet, gently nudging her. Menglai lowered his head and tenderly scooped up the whimpering cub, who gazed at him with wide eyes reflecting its own face. Realizing the cub must be hungry, he instinctively reached out to soothe it. As Jiang Jing observed the female cradling the little white tiger, uncertainty flickered in his eyes, pondering whether she was indeed the mate of the bear beast. A flicker of murderous intent softened in his gaze as fragments of memory resurfaced. In his recollections, it was known that any beastman with a four-ringed soul, possessing immense power, also encountered a period of silent protection following a grievous injury inflicted by a stronger foe. If such a beastman could escape the brink of death, they had the option to revert to a juvenile form to conserve their power and minimize energy depletion. This phase, referred to as the silent period, mandated a duration of 3 months in which the beastman remained in juvenile form, unable to hasten or interrupt this state. During this time, they were as vulnerable as lambs, susceptible to myriad dangers, including being misidentified as mere beast cubs by lower-level beastmen, leading to potential hunting or fatal encounters with higher-tier rogue beastmen. Of course, an injured beastman could opt to forego this protective phase, risking significant blood loss and hastened demise. Thus, those with such options typically chose to revert to juvenile form, hoping to encounter benevolent beasts or females, thus improving their slim survival odds. The silent period was akin to a second life granted by high-tier souls, albeit with a staggering 99% risk. "We're back." Resounding voices interrupted Jiang Jing's reverie. It was the hunters returning. Xiaomen's face lit up with joy as she dashed outside, her demeanor reminiscent of a charming young woman. Menglai turned his attention toward the courtyard, where 4 striking figures emerged, each adorned with distinct hair colors, creating a captivating tableau. Their simple leather skirts accentuated their impressive physiques, embodying the adage that a tree requires bark, and a person requires attire to enhance their appearance. However, here, clothing served merely as ornamentation, showcasing the beastman's perfect forms. Among them, a golden-haired elder raised his head and, with pinpoint accuracy, met Xiaomen's gaze, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Minmin, we are back," he rasped, his gaze shimmering with warmth upon encountering the female's eyes. The other 3 also directed their attention to Xiaomen, their expressions reminiscent of long-lost friends reuniting. Menglai felt that the 3 beastmen and the single tiger had transformed into a radiant beacon of affection. illuminating the atmosphere with a palpable warmth. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze, inadvertently meeting the slightly flushed face of the bear beast, Fan Qi. After Xiaoman embraced each of her companions, she introduced Minglai and the others. Aside from Jiang Jing, who stood silently by, the four offered nods of acknowledgement, signifying their respect. They were aware that Jiang Zhe was returning, albeit under the pretense that his partner had sent a false message to lure him back. This Jiang Zhe, proud and ambitious, had departed the tribe alone after reaching adulthood, seeking adventure. Now, 5 years had passed without a word, and observing the worry etched on his partner's face weighed heavily on their hearts. Though beastmen typically left their parents and tribes upon reaching maturity, the absence of any communication from Jiang Zhe was a cause for concern, especially since his partner doted on the little cub. Often leading to sleepless nights, it was customary for adult males to gradually leave their families and tribes to explore the world, seeking mates and potentially returning to settle down. However, Jiang Zhe was particularly unique in his silence. They had no choice but to enlist the help of the Yin Beastman to search for him and convey messages. Now, seeing them return, they were not surprised, even without Jiang Zhe's presence, for their thoughts were solely occupied with their partners. Minglai and Fan Qi exchanged smiles, but among the four beastmen, two noticed the little tiger in Minglai's arms, their expressions mirroring Jiang Jing's earlier wariness, scrutinizing the small creature with caution. However, upon observing Minglai, their hostility dissipated. If he was on good terms with the female, then he must be a companion, not a rogue beastman. Allowing them to relax, as the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk fell, and night began to envelop the land. Fan Qi, having not participated in the hunt, had no game to share and chose to join them for dinner instead. He efficiently prepared a fire pit, while Jiang Jing and the others curiously appraised this diligent and capable beastman. In this mid-sized tribe, the females had adopted cooked meat 2 years prior, and having tasted its deliciousness, they could no longer tolerate raw flesh. The males, however, had fewer demands, only eating cooked meals when the females feasted on grilled meat. During prolonged hunting trips, they often consumed raw meat, which they accepted without issue. Is this for roasting meat? Xiaoman inquired, admiringly regarding Fan Qi, recognizing him as a considerate beastman. Indeed, we are all having roasted meat, Minglai responded with a smile. Unaware that in mid-sized tribes, some beastmen had begun to opt for cooked food, albeit only in one preparation style. Wow, I love roasted meat too, Xiaoman acknowledged, and soon the 6 orcs began to process the several prey. Subsequently, Fan Qi efficiently completed the skewer of meat in front of the 5 orcs and placed it over the fire, leaving the remaining 5 in a state of bewilderment. Though their combat prowess surpassed that of Fan Qi, it appeared that in the culinary arts he excelled beyond them. As they gathered around the fire, the coolness of the night contrasted sharply with the warmth of the day, creating a perfectly comfortable atmosphere. The male beasts took charge of roasting the meat while the females tended to the fire in anticipation of the feast. Minglai, accustomed to this arrangement, cradled the small tiger, repeatedly stroking its white fur. Here, she had the rare opportunity to engage closely with tigers, leopards, and bears, experiences unheard of in the modern world. The little cub nestled in her arms, comfortably closing its eyes, occasionally glancing towards the group of male beasts. Completely oblivious to the fact that there were more than one with a combat power of 4 rings in this tribe, the mother beast of Jiangze alone had 3 companions of 4-ringed souls. The tribal leader with a 4-ringed orange soul and 2 others with 4-ringed white souls, while the remaining 2 were also of 3-ringed orange souls. Thus, she appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than Minglai herself. Understanding this, he realized why Jiangze, the leopard beast, possessed such high martial prowess at such a tender age. This was the reason. He speculated that the 2 4-ringed white souls had also assessed their actual combat strength and, like the tribal leader, merely cast a glance without giving it much thought. It was truly uncertain whether to consider them easily deceived or simply fortunate. He was not Minglai's mate, merely embraced by her, yet somehow felt included. Thankfully, he held no malicious intent. Chapter 42. Golden Rooster. Reflecting on the familial bond, it was evident that the leopard beast bore a clear yet foolish innocence, a trait that seemed to resonate within the family in a positive light. It could be described as carefree, stemming from their lack of exposure to the harsh realities of the beast world. Pondering his own experiences, a skewer of meat appeared before his mouth, ready for consumption. marking a rare moment of warmth in his tiger life. After transforming into a cub, his appetite had diminished significantly, and he soon found himself satiated. As he reminisced about the past, his clear eyes grew misty, tears welling as he rested against Meng Lai's thigh, feeling a wave of melancholy. "Ah, are you already full?" Meng Lai offered him another large skewer. Noticing he had laid down, with a hint of concern, she asked, but then realized he could not speak. What was she thinking? After spending so much time here, she had begun to perceive animals as if they were orcs. She gently shook her head and smiled, feeling slightly bemused. Only in Meng Lai's presence did Fan Qi's demeanor soften. Otherwise, he maintained a demeanor of earnestness, his face often expressionless, resembling that of a stern old official. He served skewer after skewer, sprinkling some salt powder before handing them to Meng Lai, his face beaming with joy, his bright eyes sparkling as they met hers. Meng Lai had consumed a substantial amount of skewered meat. As there were no vegetables, only pure meat, leading to a rich calorie count that soon filled her. The 5 male beasts nearby were also attending to their mates, creating a heartwarming and blissful scene. She suddenly understood Jiangzi's bright and cheerful personality. In the beast world, such a sunny disposition could only stem from a warm and loving family, a robust father who cherished his mother and a nurturing mother who doted on her children. Such parental love was evident. This highlighted the significance of familial roles and atmosphere, which directly shaped the character and disposition of the next generation, determining whether they would possess a healthy worldview and a positive outlook on life. Though Fan Qi's roasted meat could not compare to Jiangzi's, it was undeniably superior to that of his father beasts. The 5 male beasts watched Fan Qi closely, diligently learning from him. Thus, the evening feast came to a close. The prey consumed entirely, showcasing their formidable combat abilities. Meng Lai and Fan Qi were assigned to the western room of the courtyard. They stood in the small, quiet room, exchanging glances. Tonight, she would be sleeping alone with Fan Qi. Feeling quite bashful as a blush crept onto her cheeks, the atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness and subtle intimacy, punctuated only by the sound of their heartbeats. The white tiger immediately sensed the change in atmosphere. Waking up with a start, it did not want the bear beast to pair with her, so it began to howl and cause a ruckus. Indeed, Meng Lai demonstrated a kind-hearted and affectionate nature, which drew her attention. He was undeniably clever. Meng Lai hastily soothed the tiger, then softly whispered to Fan Qi, "Rest early, good night," before lying down on the wooden bed with the little tiger. The beast world at night lacked artificial light, illuminated only by the playful brightness of the moonlight, which streamed in through the window without permission from its master. The dim room took on a less shabby appearance under the moon's glow. Resembling a luminous lantern house, Fan Qi's face flushed as he swallowed hard, his heart racing. He stood frozen, his large hands helplessly clenching and unclenching. He felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Although it was not a wedding night and he had not been accepted by the female, this was his first experience sleeping alone with a female in the same room. He felt content, even if it was merely sharing space. Upon hearing Meng Lai's words, he nodded awkwardly, then noticed the female had already fallen into a peaceful slumber. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and lay flat on the wooden bed. After a day of travel, both were quite fatigued and soon drifted into a deep sleep, the tranquil night filled only with their gentle breaths. Only the little tiger lay sprawled between them, its jewel-like eyes fixed on the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought as it slept on its back. As night turned to day, the sky brightened once more, accompanied by the persistent sound of clucking, a cacophony announcing another sunny day. Meng Lai awoke, stretching comfortably, and glanced at the already empty space beside her. The familiar crowing of the rooster chased away any lingering drowsiness. Following the sound, she stepped outside to find the courtyard populated with chickens, known here as golden roosters. There were dozens of them, varying in size, and she surmised the larger ones were roosters while the smaller ones were hens. Even the small ones were as large as a goose, a truly oversized variety. In the tribe, the comings and goings of orcs drew curious gazes towards the unfamiliar female, with whispers and chatter buzzing around her. "Whose female is this? I've never seen her before. She is so adorable, looking so petite. I wonder if she is an adult. I wish to be her mate. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. I too wish to be her mate. She seems to have emerged from the tribal leader's yard. I heard the leader's cub, Jiangzi, has returned. She must be Jiangzi's female. Look, She has a ring on her hand. She has only one mate. Minglai quickly realized she was the center of attention wherever she went. Finding the scrutiny unbearable, she promptly returned to the courtyard, planning to inquire with Xiaomin about the golden roosters. However, she soon realized that merely asking might be futile. Her space could not accommodate living creatures. What if I slaughter them first and then place them in my space? Would that make it dirty and troublesome? Perhaps she should consult the Rui system. If permitted, she could prepare soup at any time. As a native of the South, how could she resist the allure of a rich, flavorful soup? She had not savored one in ages and longed for that delicious taste. Ah, you're awake. Xiaomin emerged from the room, exuding vitality and grace, accompanied by a tall orc mate. Do you know where Fanchi has gone? Minglai inquired with a hint of confusion. Typically, he was a bit clumsy, always following closely behind her. Today, however, he was nowhere to be seen. Along with the little tiger, he went with my mate early this morning to catch the golden roosters. They are a bit blind before dawn, making them easier to catch. They won't run away even when approached. He even took the little tiger with him, Xiaomin explained with a smile, feeling pleased to see Menglai's concern for her mate. She thought to herself how fortunate her son was to have such a wonderful female by his side. He certainly would not suffer any grievances. Oh, I see. Menglai's interest piqued at the mention of the golden roosters. Are the ones in the courtyard yours? There are dozens of them, large and small. Yes, my mate caught a few golden roosters some time ago. He usually hunt for them because there isn't much meat, but that time there weren't many prey available. And since we had started roasting meat, he brought some back to try. The taste turned out to be quite good, so my mate began to pay attention to their whereabouts while hunting. Gradually catching more and more, Xiaomin leisurely recounted the origin of the golden roosters, mentioning how they had laid numerous eggs, though those eggs were unpalatable, so they had left them alone, accumulating quite a number. Ah, how do you cook the eggs? Minglai listened intently, momentarily stunned when she heard that the eggs were not tasty. We just cracked them open to eat. My mate tested them and found them to be a bit fishy. So I didn't want to eat them either, Xiaomin patiently explained, sensing Menglai's keen interest in the golden roosters. Chapter 43. Yellow Millet. Ah, I have a way to make the eggs delicious. Let us try it today. I guarantee you will love it. Upon hearing the words, Menglai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, raw eggs were not palatable to her, and she could hardly bring herself to eat them. However, she relished the various cooked preparations of eggs. The powerful beast beside her, having overheard Jiang Zhe's companion's remark, was equally curious. He had tasted eggs and found them lacking in flavor, yet he refrained from voicing his dissent, choosing instead to listen quietly. Perhaps she truly possessed a method to enhance their taste. The pile of eggs in the corner of the room remained, and if they could be cooked deliciously, they would no longer be mere waste but a valuable food source. All right, let us prepare them today, she declared. Xiaomin was equally astonished, her eagerness palpable as she looked at Menglai, whose confidence suggested she indeed had a plan. Very well, we shall commence this evening. Menglai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been a long time since she had savored eggs. If they could not preserve the golden pheasant, then perhaps they could stockpile eggs, plentiful eggs. We're back! The resounding voices of the beasts echoed from afar, signaling their successful hunt. Before their figures appeared, a small, plump white silhouette bounded into the scene, squatting at Menglai's feet. If it could transform, the little tiger's face would surely be one of indignation. Early in the morning, before dawn had even broken, it had been rudely awakened by that insufferable brown bear, dragged into the wilderness to catch wild golden pheasants, and forced to be the forerunner in scouting for nests. How infuriating! To make matters worse, it had barely slept the previous night and felt utterly fatigued. Menglai gazed at the small white tiger, affectionately stroking its slightly damp fur, feeling as if it were akin to a little dog, adorably clingy and utterly charming. She then scooped up the little white tiger and followed Xiaomin and the others outside. The group of 5 returned with over 30 golden pheasants, bound together with flexible vines, a mix of sizes among them. The larger ones are hens, and the smaller ones are roosters, right? Menglai inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling with a desire for chicken meat and broth as she gazed at the pheasants. The feathers of the larger pheasants were somewhat dull, while the smaller ones boasted vibrant plumage. Regardless of their size, their combs were diminutive yet strikingly crimson. The others looked at her in astonishment, their expressions suggesting disbelief that she could not distinguish between male and female. Only Fan Shi maintained a calm demeanor, his face adorned with a smile unique to Ming Lai as he explained, "The larger ones are hens, while the smaller ones are roosters." The others struggled to suppress their amusement, their lips curving upwards in delightful arcs. "Oh, I see," Ming Lai responded with the eagerness of a diligent student, peppering them with questions. "Now that we've captured so many golden pheasants, what do we use to feed them?" Her earnest inquiry elicited laughter from the group, their suppressed smiles blossoming into full expressions of joy. "Perhaps the golden grains," Xiao Min suggested with a gentle shake of her head and a smile, noting how well the females had been cared for, leaving them blissfully unaware. Much like her younger self, Ming Lai was momentarily taken aback. "Golden grains? Is that not just rice?" Her expression froze for a moment before she suddenly leaped with excitement. If it was indeed rice, then she would not need to plant any. Previously, she had felt disheartened by the lack of resources. With no rice or knowledge of how to cultivate it, she had been at a loss. If there were ready supplies, how splendid that would be. The more she thought about it, the brighter her smile became. "Golden grains?" Ming Lai nearly jumped with enthusiasm. "Where are they? Can you take me to see them?" She looked at Xiao Min, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The surrounding companions were equally enchanted by her exuberance, laughter bubbling up in response. Yet, they wondered why she was so intrigued by the golden grains, which were hardly delectable and were primarily consumed by the golden pheasants, hence their return. Xiao Min, her smile radiant, glanced at the brown-haired beastman, who understood her intent without needing further prompting. "All right, our supply of golden grains at home has run low. We can head out shortly to replenish it." He recalled the necessity of stocking up on golden grains, as the increasing number of pheasants would demand more food. "Wonderful!" Ming Lai's joy was infectious, spreading to everyone present. Fan Shi's eyes, filled with warmth, never left Ming Lai. He felt she appeared even more beautiful. The little tiger's blue pupils widened in curiosity, blinking in confusion. How was it that Ming Lai seemed to possess an abundance of secrets at one moment and then appear so naive the next? Yet, even in her seemingly uninformed state, she was undeniably charming. The four of them, Xiao Min and her two companions, a wolf beast and a lion beast, led Fan Shi and Ming Lai to a nearby mountain outside the tribe. Standing atop the slope and gazing down, they beheld a vast expanse of golden wheat fields. The summer breeze stirred the air, creating waves among the tall, neatly stacked straw, while the golden wheat swayed in rhythmic harmony. Each stalk, graced by the gentle caress of the wind, produced a rustling symphony, the scent of ripened wheat wafting through the air, painting a vibrant, flourishing tableau of nature. Ming Lai could hardly contain her excitement as she descended, awed by the towering wheat stalks that dwarfed her. The grains hung like plump grapes, each one robust and distinct. Truly, in this beastly realm, Flora appeared magnified. Standing in the wheat fields, she examined the enormous grains, her diminutive form nearly invisible amidst the vast expanse. The ever-reliable Fan Shi stayed close, helping her part the wheat stalks that obstructed her view. As she surveyed the sprawling fields, she felt a blend of happiness and sorrow. Joy for discovering the wheat, a staple she had only ever encountered in its processed forms, yet sorrow for her inability to transform it into delectable dishes. What a waste that would be. "Knowledge is only valuable when needed," she lamented. Her greater sorrow stemmed from the realization that this significant discovery was not the rice she had anticipated. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice, she mused, yet here she was, in a reversal of fortune. Wheat could be transformed into numerous foods, such as buns, steamed bread, noodles, and the flatbreads often depicted by the boss. Ming Lai chuckled sheepishly. "Oh no, I don't know how to make any of those." Having grown up on white rice, she favored it greatly, having little taste for noodles or buns. Fan Shi observed her, noting her expression of helplessness. "What is the matter?" "This is primarily for feeding the golden pheasants." His words sparked a revelation in Ming Lai. Of course. If it's for feeding the golden pheasants, then it's not a waste at all. The wheat will eventually come back to my plate after passing through them," she exclaimed, filled with delight. She adored chicken in all its forms: hand-pulled chicken, white-cut chicken, savory chicken, scallion oil chicken, human chicken, mushroom steamed chicken, and rich chicken soup. The mere thought made her swallow hard, fighting against the drool threatening to escape. Once they settled in a tribe, she resolved to begin raising golden pheasants as a delightful endeavor. Chapter 44. The thorny fruit. She was eager to prepare chicken soup that very evening. Glancing up, she noticed Xiao Min's companions skillfully harvesting the wheat, their sharp claws proving more effective than sickles. In no time, a substantial swath of wheat was cleared, leaving only distant fields untouched. As Menglai contemplated helping, Fan Shi gently restrained her, insisting, "Such labor is not for females." With another capable hand joining the harvesting team, the three of them worked diligently under the blazing sun, sweat pouring down in torrents, each drop sinking into the parched earth as if it had never existed. Soon enough, they gathered the needed quantity, filling polished stone buckets with wheat grains to bring back to the tribe. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the heat lingered. Menglai, feeling a bit peckish, yearned for snacks and various fruits, anything but bananas. Suddenly, a vivid image of a durian tree flashed through her mind. It was not far from the tribe. Turning to the little white tiger, she exclaimed, "I'm taking you to pick durians. Would you like to try some?" She skipped joyfully to where the dazed Vanki was in the yard. After explaining the situation to him, she set off without delay. The weather was sweltering, and Menglai opted to walk over, reasoning that it wasn't far, thus declining Vanki's offer of his beast form as a mount. Vanki, now transformed back into human form, felt a pang of sadness as he noticed her rejection, interpreting it as disdain. After all, the female preferred to walk under the scorching sun rather than ride upon his back, leaving him somewhat despondent. Throughout the journey, she was immersed in the delight of the prospect of indulging in durian, oblivious to the emotional fluctuations of the person beside her. Meanwhile, the little tiger nestled in her arms was astutely observant and quite pleased with the situation. Hoping that the bear beast would retreat, allowing him to take his rightful place as the female's companion, he was confident in his superiority in strength, appearance, and stature, and lost in his daydreams, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The faint sound ringing out awkwardly in the tranquil surroundings. Menglai looked down, interpreting it as a brief whimper. Vanki, however, heard it quite clearly and rolled his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that this little white tiger was no ordinary cub. He showed no fear towards the beastmen, remaining unfazed even in the face of hostile glares. Was it foolishness or exceptional strength? After a moment's reflection, he concluded that it was unlikely. A mere cub could not exhibit greater strength without some underlying power. Thus it must be sheer foolishness. Since it was foolishness, he decided not to stoop to its level. Suddenly, Menglai tugged at his hand, leading him to a small grove of durian trees. She gazed up at the golden durians with glee, noticing the many overripe ones that had fallen to the ground. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that they were indeed durians. Then she glanced at the bear beast, recalling that he likely wouldn't be able to climb trees. Oh dear, would it be too hurtful to say so directly? Vanki's gloom lifted at her touch. After all, she was holding his hand, and both of his ears turned a soft shade of pink. Vanki looked down at Menglai, who seemed hesitant to speak, then up at the heavy spiky fruits above. Was she wishing to have those spiky fruits? He was well aware of Menglai's intelligence, and knowing that in the beast realm, male beasts generally cater to the needs of females, he refrained from voicing any objections, smiling indulgently at her. Even if she desired the stars above, he would find a way to pluck them down for her. Maintaining his human form, he effortlessly scaled a tall tree that branched only at a great height, extending his long arm to grasp a durian firmly. Then he descended, climbing up and down repeatedly, causing the tree to sway with each movement. After a short while, the entire durian tree stood bare, stripped of its yellow fruits, leaving only lush green leaves. Menglai watched in astonishment at how easily he moved. Wasn't it said that bears couldn't climb trees? Was it that beastmen were exempt from such limitations? How did he manage to scale such a straight tree so effortlessly? Her attention was soon diverted by the sight of the durians below, her face lighting up with joy as she counted them. 1, 2, 30 in total. Wow, what a bountiful harvest! The durians here were no larger than the modern golden pillow variety. She wondered if their taste would be the same. Her curiosity piqued. She pondered whether durians could be found in other parts of the beast realm, uncertain and unwilling to gamble on it. After all, she understood the adage of missing the store after passing the village. Since these were fruits of nature, she resolved to, and turned toward the second tree, then the third, and finally the last one. Seeing her radiant smile, Vanki couldn't help but grin, his mouth curving upward without a hint of doubt or hesitation. As he continued to gather durians from one tree after another until the last one was stripped bare. Wow, thank you. It's wonderful to have you. Minglai beamed at Vanki, her eyes sparkling with delight. She first counted approximately 30 durian trees, then meticulously tallied the nearly 900 durians on the ground. Wow, this is fantastic. We can enjoy them for quite a while. She set aside 5 durians, placing them separately, while the remaining 800 were swiftly stored within her spatial pouch, ensuring she could indulge in them at her leisure. Durian freedom in the beast realm. How delightful! Vanki regarded the joyfully animated Minglai with a serious gaze, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation, oblivious to the vanishing durians on the ground. In her presence, his focus was solely on her. The little white tiger observed the rows of spiky fruits clinging to the trees, its expression momentarily frozen. These prickly fruits with their tough exteriors were not to the liking of any beast men. The fallen ones emitted an unpleasant odor, driving even the most sensitive of noses away. It was baffling why this female held such affection for the spiky fruits. Lacking any interest, he lay at a distance, his gaze fixed intently on Minglai. Suddenly, a change before him caused him to freeze for a moment. Then he came to his senses. What had just happened? The pile of golden spiky fruits had vanished in an instant. What was going on? He stared intently at the two, noticing that the dull bear beast exhibited no reaction. Seemingly accustomed to the extraordinary, the secret lay with this female. How had she accomplished this feat? The mysteries surrounding her continued to multiply. First, her blood could detoxify and heal, and now she could conjure and store items from thin air. His eyes narrowed, deepening with intrigue, and as he raised his gaze to the female, his resolve became even more steadfast. Chapter 45. Old Fire Delicious Soup. Vanki grasped the remaining 5 durians, their weight somewhat cumbersome in his hand, while his other hand naturally reached toward Minglai, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Minglai took his hand, her face aglow with a smile, not forgetting to call out to the white tiger still sprawled on the ground. Motionless, she glanced at the durians nestled in the crook of Vanki's arm and expressed concern. These durians have very hard shells. Holding them like this might injure your skin. I can help carry some. Just as she was about to release her grip to take 2, his warm hand firmly held hers in place. Don't worry, I'm tough-skinned. This won't hurt me at all. Vanki, the bear beast, spoke the truth. Indeed, he was impervious to such minor injuries. His long arms, muscular build, and large hands made it easy for him to carry several durians without a second thought. Her small hand was enveloped in his large palm, the warmth radiating from him causing her cheeks to flush. Joy danced across Minglai's features as she realized that he had already taken root in her heart. Oh dear, she had initially resisted the system's arrangement and harbored disdain for the ghostly tasks. Yet now she found it all too easy to accept. Perhaps she was indeed a fickle heart. The clumsy bear was no longer shy. He even exhibited a hint of possessiveness, refusing to let Minglai's hand slip from his grasp. His gaze filled with tender determination. Meeting his gentle yet resolute eyes, she couldn't help but smile back. Very well, she would relish their shared moments. The male beasts here were rather delightful. The little white tiger, witnessing Minglai's bashful demeanor, realized that it was over. This female had developed a fondness for bear beasts. He couldn't accept it. As the sun dipped low, casting an uneven spread of orange and yellow hues across the sky, it was a breathtaking sight, as if the sun were preparing to clock out for the day. During dinner time, the male beasts had processed their game and the golden pheasants, only to see Minglai approaching with a large pot. She placed several chickens inside, added a few slices of ginger, and poured in an appropriate amount of clear spring water before covering it to bring to a boil, continuing to simmer it over low heat. With enthusiasm, Minglai introduced her method to everyone. This is called making soup. Chicken with a few slices of ginger will yield a hearty chicken soup in an hour or 2. Oh, and those eggs can be placed directly in the fire to cook. It should take about 10 minutes. She observed the freshly washed eggs in her hands, placing 20 of them into the fire. They were as large as goose eggs and required a bit longer to cook thoroughly. Aside from Vanki, who looked on with a proud expression, as if to say, "This is my family," the others stood speechless, staring at her in astonishment. "All right, let's enjoy some pre-dinner fruit, durian." "Yay!" Minglai exclaimed, her eyes nearly brimming with tears of joy at the sight of the durians. Before the others had fully recovered from their astonishment at her cooking skills, they heard her declare that the spiky fruit was edible, referring to it as durian. But this spiky fruit smells terrible and is inedible. Xiaomin reminded them calmly, while the other beastmen nodded in agreement. Not at all. This spiky fruit is indeed called durian. It is rich in vitamins and highly nutritious. Most importantly, it is delicious, and I guarantee that once you try it, you will all love it, Minglu explained enthusiastically, extolling the virtues of the golden pillow durian. She noticed that most of the plants here were oversized, yet this particular durian was a one-to-one replica, which surely must be equally delectable. Please don't let me down, dear durian, she implored. The others regarded her with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, their eyes fixed intently upon her. Fan Qi, with his keen insight, promptly pried open the spiky fruit, releasing a rich and enticing aroma of durian that wafted through the air. Ming Lai was nearly entranced by the fragrant scent, inhaling deeply before offering the flesh to those who held their noses. They hesitated to refuse her, accepting the portions one by one, their uncertain expressions betraying a certain adorableness. Once the distribution was complete, Ming Lai began to indulge heartily, exclaiming with delight, such a familiar flavor, soft, sweet, and fragrant, simply divine. The taste was even more aromatic and tender than modern durians, devoid of any artificial ripening agents. Natural ripeness was truly splendid. The onlookers exchanged glances, observing the female's blissful enjoyment, and soon found themselves unable to resist joining in. Xiaomin cast a doubtful glance, questioning, "Is it really that delicious?" After taking a tentative bite, she exclaimed, the texture is so soft and sticky, and it doesn't smell bad at all. How delightful! She began to dance with excitement, placing a hand on the chieftain's wrist, urging the others to try it as well, insisting it was truly delectable. One by one, including Fan Qi, they began to eat with gusto, their bright, expressive eyes shining as if they had discovered a new world. Seeing everyone relish the durian brought Ming Lai immense joy. She had worried that someone might dislike it and thus prevent her from enjoying it in their presence. Fortunately, everyone succumbed to durian's allure. As she opened one durian after another, having just finished 2 large pieces, her gaze fell upon the small white tiger lounging by the door. "Oh, little tiger, come here for a treat." Ming Lai's cheerful voice rang out. When he remained still, she scooped him up and offered him a piece. Noticing his reluctance, she tore off a small morsel and stuffed it into his mouth. The little tiger gagged, exclaiming, "This is awful, help!" Initially, he had distanced himself upon seeing them eat durian, but ultimately could not escape this fate. "Don't hold me back. I want to vomit." The little white tiger retched and scampered away. Ming Lai paused in surprise, then realized that all the beasts present had enjoyed the durian. She had assumed the little tiger would too. How awkward. He not only disliked it, but was repulsed. "I am so sorry, little tiger," she murmured. The eggs are ready to be fished out," Ming Lai exclaimed, having just stopped eating. The bear beast, quick and agile, retrieved several eggs that had been slightly overcooked. Seeing this, Ming Lai wondered if they had been roasted for too long, rendering them a bit charred. After allowing them to cool, they could be peeled and eaten. This was the simplest method, roasting them directly over the fire. Everyone quietly peeled the shells, finally enjoying the long-awaited eggs. Xiaomin exclaimed, "Wow, this is also quite delicious. You're incredible. You know so much. Jiang Zhe is truly fortunate to be with you." The other male beasts were surprised but preferred durians, believing them to be tastier. Ming Lai raised an eyebrow, her face glowing with happiness. She then ladled out bowls of chicken soup, now ready with a sprinkle of salt. The soup appeared lighter in color, lacking some of the soul-nourishing herbs found in her hometown's traditional broth. However, in these times, having chicken soup was already a delightful treat. The expectations were modest, and thus, the taste was thoroughly enjoyed. "This is wonderful," they exclaimed. Xiaomin and her companions echoed the sentiment. "So many delightful surprises. This is truly delicious and satisfying. We should make it this way in the future." Chapter 46, Heartbreaker. Soon, everyone was satiated. Ming Lai did not forget to offer the little white tiger some chicken soup, eggs, and other meats. Watching him enjoy the food heartily filled her with satisfaction. "What a well-behaved little pet," she thought. The little white tiger mused, Finally, I'm not eating that stinky, spiky fruit. This soup is delightful. The chicken is quite nice, with a subtle meaty flavor and a good chew. This soft, sticky egg must be from the golden chicken. It's so good. As the routine rest period began, Fan Shi wisely lay down to one side. After softly wishing Ming Lai good night, she soon found herself in a dreamlike rendezvous with the King of Dreams. The little white tiger remained alert, waiting until both of them were sound asleep before settling down between them in a sprawled position. Morning arrived with a cacophony of roosters crowing, their calls piercing the tranquil dreams. Another beautiful day. Ming Lai stretched and muttered to herself as she descended from her bed. Suddenly, a small creature, covered in mud, darted at her feet, nuzzling against her as it rolled about. What is this? Ming Lai rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly bent down to inspect. In her hazy state, she beheld an unknown creature, wriggling on the ground, entirely coated in mud. Panic seized her, and she shouted, "Ah, ah!" The dirty little tiger froze at her sudden scream, tilting its head, its bewildered big eyes staring back at her. Fan Shi, hearing the commotion, rushed to her side, placing his hands firmly on her shoulders, his voice gentle and concerned. Ming Lai, what's wrong? Startled, Ming Lai leaped up, pressing tightly against him for comfort. With her eyes shut, she pointed shakily at the peculiar squirming creature. Stammering, there's something strange and slimy on the ground. What is it? It's so wet and has no visible eyes. It's terrifying. Fan Shi's gaze shifted from Ming Lai to the small creature, and upon locking eyes with it, he swiftly kicked it aside, scolding, "How dare you frighten my companion? It's nothing to worry about, just that little white tiger covered in mud," he reassured her, gently patting her back with a soothing tone. While casting a disapproving look at the innocent-looking cub, the little white tiger, initially puzzled by Ming Lai's sudden scream, watched as the imposing bear rushed in, still holding onto her. This made his brow furrow in annoyance. Without warning, he was unceremoniously kicked aside. What a brute! Bullying me when I can't defend myself. Realizing, Ming Lai peeked down and gasped, "Oh, it really is the little white tiger." She couldn't help but chuckle at her own exaggerated reaction. Bursting into laughter, "Phew, it's just the little tiger. How did you get into such a messy state? You nearly scared me to death." Fan Shi gazed at Ming Lai with bright eyes, captivated by her laughter. A smile spread across his face as his gaze lingered on her rosy lips. He swallowed hard, suppressing the rising emotions within him, and reluctantly released her. He ran outside to play in the mud. Fan Shi said, his voice slightly hoarse as he playfully teased. The little white tiger retorted, "You're the one playing in the mud. Your whole family plays in the mud." Ming Lai took a moment to gather herself. Squatting down to scrutinize the filthy little tiger with a playful tone, "You must take a bath today. You need to be squeaky clean before you can come inside." The trio, 2 adults and 1 cub, strolled out of the tribe. Drawing curious glances from the other beasts as that their cub, one whispered, "Should be, but it's so dirty. I can't even tell what kind of beast it is." The one beside her is a bear. "That must be a bear cub. Who knows? Jiang Zhe is also her partner. It could be a little leopard cub." True. The gossiping voices floated into their ears. Fan Shi appeared expressionless, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his thoughts. A bear cub would be quite charming. He felt a surge of anticipation for the days to come. The little white tiger let out a mighty roar. "I am a tiger, not a bear cub or a leopard cub," but his voice was too soft, barely reaching their ears before being whisked away by the gentle breeze. Ming Lai felt her cheeks flush, her gaze cast downward, avoiding their eyes, while internally pondering, little leopard cubs and bear cubs. Might they be just as adorable as this little tiger? Realizing her own thoughts, she quickly slapped her cheeks. "Ah, I'm already imagining the days of having children. Help!" Staying in this place too long had clearly influenced her. Her once steadfast belief in monogamy had shifted dramatically in this beastly realm. It couldn't be called fickleness, she reasoned. She simply wouldn't admit it. After all, the males here were exceptionally handsome, well-built, and wholly devoted to their partners. Who could resist such a lure? Indeed, it must be just as I thought. Initially, she had argued with the Rui system, but now she has been severely slapped in the face by reality. How amusing it is to reflect upon. Surely, the system does not mock her. How embarrassing. Fan Shi gazed at her with a furrowed brow, perplexed as to why she would strike herself. With a gentle inquiry, he asked, Minglai, why are you hitting yourself? Is it because you dislike what they said? If you don't like me, I won't take their words to heart, so please refrain from hurting yourself over it. His voice, tinged with bitterness and a hint of raspiness, made him ponder whether she truly disliked him. To the extent of not wanting to hear even a word about herself, Minglai was lost in her own thoughts when suddenly Fanchi grasped her hand, uttering words she could not comprehend. Gradually realizing the misunderstanding, she replied, No, I did not. Upon noticing Fanchi's complexion pale slightly, with a hint of unnoticeable sorrow in his eyes, Minglai recognized his misconception. Sigh, this silly bear is adorably foolish. There was merely a mosquito on my face. And I was swatting it away, she explained earnestly, fearing he might still not understand. She added, It is not as you think. I was just swatting a mosquito, nothing more than, tilting her little head, she lifted her hand in an attempt to cradle his earnest face, but could only barely touch it. Lower your head. Fanchi, in a daze, lowered his head until she cupped it afterward. Minglai stood on her toes and planted a light kiss on the rugged cheek of the bear. Then giggled and dashed away. Ha ha, now I have to coax a man. This is truly unprecedented. Her spirits soared as she continued forward, glancing back at the dazed Fanchi who stood rooted in place. Hurry up and catch up. Why are you daydreaming? Minglai's cheeks were flushed a rosy hue, rendering her exceptionally lovely. Chapter 47. Until we meet again when the female suddenly pecked him, all his self-imposed worries vanished. Replaced by a joyous exhilaration, she must certainly harbor feelings for him. She likes him. Ah. The sorrow in his eyes transformed into a searing mist, clouding his vision. The flush of his cheeks, the rapid thump of his heart. The surge of adrenaline and dopamine. This was the sensation of infatuation. Only when the sweet voice of the female broke through did he regain his composure, swiftly matching her light steps, walking beside her with a reddened face, which was equally evident against his wheat-colored skin. Gradually, his hand inched closer to Minglai's, the accidental brush of their fingers sending his heart racing once more. The tingling sensation at his fingertips was intoxicating, causing his heart to flutter. After a deep breath, he feigned nonchalance while taking her hand. The little white tiger, following them, halted and gazed up at the female. She is nibbling on that bear. How could she? The female is supposed to accept him. Help! I feel so desolate, as if a piece of my heart has been gouged out, leaving a dull ache. I don't want to move. Hey, little tiger, hurry up. You wouldn't want me to carry you, would you? But look at you, all muddy. I can't carry you like this. Come along, and soon you can be clean. Minglai encouraged the little tiger, who had plopped down on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Fanchi showed no mercy. Picking up the little tiger by its hind legs, the little tiger, infuriated by being hoisted by the triumphant bear, struggled wildly, desperate to break free. Minglai, observing the little tiger's resistance, could not fathom his distress and instructed Fanchi to let him down so he could walk. The little tiger, despite his sour mood, was unwilling to endure such treatment and reluctantly followed along. Not far from the tribe lay a small stream, and they soon arrived. Minglai purposefully sought a secluded spot, as she, too, wished to bathe. First, she unceremoniously tossed the little white tiger into the stream, then produced 2 bubble fruits. Fanchi, hold him while I prepare some foam for him. The little tiger was accustomed to water. Unperturbed by the shallow stream, he often enjoyed bathing during the summer. Thus, he frolicked and rolled in the water with ease, relishing the experience. However, just as he was having fun, the bear lifted him by the arms, leaving him looking pitifully drenched. Minglai's laughter rang out, melodious and delightful, echoing in the air. Minglai created a mound of clean, white foam in her hands and began to scrub the little tiger, playfully tickling him as she washed him several times until the mud was thoroughly cleansed. Finally, she tapped his head and declared, All right, you can be released now. She let him play in the water, satisfied with her efforts. Fanchi maintained control over the little tiger's movements, ensuring he did not cause any harm to Minglai. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on her face. Upon hearing her voice, he instinctively withdrew his hand, causing a splash that sent water droplets cascading onto Minglai's hide skirt. Oh right, I need to bathe. I haven't retrieved my hide skirt yet. Could you please fetch it for me? Minglai playfully implored Fanchi. Fanchi felt a rush of warmth at her gaze, but knew he could not leave her alone, even if the distance to the tribe was short, a mere 10-minute round trip. Still, it was unacceptable to leave her unattended here. He had not lost his rationality. The absence of danger in the beast world did not equate to absolute safety. Minglai, hearing his words, glanced toward the direction of the tribe. Reasoning that such a short distance posed no threat, if anything were to happen, she could shout and return in time. Thus, she insisted, "It's all right. This little stream is very close to the tribe. And there are guards at the entrance. It's just a tiny distance, and you can return quickly. If danger arises, I can shout and run. I really want to bathe. I feel uncomfortable if I don't wash for a day. Please, my hide skirt is in the room. Just go get it for me," Minglai cooed, shaking Fanchi's hand playfully. It was so hot. She didn't want to run back and forth, so she had to rely on the long-legged Fanchi, whose large feet allowed him to move swiftly. The Navii Fanchi, unaccustomed to such treatment, quickly relented, unable to continue resisting her charm. "All right, just wait here and don't wander far. I will be back shortly. Wait for me right here. Don't stray too far. I'll be back soon to keep watch over you," Fanchi reiterated, looking back multiple times before swiftly heading toward the tribe, eager to return promptly. Minglai maintained her bright smile, cheerfully responding, all right, I know." Left with just the two of them, the little white tiger climbed ashore, fully aware of the female's secret. He could not afford to relax, his serious expression adorning his youthful face as he vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. This bear was truly foolish, the female pouted, and he genuinely left her alone in the wild. Outside the tribe was the wilderness. Regardless of the proximity, the danger level was exceedingly high. While Minglai waited in place, she suddenly noticed the dense foliage in the distance rustling. Curiosity mingled with fear as she peered over to T. That moment, the little white tiger's fur bristled, letting out a growl, though it emerged as a feeble whimper from his tiny mouth. Lacking any intimidating effect, he felt a surge of anxiety. That familiar, foul stench carried a damp, humid aura. It was a cold-blooded beast. He hurriedly walked in front of Minglai, stepping on her feet in an attempt to halt her progress. Fortunately, she finally came to a stop. However, Minglai took a few steps forward, feeling a chill envelop her. Recalling Fanchi's warning, she dared not challenge the situation. She was utterly alone. Perhaps it was best to wait for Fanchi's return to reassess the circumstances. Thus, she ceased her movement. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of crimson, slitted eyes were fixed intently upon them, the gaze as cold as that of a predator observing its prey. A faint orange glow shimmered on its body, adorned with 3 vividly colored rings that tightly encircled its massive black and red form. Aside from a pair of soulless eyes blinking, it remained utterly still. It had set its sights on this female and desired her. Yet it understood the formidable strength of the orcs within the tribe. Unsure whether to risk everything for a single female, it weighed its options. After all, this was an opportune moment. She was surrounded by no other orcs, save for a soft and tender little cub. However, failure would result in being slain by a higher-ranked orc. Success, on the other hand, promised the acquisition of a beautiful female. After careful consideration, the cost was deemed too great. It could not afford such a risk. It needed to seek another opportunity and thus departed, but not before its blood-red eyes lingered on her, as if etching her image into its memory. Inwardly, it resolved, murmuring, "Female, we shall meet again." Chapter 48. Being watched, the little tiger cub felt a measure of relief when she paused, turning back frequently to glance toward the tribe's entrance, his eyes filled with eagerness, as if anticipating something. After looking between Minglai and the tribe's direction, he noticed the foul, rancid odor had significantly lessened, leading him to conclude that the cold-blooded beast had departed. Though uncertain of the reasons behind its sudden retreat, he remained uneasy. Cold-blooded orcs were devoid of warmth, emotionally detached, and prone to seizing the females of others. Merciless and bloodthirsty by nature, they thrived in solitude, surviving in the wild, their strength surpassing that of many social orcs. Thus, the tribe's orcs must unite to withstand the threat posed by these cold-blooded creatures. He understood that the Linmu tribe harbored many formidable warriors, which likely deterred him from acting recklessly. Thank goodness. He had truly frightened himself. Had the female been, with such thoughts, a sharp pain gripped his heart, making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, the figure of the bear beast appeared, approaching with a light gait. The little tiger exhaled, finally seeing the bear's presence. Never had he desired to see the bear so much as in that moment. Those 10 minutes felt interminable, long enough for him to hear his own rapid breaths. Just moments ago, he had been frightened. Now, he dared to lower himself slowly, entrusting the female's safety entirely to the bear, for he could not protect her. Fanchi, your timing is impeccable. There was some commotion over there. I wonder what it was. Shall we go investigate? Meng Lai's earlier tension evaporated, replaced by a sense of calm. With a serene smile, Fanchi stepped forward, promptly shielding Meng Lai behind him and refusing to allow her to accompany him as he ventured 50 meters away to investigate. That area, with its tall grass, obscured visibility from a distance, making it an ideal hiding spot. The ground was damp and shadowy, and the bear's sense of smell was inferior to that of leopards. Lions and tigers, as he drew closer, he caught a whiff of the unpleasant, damp scent characteristic of cold-blooded orcs. The once dense grass had been trampled down, forming a sizable path, evidence of a large serpent beast. Such a creature would likely possess considerable strength. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he realized that a stray beast had appeared near the tribe. He pondered whether the beast had merely passed through or had come with intent. Fortunately, it had not attacked. Otherwise, Meng Lai would not be here unharmed. The thought caused him distress. Now that the cold-blooded orc had departed, he could not be certain it would not return, especially after having seen the beautiful female. He must quickly inform the chieftain to prepare for defense. What is going on? Meng Lai's sweet voice broke through with curiosity as she observed Fanchi crouching motionless, wondering what he had discovered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fanchi's expression turned serious, his face reflecting deep concern. The sudden wave of panic washed over him. Upon hearing Meng Lai's voice, he turned, restoring a calm smile to avoid frightening her. It's nothing. No need to worry. Fanchi maintained his smile, but inwardly he was strategizing to discuss the matter with the chieftain upon their return. That's a relief, Meng Lai commented, walking towards him, followed closely by the little tiger cub. Fanchi quickly sought an excuse. This area is too dirty. It's best you don't come over, Meng Lai, believing him, replied. All right then, I won't come over. You come to me. Good. A rosy hue adorned Meng Lai's cheeks, whether from the sun or embarrassment. Fanchi, I'm about to bathe. Please keep watch nearby and ensure no other orcs come close. Thank you. Certainly. Fanchi was somewhat distracted, eager to return to the tribe, yet he could not refuse Meng Lai's request to bathe. After all, females loved beauty and cleanliness. He resolved to wait a little longer, vowing never to allow her to be alone again. Such a situation must never occur again. He felt a shiver of fear at the thought. Thus, while Meng Lai bathed, he remained within a reasonable distance, careful not to stray too far. The little white tiger was a proper tiger, astute enough to head towards Fanchi, but Meng Lai quickly pulled him back, exclaiming, "Help, you're still wet. How did you get so dirty again? You need another wash." With that, she ventured to the far side of the stream to disrobe and cleanse herself. The bedraggled, soaked tiger emerged, a small head bobbing to the surface, joyfully frolicking in the water. Suddenly, he caught sight of a stunningly alluring scene, his gaze riveted, as if his entire body had been immobilized, his eyes growing increasingly profound. Meng Lai, lathering herself with bubble fruit body wash and shampoo, marveled at how delightful it was to bathe in the clear spring water under the blazing sun. Abruptly, she instinctively sensed a searing gaze upon her, feeling as though she were being watched. She turned her gaze and met the striking blue eyes directly, an unsettling feeling washing over her. Yet, she dismissed it, reassuring herself, it's merely a little tiger cub, and he is so far away. Besides, I'm facing away from them. I can't see anything. Thus, she found solace in her self-reassurance. The white tiger, caught in Meng Lai's gaze, belatedly averted his eyes, a surge of heat coursing through him, rendering the icy stream insufficient to quell the sudden warmth enveloping him. Though he submerged himself entirely in the water, seeking relief from the heat, the memory of that beautiful vision lingered in his mind, stirring countless emotions. She is truly beautiful. I am quite taken with her. Moments later, Meng Lai's voice, playful and teasing, broke through. Why aren't you getting up? Do you enjoy bathing so much? A head slowly emerged from the water, followed by the entire tiger body, lifted by Fanchi. He was preoccupied. Impatient, unable to tolerate the little cub's dilly-dallying, feeling it distracted him from his important matters. Moreover, being a rough and tumble orc, his only tenderness and care were reserved for Ming Lai. He treated everyone else, including other females and cubs, with indifference. The little white tiger, having finished bathing, appeared even whiter and more enchanting, exuding the allure of a beauty emerging from a bath. "How rude of you, Big Bear." Afterward, Fan Qi gently set the tiger down and said, "Ming Lai, shall we return?" Ming Lai surveyed her surroundings, realizing it was indeed It was ill-advised to venture out during the peak of midday heat. "Then let us head back. A nap would be perfect. Yes, let us go." Their hands naturally intertwined. Ming Lai cast a casual glance at Fan Qi, noting that both of their faces had flushed slightly, and an atmosphere of budding romance enveloped them, a delightful phase of love's early beginnings. With this thought, Ming Lai felt increasingly joyful, though she did not outwardly express it. She simply pursed her lips and quickened her pace, noticing that today, Fan Qi was walking a bit faster than usual, making it challenging for her to keep up. Chapter 49. Cold-blooded beasts. Fan Qi appeared somewhat preoccupied, wearing a heavy expression as though burdened by thoughts. Ming Lai felt as if she were being dragged along, exclaiming, "Hey, slow down. Why are you walking so fast today?" She struggled to keep up, nearly stumbling, and tugged at Fan Qi's arm to signal him to slow down. "My apologies. I didn't mean to rush. Are you all right?" Fan Qi's attention returned to her, finally recalling that he had been hurrying without regard for her pace. Ming Lai smiled. "I'm fine. It's just that I can't keep up with you. Please, walk a bit slower." She playfully shook his hand, adopting a charming demeanor. "Help." Ming Lai felt as though she had transformed into a different person, becoming unexpectedly affectionate and playful. How had she grown so naturally affectionate? She had never been in a romantic relationship before, lacking any experience in these matters. Who could enlighten her on whether being in love inevitably led to such spontaneous displays of affection? Was it truly so? She truly felt a bit pretentious, likely due to being pampered. It is said that when one encounters a true noble, even the fiercest of women will transform into a little girl. It appears to be true, as she laughed heartily while covering her face. One can only imagine that her face, hidden beneath her palms, was as red as a ripe apple. After Fan Qi escorted Ming Lai back to the courtyard, he hurriedly sought out the clan leader to inform him of the discovery of the stray beasts. This matter could be quite serious, and no detail could be overlooked. The clan leader listened attentively. The appearance of any stray beast posed a significant danger to the tribe, a catastrophe. For powerful tribes, the threat might be manageable, but for smaller clans, if they lacked sufficient strength, they could face resource and female abductions. Such incidents often occurred during the windy and snowy seasons when prey was scarce, and some animals entered hibernation. During these times, stray beasts would set their sights on the tribes, attempting to seize their dwindling food supplies. Among these stray beasts were the cold-blooded beastmen. Although it seemed that a single cold-blooded beastman had appeared, they were known to be solitary and bloodthirsty, seizing whatever they desired, be it food, females, or territory. There was nothing they could not accomplish, as long as one could imagine it. Upon hearing this, the clan leader, Jiang Jing, grew somber. Their tribe had not encountered stray beasts in a long time, likely due to the fear they held for the tribe's strength. After all, in the past, when the tribe was weaker, they had successfully repelled a stray beast invasion. Since that time, no stray beast had dared to approach, and now the tribe's strength would not permit any dark forces to encroach upon them. However, the appearance of these beasts could not be underestimated. The tribe did not accept stray beasts, which is why they had long been active in the wilderness, in desolate areas filled with darkness and violence, surviving amidst constant bloodshed. Thus, any stray beast that managed to survive would not be weak. They would be even stronger, more ruthless, and more skilled in battle. Subsequently, the clan leader, accompanied by a group of young adults from the tribe, proceeded to the location where Fan Qi had made his discovery. After inspecting the area, the expressions of the group turned grave. It was a large serpentine beast, having lain in wait for some time. It remained unclear whether it was merely gathering intelligence about the tribe or if it had accomplices. Although cold-blooded beasts generally preferred solitude, one could not dismiss the possibility of them colluding during special circumstances. Upon returning to the tribe, the clan leader urgently summoned all the male beastmen for a meeting. Aside from the two beastmen stationed at the entrance, every other male was present, creating a sea of dark figures. Everyone listened attentively and quietly to the clan leader's directives. Excluding the females, cubs, and elderly males, there remained over 700 combat-capable males, among which 6 possessed a soul strength of 4 rings or above. With only the clan leader at the orange soul level, while the others were at the white soul level. The 3-ring soul strength comprised 200 individuals, including 20 red souls, 30 orange souls, and 150 white souls. The 2-ring souls numbered 200, while the 1-ring souls exceeded 300. The little white tiger stood nearby. Indeed, the tribe's strength was formidable, as 4-ring souls were quite rare in the beast world, constituting only about 1% of the total population. Yet, this medium-sized tribe had 6. Ordinary beastmen typically faced obstacles in their cultivation at the 3-ring red soul level, with most not even reaching that mark, let alone breaking through to the 4-ring soul. Exceptionally gifted beastmen could easily ascend to 4-ring white souls, but advancing further remained challenging. This tribe was already nearing the strength of a large tribe, where approximately 10 individuals possessed 4-ring souls or above. No wonder the cold-blooded beastman had refrained from attacking today. To do so would mean facing annihilation. He likely understood this and chose to retreat temporarily. However, it was certain that he had set his sights on Ming Lai. Therefore, matters concerning Ming Lai were of utmost importance. He recognized that the serpentine beast's intentions were nefarious and that it would likely return. Necessitating vigilance, he then cast a glance at the large brown bear standing beside him, a 2-ring red soul, far too weak and nowhere near a match for the cold-blooded serpentine beast. He had encountered serpentine beasts before, and their strength was formidable and vicious. He hoped that during this period, they would remain in the tribe and not venture out until 3 months had passed, allowing him to recover and feel more at ease. Fanchi was also attentively listening to the clan leader's arrangements. This was Jiang Zhe's hometown, and he was uncertain whether Jiang Zhe would choose to settle here. Regardless, wherever Ming Lai went, he would follow, even if they settled here. The tribe's strength was formidable, with a favorable geographical location and an abundance of food. Even during the windy and snowy seasons, with strong warriors present, hunting would be easier. With so many strong individuals around him, he realized that his own strength was still lacking, and there was ample room for improvement. He needed to diligently enhance his abilities to better protect the beloved female he held dear. His resolve growing ever stronger, suddenly, he sensed the gaze of the white tiger and looked down at it, feeling as though he had been belittled by this little cub. How could he have such a strange feeling? It was truly exasperating. Why was this little cub here, causing a ruckus? Following the clan leader's completion of all arrangements, the meeting was adjourned, and everyone dispersed. However, the expressions of every beastman had grown solemn. They too had to protect their homeland, their females, and their cubs. The bear beast was also preparing to leave, intending to scoop up the little tiger cub to take it back, lest it get lost in the crowd. However, as he reached out, his hand grasped only air. Looking again, the spot was empty. The white tiger had already walked ahead. Oh, he truly found this increasingly strange. Why did this little cub seem a bit mature? Having been belittled by it several times, could it not wait for him? He had intended to take it back with him, yet it silently turned to leave, leaving him standing there alone. How perplexing. Did it even know the way? If it got lost, that would be troublesome. He scratched his head in exasperation. This little tiger cub was truly difficult to understand. Chapter 50. Disappearance. Ah, you are back? Ming Lai had just awakened and stepped out to see them entering the courtyard, noting their remarkable synchronicity, one in front and one behind. Tioher. It was a rare and heartwarming sight, Mem Fanchi replied cheerfully, a smile gracing his face. Where did you go? Ming Lai inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had slept the entire afternoon, and now they had returned after such a long time, hinting at the possibility that they were concealing something from her. It's nothing, just took the little tiger to explore the tribe and familiarize it with the surroundings. Fanchi was surprised by her keen perception, quickly fabricating a reason to deflect her curiosity. Indeed, Ming Lai's attention was drawn to the little tiger. Girls often have a fondness for adorable, furry creatures, and her experience in the beast world had not altered that sentiment, as she had encountered many large animals. Initially, she had merely asked out of casual interest and did not pursue the matter further. Everyone had their own secrets, and as long as others did not speak of them, she would respect that. After all, she had her own secrets too. feeling even more guilty and unable to pry into others' affairs. Gently stroking the white and brown-striped fur of the tiger, the beast now lay down like a small cat, allowing her to pet it. Little white tiger. This feels so comfortable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its face appeared flushed, resembling a drunken man, soon to drift into slumber. After a day's toil, it was time to rest. Meanwhile, within the tribe, households began preparing dinner, with other beast families joining the clan leader's household in roasting meat over the fire. As such grilled fare was favored by the females. The male beastmen especially took great care in catering to the needs of the females. In an instant, the air was filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking, rising in delicate wisps, creating a lively scene reminiscent of earthly delights. Minglai felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her and suddenly remembered her own family. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she watched Fanchi and the others preparing dinner. With their backs turned to her, she gently shook her head, casting aside her melancholic thoughts, tilting her head slightly in an attempt to hold back the tears, blinking furiously. The evening sky offered a grand display of romance. The beauty of nature at its most luxurious just before darkness descended. After returning, the little white tiger remained close to Minglai, observing her every move. It certainly did not miss her sudden wave of sadness. Its eyes glistening with a hint of red, puzzled as to why she had become sorrowful. It felt as if they were distanced by an insurmountable chasm, despite being right next to each other. Feeling helpless, the little tiger extended its paw to gently nudge her. Minglai managed a faint smile before picking up the little tiger and giving it a gentle shake. Fanchi and Xiaoman's four companions were preparing dinner, still replicating the previous night's meal. The only change was that Fanchi, having grasped the process, took charge of the chicken soup, not forgetting to roast the eggs, burying them in a mound of ash with a fire pit above. And there were plenty of meat skewers. He truly was a clever culinary talent, having learned just by observing once. Xiaoman brought over a small jar of salt. In granules. One of her partners took a few grains, placing them in a container, adding a suitable amount of water, and skillfully coating the meat skewers with the mixture. Minglai watched in amazement as they demonstrated such clever techniques. However, she felt it would be too odd to produce her small amount of cumin, and after a moment's hesitation, she decided against it. Only the things found here could be directly shared, lest she be caught speechless when questioned. It smells so good. Lai, come quickly. Xiaoman gazed at Minglai, who was still lost in dreams while teasing the little tiger cub, and suddenly realized that it was not her own offspring. Initially, she had thought she had a tiger beast companion who simply had not accompanied her. But now, as she came to this realization, she wondered how she could have any other partner with just a single ring. It was merely an ordinary tiger cub. Yet even the offspring of ferocious beasts could be so endearing, truly special and kind. With each passing moment, her fondness for Minglai, her daughter-in-law, grew stronger, and she hoped that Jiangze and she would enjoy a blissful life together. Here it comes, wow, it smells delightful, visually, aromatically, and gustatorily appealing, Xiaoman exclaimed. Lost in thought, Minglai quickly rose and approached the fire pit. How wonderful it was to experience the comforts of home even in this foreign land, evoking a feeling akin to being called to dinner by her mother. Truly delightful. The praised male beasts worked even harder to roast the meat, while Fanchi presented Minglai with chicken soup, eggs, and various skewers. Minglai was clearly aware of her role, yet out of respect for modern etiquette, she pondered whether it was customary to serve the elders first. Subsequently, she shared the skewers with Xiaoman, but before Xiaoman could reach for them, she noticed that Minglai's partner had everything arranged. Perhaps she was overthinking. A female with a partner did not require the care of others, for her companion would take excellent care of her. How considerate! As Minglai sipped her soup, she mused that Fanchi was almost becoming her free-of-charge caretaker, providing care that surpassed that of a mere nanny. She thought to herself that upon returning to the Taiping tribe, she should settle down with a partner. Stealing a glance at Fanchi, her cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps the chicken soup was too hot. She chuckled. Suddenly, she noticed that the chief was not present, and she paused her eating. Meals should wait for everyone to gather at. It turned out that not everyone had arrived yet. Minglai felt a bit abrupt for indulging in her meal without realizing the others were still on their way. Xiaoman paused her actions and gently said, "It's all right, we can start eating. He is busy with tribal matters and will arrive a bit later. I see." Then let us save some food, Menglai thoughtfully suggested. Yes, there is plenty of food. No need to worry. Let us eat, Xiaomin replied, her heart brimming with joy at Menglai's thoughtfulness. Truly, she was a considerate female. Menglai's stomach grumbled. The roasted meat was fragrant, and the chicken soup was delightful, perfectly soothing her homesickness and empty stomach. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Chief Jiangjing finally returned, looking weary from his endeavors. Xiaomin beamed. Jiangjing, you have finally finished your tasks. Please, sit down and eat. All right, Jiangjing responded softly to his partner. However, he said nothing more and simply sat down to eat the meat. The other beastmen sensed that the chief had something to say but, in unison, chose to remain silent for now. For the females, eating was of utmost importance. Menglai, with her keen intuition, sensed that the chief had matters weighing on him, so she looked up at Fanqi, who gave her a reassuring smile indicating that all was well. She felt at ease to continue enjoying her meal. After all, a woman who could not even lift a chicken would be of little help. The only thing she needed to do was take care of herself and not create trouble for them. After dinner, in the cool breeze of the night, the courtyard was left with only Xiaomin and her 5 partners. Jiangjing's voice was cold and filled with anger, yet he controlled his volume to avoid alarming the females, informing them of the events that had transpired in the tribe that evening. A female from the tribe and a leopard tribe male had gone missing after venturing out, and earlier, her other male companions had come seeking assistance. Subsequently, they left with a 4th ring beastman. Jiangjing arranged for more guards than usual to stand watch at the tribe's main gate, activating emergency protocols within the tribe. With each household contributing 1 male to keep vigil, he organized several teams of equally powerful male beasts to immediately search for the missing females, as the discovery of a cold-blooded beast earlier that afternoon suggested that this serpent beast might be involved. Before setting off, the chief reminded the beastmen, the one who abducted the females is likely a cold-blooded serpent beast of at least 3 rings of red soul. We must not separate. We need to maintain our small unit search status and never let our guard down. If we encounter the cold-blooded beast, do not act impulsively if the odds are against us. Immediately send out a notification, and I will rush to assist as soon as I receive the message. We have a total of 4 teams searching, with 3 team leaders of 4th ring souls and 1 leader of a 3rd ring red soul. Let us help one another. All right, we can set off, the chief, along with 2 other 4th ring soul beastmen, remained behind to ensure the tribe's absolute safety. Earlier, he had conservatively stated that those daring enough to provoke the powerful Linmu tribe were either foolishly courting death or possessed strength above 4th ring soul level. He mentioned the 3rd ring red soul to ease the tension, as he would also remain at the tribe's gate, ready to respond at a moment's notice. A tense atmosphere enveloped the tribe. They had not faced a case of missing females in quite some time. However, this was a battle for the males, and to protect the tribe and the young females, they had to confront the enemy head-on, no matter the danger. This night was destined to be tumultuous, likely filled with bloodshed and turmoil. Inside the various houses of the tribe, a scene of peace and warmth unfolded. Menglai, noticing Fanqi's somewhat serious demeanor, teased, "What's wrong with you? You look a bit distracted." Realizing that his tension was affecting Menglai, Fanqi quickly smiled and reassured her. "Oh, it's nothing, I'm just a bit stuffed from dinner, so I need to stand and digest. You must be tired too. Hurry and get some rest." Fanqi gently urged. Menglai, unaware that mentioning sleep would trigger her own drowsiness, suddenly yawned. "All right then, good night." She lifted the white tiger onto the wooden bed. In the beast world, there were no activities at night, and after filling their stomachs, it was time to sleep. Just as she lay down, ready to close her eyes, she noticed Fanqi still standing motionless. She reminded him, "Aren't you going to rest?" Fanqi had initially intended to go out and lend a hand, but since he was the only male beast present, he decided to stay and watch over Menglai, fearing she might wake up frightened in the middle of the night. "Are you not resting?" he asked. "Good night." "Yes, good night." Menglai smiled brightly, watching Fanqi mimic her farewell with a somewhat clueless expression, which she found endearingly silly. Noticing his confusion, she added with a laugh, "Good night means I'm going to sleep now." Fanqi understood and realized why Menglai always said good night before going to bed. It made sense now. "All right then, good night." Then he approached the wooden bed and lay down flat. He sensed that his relationship with her seemed to have improved. Their interactions becoming increasingly natural and effortless, he chuckled softly, feeling content, and closed his eyes to rest. The little white tiger mused. He was not mistaken. Something significant must have occurred in the tribe. During dinner, he had glimpsed the chief's stern and icy expression, surely indicative of grave matters. However, he felt no concern. He had witnessed both the tribes and the chief's prowess. It was best for him to rest early, so as not to be a burden. Unlike the foolishly anxious big brown bear standing at the door, he had no intention of offering assistance. How amusing! He was but a mere second-ring red spirit. Lacking in strength, remaining quietly was indeed the wisest course. With this thought, the little tiger cast a disdainful glance at the slumbering bear beside him. As an orc, Fangchi possessed exceptional sensitivity and soon detected the little tiger's gaze. He slowly opened his eyes, puzzled, and looked at Ming Lai, who was peacefully asleep, her visage serene. Turning towards the white tiger, he noticed it too had its eyes closed in slumber. How peculiar! Had he misjudged? Surely, the fright from the afternoon had left him a bit shaken. Taking a deep breath, he succumbed to sleep once more, as night passed into the hazy dawn. The resounding calls of golden pheasants filled the air, their bright melodies seemingly heralding the sun's ascent. After a night of diligent searching by several parties, one group finally uncovered a trail. Following the signs, they discovered the missing female, trembling and vacant-eyed, with tears staining her face as she cradled her injured body. Even on her wheat-colored skin, the signs of her torment were starkly apparent, revealing the inhumane suffering she had endured. Nearby lay the cold, shocking corpse of her male counterpart, dismembered and in a state of gruesome disarray. Within the cave, an unfamiliar breath could be detected, its odor pungent and foul. The captain, Jiang Feng, raised his right hand, signaling for silence. The four-ringed leopard orc stealthily entered the cave alone. The early morning darkness and dampness did little to hinder the night vision capabilities of the leopard clan orc, who moved with resolute and steady steps. Approaching the figure within, he found it still blissfully unaware, lost in deep slumber. As the leopard prepared to strike with a claw, he hesitated, considering the possibility of accomplices, and instead opted to knock the sleeping serpent orc unconscious. Thus, the slumbering serpent was captured in its dreams. The captain then meticulously inspected the cave, confirming the presence of only this solitary cold-blooded beast before exiting. A serpent orc the size of a water bucket in tow. Subsequently, the team brought both the female and her mate's remains back to the tribe. The captain emitted the designated call of their Linmu tribe, which resonated among the other three teams and the tribe's populace, prompting them to hastily return to the settlement. Inside the dimly lit wooden hut, a pair of sapphire blue eyes suddenly opened. He sensed the return of the tribe's members and felt compelled to investigate. However, realizing that the gathering would be large, he, a mere cub, would appear conspicuously alone without an orc beside him. Moreover, aside from Jiang Zhe's mother, there were three other four-ringed spirit orcs he had yet to encounter. If they were to see him, it could lead to complications. Reluctantly, he leaped onto the adjacent bear orc, showing no regard for the fact that the creature was still in slumber. Fangchi's evenly rising and falling chest was abruptly compressed, causing him to spring up in alarm. "Ming Lai," he exclaimed, but upon seeing her still asleep, he quickly silenced himself, his gaze impatiently meeting that of the innocent-looking white tiger. He whispered a warning, "What are you doing? You lunatic!" The white tiger did not hesitate, immediately demonstrating his need to relieve himself, then tilting his head towards the entrance. Goodness, he had made his intentions quite clear. Surely this foolish bear understood. Fangchi quickly comprehended and hurriedly ushered him outside, where they encountered a throng of orcs gathered together. Forgetting his cub for the moment, he followed suit, eager to see if they had indeed captured the serpent orc. The little tiger kept pace behind him. Fortunately, the bear was not overly dim-witted and at least grasped his meaning. As they entered the tribe square, they were met with a disquieting sight. At the center lay a lifeless leopard orc's body, its remains marred by countless bite marks, a gruesome display that sent chills down one's spine. What manner of beast could inflict such cruelty upon another? It was truly terrifying. Even Fangchi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Suddenly, he lifted the little tiger, fearful of frightening him to death. This was Meng Lai's cherished pet, and should anything happen to it, Ming Lai, with her kind heart, would surely be devastated. He had no desire to bring her sorrow, so he tenderly cradled the cub in his arms, shielding him from the unsettling scene. The white tiger exclaimed, "Heavens! Such a brutal method could only be the work of a rogue beast. Cold-blooded orcs among the strays are known for their senseless plundering. Devoid of compassion? Ah, wait. This big bear has yet to finish looking, he protested, as he was hoisted and turned to face the bear, pleading for relief, for he certainly did not fancy being held by the bear. Nearby, a weakened female, having endured torment, huddled next to the corpse, unwilling to depart. Beside her stood other male orcs, draping a hide over her shoulders, resolutely guarding her, their faces etched with guilt and sorrow for their perceived failure to protect her. Seeing this, Fangchi felt unease stir within him. He too had a female to protect and shuddered to think of the anguish he would feel if Ming Lai were subjected to such torment. The thought was unbearable. In a moment of struggle, the white tiger finally broke free from the bear's grasp and began to survey the corpse brought back by the tribe's orcs. His gaze fell upon the female, who appeared dazed, her eyes swollen and fixated on the body in silence. A shroud of sorrow enveloped her like a thick fog, as if her very soul had been siphoned away. The injuries she bore were harrowing. Upon witnessing such a sight, the white tiger's previously calm eyes deepened into a profound resolve. He must protect Ming Lai. Not far away lay a comatose serpent orc, audaciously brazen for a mere second-ring red spirit. He was utterly oblivious to the impending fate that awaited him, destined to meet a demise as agonizing as that of the leopard orc sprawled upon the ground. Fangchi, also witnessing the second-ring serpent orc, had never encountered a rogue beast before. He had only heard tales of their cold-blooded savagery. Now, seeing it firsthand, he grasped that the reality of their cruelty surpassed even the most terrifying of legends. Once the chief confirmed that all teams had returned safely, he commanded someone to fetch a bucket of water. Before dousing the serpent orc, he expressed his condolences for the female, Dandan, regarding her plight, assuring her that he would exact vengeance upon the serpent orc for her and her mate. He urged her to return home to rest, aware that the ensuing scene would be gruesome and wishing to spare her further distress. Upon hearing this, Dandan finally reacted, her gaze turning toward the serpent orc, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She had grown up peacefully in the tribe, and the deceased leopard orc had been her favorite male. They had merely ventured a short distance away, as they often did for leisure, when a monstrous snake had unexpectedly barred their path. Without hesitation, it had lunged, sinking its fangs into the leopard orc, who, despite being not too far off, should have been able to escape. Yet, he refused to abandon her, and before he could even call for help, he succumbed to the serpent's venom. The serpent had violated her in front of him, slowly torturing the leopard orc to death. How could she not harbor hatred? She desired his demise. She wanted to witness the serpent orc suffer the punishment it deserved. Dandan's expression was devoid of emotion, her tone chillingly cold. No, I will stay. I want to watch the serpent orc die in agony. Upon hearing this, the chieftain sighed, helplessly turning away, signaling to her companions to persuade her to leave. However, her companions had already attempted to dissuade her upon their arrival. The obstinate female was unyielding, and thus the chieftain, acquiescing to Dandan's words, permitted her to stay. The snake beast, drenched in water, regained consciousness only to find itself surrounded by a dark mass of orcs. Their gazes filled with loathing and contempt. Confused, it soon realized the presence of the corpses and the female beside it, understanding that it had stirred up trouble. Naturally cold and bloodthirsty, it had merely passed by, chancing upon an annoying pair of mates, and in a moment of mischief, had, under the formidable pressure emanating from the chieftain, a powerful fourth-ring orange soul, along with the countless strong auras surrounding it. The snake beast was thoroughly terrified. It hastily capitulated, trembling as it earnestly responded to the inquiries of the leopard king before it, presenting itself in a manner so pitiful that it was a far cry from the brutal aggressor it had once been, a master of disguise. This cold-blooded creature, as the chieftain and others found themselves unable to extract further information, they prepared to execute the beast by slow slicing. At that moment, Dandan stepped forward, declaring, "I shall be the one to exact vengeance upon him." The chieftain and the others, including the adversary's companions, were taken aback. After a brief hesitation, the chieftain consented, standing beside her as protection. The stone knife, sharpened to a fine edge, was not quite as sharp as the claws of the orcs, yielding only moderate cutting efficacy. While it could serve as an auxiliary tool, with sufficient force applied repeatedly, It could indeed sever bone, albeit through a process of excruciating agony. Her companions hurriedly shielded her. Wary of the snake beast's potential retaliation, in that moment, the square reverberated with the sounds of chopping, cries of anguish, and the sickening noise of flesh being severed, a cacophony that was both dull and grating. With each resounding crack, blood splattered, and bones could be seen flying through the air. She reciprocated the torturous methods inflicted upon her mate, witnessing the once manic laughter of her foe transform into agonizing screams. The pain contorted its body, and as it succumbed to suffering, its soul ring dissipated at the brink of death. She felt a profound sense of satisfaction, a smile of vengeance finally gracing her features as she gazed at the familiar corpse of the leopard beast. "I have avenged you. I have avenged both you and myself, ha 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 ha." As laughter mingled with tears, she ultimately fainted, carried away by her two male companions. The remaining orcs, having witnessed such a gruesome execution, felt a chill run down their spines. The snake beast had deserved its fate, and thus not a single orc dared to protest. After all, the one being tormented was not their mate, and they could not impose moral constraints on others. They could not guarantee that they themselves would not have acted even more frantically under similar circumstances. Yet, such a demise undeniably represented the pinnacle of suffering. The dark forces should be met with such unwavering firmness. Only when the aggressors are filled with fear will they refrain from inflicting harm upon others. While advocating violence in response to violence is not encouraged, it remains the most effective means of achieving retribution. Observing the scene, the bear beast felt a sense of relief from the discomfort it had experienced moments before. Cold-blooded orcs who dared to encroach upon another's mate deserved to be subjected to such execution. Suddenly, it recalled the little tiger cub and panicked. Would the young one, so tender in age, become deranged from witnessing such a bloody and brutal spectacle? It quickly scooped the cub into its arms, silently praying that it had not been traumatized, for explaining it to Minglai would be impossible. The little white tiger's gaze was sharp and focused on the center of the square. Something felt amiss. Very amiss. This was not the cold-blooded orc encountered yesterday. That creature had not been so feeble. Its combat prowess was significantly higher, far from this apparent weakness. Even as a cub, it was confident in its observational skills. Concluding that the opponent must be around the fourth ring soul level, and that its target was likely Minglai. Indeed, it needed to hurry back and keep watch. Chapter 53. Two dragons fighting? Thus, it began to struggle in the bear beast's rough embrace. Yet this time it could not break free, as the bear held it firmly. The chieftain ordered the square to be cleared, ensuring the leopard beast was buried properly, and addressed other tribal matters, strengthening the tribe's defenses and vigilance before dispersing. The sleepless individuals were thoroughly fatigued and soon departed in droves. As the morning mist dissipated, it was replaced by radiant, warm sunlight. Minglai gradually awoke, rubbing her drowsy eyes. She had slept so comfortably. Before she could leave her room, a cute little white tiger dashed in, sitting on the ground with its head tilted, its pale blue crystalline eyes fixed upon her. Seeing the white tiger like this, she couldn't help but laugh. It was utterly adorable. But what was that expression? Tilting its head as it gazed at her, she playfully poked its nose and scooped it into her arms. The little white tiger thought, her embrace is still the most comfortable, and as it snuggled closer, its eyes narrowed with worry. He pondered whether that bear beast had realized that this snake beast was not the same as the previous one. The orc's aura from yesterday amidst the grass was that of a powerful being. Alas, this was troublesome. It hoped that Minglai would not venture far in the near future. Minglai asked, "Where did you all go so early?" Just as Fanchi stepped into the room, his footsteps faltered. Not wanting Minglai to learn of the grim and violent events, he fabricated an excuse. "We went to relieve ourselves." He then awkwardly smiled at, "Oh." Minglai nodded, and then recalled something. Smiling, "Isn't Jiangzi supposed to be able to come out today?" Fanchi's smile gradually faded, his eyes dimming. Yes, he should indeed be able to emerge smoothly today. He thought to himself that he would miss Minglai during the few days he would be in seclusion. He was also anxious that they might leave the tribe without waiting for him. He forced a bitter smile, reassuring himself that it shouldn't happen. "Wow, that's wonderful. When he comes out, I'll let him try durian. By the way, let us go catch fish and shrimp this afternoon. I'm craving some shrimp." Minglai beamed with joy. Seeing her so happy, Fanchi mistakenly believed it was because of her thoughts of Jiangzi. Feeling a pang of jealousy, she must truly like Jiangze. That leopard beast was indeed fortunate. All right, let us catch fish by the small creek at the tribe's entrance, Fan Shi replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Okay. Ming Lai was also fond of fish. Shrimp and crabs, especially since the seafood here was enormous, fresh, and succulent. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. Then she recalled that she had finished picking that small patch of durian fruit, and since Xiaomin and the others also enjoyed it, she planned to save half for them before heading back. The little white tiger thought, she loves to eat everything. Can even river worms be consumed? After a brief moment of contemplation, it recalled having seen too many surprises from her, and perhaps it really could be eaten, feeling a twinge of anticipation. Just as they were about to step out with their stone buckets, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the air, stirring up a storm of dust and rendering the atmosphere murky. The once bright and sunny sky was swiftly engulfed by dark clouds, pressing down ominously, creating a palpable sense of oppression in no time. A torrential downpour began, with massive raindrops pounding against the wooden house, producing a rhythmic white noise. On a night like this, the sound of rain would serve as the best lullaby. Ming Lai and the others quickly retreated indoors. Watching the sudden downpour, she felt a sense of relief that it had begun before their departure rather than after they had arrived. With this thought, she found no reason to lament the missed opportunity for fish and shrimp. After all, they would still be there, and on a fine day, they could enjoy them any time. Fan Shi busily set down the stone bucket. Silently observing the rain, Ming Lai delighted in watching the rain and listening to its soothing sound. Since they couldn't go outside, staying in and quietly admiring the rain wasn't so bad. Noticing the remaining prickly fruits on the ground, Fan Shi directly opened one and handed it to Ming Lai. Ming Lai happily accepted it, savoring the delicious treat while gazing at the rain scene. As she ate, she would occasionally lift her head, listening to the continuous rumble of thunder drawing closer, deafening in its intensity. Each flash of lightning erupted in the sky like white fire, and she blinked in surprise, then widened her eyes in astonishment. She saw two massive dragons circling in the sky, appearing to cling to one another, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was two dragons of different colors fiercely battling in the air, one golden, the other dark, hidden behind the clouds, their struggle intense and unyielding. Wow, there are dragons, Fan Shi. Come quickly and look, hurry, Ming Lai exclaimed excitedly, turning to beckon Fan Shi, urging him to gaze skyward. Fan Shi, who had been sitting quietly beside her, felt startled and quickly looked in the direction she indicated, scanning left and right, up and down, but saw no sign of the dragons she described. He chuckled, patting her head gently, and said softly, "There's nothing there." "You must be mistaken." Ming Lai was equally perplexed. She had clearly seen them just moments ago, but now they had vanished. However, she was certain she hadn't been mistaken. "I didn't see anything, just now. I clearly saw them. They just aren't appearing now," Ming Lai affirmed. Seeing the earnest expression on her face, Fan Shi began to believe her. However, he had never heard of dragons existing in the beast world. Perhaps it was simply due to his limited experience in the places he had traversed, leading him to dismiss it without much thought. All right then. They did not see the white tiger in Ming Lai's arms, whose eyes were shaken, stunned, and suddenly came to his senses. His emotions remained unsettled for a long time. He too had witnessed that scene. The legendary dragon clan, which had perished eons ago, actually existed, and there were two dragons of different colors engaged in combat. Dragons fear neither thunder nor lightning, soaring through the skies and plunging into the depths of the seas, possessing extraordinary abilities. If they were indeed dragon beast men, they must be immensely powerful. Who would have thought that while watching the rain with Ming Lai, he could also witness a dragon fight? It was quite fascinating. To behold dragons in his lifetime was truly astonishing. The white tiger's thoughts drifted far away. Long ago, in the age of beasts, there were two dragon clans. At that time, different beliefs existed between these two tribes. The golden dragon represented justice, while the black dragon embodied brutality and darkness. The black dragon sought to dominate the entire beast world, leading to a rift as the golden dragon vehemently opposed it, resulting in enmity between the two clans. The war ensued, but as they resided in the remote corners of the beast world, other beastmen remained oblivious. Over time, the two dragon clans neared extinction. Ultimately, before the death of the Black Dragon King, He cursed the Golden Dragon clan with a secret technique, ensuring that their conflict would remain unresolved. A cycle of death and rebirth. Inno Beastman had seen Dragon Beastmen since, giving rise to the legend of the Dragon clan's obliteration. Inno One knew precisely what had transpired, and thus, the rumors intensified. Passed down through generations. This was how he had come to know the tale. Chapter 54. The Three Rings of White Soul. The torrential rain, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, persisted throughout the day. Within the depths of the unseen clouds, a colossal golden dragon suddenly performed a free-fall in the sky. As evening approached, the rain gradually ceased. Everyone began to prepare for dinner, the most significant meal of the day in the beast world, as they cherished gathering together for a reunion feast. Meng Lai quickly dismissed the dragons she had seen in the sky from her mind, believing it was likely an illusion. Surely, there were no dragon beastmen in the beast world. The novel she had read previously did not feature dragon beastmen either. In her view, dragons belonged solely to the realms of fantasy, being one of the divine beasts, and could hardly appear in the beast world. Now, sitting beside Xiaomin, she recalled that her salt supply was nearly depleted. Since it was all coarse salt, she might as well go to the seaside to dry her own. Thus, she inquired, knowing that Xiaomin, having been born and raised in the beast world, would possess knowledge about its geography and matters. With a curious demeanor, she looked at Xiaomin and asked, "Xiaomin, is there a large ocean near the Linmu tribe?" "The ocean?" Xiaomin pondered for a moment and recalled that a day's journey from the tribe would lead to the boundless ocean. Vast and endless. Our leopard beastmen cannot swim, so we seldom go there. "Oh, I see," Meng Lai replied, her voice laced with delight. "That's wonderful. I can soon achieve salt freedom." "Yes, but why are you suddenly asking about the ocean?" Xiaomin inquired, puzzled. Meng Lai, brimming with excitement, intended to clarify before deciding to say, "I heard that larger tribes have markets selling various items. Is that true?" Seeing her so elated, Xiaomin couldn't help but smile and patiently explained, "Yes, only tribes of large scale or above hold markets. Each tribe or individual decides whether to participate, where everyone presents their items, or they can exchange directly with each other, making it quite convenient. You can find both common and rare items, and if you have the chance, you should go explore." "Great. What do we need to exchange for purchasing items at the market?" Meng Lai asked, biting her lip. "Typically, it's an exchange of goods. You ask the vendor what they require in return for their items, or you can buy directly using pearls." Xiaomin elaborated, wondering why Meng Lai seemed so oblivious to this. She must have been overly protected. "For instance, our tribe salt powder is obtained by trading surplus animal skin skirts at the large tribe or major tribe markets each year." "Oh, I see. Salt powder and pearls." Meng Lai murmured. "Indeed, what we lack the most is salt powder. There's a large tribe called the Fengwang tribe about a day and a half away from us. Their market typically opens at the onset of the wind season and lasts for 3 days. Xiaomin continued. "Sounds good," Meng Lai exclaimed, thinking about checking the market first for cotton, linen, or fabric. If available, she could address her clothing needs and then teach them how to filter seawater for salt. She also wanted to visit the seaside, where she might find pearls in the clams. If there were plenty, she could purchase them directly, using them as skincare products to enhance her complexion without worrying about metallic pigments. As they were all purely natural, she thought, she would have Zhang Zhe take her there once he emerged. Speaking of Zhang Zhe, it was now evening and 3 whole days had passed. Why had he not yet come out? Inside the room, Zhang Zhe was drenched in sweat, his eyes tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed, and his cheeks flushed, possibly from the heat. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, his eyes suddenly snapping open, his golden gaze radiating confidence. He had finally absorbed the last remnants of energy. As he had anticipated, he had indeed advanced directly from the 2nd ring of Orange Soul to the 3rd ring of White Soul. His strength had significantly increased. Both his speed, endurance, and attack power had improved, allowing him to better protect his partner. He felt immense joy, his handsome face adorned with a bright smile. He yearned to see Meng Lai immediately to share this happiness with her. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he saw all the most important people in his life gathered together, sitting around the fire, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and emotion. "Lai, mother, father, I have emerged," Zhang Zhe exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes, his voice slightly choked, his steps both heavy and light as he rushed to embrace them. 3 days apart felt like an eternity. and his sparkling gaze fixated on her, as if he wished to see through her entirely, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. The others turned at the sound, witnessing him sprint towards his partner, embracing her. Ming Lai, caught in his gaze that seemed to span 1,000 years, locked eyes with him for a long while. It was only when the white tiger in her arms stirred that she snapped back to reality. Feeling shy under the scrutiny of so many, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. The little white tiger resting on Ming Lai's lap huffed, "Humph, what are you hugging for? Get off me," displaying an expression of disdain. When glancing at Jiang Zhe, it seemed to comprehend his third ring of white soul, showing no surprise, only disdain. Xiao Min was also thrilled to see him emerge safely from his seclusion, her heart brimming with joy. The tribe leader, Jiang Jing, looked over. "Indeed, my little cub, to have achieved such a significant upgrade and emerged safely from seclusion. How gratifying!" The others, observing the couple's deep affection, felt no awkwardness. The intimacy between beastmen and their partners was a common sight. The bear beastman, Fan Qi, let his gaze drop, concealing the sadness in his eyes as he silently continued roasting meat, as if the warmth from the meat could bring him solace. Jiang Zhe paid no mind to the little white tiger and then embraced his mother and father. He moved next to Ming Lai, first offering her roasted meat before beginning to eat himself. He was famished after days without food. "This smells so good. What is this round, black thing? It looks incredibly appetizing. This is a golden pheasant egg. It's delicious. You should try it," Ming Lai replied. Suddenly recalling something, she dashed back to her room to avoid the crowd, retrieving several durians from her space. Beaming with a mysterious smile, she said, "Today, I'm going to give you something special." "What is it?" Jiang Zhe chuckled. His smile wide-dotted. "It's durian. Ah, it's a spiky fruit, but it's incredibly tasty," Ming Lai exclaimed, resembling someone enthusiastically promoting skincare products to her best friend, her eyes sparkling. All right, I want to eat." Jiang Zhe had no doubt about Ming Lai's words. If she said it was delicious, it had to be wow. It smells stinky, but tastes fragrant. How can a fruit be so extreme? It's truly a wonder. Jiang Zhe's golden eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling like a clear spring. His exaggerated reaction caused everyone to burst into laughter, a true embodiment of a sunny youth, warm and bright. Seeing that he enjoyed it, Ming Lai felt relieved. Aside from the little white tiger, who disliked durian, everyone else loved it. She turned her head to see the white tiger retreating further away, making Ming Lai laugh heartily. "How adorable!" After dinner, Fan Qi inquired and then bid farewell to Ming Lai and the others. Embarking on his own seclusion journey, Ming Lai did not forget to encourage him, flashing a broad smile as she said, "Fan Qi, you can do it. We'll be waiting for you to come out." A simple smile and a few words soothed the insecure Fan Qi, filling him with renewed confidence. He replied gently, "All right," before closing the wooden door. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Zhe directly took Ming Lai back to their room. Chapter 55. Testing the waters. Jiang Zhe's gaze was deep and fervent, fixed intently on Ming Lai before him. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse and low, as if suppressing something within. Lai, I've missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" Dream Lai's cheeks flushed crimson under the gaze, her bashfulness palpable. Slowly nodding, she gazed at the handsome face of the approaching sunlight, gently closing her eyes. After a prolonged wait, she opened them to witness Jiang Zhe tossing the white tiger outside, then abruptly slamming the door shut. Dream Lai. "Little white tiger. This leopard beast is truly insufferable, utterly detestable. Compared to the bear beast, the bear seems far more endearing." Before Dream Lai could utter a word, Jiang Zhe seized the moment to capture what he had long desired. From that point on, everything unfolded naturally. The tranquil night appeared less dark, for the moon shone brightly, its silvery light softly illuminating the charming scenery within the room. The little white tiger, with a gloomy and wounded expression, lay quietly at the door, the moonlight failing to brighten the profound depths of his sorrowful gaze. The entire white tiger resembled a handcrafted plush toy. Devoid of life, as dawn broke, the sky painted in soft grays, the melodies of various birds and the crowing of roosters heralded the arrival of a new day. Jiang Zhe awakened with a radiant smile. Feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness, he gazed upon Dream Lai's adorable sleeping face before rising to head outside. Little white tiger, having endured a night of chilly winds at the door, felt his heart grow cold. Not sparing a glance at the neurotic leopard beast, he turned to retreat into the room. Upon opening the door, he sniffed the air, leaped onto the wooden bed, and gazed tenderly at the still slumbering Dreamlie. His once frosty heart began to warm again. Her well-being was enough for him. He cared not for any leopard or bear beast, and soon fell into a peaceful slumber, as Jiangze listened to his father's ramblings. He quickly learned of the recent events within the tribe, his heart jolting at the news of a cold-blooded beast lurking nearby. How utterly vile! The leopard beast who had fallen victim was once a childhood companion, and upon learning of his demise, Jiangze was engulfed in sorrow. His once bright eyes dimmed, tears threatening to spill, a reflection of his grief for a dear friend and the tragic loss of an innocent young life. When Dreamlie emerged, she found Jiangze lost in thought, a shroud of sadness enveloping him. Jiangze, the sweet voice of the female cut through the heaviness, lightening his sorrow somewhat. He withdrew from his distant thoughts, masking his expression with a radiant smile. Lai, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? In light of the tribe's recent tragedy, Jiangze silently vowed to protect her. I'm not sleepy. I'm well rested. Shall we go fishing later? Dreamlie stretched lazily, yawning as she casually shared her plans for the day. Unintentionally glancing down, she noticed Little White Tiger following closely behind her. Little White, why are you up so early? She teased. Hee, she calls me Little White. The little tiger said, scratching its head. Oh, how delightful. Little White is such a lovely name. Without a moment's thought, Jiangze blurted, Great. Let us catch some at the creek by the tribe in the beast world. No one seemed to relish seafood. Or perhaps they simply lacked the knowledge of how to enjoy it, for the creeks were abundant with fish, shrimp, and crabs, all large and succulent, yet untouched by the beastman's hands. An astonishing sight indeed. Sounds good, Dreamlie replied sweetly. Upon hearing Lai bestow such an intimate name upon the little tiger, Jiangze cast a sidelong glance at the white cub, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Lai, could you perhaps give me a sweet and affectionate name as well? Dreamlie, preoccupied with playing with the little tiger, was momentarily taken aback, not lifting her head. What? Little White Tiger scoffed internally, shooting a disdainful glance at Jiangze, as if to say, Humph, how dare you even ask? Jiangze, keenly aware of the dismissive gaze directed at him, froze for a moment, incredulous. Had he truly been scorned by a mere tiger cub? How audacious! He stared blankly, but seeing nothing of consequence, he brushed it off as overthinking. Turning back to Dreamlie, he continued, You call him Little White. Could you also give me a sweet, intimate name? Dreamlie chuckled at Jiangze's earnest yet childish expression. Oh, please, he doesn't have a name. He.S. just my pet, and his fur is perfectly white. Little White suits him just fine. You already have a name. She couldn't help but shake her head. Little White returned a look that clearly conveyed you're an idiot, showing no intention of sparing Jiangze's feelings. Jiangze, realizing she had a point, ceased his insistence, pouting slightly but ultimately relenting. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of being looked down upon in this courtyard. There were only the three of them, more accurately, two beings and one cub, if not for the delightful Lai. Then it must be the white tiger cub who was casting him that disdainful glance. Surely, he was overthinking it, shaking his head to dismiss the absurd notion. Moments later, as they walked through the tribe, Jiangze hesitated, glancing at Dreamlie, opening his mouth to speak, then closing it again. He took her delicate hand in his, gently caressing it, his heart blooming with joy upon noticing that only his white ring remained. No others were present. He had initially thought that during his retreat, Lai would surely accept the bear beast, Fanchi, and agree to become his mate. Yet, seeing none, he surmised that Dreamlie must have been considering his feelings, choosing not to bond with anyone during his absence. How thoughtful of her, but it mattered not. In the beast world, a single female with multiple males was quite normal. Dreamlie, observing Jiangze's actions, felt a twinge of anxiety, her face flushing with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to speak her mind. Jiangze, what do you think of Fanchi? Her face bore signs of unease as her gaze flickered towards Jiangze's expression, relieved to find no signs of rejection. The bear beast is quite honest and reliable. Though a bit dull, Jiangze replied seriously. Oh, I see, I feel the same way, Dreamlie replied with a shy smile, her hand nervously gripping the edge of her animal skin skirt. Gathering her courage, she closed her eyes and declared, I plan to bond with Ifanchi. Do you agree? After a prolonged silence, she squinted her eyes, peering at him. To her surprise, Jiangzi's gaze shone brightly, his expression serious as he fixed his eyes on her. In the beast world, females never sought the opinions of their male companions regarding their mates. She truly was remarkable, considering the feelings of another male. But what if he rejected her? He knew Lai Lai was not one to warm up quickly. If she didn't like someone, she wouldn't accept them as a mate. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he held her face tenderly, his gaze filled with deep affection. Lai Lai, as long as it makes you happy, I will accept it. Chapter 56. The victim Dreamlai met his gaze, captivated by the sincerity shining in his eyes, like a powerful sun drawing her in. Wow, he is truly wonderful, she thought, resolving that 4 mates would be sufficient. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she lowered her head to avoid the awkwardness. Jiangzi, you're so kind, Dreamlai said, genuinely touched. She understood that watching someone she cherished accept others must be painful, even in the beast world. The possessiveness of men never wanes. It merely manifests as compromises for their mates. Love has always been a luxury, a serendipitous encounter, an embellishment to the mundane lives of mortals. It is not about control or possession, but rather the hope for the other's well-being, a genuine desire for their happiness. She never expected to encounter love in this foreign land, and how wonderful it was. Jiangzi remained momentarily speechless, thinking what a foolish girl she was. It was she who was exceptional. How could she say he was? A twinge of jealousy dissipated, for all he desired was her happiness and companionship. Little White Tiger emitted a series of playful protests, which to the two appeared as adorable antics. Unable to resist, Dreamlai scooped up the little tiger. Before long, they arrived at the creek. Jiangzi, you go ahead and catch some. I'll wash up over here. All right, just don't wander too far. I want T-Peak, Jiangzi gently reminded her. After setting Little White down, Dreamlai returned swiftly to Jiangzi's side. Little White remained behind, lying on the ground, his gaze fixed longingly on Dreamlai. Upon seeing the barrel brimming with fish, shrimp, and crabs, she gasped in astonishment. Had she only stepped away briefly, and already the large barrel was nearing full. She couldn't help but marvel at such efficiency. If this kind of labor were applied in modern times, it would surely lead to immense exploitation, and the name of the employer would quickly find its place among the nation's wealthy elite. Jiangzi, you've caught far too much. Will we even be able to eat it all? Dreamlai questioned, observing Jiangzi diligently working. Jiangzi looked up, tossing another sizable river shrimp into the mix. This should be enough. I am catching extra so that my parents can have a taste. They've never tried these river creatures before and thought they were inedible. Dreamlai approached, gesturing with her hands, estimating the shrimp to be about twice the length of her palms. Its girth approximately the width of her hand. What a plump shrimp! This is truly a feast of splendid waters and seafood, she said, swallowing hard. She had always been fond of seafood, and now she felt liberated by the abundance around her, delighted by the prospect of tonight's seafood banquet. Yes, let us catch more so everyone can have their filled. I'm sure they'll love it. Ming Lai, with a cheerful smile, admired the large basket of seafood. Xiaobai lay beside her, dozing lazily in the sun, while the languid Yang basked in the warmth. Although he could not comprehend their obsession with catching river worms, which were inedible, he chose not to intervene. He felt powerless to do so. Thus, he decided to continue basking in the sun and napping. Strangely, it seemed as if he had accumulated a significant amount of energy since his wounds had healed. He was uncertain of the cause, but he sensed a notable increase in vitality, even if his small body could not accurately gauge it. Eventually, Jiangzi grasped a river worm nearly the length of his arm, brimming with excitement. Lai Lai, look, this is the largest river worm we caught today. Just as he was about to show it to her, fearing it might startle her, he placed it directly into the wooden bucket. Meng Lai gasped, help! The last one was already quite large. I didn't expect there to be a giant version. In comparison, the previous one seemed like a mere shrimp. Gazing at the translucent, glistening flesh, she thought it would taste delightful when roasted. Dandan, slow down a bit and wait for me, a female voice called out as she walked by, her partner trailing behind her with a large bunch of bananas, gently reminding her. Her partner looked at her with concern. Ever since that unfortunate incident, she had grown melancholic, reluctant to venture outside, speaking little, and avoiding conversations with other females in the tribe. Various signs indicated that the departure of the leopard beast had left a shadow in her heart. They felt anxious, unsure of how to alleviate her sorrow, and could only accompany her each day. Seeing her willing to step outside was a small relief. At least she could soak up some sunlight, which was beneficial for her physical and emotional recovery. Thus, they hurriedly brought along her favorite bananas to catch up with her. They arrived at the creek, observing Jiang Zhe and the others joyfully capturing something. Curious, she approached them, closing the distance to less than a meter. Meng Lai noticed the female beside her had vacant eyes, as if she had been crying for a long time. Unsure of what had transpired, she offered a polite smile. Dandan pressed her lips together, intending to respond to the kindness, yet her haggard appearance made the gesture seem somewhat forced. Summoning her courage, she took a step closer, intrigued by their pursuit of river worms, which seemed both prickly and unappealing. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Jiang Zhe, why are you catching so many river worms? Upon hearing her call, Jiang Zhe lifted his head, momentarily startled, his expression softening with sympathy as he replied gently, Dandan, river worms are edible and quite delicious. We plan to have them for dinner tonight, so we caught a few extra. Dandan stepped forward again, peering into the wooden bucket filled with wriggling creatures. Glancing between Meng Lai and Jiang Zhe, doubtful, are they really tasty? Meng Lai smiled brightly, affirming, yes, they are quite delicious. She then turned to Jiang Zhe, who nodded in agreement, his radiant smile matching her enthusiasm. Meng Lai, with warmth in her voice, extended an invitation. Dandan, would you like to try the cooked river worms? You can join us for dinner at Jiang Zhe's place tonight. I guarantee you will love it. Dandan gazed at the beautiful female before her, whose smile radiated warmth like a sunbeam. The vibrant and inviting demeanor eased some of her sadness and worries, igniting a desire to befriend her. Since the other females in the tribe learned of her ruthless slaying of the cold-blooded snake beast, they had grown fearful, maintaining a distance that only amplified her grief over the loss of her partner. Even the comfort offered by her other two partners had proven futile. Her self-imposed isolation had led to neglecting them, which she now regretted. The female before her was not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed a remarkable character. Treating her without judgment, this kindness had significantly alleviated her inner turmoil, and the invitation to dinner touched her deeply in her world. Sharing a meal was reserved for friends and family, and she felt moved by this gesture. Surprised, she sought confirmation, her voice tinged with anxiety. Is that really true? Meng Lai's smile broadened as she assured her, of course, it's true. You are welcome to join us in the evening. We usually start cooking around that time. You must come. Dandan felt a swell of emotion, her eyes warming as she choked out, Okay, I will come. Thank you. With that, she turned to her partner, pulling him along as they departed. Chapter 57. The glare of hatred. Meng Lai detected the hint of a choke in Dandan's voice. Her expression momentarily puzzled. As Jiang Zhe diligently worked, their basket overflowed with seafood, filled to the brim, occasionally causing a few to leap out. Meng Lai repeated the task of picking them up. Along the way, she voiced her curiosity. Jiang Zhe, I noticed Dandan sounded choked when she spoke. What happened to her? Dandan appeared quite haggard, as if she had been crying for an extended period, with her partner beside her. It was evident they were not the cause of her distress. Something else must have transpired that she was unaware of. With a sigh, Jiang Zhe hesitated before finally recounting Dandan's plight to Meng Lai. Albeit glossing over the more gruesome details, Meng Lai listened intently, her expression growing increasingly serious, filled with compassion and anger for Dandan's experiences. She could only associate the cold-blooded beasts with brutality, her mind racing with what might have happened had she been in Dandan's shoes. Unease settled in her heart. Noting Dandan's pale complexion, Jiang Zhe worried that he had frightened Meng Lai and regretted sharing the story. Don't be afraid, Lai Lai. I will protect you. Okay. Meng Lai managed to force a smile, while Xiao Baihu rolled his eyes, muttering, what a foolish leopard. He cannot even care for the fragile hearts of the weaker females, yet he dares to speak so freely. Does he not wonder why a female would even take a liking to him? In a certain part of the beast realm, a petite and adorable girl clad in a red t-shirt was plummeting rapidly from the sky, landing upon a pile of sand. Her cries echoed across the vast and desolate plain. A barren landscape save for the undulating hills nearby and a distant mountain range, where vegetation was scarce. Terror painted her features as she flailed her arms and legs, brushing off the grains of sand that clung to her. Her clothes hung in disarray, and her bewildered eyes scanned her surroundings, her nerves taut as she trembled and attempted to rise. Confusion clouded her mind. She could not fathom how she had ended up here. Nor could she identify the city she found herself in. With tears staining her cheeks, her stomach growled incessantly. Liu swallowed hard, instinctively rubbing her belly, and chose a direction she believed to be right. Alas, the path she tread led to an abyss, a fact unbeknownst to her. After a prolonged and weary trek, her energy waned, and she had yet to see a single house or settlement. She still clung to the notion that she was in some modern city, oblivious to the unfamiliar locale she had entered. Now famished and fatigued, she cursed the heavens with a stream of vulgarities, her voice echoing, "Damn it all!" Her outburst attracted the attention of a wolf, a colossal gray beast with icy eyes that bore into her with a gaze full of loathing. To it, she was merely a worthless object. Without hesitation, it lunged at her. Still lost in her tirade against fate, Liu felt a chill run down her spine despite the summer heat. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply, her pupils dilating in sheer terror at the sight of the enormous wolf charging toward her. Only then did she realize she needed to flee, but it was too late. The wolf, a formidable creature, pounced, pinning her to the ground with its massive paw. Its expression was a complex amalgamation of disdain and hatred. A female, once again a venomous and merciless female, an idea seemed to strike him, intensifying the hatred in his gaze, and his chest heaved with a tumult of rage and resentment. In an instant, he transformed into human form. Liu, already timid, had never encountered such a scene. The weight on her chest rendered her breathless, and she felt dizzy. Before she could recover, the furious visage of the wolf-turned man loomed closer, his green eyes ablaze with wrath. Overwhelmed by fear, she trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Facing imminent peril, she instinctively grasped a handful of sand, ready to throw it, but before she could act, the monstrous wolf transformed before her eyes into a man, a living nightmare that left her fainting from terror. The wolfman regarded the weeping female with cold detachment, his expression one of disdain, as if he were gazing upon an enemy he loathed. He harbored a deep-seated resentment for all females, vowing retribution. With a swift motion, he stretched out his muscular arm, effortlessly tearing the fabric of her clothing, the sound of ripping cloth piercing the air. Despite the oddity of her attire, his focus remained elsewhere. Compared to the other females of the beast realm, whose skin bore a wheat-like hue, she was relatively fair, her blood rushing to her head. Liu slowly regained consciousness, her vision spinning as she opened her red-rimmed eyes to meet the gaze of an imposing figure before her. Momentarily stunned, her sluggish mind finally grasped the reality of her predicament. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon in hues of gold and orange, a gentle evening breeze swept through, bestowing a sense of tranquility and beauty upon the otherwise mundane life of the beast realm. In the Linmu tribe, Meng Lai was beside the fire, tending to Xiao Bai, as she had an especial fondness for fluffy creatures. Whenever she had a moment to spare, she would not cease stroking the tiger's fur, her touch gentle and warm, embodying a serene moment in time. Xiao Bai squinted in bliss, visibly at ease. Jiang Zhe busied himself with skewering fish and crustaceans. Meng Lai intended to assist, believing that household chores were a communal responsibility. However, as she approached to lend a hand, Jiang Zhe lifted her away, telling her, "Just sit and wait for the food." He affectionately tousled her hair. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Lai settled down, exchanging a smile with Xiao Min, who sat nearby. Observing Jiang Zhe and his father, the 6 members of their group worked in harmonious efficiency, each wearing expressions of contentment and joy. The males of the beast realm treated their females with utmost care, ensuring they were well-fed, rested, and able to bear offspring. Jiang Zhe's mother, upon seeing the abundance of river worms, expressed her astonishment. Yet, under the enthusiastic persuasion of the two, coupled with their prior experience with prickly fruit, her anticipation grew. Meng Lai recalled something important and said, "Oh, I haven't greeted them yet. After all, it's my yard. Xiao Min, we invited Dandan and her companions over for dinner. They should be arriving soon." She tucked her hands into her pockets. "Oh, splendid. That sounds wonderful. I thought with so many river worms and other game, we might not finish it all," Xiao Min replied cheerfully, relishing the thought of a lively gathering. Seeing Xiao Min's excitement and sensing no reluctance on her part, Meng Lai felt reassured. After all, Xiao Min was the main character here. She was merely a guest and knew better than to act unilaterally. Suddenly, a series of firm knocks echoed at the door, rhythmic and powerful. Upon opening it, they found Dan Dan and her two partners, one of whom carried a small wild boar, already cleaned and prepared. The tribe's leader and his family were all engaged in kitchen duties, exchanging nods as greetings. Meng Lai pulled Dan Dan to sit beside her while her partner adeptly assisted with the cooking. The tribe was in the midst of barbecuing meat, a familiar and cherished routine for them. Despite the considerable volume of meat that Jiang Zhe and the others had to process, their efficiency ensured that the river worms and meat were soon skewered and ready. After a day apart, Dan Dan seemed revitalized, and Meng Lai felt genuinely happy for her. After all, anyone who had faced such adversity could easily be left with psychological scars, but Dan Dan had bravely avenged herself and her partner. A truly heartening act of courage. With a smile, Dan Dan remarked, "The day of the great tribal market is approaching. Are we going to attend?" Xiao Min turned her head, her lips curving upwards. "Indeed, we shall go." From nearby, the leader was busy tending to the roasting meat, and his voice rang clear, "Yes, we will go. The windy season is upon us, and we must prepare to leave early. We will trade our animal skin skirts for salt powder and see if there is anything else we need." His tone carried a hint of regret. "However, this year, there seems to be fewer animal skin skirts, so we may not get much salt powder." A thought struck Meng Lai, and she realized it was time to showcase her abilities. She had conducted experiments to gather coarse salt by the sea, so she was not entirely useless after all. Tentatively, she proposed, "Aside from animal skin skirts, could we perhaps use pearls?" Her voice held a hint of uncertainty as she paused mid-sentence. Xiao Min's brow furrowed with concern. "Pearls can only be found in the sea. We, the leopard folk, are land dwellers and not adept at swimming, so we cannot obtain pearls. Occasionally, we might find them washed ashore in large clams." Dan Dan, still young and inexperienced, had never been to the seaside and had never seen a pearl. Hearing this, her interest was piqued. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Lai carefully added, "I have a way to obtain salt powder, but it requires a trip to the sea." The group exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at her. Feeling a flutter of anxiety at their scrutiny, Meng Lai feared being labeled a witch. But she reassured herself that if there was salt powder for sale, it meant there were beast folk who could extract it as well, calming her nerves. The tribe leader quickly handed over the grilling tools to another beastman. His expression a mix of surprise and composure as he asked, "Is what you say true?" Jiang Jing wondered if she might be from the ocean tribe. Meng Lai's gaze darted, her voice soft. "Yes, I have a method, though I cannot guarantee 100% success. However, it is certainly worth a try, depending on your willingness." After all, she had received 9 years of compulsory education, and while her memory wasn't crystal clear, she did remember the basic principles of boiling salt water to extract salt. Jiang Zhe looked at her with warm eyes, his expression radiating pride that such an intelligent female was his partner. The tribe leader's earlier speculation transformed into certainty. No wonder she is so much fairer than the females of the land. She must indeed come from the ocean tribe. With sincerity, he inquired, "Would you be willing to teach us your method?" "Of course. Jiang Zhe is your family, and as his partner, we are all family here," she replied. Dreamlai's face radiated a broad smile, her words emanating warmth that enveloped everyone present. Jiang Zhe's eyes shimmered with tears, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Truly, Dreamlai was exceptional, and he felt fortunate to have her by his side. Xiaomin wore a grateful smile, recognizing the kindness and generosity of the child. Jiang Zhe was indeed blessed to have found such a remarkable partner. The clan leader, Jiang Jing, displayed a look of appreciation, nodding with a sense of contentment. Dreamlai's noble intentions were commendable. If they could secure salt, the tribe would no longer be beholden to others, freeing them from the need to barter animal skin skirts for salty powder. Dandan's gaze shifted, perceiving the uniqueness of this female, her generosity and zeal truly remarkable. Subsequently, Dreamlai pondered and proposed, seizing the opportunity before the summer season waned to venture to the seaside. Uncertain of the wind season here, she speculated whether it would be as gentle as autumn in modern southern cities, concerned about inclement weather and the possibility of the temperature dropping too low at the coast. Why not go soon while summer still lingers? If it works out, we could trade for something other than salty powder at the market. If not, we can still participate in the large tribe's market to barter for it. What do you think? Dandan felt a surge of longing, eager to join the expedition. The clan leader, Jiang Jing, rested his chin on his hand, exchanging glances with several of the other males, noting their enthusiastic agreement. After a few moments of contemplation, he replied gently, "Very well, let's arrange it for tomorrow. We should be able to set off the day after." He added, "By the way, Dreamlie, could you tell me what we need to prepare for acquiring the salty powder at the seaside? I will make the necessary arrangements tomorrow." Seeing her suggestion so readily accepted brought Dreamlie immense joy. "We will need a stone pot and some salty powder to aid in its crystallization. Do you have any cloth or gauze?" Dandan spoke up, finally seizing her moment of contribution. "I have a piece of gauze, but it has been used. Would that suffice?" Dreamlie grew even more excited. "That's wonderful. But I wonder if using previously used cloth for filtering salt is hygienic. It would be better to have fresh gauze. How did you acquire that gauze?" While she didn't mind whether the salt could be filtered, her curiosity was piqued about the gauze's origin. Securing gauze for future filtration was her priority. Dandan answered without hesitation, "I traded for it at the market last time. I used it for washing my face." "Oh, I see. The market again. It seems there are many intriguing items there. Regardless of whether we trade for salt, I must visit to enrich the diversity of our lives, bridging the gap between the beast world and modernity, striving for a more convenient existence and a bright future in the beast world." After a moment of reflection, the clan leader, Jiang Jing, noted that every household possessed stone pots, and he would inquire among the tribe tomorrow for any unused gauze. Dreamlie nodded, hesitating slightly. Having gauze would enhance the filtering process, but if not, it was not a significant concern, albeit the salty powder would be less pure. The clan leader took her words to heart, hoping for a successful acquisition of the salty powder. If not, they would continue to barter for it, with no loss to be incurred. Dreamlie then openly shared with Jiang Jing the entire method for extracting salt from seawater, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The anticipation in the room was palpable. Everyone present eagerly awaited the journey ahead, their eyes gleaming with excitement for a life of salt freedom. Chapter 59. Registration following a delightful exchange. The aroma of roasting meat filled the air, tantalizing the appetites of all. Under the efforts of the males grilling, the skewers sizzled as fat dripped onto the flames, releasing an increasingly enticing fragrance that wafted further away. As the conversation waned, everyone began to savor the delectable dinner. Beyond the ordinary roasted meats, the most eye-catching dishes were the crimson grilled shrimp, crabs, and slightly charred fish. "Wow, this is quite delicious," Dandan exclaimed, unreservedly grabbing a skewer of vibrant river worms. A lover of new experiences, she placed her trust in Dreamlie and took a hearty bite, her eyes widening in surprise. After a moment of uncertainty, she took another bite, the firm texture and flavor delightful. Though it bore a slight resemblance to chewing wax, nonetheless, this did not detract from its deliciousness. "If you peel the river worm, it will taste even better. You should try," Dreamlie suggested, simultaneously peeling shrimp shells. Savoring a bite of the sweet, succulent flesh with great satisfaction. Noticing Dandan biting into the shrimp shell, she remarked, "Though the transparent soft shell is edible after being grilled, I still believe pure shrimp meat offers a superior taste." As everyone enjoyed the roasted feast, the satisfied expressions of Dreamlie and Dandan prompted others to join in, eager to sample the river worms. Following their method of shell removal, the worms were so large that several bites were needed to finish them. The sweet and pure flavor of the shrimp meat is delightful," Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes shining with appreciation, astonished by how delicious the river worms were, before reaching for crabs and fish. "Indeed, this is wonderful. We have 3 additional food sources for winter, which will help alleviate the seasonal food shortage," the clan leader, Jiang Jing, remarked, a smile gracing his usually stern demeanor. Jiang Zhe and Dreamlie observed the contentment of their companions, and their hearts swelled with joy. Soon, Dreamlie finished her meal, peeling a shrimp for Xiaobai along with some fish. Xiaobai sniffed, "The fragrance is delightful, and it rivals the meat of the hunted prey." The following morning, sunlight bathed the land. The clan leader had already summoned the tribe's males for a meeting. Standing on the platform, he surveyed the crowd below, their voices a cacophony of excitement, with a gesture to quiet them. The square fell silent, all eyes fixed on their leader. "Esteemed members, I bring good news that may lead our tribe to achieve freedom in salty powder." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into cheers. Drowning out his voice, Once more, the clan leader raised his voice to restore order, commanding silence with a fierce roar. The square quieted, but the fervor in the eyes of the beastmen was palpable. Their excitement unmistakable. However, we must conduct a preliminary test. If successful, we will no longer worry about obtaining salt. The clan's plan was laid out. Due to the unpredictable nature of the experiment, participation was voluntary. Today, those wishing to join must register with Jiang Feng by evening, as they would depart for the unhopeful ocean the following day. Each family could enroll, and for registration, a stone pot was required. If any family possessed clean and used gauze, they were to bring it along. The clan leader was unconcerned about the stone pots. Every household had at least two, and their limited usage meant that taking them would not disrupt their daily lives. After announcing the details, the crowd erupted into a din of discussion. This experiment could fail. The unhopeful ocean is quite distant. It would take us most of the day to reach it at full speed. Indeed, if moving slowly with the stone pots, it might take an entire day, and we cannot guarantee success in obtaining salt. That said, I feel we should at least try it. If we succeed, it would mark a significant milestone for our tribe. If we fail, it would only be a few days wasted, with no real loss. Exactly, there is no risk involved. It is worth a shot. Besides, with such a powerful leader, I have faith in him. Regardless of the outcome, it is worth attempting. I have many males in my family. I can register, and the others can look after the females. Yes, I trust our leader and support all his decisions. I wish to register. I too wish to join. Before noon, the number of registrants had already reached 1/3 of the tribe, with each household having several female companions, leaving 2 or 3 to provide care. Essentially, each family had registered 1 to 3 orcs. The chief gazed upon the throng of registrants with immense satisfaction, realizing the tribe's cohesion was commendable. It was precisely this unity that allowed the small tribe to rapidly grow into a medium-sized one. Although termed medium, its strength was nearing that of a large tribe. Thus, the prospect of nearly 250 orcs departing the tribe was indeed excessive. The tribe needed to retain the majority of its fighting force to ensure absolute safety during the chief's absence. Ultimately, a reduction was made, leaving only 60 individuals to participate in the upcoming expedition. The chief thought that were it not for the heavy stone pot, he would not have sought such a large number of participants. Having made the final decision, Chief Jiang Jing issued a notification. Those selected orcs should prepare, and the participating orcs must bring a stone pot from home for the journey, which would commence early the next morning. Led by myself and another 4-ringed white soul orc. During our time away, all matters, large and small, will be temporarily managed by Jiang Feng. The collection of salt powder was of utmost importance. If successful, it would yield a substantial amount of it. The journey was quite distant, and it was uncertain whether they would encounter greedy and ill-intentioned orcs along the way. He felt compelled to lead the expedition himself for peace of mind. Jiang Zhe joyfully bounced back to the courtyard, where a serene scene greeted his eyes, softening his heart. She was squinting in the sunlight, holding a spiky fruit, while the little white creature at her feet stretched lazily. Little White, she just adores spiky fruit, despite its foul odor. Yet, he did not wish to stray too far from her, enduring the scent as he dropped down. Jiang Zhe lightened his steps, gradually approaching, but was soon detected by her. He relayed the announcement from the square to Ming Lai. Her face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I want to go as well. Finally, I can see the ocean again. I missed the feeling of walking on the beach and feeling the sea breeze. Ming Lai, can I join you? Dan Dan appeared at the door, her voice filled with excitement as she walked in. She had resolved to uplift her spirits. It was paramount to recover her mood and live her life well. If the other females chose not to play with her, then she would not bother with them either. I've never seen the ocean, and I truly wish to see it. Before receiving a response, she continued, the females in our world are well protected and seldom travel far. If the males lack strength, they cannot safeguard them, making it impossible to venture such distances alone. Dan Dan, I would like you to join us as well, but this requires the chief's consent, Ming Lai replied, happily taking her hand. It would be nice to have a companion, and she hoped the chief would agree. Dan Dan, in her teens, beamed even brighter. That's fine. Both of my companions were selected for this expedition, so it should be all right. During their conversation, Chief Jiang Jing entered, overhearing their exchange. Chapter 60. The Ocean of Despair. Originally, this expedition was meant for males, as it was not a leisurely outing but rather a mission. Ming Lai was pivotal to the experiment, thus allowed to participate. Upon hearing Dan Dan's situation, The chief felt sympathy. Well, letting her go to clear her mind is beneficial for her mental and physical well-being. Plus, her two companions were selected, so she shouldn't be left behind. All these factors indicated, all right, you may accompany us, but let us not make a grand affair of it. Our expedition is theoretically not open to females, the chief's hearty voice resounded. Dan Dan leaped up in excitement, unable to contain herself as she embraced Ming Lai. This is fantastic, thank you, Chief. I promise I won't tell anyone. Ming Lai, too, could not suppress her joy. It was perfect to have a companion. As the sun set and rose again, before the first rays of morning light graced the earth, everyone was up early. Ming Lai had also risen at dawn. Once the troops assembled, they set forth from the tribe, embarking towards the ocean. Jiang Zhe carried Ming Lai, maintaining a steady pace, while Dan Dan sat atop her companion's back, following closely beside Ming Lai. The remaining orcs bore stone pots as they advanced, creating a striking scene with 60 individuals and numerous stone pots in tow. Gradually, under the chief's guidance, their speed increased. Ordinary stone pots, made of rock, were inherently heavy. Fortunately, the pots chosen were not excessively large. Still, carrying them while running was laborious, and the weight felt as if it would grow heavier. Yet, they appeared to handle them as if they were mere delicate vases, swiftly racing a head point. One could not help but admire that orcs could not be perceived from a typical human perspective. Their strength was formidable. Upgraded Jiang Zhe was significantly faster than before, moving with greater stability, his steps firmly planted in the mud. Ming Lai hoped this time he would not feel dizzy from the running. She felt as though she were embarking on a distant journey, her spirits exceptionally high. Simultaneously, she wished the ocean's water would be sufficiently salty, with a higher sodium content, allowing for a successful extraction of salt crystals. Otherwise, how could they justify the arduous journey? It was not solely her hardship, but the diligent efforts of all the orcs. What was originally a day's journey was completed in just over half a day due to their rapid pace. By approximately 3 in the afternoon, they halted before a cave, mere hundreds of meters from the ocean's surface. The chief's resonant voice echoed, "Let us rest here for now. We will camp overnight. After resting, we need to gather firewood from the nearby forest, as extracting salt powder requires a significant amount of fuel. 6 orcs will form one team, totaling 10 teams. Excluding 2 teams that will go hunting, the remaining 8 should collect as much firewood as possible." The chief methodically assigned tasks and then instructed Jiang Zhe and Dan Dan's companions, "You are responsible for staying behind to care for and protect the 2 of them." Jiang Zhe and his companions nodded vigorously. Thus, everyone had their respective tasks and moved toward their designated directions. Ming Lai and Dan Dan gazed at the vast ocean ahead, filled with excitement, hand in hand as they eagerly approached the sandy beach. The delicate sand beneath their feet and the gentle sea breeze caressed them, alleviating their heat. The air by the sea was moist, fresh, and cool. The 5 of them ambled along, marveling at the boundless ocean. A masterpiece of nature. Numerous sand dunes of various sizes dotted the shore. Suddenly, they spotted a large, dark green turtle shell beside a small sand dune. Ming Lai gasped and waddled over, only to discover it was a living sea turtle adorned with a red circle. It was not an empty shell, but rather an orc. Oh my goodness, this turtle is enormous. It must have lived for over 1,000 years, a true grandfather of the sea. She reached out to touch it, only to witness the turtle transform into a tall young man with an impressive physique, sporting short, dark green hair. Unlike the wheat-colored skin of land orcs, he was exceedingly pale, even lighter than Ming Lai, resembling a fair-skinned individual but slightly less so. The sea turtle Chen Jia had noticed the orcs from a distance, immediately captivated by the beauty of the female before him. Though her skin did not match that of his oceanic kin, she was undeniably lovely. As she approached, he eagerly transformed into his human form. Jiang Zhe and the others rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively behind Ming Lai, their gazes darkening as they focused on the charming young man with green hair. Jiang Zhe turned to Ming Lai with concern. Lai, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied. Having been in this world for so long, she had grown accustomed to such transformations, merely keeping her gaze fixed on the young man's face. Resolutely avoiding a downward glance, Chunjia exclaimed, "Wow, her voice is so sweet and lovely. I wish to be her companion." In fact, he declared, "Greetings, beautiful female. I am Chunjia, a sea turtle orc from the Ocean of Despair. And I wish to be your companion." Ming Lai, Dan Dan, indeed. He has good taste. Even I, a female, admire someone like Ming Lai. Jiang Zhe, filled with fury, shot a glare at Chen Jie, instantly shifting into his orc form. Ming Lai scrutinized the green-haired youth, estimating his age to be younger than Jiang Zhe. She wondered how the turtle shell could appear to have endured thousands of years. It must be due to its size. Chen Jie's gaze remained fixated on Ming Lai, but upon noticing the leopard orc's presence, he instinctively took a few steps back, startled. Oh my. He is so strong. Ming Lai, sensing no ill intent from the sea turtle orc, quickly restrained the agitated Jiang Zhe, caressing his soft fur, and spoke gently, "Don't be impulsive. Rest assured, I will not accept him." Jiang Zhe's bristling fur gradually calmed down, and he ceased to confront Chen Jie. If the latter dared to overstep, he would retaliate. How could a mere first-ring Red Soul orc think to claim her as his female? It was simply an invitation for a beating. Even if Ming Lai wished to bond with someone, he would only accept a strong partner, one who could at least match his strength. Maintaining a polite smile, Ming Lai replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept you. She has a penchant for dashing men, those who exude charm and charisma. She is not drawn to the more endearing type of boys." The sea turtle, Chen Jie, finds himself captivated by the smile of the female, even when she is not smiling. She possesses a remarkable beauty, but when she does, she becomes utterly enchanting. She clutches her chest and exclaims, "Ah, his soul, his heart, they are about to take flight." Yet, how could such a stunning female have a partner as ferocious as him? A gentle man like him would surely be more fitting for her. This notion burgeons within him, taking root deep in his heart. He is resolute in his pursuit, declaring, "I will strive for your affection. Please do not hastily reject me. I am far gentler than that brutish leopard. Grant me a little time to reveal my true self, and you shall come to like me." Jiang Zhe, truly incensed, wonders what is it about this green-haired fellow that warrants such audacity. Before the enraged leopard can pounce, Chen Jie leaps into the sea, swiftly paddling away, leaving behind the words, "Wait for me. I shall return shortly." Chapter 61. The cold and ascetic man. Only the few left on the beach remain, their hair tousled by the cold breeze, enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the relentless crashing of the waves. Ming Lai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, muses on the confidence of the beastmen of this world. Were it not for Chen Jie's decent looks, she might have deemed him an average, and it is indeed awkward. And she attempts to comfort the nearby leopard, whose face is flushed with anger, silently lamenting how she feels as if she is soothing an old lord appeasing his concubine from ancient times. "It's all right, Jiang Zhe. I do not fancy him. You are the one who holds significance in my heart," she reassures him earnestly. "Am I truly rude?" The leopard murmurs, while Ming Lai dismisses the notion, encouraging him to pursue that slightly effeminate pretty boy instead. Amused, Ming Lai chuckles, then feigns calmness, saying, "No, it's not that you are rude. It is simply a matter of masculinity. You do not comprehend, but I truly prefer you as you are." Her eyes twinkle as she gazes at him, for she genuinely finds Jiang Zhe to be a charming, sunny young man. Jiang Zhe's previously sullen expression transforms into a radiant smile. Ming Lai exhales in relief. Phew, finally, he is appeased. Thank goodness. Just then, Dan Dan chimes in teasingly, "Ah, beauty truly misleads." Ming Lai, caught between laughter and exasperation, quickly grasps Dan Dan's hand, shaking it. "Do not say such things. I have only just calmed my man." Following Ming Lai's lead, Dan Dan, too, becomes more cheerful, her laughter infectious. Ming Lai finds her laughter captivating, even enchanting, leaving her two companions momentarily entranced. Her companions, both formidable warriors in their 30s, though the female is still quite young, have already reached adulthood. In a powerful tribe, strong partners are chosen, and although they may not rival Jiang Zhe in youth, their prowess is commendable. They are touched to see their partner in an even better state than before. Especially grateful towards Jiang Zhe, their eyes reflecting appreciation. Ming Lai's visit to the seaside is not solely for the scenic views. Aside from collecting salt, she hopes to find sea clams, which typically reside at the ocean floor but occasionally wash ashore with the waves. Let us search for sea clams, those large shellfish with translucent white shells. Everyone, let us split up and look. She suddenly remembers, prompting her companions to join in the search. "All right," Jiang Zhe replies, a smile playing on his lips. "Whatever you say. Why are we searching for clams?" Dan inquires, her curiosity piqued. There are pearls within them, which we can trade at the market or keep for ourselves, Ming Lai explains, her gaze focused on the sand beneath her feet. That sounds wonderful. Let us search diligently, Dan exclaims, her excitement palpable. The five of them disperse along the beach, while Ming Lai moves to the side, intently scanning for clams. Suddenly, she feels a piercing gaze and turns to find herself locked in the mesmerizing golden eyes of a strikingly handsome man, exuding a chilling aura that keeps others at bay. His tall, elegant form captures her attention, and as their eyes meet, the coldness within him softens imperceptibly. Han Xuan, feeling an unfamiliar flutter in his heart, watches her with disbelief. It is as if the long-slumbering vitality within him has been awakened, beating fiercely. Ming Lai, her gaze bright and serene, feels her heart race wildly as she beholds this noble figure. Her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, her hand instinctively tightening around her leather skirt. Help! How can there be such a cold yet alluringly ascetic handsome man? He is so captivating. Perhaps I should consider him as my third partner. For I must choose a male beast that I adore, and he certainly fits the bill though. Why is my heart racing so fast? My face feels so warm. Lost in these thoughts, she cannot help but burst into laughter. Her voice sweet as honey. Lai, what are you staring at? Jiang Zhe approaches, puzzled by her immobility. Startled by his voice, Ming Lai turns abruptly, her flustered expression meeting Jiang Zhe's concerned gaze. She feels a twinge of guilt, her limbs awkwardly flailing in a disordered manner. Nothing. I'm fine, Ming Lai stammers. Jiang Zhe, believing her words, gently touches her flushed cheek. Why is your face so red? Are you overheated? Perhaps you should rest while I continue the search. He begins to guide her to a shaded area. No, I'm all right. I just feel a bit warm, but I can't endure it. I want to keep searching for pearls, she insists, waving her hands. Jiang Zhe smiles indulgently. Very well, but do stop if you tire. Okay, Ming Lai beams sweetly. Once Jiang Zhe has walked a distance away, she lightly pats her chest, feeling guilty about her earlier thoughts. She glances back in the direction of the striking figure but finds him absent. A hint of disappointment creeping in. Han Xuan, noticing the smile on her face, can't help but smile in turn, the aloofness surrounding him diminishing. However, upon hearing the voices of other males, his golden eyes darken. So she has a partner already. A suffocating sensation engulfs him as he retreats into the depths of the sea, remaining motionless, his gaze shifting slightly. After a considerable time, a familiar figure emerges from the water. The same vibrant green hair, but now holding multiple large sea clams. Seeing him approach, Jiang Zhe prepares to charge forward, only to be halted by a delicate hand. Upon seeing the enormous white clams, Ming Lai's eyes light up. They had searched the shore extensively without finding any live clams, only some large shells, and now, joyfully, it seems a surprise awaits them. Could this be a sea clam? She asks with a gleeful smile. Half submerged in the water, Qianjie is ready to flee at any moment, contemplating how to win over the female. After much deliberation, he recalls that female members of his kind adore pearls, and perhaps those on land do as well. Thus, he gathers a plethora of them and swims ashore, only to discover that she indeed finds joy in his offering. Like a drowning person seizing a life preserver, he exclaims, his eyes sparkling, "Yes, this is a sea clam. And inside are beautiful pearls. Do you like them? Of course. Will you give them to me?" Ming Lai inquires, her eyes filled with anticipation. Qianjie, with an earnest smile, responds, "Of course, they are all yours, but you must become my partner." Chapter 62. The White Pearl. Ming Lai. Jiang Zhe can no longer contain his irritation. With purposeful strides, he dashes forward like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick that sends Qianjie soaring through the air. Lost in his daydream, Qianjie fails to escape in time, and with a graceful arc, he plummets into the distant, deep waters, creating a tremendous splash, while the sea clams slip from his grasp. Falling onto the soft, pale sand, Jiang Zhe, do not act impulsively. Ming Lai watches in shock as the events unfold in mere seconds, her mouth slightly agape, unable to intervene. Approaching Jiang Zhe, she apologetically calls out to the distant sea turtle. "Qianjie, I am truly sorry. He means no harm, merely youthful exuberance. Allow me to rectify this. Also, I appreciate your kindness and will gladly accept your sea clams, but I cannot become your partner." bending down to retrieve the fallen white seashell from the ground. His gaze was intense. The verdant, lush strands of hair glistened under the sunlight, while he pressed a hand against his chest, feeling a deeper ache. A hint of grievance flickered across his face. The female partner was truly fierce. Sniffling, he tugged at Jiangzi's hand, expressing his discontent with the sudden act of violence against another. "What are you doing? I told you I wouldn't accept him." "You, a third-ring soul, striking a first-ring soul so readily. He could easily perish. He is but a child. I don't take his words seriously at all. Why must you engage with him?" Minglai harbored no romantic feelings for Chenjia, and there was no need for violence. It was his business to confess. And if she chose not to accept, that was sufficient. Resorting to blows was simply excessive. Moreover, she had accepted the seashell he had gifted her, and the boy, being so young, was clearly immature. There was no need to hold him accountable. She glanced at the palm-sized white seashell in her hand, noting that several more lay scattered at her feet, far too many for her to carry alone. She hoped he had not been harmed. With a roll of her eyes directed at Jiangzi, she turned to leave. Jiangzi sensed that the female was upset, even throwing him an eye roll, yet he found it rather endearing. He hurriedly gathered all the seashells at his feet. Flustered yet eager to follow her. "Lai Lai, please don't be angry. I simply couldn't tolerate him bothering you, so I had to teach him a lesson. But rest assured, I didn't use all my strength. I know my limits." Jiangzi trod closely behind, anxious to explain himself, not wishing to upset his partner over an unrelated male. Next time, he resolved, lessons should be taught out of her sight. Minglai, still skeptical, cast an annoyed glance his way, granting him a chance to clarify. "Really? He flew quite far, and the force was considerable. The male's possessiveness is overwhelming. I think I should avoid too much contact with other males in the future to prevent any injuries." "Really," Jiangzi replied, lowering his gaze before suddenly lifting it. "Then, next time, please don't be so impulsive. You must listen to me, understand? Otherwise, I shall ignore you." Minglai pondered for a moment, deciding to seize the opportunity to establish household rules. "All right, I will heed your words." Jiangzi could hardly imagine a day without Minglai's attention, nodding fervently in agreement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a crimson orb slowly descended by the seaside, casting a warm orange glow across the boundless ocean. The waves sparkled like countless diamonds, reflecting the fading light. The tribe's hunting party had returned, and firewood piled high before the cave, alongside many lifeless prey, was divided into several cooking fires for roasting meat. Everyone began to prepare for the evening meal, while Minglai, Jiangzi, Dandan, and the chief formed a grouped eye. In addition to roasting meat, Minglai set about preparing the seashells they had collected from the beach. After counting, she found there to be exactly 20, evenly placing them on the fire. The others, having never seen or tasted such a delicacy, gazed at the seashells with curiosity and anticipation. After trying numerous foods they had previously thought inedible, they now trusted Minglai's culinary prowess. If she said it was edible, it surely was, and if she claimed it was delicious, it must be so. Having arranged the shells, Minglai suddenly noticed everyone's eager stares fixed upon them. "Oh, I haven't introduced them yet." She beamed with a smile. "These are the seashells we sought on the beach, and they are quite sizable. The flesh inside is delectable once roasted, and there may even be pearls within. Please eat slowly. If you find any pearls, do spit them out." Upon hearing this, the group's eyes sparkled with excitement, their expressions filled with astonishment, in their understanding. Pearls were precious and could be exchanged for many valuable items. Highly favored by females, Dandan exclaimed, "Wow, she is amazing. She knows so much." The chief remarked, "This female is truly a beast-man of the sea. She can find deep-sea clams like these, however, since she does not wish to speak of it." "I shall not pry," Jiangzi proudly declared. "My partner is both intelligent and beautiful." As time raced on, the sizzling sounds of meat on the grill filled the air, the aroma wafting enticingly towards their noses. The clams, gradually cooking over the fierce flames, opened their mouths, revealing the succulent flesh inside. Minglai swiftly sprinkled some salt powder over them, adding a small pinch of coarse salt into each shell. Moments later, with a cheerful announcement, she declared that the clams were ready to eat, albeit a bit hot. Everyone eagerly leaned in, eager to taste this rare delicacy. Dandan was the first to sample the dish. Spotting the new and enticing food, she felt her mouth water. Under her partner's attentive care, she selected a palm-sized clam that had cooled to the perfect temperature. Just as she was about to bite down, she recalled the possibility of pearls, prompting her to handle it more delicately. Dandan spat out a round, white pearl, roughly the size of a kumquat, which landed in her palm, resembling a treasure. There really is one. Minglai, you are incredible. You know everything. The group was instantly captivated by the sight of the large pearl, their faces reflecting astonishment. Minglai chuckled shyly, realizing that she was merely bringing modern knowledge to this ancient world, akin to carrying the advantages of her advanced era. She yearned to keep the translucent pearl for herself, yet hesitated, extending her hand instead. Minglai had never intended to hoard the pearls solely for herself. She planned to keep a few for herself and share the rest. No worries. You keep it. Since you found it, it belongs to you. Her sincere smile, devoid of any pretense, touched Dandan deeply. This beautiful female is truly kind. I like her so much. Unbeknownst to Minglai, her generosity had won her a devoted admirer. Dandan gazed at her with moist eyes, having not experienced such kindness in a long time. After encountering darkness and the insincerity of friendship, to witness such pure and genuine affection was a delightful change. Really? Of course, it's true, Minglai replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. The clam meat was rich and substantial, too large to consume in one bite. She took a gentle first bite, followed by a more confident second, only to be met with a sudden pang of pain, clutching her jaw in dismay. My teeth. Chapter 63. Boiling salt. The surrounding crowd was startled by her shriek. Concerned gazes darting toward her, especially from her partner, whose face showed alarm. Dandan, what's wrong? What happened? Covering her mouth with one hand, she spat out several pearls, exclaiming in delight, "Oh, there's more." With the other hand pressed against her cheek, she gently rubbed it, having bitten down on a few hard objects which had jarred her teeth. Laughter erupted among the group, and Minglai continued to extract numerous pearls, totaling 62. Remarkably bountiful yield. She had thought a single clam contained only one pearl but was pleasantly surprised by the multiple finds. As dinner concluded and night fell, the luminous moon rose high above, accompanied by a few twinkling stars, casting a bright glow. The gentle sea breeze wafted in, lowering the evening temperature. Minglai and the others soon drifted into slumber, their rhythmic breathing resonating like a lullaby to the night watch beastmen, lulling them into a tranquil sleep. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the dark cave, prompting everyone to rise with the sun. The chief assigned tasks, and soon, one stone pot after another was filled with seawater, set ablaze with fierce flames. Under the relentless heat, the first pot of seawater neared evaporation, and the beastmen continued to replenish it with more seawater. Each member had clearly defined roles. Some tended to the fire, ensuring the flames remained vigorous beneath the stone pots. A select group, along with the chief, observed the boiling seawater, prepared to signal when only 1/10 remained, indicating it was time to add more water. A few were tasked with fetching water, continuously adding fresh seawater to the pots, repeating the process over and over, from morning until well past noon. No solid substance had emerged, and under the scorching sun, sweat poured down their faces, flushed from the heat. Yet, seeing the seawater remain unchanged, disappointment began to ripple through the group, leading to a chorus of sighs. Minglai sensed something was amiss. After all, their salt extraction process had no apparent errors. Could it be that the seawater here had a low sodium content? She dipped her hand into the seawater, lifted a sample and tasted it. Quite salty. The seawater was fine, and the process was correct. Perhaps they should add some salt powder to see if it would encourage the formation of salt crystals. Chief, let us try adding a bit of salt powder to the stone pot and repeat the salt extraction process. Minglai earnestly proposed a suggestion. Adding cyan fawn should pose no problem. The other orcs exchanged glances, disappointment etched on their faces, believing that the experiment had failed, and adding cyan fawn would merely be a waste. They remained silent, merely observing. Clearly, the chieftain had also considered this. Hence he refrained from suggesting that everyone bring out their cyan fawn. Instead, he opened his small pouch of cyan fawn and added a couple of pea-sized grains into one of the stone pots that had just been replenished with water. If all went well, his cyan fawn would barely suffice for the number of stone pots present. Minglai hesitated momentarily. The water in the stone pot was plentiful, and more crystallizing agent was needed. After a brief pause, she spoke, "Chieftain, there is a considerable amount of seawater in the pot, and we should add a bit more." The chieftain, resigned to the situation, thought about the long journey they had undertaken and the necessity of some return. Glancing at the striking female before him, she was quite astute. Thus, he no longer hesitated, adding a third of the Xian Fan from his pouch into the pot, while the seawater in the stone pot continued to bubble and boil under high heat. Everyone held their breath, gathered around the pot that had received a generous addition of Xian Fan, hoping for a miracle. As they watched the water level gradually diminish from full to one-third, then to half, and finally down to a mere one-third. Hope began to wane, with some orcs turning away in disappointment. Just then, an orc standing beside the chieftain shouted, "It worked! It worked!" This announcement was invigorating. A substantial quantity of solid powder began to precipitate in the pot. The chieftain commanded sternly, "Continue to add firewood." As the water level reduced to 1/10, the flames were adjusted from high to low, and a significant amount of white powder blanketed the surface of the stone pot. The surrounding orcs erupted into jubilant cheers, chanting, "Chieftain! Chieftain! Chieftain! Xian Fan! Xian Fan! Xian Fan!" The first batch of freshly produced Xian Fan emerged from the fire, its crystalline white powder glimmering under the sun. The chieftain sampled a pinch with his fingers, tasting it, and even the worldly wise chieftain was moved, his eyes shimmering with moisture. Jiang Zhe joyfully lifted Meng Lai and spun her around, exclaiming, "Lai Lai, you are truly a lucky star, the blessing of our tribe. Ah, please put me down. Help. This is too embarrassing with so many people watching." The second batch of salt continued to boil, but this time, everyone was infused with an invigorating energy, as if they had consumed a stimulant. Meng Lai inspected the first batch of salt and noticed several impurities, a mix of yellow and black within the Xian Fan. However, since this batch had already solidified, it was unwise to redissolve the salt water for another boil. "Chieftain, I have a method to eliminate the impurities in the precipitated Xian Fan." Meng Lai's clear voice rang out. "Oh, do tell," the chieftain replied, convinced Jiang Zhe was entirely correct. She was indeed the tribe's fortunate star. "Here is the plan. For each subsequent pot of seawater, do not add Xian Fan right away. First, lay a piece of cloth over the pot's opening before pouring in the water. Repeat this several times until only the clean seawater remains, then add the crystallizing agent to extract salt. This method will effectively remove all impurities, yielding a pure salt powder," Meng Lai said, her hair dancing in the breeze. "Understood." Everyone heard that. "We shall proceed as Meng Lai has instructed," the chieftain decisively commanded. Seeing that the most crucial task of their journey was nearing completion, Meng Lai took Dan Dan for a stroll along the beach, her mind wandering as she scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch another glimpse of that captivating, aloof gentleman. The mere thought of it flushed her cheeks and colored her ears. Dan Dan gazed at Meng Lai with admiration, akin to a fervent fan encountering their idol. "Meng Lai, you are truly our idol. You have made an immense contribution to our tribe. It's nothing short of remarkable. I feel so proud to know you." Hm. Why is her face red? Even her ears are flushed, reminiscent of the bashful demeanor one exhibits in intimate moments. Dan Dan observed. Suddenly jolted from her reverie, Meng Lai felt flustered. "What am I thinking? How can I be so infatuated over a mere glance? How embarrassing." She shook her head, attempting to dispel the image from her mind. "No, I'm not thinking anything," Meng Lai protested, her voice lacking conviction. "Ah, but you are. Are you perhaps pondering something scandalous?" Dan Dan teased, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Chapter 64. A Bountiful Harvest. "Ah, what nonsense are you spouting?" Meng Lai's face reddened further, resembling a bright red apple. Dan Dan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I'm not talking nonsense. Your expression just now clearly indicated. I have experience, you know. Who are you thinking about?" "Jiang Zhe, perhaps." Before Meng Lai could respond, Dan Dan burst into laughter and dashed away, leaving a flustered Meng Lai to chase after her, their laughter echoing along the shore, reaching far and wide. Somewhere, a pair of golden eyes flickered. The sight of the two girls frolicking in the sun-kissed sand evoked awe among the onlooking orcs. How beautiful it is! The endless sea, the blazing sun, the gentle sea breeze, and the two lovely maidens running and playing on the beach. A green-headed sea turtle crept closer, quietly admiring the beautiful females as they dashed about, contemplating whether to express its affections. Yet, glancing at the numerous orcs nearby, it felt disheartened at the prospect of being rebuffed again. As the two girls ran in opposite directions, they eventually found themselves near the turtle. Menglai paused, offering a polite smile. Chunjia, thank you for the clams. I've gathered many pearls, by the way. You weren't hurt yesterday, were you? Chunjia, upon seeing them approach, felt a flutter in his heart. He prepared to step forward but sensed an unfriendly gaze fixed upon him, halting him in his tracks. I'm fine. I'm strong and unhurt. If you like those pearls, we have plenty more at the bottom of the sea. Would you like some more? I can bring you some tomorrow. Menglai smiled warmly at the boastful youth. Choosing not to call him out, I'm glad you're okay. Dandan, standing nearby, bit her lip, her gaze darting between the two. Could it be that Menglai's earlier days was due to this sea turtle orc? But he seems too weak. No, his expression is so calm. It can't be him. Who else could it be? After a moment of hesitation, Menglai decided to inform him. No need. We're returning to the tribe tomorrow. Thank you so much, little brother. What? Beautiful sister, are you leaving? Chunjia was momentarily taken aback by being called little brother, feeling quite pleased. If they could not be partners, then being her little brother would suffice. Yes, I'm saying goodbye for now. May our paths cross again. Menglai smiled, knowing that the feelings of youth are fleeting, not worth dwelling on, relieved that he had not been hurt. All right then, beautiful sister. Take care. Chunjia stepped closer, presenting her with a dark green object resembling a small pearl, though smaller. Sister, this is a gift for you. It's a green spirit stone from the turtle clan. We have plenty. Please don't refuse. It will help you not to fear water in the future. Just as Menglai intended to decline, she noticed the green-haired youth had already vanished. She would have to accept it now. Though she wondered how to use it, was it edible? With her back to Dandan, she tucked the small green stone into her storage space. As dusk approached, the sunlight softened. The stone pots had yielded a significant amount of salt powder. Nearly every batch was a bountiful harvest. Except for the first batch, which contained impurities, the rest produced clean salt. Joy radiated from everyone's faces after their hard work. It was only when the sun had completely set that they ceased the salt boiling. Having repeated the process many times, wrapping the plentiful harvest in banana leaves, resulting in several large bundles, the chieftain looked on with satisfaction at the gathered salt. Considering their tribe's daily salt consumption, this supply would suffice for 2 years, meaning they would not have to worry about salt for quite some time. The salt produced was purer than the yellow xianfen sold in the market, more visually appealing, cleaner, and healthier, truly a boon. As the sun disappeared entirely, night began to fall, and everyone busied themselves preparing for dinner. Fan Chi's seclusion had gone exceedingly well. He had successfully leveled up, however, the remaining energy was insufficient for further advancement. So he needed to continue accumulating energy and await the next opportunity for seclusion. With 3 days having passed, he yearned to see Menglai again. The span of just a few days felt like an eternity, his thoughts consumed by her presence. Hastening his steps, he exited his room and reached the courtyard, but he could not find her amidst the crowd. After searching her quarters, he found no trace of her familiar figure. And even the air seemed to lack her feminine essence. If he hadn't been attentive, he might have missed her scent entirely. He instinctively wondered if she had left, without waiting for him. A hollow sensation enveloped her heart, her breathing grew labored, and her steps became weak and fatigued. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar white figure, lost in thought in a corner. Not even blinking, she approached and gently lifted the little white tiger, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha! Did Menglai like him? He truly couldn't be certain, yet he was sure that Menglai adored the little white tiger. As long as the little white tiger remained, it meant that Menglai had not departed or would indeed return. With this thought, the sadness etched on his face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a gentler demeanor towards the little tiger. Even taking the rare opportunity to stroke him, the disgruntled little white tiger pondered. Why wasn't he included? He could run and eat, causing no trouble at all. It was all that leopard's fault for pulling him away from his female companion. Humph! The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He raised his gaze and met a pair of sorrowful eyes. Ah, it's the bear beast. The bear beast has emerged. It was also a 3-ring white soul. While not particularly formidable, it was still commendable. Would he seek them out? Would he take him along? With such thoughts, his eyes brightened. In that moment, their gazes met in the air, one filled with excitement and the other with reassurance, each drawing a sense of safety from the other. Fanchi held the little tiger tightly as he walked past the bonfire in the courtyard, finally noticing the beastmen who had been conversing with him earlier. They were Jiangze's family, warmly inviting him to dine. Xiaomin keenly observed that the others seemed distracted, fully aware of the reason behind it. Looking at the beastman, now a three-ring white soul, her gaze held admiration as she gently reminded him. The tribe has dispatched a team for experimentation. Jiangze and Minglai have gone along as well. Fanchi felt a surge of excitement. As long as they were merely conducting experiments and not leaving the tribe, everything would be all right. Yes, thank you for informing me. Fanchi suppressed his exhilaration, maintaining a calm demeanor. Xiaomin continued to munch on roasted meat. No worries, you are fortunate to have become family with Jiangze. That makes you one of us. Don't hesitate to enjoy the feast. By the way, they had been out for 2 days now. They should return in a couple more. Yes, okay. Thank you all. Fanchi felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, his eyes glistening with emotion. He resolved to stay in the tribe and wait for them. If he ventured out alone, he might miss them entirely. Thus, he no longer held back, devouring the meat skewers. 3 days without food had left his stomach feeling empty. Tomorrow, he would hunt a prey as a return gesture. Perched on the bear beast's thigh, the little white tiger relished being fed. It seemed the bear beast had no intention of searching for anyone, which meant they would remain in the tribe. With no female companion around, time dragged on, and even the skewers lacked their usual flavor. After a hearty meal, everyone remained immersed in the joy of achieving freedom with salt. Only one person appeared as calm as still water, betraying no signs of joy. Her heart concealed secrets. Chapter 65. An empty heart. The leader's resonant voice issued commands. Tonight, half of the beastmen will guard the cave entrance. And after midnight, the other half will take their place. We must protect our precious salt. Given the considerable amount of salt, caution was paramount. Though he led the team, vigilance was still necessary. Minglai sat at the cave's entrance, tilting her head to gaze at the bright moonlight that illuminated the path for travelers. Tomorrow they shall return to the tribe. I shall miss them dearly if I cannot see that handsome fellow again. The chances of meeting will be slim. The beast world is vast, transportation is inconvenient, and without communication, it feels like ancient times. A mere turn could mean a lifetime apart. Minglai couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a hollow emptiness within and a touch of melancholy. Why did a single glance etch itself into her heart? Tomorrow, she would leave this place, destined to be fated yet unfulfilled. Alas, the beast world is filled with handsome men. Surely, she would find a partner who captured her heart and eye. Lost in her troubled thoughts, Minglai offered herself a reluctant consolation. Jiangze, seated beside her, felt elated, not solely due to their newfound freedom with salt, but also for having such a wonderful companion as Minglai. She was so kind, sincere, generous, and remarkably clever. Casually resting his hand on her shoulder, their heads nearly touching, the gentle sea breeze brushed past them, playing with Minglai's lustrous black hair, causing it to dance against Jiangze's flawless cheek, eliciting a series of refreshing chuckles from him. In that moment, he resembled a pampered young spouse. Leaning against Minglai's shoulder for quite some time, he laughed, embodying the carefree spirit of an optimistic youth. While Minglai, like an outsider, was immersed in her own thoughts, seemingly unaffected by his presence. Jiangze finally noticed her discontent, pouting slightly with a tinge of jealousy. Lai, are you reluctant to part with that sea turtle beast man? Dandan glanced over, resembling a qualified spectator, silently observing without interrupting, yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on the pair. Minglai replied, "What nonsense are you imagining?" Feeling the tugging sensation, she snapped back to reality, playfully defending herself. "What nonsense? I'm not imagining anything. I'm speaking of the sea turtle beast man," Jiangze said innocently, tilting his head as he gazed at her, his eyes reflecting a naive clarity. Minglai couldn't help but burst into laughter. The leopard was undeniably adorable, a charmingly silly little sunshine pup, distinctly different from the striking man she had encountered the previous evening, stirring her heart anew. The sweet laughter of the female resonated by the sea, carried by the gentle breeze to a nearby hillside. Under the radiant moonlight, a pair of golden eyes blinked from beneath the dark waters. Minglai playfully tapped Jiangze's head with her slender finger. rolling her eyes in exasperation. What sea turtle beast man? I'm not reluctant at all. I adore the ocean. I'm merely lamenting the beauty of this scenery. She inadvertently glanced around, noting the unextinguished bonfire before the cave. While in the distance, under the bright moonlight, she still could not spot that abstinent beast man. Yes, abstinent. It was peculiar in such an open and accepting society. How could there be someone so cold and distant? Such demeanor would make finding a partner in the beast world challenging. Not only in the beast world. Even in modern times, remaining single would be arduous. Anyone who saw him would be drawn yet apprehensive. Contemplating this possibility sent her heart racing, her entire being buzzing with exhilaration at the thought of winning him over. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly found everything around her unbearably dull. She mused that perhaps she was a fickle girl, a heartbreaker who fell for every handsome face. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Perhaps it was best to sleep and calm her emotions. Lie, don't be sad. We will return, if you wish. We will accompany you to the sea. Jiangze reassured her, feeling relieved. His tone brightened as he thought, she was far too fragile. He didn't want her to have feelings for anyone else, thankful that she didn't like him. I'm tired. Let's rest quickly. We must set out early tomorrow, Minglai replied, exasperated, wishing to end the conversation, fearing that if she spoke a moment longer, Jiangze would chatter on all night. Jiangze, in high spirits, thought to himself, Lai cares for me, ensuring I get a good rest since we have a long journey ahead. All right then, let's rest. He contemplated lifting her in his arms, but remembered there were too many people around. Knowing she disliked overly intimate gestures in the presence of others, he instead took her hand, stepping lightly toward a nearby cave. The seaside cave was damp, yet it was well kept and tidy. Minglai struggled to find restful sleep, tossing and turning until she finally succumbed to a deep slumber in the dead of night. As the night quietly slipped away amidst the sound of crashing waves, the horizon where the sea met the sky gradually lightened. The first light of dawn kissed the sandy beach, and the soft rustling of waking could be heard. Minglai yawned widely, quickly rising to stretch and admire the breathtaking seaside sunrise. How beautiful! The stunning scenery captivated her eyes. What was this? There was a beast man beside Dandan, who, to her knowledge, was not her partner at all. Moreover, her partner was not far off, casting a somewhat jealous glance their way. Drama was afoot. She discreetly monitored the scene, eager to gather the latest gossip. Before she could discern anything further, the leader's voice called out, "Everyone, pack your things. We are preparing to depart." Jiangze, with a smile, reached out to take Minglai's small hand. The brightness of his cheerful expression was accentuated by the morning sunlight illuminating his handsome face, making it even more alluring. For a moment, Minglai felt her cheeks flush. He truly was a striking young man. Reluctantly, she glanced around the desolate beach once more, feeling a slight emptiness in her heart, and reassured herself, well, never mind. I'll let things unfold naturally with men. Everyone around them was burdened with various items. Some carried stone pots brought from their journey, while others held precious salt crystals. However, the two ladies accompanying them, with their beauty, seemed to steal the show, their procession grander than when they had arrived, reminiscent of a journey along the Silk Road. There was no rush to return. The primary concern was to safeguard the hard-earned salt, for moving too hastily could lead to spills. Beneath the depths of the sea, a green-haired youth felt a pang of reluctance in his heart, his mind occupied with thoughts of the beautiful female companion. He believed he should see her off once more. Thus, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes as he swiftly swam towards the shore. "Qianjie, where are you going?" inquired a curious brown-haired female, able to navigate the underwater world in human form. Anxiously propelling himself towards the distance, Qianjie did not respond. He had no time to spare. Not even a glance for her. Upon surfacing, he saw their group preparing to depart. Minglai cast a final glance towards the small hill, took a deep breath, and climbed onto the back of the already beastly transformed leopard. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Qianjie, witnessing their departure, called out urgently, "Sister, goodbye." The voice that reached Minglai's ears was a vague, wind-blown sound, and when she turned in surprise, the scene was not as she had envisioned. Her smile froze momentarily before she politely replied, "Goodbye, little brother." Chapter 66. Red-purple fruit. Subsequently, Jiangze followed the tribe's main force along the return route, their pace much slower than before, the seaside scenery gliding past them at a steady pace. The delicate figure leaned against Chan Jia's shoulder, gazing at the running orc crowd, her curiosity tinged with a hint of jealousy. Who is she? You don't actually like her, do you? As he watched the distant female figure. A familiar voice brushed past his ear, warm and inviting. He quickly averted his gaze, subtly shifting away, his expression unamused. None of your business. The small female beside him, unguarded, plunged into the water, a bit miffed. Hey, don't forget. You about to come of age. As sea turtle orcs, we cannot be away from the ocean for long. Females on land are simply not suitable for you. You should consider females of our kind. Like me. The deep green of his hair danced with the sea breeze, concealing his emotions as he turned to the female beside him, visibly annoyed. You're so bothersome. With that, he dove into the sea, disappearing from sight. The female left behind was in disbelief. Did he just say I'm bothersome? Somewhere along the coastline, a figure who had spent the night awake concealed beneath the water, selectively absorbing the sounds of conversation carried by the wind. Focused solely on the sweet voice of the female, truly a melodious sound. A twinge of longing stirred within him, yet he felt unable to approach. That exquisite form was deeply etched in his heart, and he firmly believed they would meet again someday. The rising sun in the east slowly drifted across the sky, radiating warmth. The group reached a forest to rest, and Meng Lai, drenched in sweat from the heat, hurried to the shade of a sprawling tree to cool off. Dandan, hands raised above her head, walked alongside a beastman she was not familiar with, who resembled a sunlit youth like Jiang Zhe. A smile gracing his face as he watched her intently. Meanwhile, Meng Lai's two beast companions were tasked with carrying the stone pots and a significant amount of salt, ensuring that no one was empty-handed. Oh, except for the two females, Dandan called out to Meng Lai, pointing to a small tree nearby. Meng Lai looked over, realizing that the two were clearly enamored with each other. What are you calling me for? I don't want to be a third wheel, she thought, hastily concocting an excuse to avoid joining them. When Dandan did not receive a response, she continued to fixate on a peculiar little plant at her feet, which stood only up to her calf. The trunk was a vibrant red, yet its leaves remained a normal green. Even the tiny fruits were distinctly unusual, a blend of red and purple, quite appetizing in appearance. Unable to resist, she stepped away from the crowd and plucked the two fruits from the little tree, clutching them tightly in her hands. At that moment, the clan leader called for the group to pause their rest and continue onward. The entire troop moved steadily towards the direction of their tribe, and as expected, they would not reach their destination in time that day. As night fell, everyone settled in a nearby cave to spend the night. Weary from their day's journey, after dinner, except for those assigned to guard, everyone else prepared to rest early. Dandan and her admirers stayed close, her partner among the first watchmen stationed at the entrance. As she attempted to sleep, something jabbed her, and upon checking, she discovered the two fruits she had picked at noon. The sweet aroma wafted up to her, and without hesitation, she took a bite, offering one to the leopard beast beside her. His heart leapt with joy, reveling in the female's gesture, and without a second thought, he bit into it eagerly. They exchanged smiles, but after just a single bite, the fruit slipped from their hands, their cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. The air in the cave grew thin. Dandan vaguely perceived the presence of her leopard companion who had perished protecting her. This incident sparked a wildfire of emotions, igniting the dry grasslands in the pitch-black night. Devoid of the elusive white moonlight, the stars adorned the sky, twinkling beautifully, a sight of pristine wonder. Meng Lai sat at the cave entrance, resting her head on the leopardess shoulder, her gaze lost in the vast starry expanse above. How beautiful the stars were! The air was fresh, devoid of any pollution, allowing the night sky to be exceptionally clear and bright. At that moment, a sound reached their ears, and upon closer inspection, it was Dandan. Meng Lai realized, this isn't like being in the tribe. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she awkwardly surveyed the surrounding beastmen, noticing their seemingly indifferent expressions, though their breathing had grown noticeably rapid. She cast an ostensibly casual glance towards Dandan's companions at the cave entrance. Their faces had darkened considerably, and she dared not look further. How embarrassing! Help me! The heavy breaths of the leopard beside her brushed against her ear. And she couldn't bear to look at Jiang Ze's face, leaving him to rush into the cave. Jiang Ze stood outside, bewildered, He understood Minglai well. She could not possibly accept such a scene unfolding in front of everyone. The cave, after all, was a relatively public space, and he did not rush in immediately. Standing at the entrance, he let the cold night breeze extinguish the warmth within him, his disheveled hair dancing in the wind. Meanwhile, Minglai lay on the side, hands covering her face in disbelief. What just happened? Chapter 67. Eagle Beast Minglai forcibly restrained herself from spiraling into further chaotic thoughts, shaking her head before drifting into a sweet slumber. Off to meet the Lord of Dreams in the courtyard. A man cradled a white cub, his expression serious as he sat at the center, gazing at the scenery above. Fan Shi was lost in thought, contemplating the starry sky, wishing Minglai would return to appreciate the beauty of the twinkling stars hanging in the heavens. Why hasn't Shi returned yet? Could something unfortunate have delayed her? The deepening worry and longing enveloped him. Surely not. The tribe was led by the clan leader, and the chances of encountering dangers on their quest to challenge the fourth ring orange spirit and seize females were almost non-existent. With this thought, his anxiety lessened somewhat, little by. Is the female still not back? Being clumsily held by the male beast was truly a torment for him. He longed for the gentle embrace of the female. The next morning, the forest was enveloped in a misty haze, various birds chirping in a cacophony of noise. Amidst this symphony of sounds, the female awoke, stretching her limbs to welcome the first rays of morning sunlight. She had thought she had risen early, and her gaze fell upon Jiang Zhe, who was tidying up. Upon meeting her eyes, a familiar warm smile graced his face. Lai Lai, you're awake? Minglai stared, lost in thought, as the sunlight illuminated the cozy little cave, where a sunshine boy was present. Dandan slowly rose, and on the dusty ground lay 2 unassuming fruits that had been nibbled upon. She casually picked them up. It was remarkable how such a small red-purple fruit could incite a series of events. Momentarily, she felt a pang of regret. Why must it be such an inconsequential fruit? Especially in the wilderness? Noticing the white rings that adorned her fingers, remnants of the once-living beast, she marveled at their beauty. 3 white rings now graced her hand, and as she gazed closely at them, her eyes welled with emotion. She vowed to cherish her partner and never allow these precious tokens to vanish due to unforeseen circumstances again. Her companion entered. Dandan, you're awake? The newly joined guardian integrated harmoniously with the others, understanding that a multitude of formidable beastmen was essential for the protection of their cherished partner. Thus, they welcomed the new member without the usual rivalries that often plagued such relationships, at least. It appeared so on the surface. Dandan blinked away her tears, determined not to let them fall. We must all take care of each other, she insisted, her gaze fixed on the trio. Their hearts stirred. Realizing her thoughts were elsewhere, they silently resolved to protect her from any harm, vowing never to let her suffer again. The group gathered, embarking once more on their journey home. Dandan's rosy cheeks were adorned with a smile, her demeanor mysterious. Minglai, I have something amusing to show you. Minglai recalled last night's events, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she wondered, what is it? Dandan opened her palm, revealing the 2 nibbled fruits, her eyes darting nervously. Clearly, this was not something to be exposed. Ah, isn't this the fruit you took bites from? Was it tasty, or is there something special about it? Minglai remarked, bewildered by Dandan's intentions. Dandan shyly smiled, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, eating this will lead to certain outcomes. Minglai's face turned crimson. So that's why you were acting strangely last night. She picked up one of the fruits, scrutinizing its ordinary red and purple exterior. Realizing with shock what it truly was, goodness, this exists, she exclaimed, hastily returning it to Dandan. She resolved never to consume such fruits again. As they continued onward, a gentle breeze brushed past, offering a hint of coolness. Perched atop the lush, towering trees were several colossal eagles, chattering in a language they could not comprehend. The elongated beaks of these birds gleamed like sharp blades, instilling a sense of trepidation. Minglai beheld this scene. Her mouth agape. Those eagles, are they beastmen? Are they good or evil? Can Jiangzi contend with them? A wave of concern washed over her as she glanced back, only to lock eyes with a dark-eyed eagle, its intense gaze sending shivers down her spine. She quickly averted her eyes, clutching her leopard companion tightly for reassurance. The other eagles remained transfixed, their eyes fixed on a stunning female in the sunlight. radiating an ethereal beauty that took their breath away. What a beautiful female! Aside from the fox tribe, I have never seen one so radiant, one eagle remarked, drawing the attention of all the beastmen perched above, each struck by her allure. Indeed, she is breathtaking. What should I do if I wished to be her mate? Another lamented. However, before they could finish their musings, the dark-eyed eagle swiftly descended, leaving only its graceful silhouette in its wake. "Hey, Dadong, what are you doing?" exclaimed an elder beastman, incredulous at the impulsiveness of the young eagle, aware of the powerful beings that undoubtedly occupied their ranks. The eagle circled above the leopard caravan, halting momentarily as the leader exuded a formidable aura. "Four-ringed soul," gasped the onlookers. "It's a four-ringed orange soul. How powerful!" The other eagles exchanged glances, instinctively bowing before such strength, none daring to confront the formidable creature. Dadong, burdened by the weight of expectation, landed on a nearby lower branch. Minglai, startled by the enormity of the creature's wingspan, gripped her leopard tightly, sensing that the eagle approached her. The large talons appeared more menacing than any blade. The caravan advanced, the three-ringed white-souled eagle trailing closely behind. Reluctant yet unable to stray too far, the leader deemed the eagle's behavior acceptable. So long as it refrained from aggression, it posed no threat. Time passed as they journeyed, and they neared the tribe by midday. The guard leopards spotted them first, erupting in joyous shouts. "The chieftain has returned." Upon hearing the news, the tribe gathered at the entrance, a mixture of fierce beastmen, females, and younglings standing in orderly formation. They eagerly awaited the arrival of their chieftain and his party, their eyes alight with hope and expectation. As they approached, the tribe noticed that, in addition to the stone pots, many beastmen carried simple bags crafted from resilient banana leaves. Jiangfeng and others focused intently. Have they succeeded? Has our tribe achieved salt independence? The murmurs grew louder with excitement. Is this a success? Are they carrying salt flour? As Minglai and the others drew closer, they spotted two familiar figures waving energetically. Fanchi, Xiaobai. Jiangzi transformed into human form, shielding Minglai with a radiant smile. "Hey, did you miss me during these few days?" Fanchi stood frozen, his eyes glistening with emotion. She had not left him. She had returned. Overwhelmed, he embraced her fiercely, disregarding the white tiger cub that tumbled to the ground, oblivious to its cries. Jiangzi watched, feeling a pang of envy. Let him have his moment, he thought. Minglai found herself enveloped in the fervent embrace. Struggling to catch her breath, she looked up to see his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What is the matter with you? It's only been a few days. Did you think I would abandon you?" As she gently patted his back, she felt a surge of affection. "I'm back, and I'm sorry for worrying you." Feeling her initial resistance transform into acceptance, Fanchi was overjoyed. The scent of his beloved filled him with joy, and he resolved never to let her go again. "Chieftain, how did it go? Are we free from the worries of salt flour?" "Indeed, my friends, from this day forth, our tribe shall produce salt flour, or what you may call salt, independently." The chieftain's voice resonated, each word a clear declaration, met with exuberant cheers. "Let us rejoice. The triumph belongs to our great benefactor, Minglai." As the crowd erupted in celebration, the joyous exclamations of "Minglai, Minglai" filled the air, a testament to her pivotal role in their newfound freedom. A multitude of sparkling eyes fixated intently on Minglai, who remained enveloped in an embrace, be it the adult orc, the females, or the younglings. They all gazed at her with expressions filled with gratitude and admiration. Her contributions had been monumental, and the collective appreciation was palpable. Gradually, Minglai became aware of their unwavering stares, finally releasing her hold. Her cheeks flushed a delightful shade of red, and she shyly smiled at them. From the moment he laid eyes on her, Fanchi's gaze had never wavered, his eyes burning with intensity. The voice of the clan leader resonated once more. "Everyone, please bring the stone pots and salt to the tribal square. Let us return home in an orderly fashion to collect our vessels, and then proceed to the square, where we shall distribute the salt. Each household should send forth one orc to represent them in collecting the salt." The orcs promptly accepted the stone pots from the procession, gently receiving the salt as they made their way toward the square. A hawk orc lingered at the rear of the group, hesitant to approach too closely, halting entirely 300 meters from the tribal boundary. The hawk orc felt a surge of astonishment. This seemingly modest tribe boasted an impressive number of orcs, and it appeared that the formidable individual among them was their leader. Oh, think that such a medium-sized tribe possessed such powerful orcs, including those with 4-ring orange souls, left him feeling utterly outmatched. Not to mention, he had spotted several with 4-ring white souls and a multitude exceeding 3-ring souls. What could he possibly do? He was infatuated with a particular female and could no longer entertain thoughts of any others. The hawk orc's dark eyes flickered, and a cunning idea took root. Transforming into his beast form, he perched silently upon a tree, appearing motionless while his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the direction of the tribe. His vision surpassed that of any other orc, allowing him to see clearly even at 300 meters. There, he spotted a diminutive figure being approached by an insufferable male orc. A wave of jealousy surged within him, darkening his expression. Fanchi sensed a hostile gaze upon him and abruptly looked up to find a large brown hawk staring intently in his direction. Though the emotions behind the gaze were obscured, he could sense the malice. He met the hawk's gaze with steely resolve, aware that the hawk orc was observing him closely. The leopard orc also turned to glance in that direction, recognizing the hawk orc that had been tailing them throughout their journey. A clear indication of comparable strength. Fortunately, Menglai appeared frightened, leading him to believe she would not entertain the idea of accepting the hawk as a mate. He felt compelled to protect her. Hawk orcs were known for their strategic prowess, masters of cunning, while other terrestrial orcs seldom interacted closely with them. The two male orcs exchanged knowing glances, immediately grasping each other's intentions. Unbeknownst to them, Menglai was oblivious to the silent battle of glances between the orcs. She crouched down to embrace the pitiful little Bai, who gazed up at her with longing. Gently stroking his fur, she exclaimed, "Little Bai, it's been so long. You are still as adorable as ever." She noticed that he seemed to have lost weight. "Why have you gotten so thin? Haven't you been eating well?" Menglai's gaze locked onto his beautiful blue eyes, reminiscent of sapphires, clear and enchanting. The hawk orc from afar observed their exchange with clarity, even catching the disdain and warning conveyed within their gazes. A smirk crept upon his lips as he entertained unwholesome thoughts. He regarded the orcs surrounding the female with contempt, including the little tiger she cradled. Consumed by jealousy, why were these fools beside her and not him? His eyes glinted with determination. No matter the obstacle, he would claim her for himself. Chapter 69. Gilt little Bai's eyes sparkled as he fixated on her, reveling in the comfort of her embrace. Being held by her once more felt heavenly, though he wished she would never let him go. He couldn't bear to be apart from her for even a second. Casting a casual glance into the distance, he scoffed, "Another fool has arrived." As the crowd at the tribe's entrance dispersed toward the square, Hua Hua's voice rang out in surprise. "Look, isn't Dan Dan among the group?" "Indeed, it's just her and Menglai, the two females together," Hong Hong noted, glancing at them. "Dan Dan, are you going to the square?" she inquired, noticing the girl approach. Dan Dan's expression remained neutral as she coldly replied, "Yes." She then hastily pursued Menglai, distancing herself from the females who had kept their distance from her in recent days. She found their behavior exceptionally hypocritical and harbored no desire to engage with them. The group of females, witnessing Dan Dan's aloof demeanor, froze, exchanging glances of confusion. They understood that her distance stemmed from their sudden withdrawal a few days prior. Yet, could they be entirely blamed? After hearing about the incident from Cao Cao, they too had been alarmed, which was entirely natural. However, after days of reflection, their fear had gradually dissipated, allowing them to empathize with her perspective. In such dire circumstances, besides fear, one could summon the courage for vengeance. They admired the idea of avenging a beloved partner, realizing that their initial judgments had been clouded. Now, guilt weighed heavily upon them. "Menglai, wait for me," Dan Dan called out, quickening her pace to catch up. "Menglai, are you heading to the square?" she asked, glancing back. Menglai felt weary and longed to return to her courtyard for a rest. "Dan Dan, I'm a bit tired. I think I'll head back to rest and skip the square." "All right then, how about I come find you to play this afternoon?" Dan Dan responded, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone, though she quickly adjusted her mood. "That sounds wonderful," Menglai replied, cradling little Bai. Stifling a yawn. The sleepless night had taken its toll, and now that she was back in the tribe, her spirits had relaxed, inducing drowsiness. "You see, Dan Dan is upset. What should we do? Hua Hua sighed, casting a reproachful glance at Cao Cao. Had it not been for her embellishments, they wouldn't have distanced themselves from Dan Dan at all. They had all been of similar ages, often playing together. What can we do? We ought to apologize, Hong Hong murmured, gazing toward Dan Dan. What's with that look? Cao Cao retorted, unwilling to back down. You were the one who spread that tale about her being as terrifying as a beast. How could you blame me for being scared? I only heard it from you. You. Cao Cao's face flushed as she prepared to retort. Enough, enough. Let us focus on how to win Dan Dan back. Hong Hong interjected, exasperated by their bickering. Meanwhile, their friendship was on the brink of collapse. The other two, panting from their argument, instinctively fell silent. How about this? We could gather some fruit and then go apologize to her. Dan Dan is cheerful by nature. She should forgive us, Hong Hong suggested after a moment of contemplation. After considering the idea, the others nodded in agreement. In the square, a bustling crowd formed as everyone lined up orderly, with nearly every household receiving a generous supply of salt. Joy radiated from each face, brimming with happiness. Jiang Zhe also collected a bag of salt, feeling particularly proud as the partner of a tribal hero. Receiving a larger portion than most, he held his head high, reveling in the fruits of Ming Lai's labor, akin to a triumphant general. Time flowed swiftly, unspoken. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived, and Ming Lai slowly awakened. Stretching her limbs, feeling well-rested and invigorated. Noticing Fanchi waiting outside the wooden hut, a wave of emotion washed over her. Fanchi, are you hungry? Would you like some fruit? Ming Lai inquired, touching her slightly empty stomach. She had been yearning for her favorite fruit, the golden jackfruit, and swiftly retrieved one. I'm not hungry, Fanchi replied, his bright eyes fixed on Ming Lai as he gently shook his head. Ming Lai smiled as she offered him the fruit. Fanchi, understanding her gesture, accepted it with ease, effortlessly opening it to reveal the golden flesh, emitting a captivating aroma. This delightful scent was only detectable to those who cherished the fruit. To those who loathed durian, it was nothing short of repulsive. Little Bai immediately scampered away, and had the courtyard door not been closed, he would have fled. The odor was simply unbearable, and he covered his nose with a paw, positioning himself at the farthest corner of the yard. Ming Lai burst into laughter, unable to comprehend why something so delicious could be so detested. It was truly perplexing. Knock, 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 came a series of sounds. Ming Lai, I'm here. It was Dan Dan. Ming Lai felt a surge of joy at Dan Dan's arrival. Marveling at how timely her visit was to As Fanchi opened the door, he returned to Meng Lai's side. Dan Dan approached with a light-hearted gait, flanked by her two companions, halting at the entrance of the courtyard. You arrived just in time. Come, try this, Ming Lai warmly invited, handing her a generous piece of durian flesh. Dan Dan took a careful sniff, enchanted by the fragrance. How delightful! This is a fortuitous moment, she exclaimed, accepting the durian and taking a hearty bite. This is delicious. Yes, I feel the same way, Ming Lai affirmed. As Ming Lai indulged in her meal, she couldn't help but express her admiration. Subsequently, she handed 2 large pieces to Dan Dan, encouraging her to share them with her companion. Uncertain whether the recipient would partake, she acted out of courtesy, for a guest is always a guest. Dan Dan glanced at the 2 individuals at the entrance, and without hesitation, she distributed the food, thanking Ming Lai profusely. I must say, Ming Lai, you possess a remarkable talent for culinary invention. I had no idea that the prickly fruit was edible. Might there be other fruits that are also consumable? She then recalled the crimson violet fruit, but reluctantly dismissed the thought it would be wiser to accompany Ming Lai for fruit picking next time, as her intellect was simply unparalleled. Not at all. We are friends, and sharing delicacies is perfectly normal, Ming Lai replied. Dan Dan mused about the other fruits that might grow in the forest near the tribe, wondering if they were edible. Enchanted by the durian, she casually mentioned it, piquing Ming Lai's interest. If her guesses were correct, there would surely be new discoveries to be made. Eagerly, Ming Lai inquired, Do you know where they are? We should go explore. She glanced at the sky, noting that dusk was approaching. Such an hour was not conducive to venturing out. Let us plan for tomorrow, she suggested, already feeling a surge of excitement. I know the way. I can lead you, Dan Dan replied, equally enthused, envisioning an abundance of delicious fruits awaiting them. All right, we shall go tomorrow, Ming Lai exclaimed. her head nodding vigorously as she imagined the delightful finds of the morrow. Meanwhile, Hong Hong arrived at Danden's abode but found her absent, with only her companion present. She inquired, "May I come in?" Upon Meng Lai's nod, the group ceased their idle chatter and accepted the bananas from the male beast before stepping inside. Danden's smile faded, her expression turning serious as she scrutinized them. "What brings you here?" she asked coldly. The group exchanged glances, shedding their shyness as they spoke in unison. "Danden, we apologize for distancing ourselves during your difficult moments. It was our fault. Can you forgive us?" They offered her the orange-yellow bananas, their faces etched with apprehension, longing for Danden's pardon. Meng Lai, observing the scene, began to grasp the situation, yet as an outsider, she refrained from moralizing, recognizing that the grievances did not belong to her and that she could not make decisions on Danden's behalf. With eyes glistening, Danden felt the weight of her past grievances surge within her, her voice trembling as she replied, "Humph." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the others pressed on, "Danden, you are the best. Please forgive us. Won't you? We promise it won't happen again." Though Danden had already forgiven them internally, she maintained a stoic facade, retorting, "If there is a next time, I shall ignore you all. There will be no next time." The trio hastily assured, stepping forward to clasp her hands. As evening fell, the aroma of dinner wafted through the courtyards of every home. Having had their fill, Meng Lai and her companions gathered to admire the moon, its luminous glow illuminating the yard with clarity. Despite the beauty of the night sky, Fanchi's gaze was solely captivated by Meng Lai. Under his scrutiny, she felt a rush of warmth, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Jiangzi, observing the silent exchange, wore an impassive expression, yet his heart seethed with jealousy. He distanced himself, recalling his father's admonition. "Jiangzi, your companion is exceptionally intelligent and remarkable. She will attract many suitors, while good beasts are fine. Should she encounter formidable adversaries, the implications could be dire. She cannot have but one partner as her first mate. You must understand that in this world of beasts, danger lurks at every corner. You cannot selfishly monopolize her. For her safety and a harmonious future together, she will inevitably need multiple partners. If she is unaware, you must set the example. I do not wish for you to live with regret." A bitter pang struck Jiangzi's heart. What could be more painful than the notion of his beloved accepting another male? If anything, it would be her safety that troubled him most. Steeling his resolve, he inhaled deeply and called for Fanchi. Casting a glance at him, he weakly stated, "Tonight, you shall accompany Meng Lai. I will stand guard outside." With that, Jiangzi's expression darkened, leaving Fanchi momentarily speechless, astonished by the leopard's magnanimity, his gratitude evident in his gaze. Meng Lai, situated on the opposite side of the yard, could hear their whispers, her cheeks flushing anew. Shouldn't he have asked for her opinion? A gentle breeze stirred, caressing Meng Lai's face, her dark tresses dancing in the wind, enhancing her allure. Xiao Bai, in a daze, lay draped across her lap, rendering her motionless, as if entranced by her beauty, which surpassed even the moon's sanctity. Jiangzi, seizing the moment, lifted the drowsy Xiao Bai and ushered her into the room, subsequently nudging Fanchi inside as well, with a resounding thud. The wooden door teetered, nearly throwing him off balance. Inside, both Meng Lai and Fanchi felt their cheeks heat with embarrassment, their ears aflame. Meng Lai, bewildered by Jiangzi's actions, thought, "What is he doing? I hardly have the inclination for this." Her heart raced in the stillness of the night, her voice faltering, We should not. Let's just rest." Fanchi, equally flustered, found his long fingers restless, swallowing nervously. "That is not what I meant. I respect your wishes. I would never force you." His clumsy explanation only seemed to make matters more awkward. Meng Lai couldn't suppress her laughter, finding Fanchi's earnest yet anxious demeanor utterly charming. Drawing closer, she tilted her head to examine the honest beast before her. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, complemented by a prominent nose, handsome. Yet his usual sternness and lack of charm rendered him less appealing to females. Beneath his formidable exterior lay an innocent, endearing soul. Yet, what was happening? She had little experience in such matters, and it appeared he was even more naive than she. Playfully, she traced his chin with her delicate fingers. "You are rather good-looking." The sudden proximity sent his heart racing. He gulped nervously, his gaze fixated on her, enchanted by her radiant smile, which shone like the flawless moon in the night sky. Casting a gentle glow that captivated his attention entirely, Ming Lai, catching a glimpse of her own reflection in his eyes, was taken aback. How could she appear so alluring? She radiated an irresistible charm, akin to a beguiling enchantress. Fan Shi found himself frozen, his head bowing lower. Observing her lack of resistance, he hoarsely murmured, "Ming Lai, may I?" His voice, deep and gravelly, was undeniably appealing. Meeting his shimmering gaze, Ming Lai decided to cease her teasing. Outside the wooden cottage, Jiangze and Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, their existence seemingly more desolate than the solitary moon above. Jiangze's expression darkened, a chill enveloping him as the wind swept through, akin to being encased in an icy realm. He clutched Xiaobai tightly, seeking warmth. Xiaobai, nearly suffocated by his embrace, soon regained her senses and began to struggle, questioning his intentions. Could they not protect Ming Lai together? Did he wish to monopolize her affection? With a sudden burst of energy, she broke free and withdrew to a corner, her eyes cast down in feigned slumber, her heart tinged with a bittersweet ache. Chapter 71. The space upgrade as the moonlight gradually waned. The melodious calls of the golden pheasant signaled the moon's departure, and the horizon began to brighten. Ming Lai slowly awakened, her rosy cheeks exuding an adorable charm. Fan Shi, carrying a bucket of water, appeared radiant, his voice gentle. "Lai Lai, you are awake. I have fetched water for you." Ming Lai, her head bowed, replied with a soft mm. Noticing her lingering shyness, Fan Shi left the water and quietly departed. Ming Lai took a deep breath, hastily rising to wipe the sweat from her brow. Upon glancing at her hand, she discovered an additional ring, which she examined closely, noting its orange hue, filling her heart with sweetness. Suddenly, a voice resonated, "Ding! The Rui system has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have completed 50% of the major task. The planting space has been upgraded from a single room to 2 rooms, now unlocking an additional planting chamber for your use, each room functioning independently." Ming Lai was taken aback, having nearly forgotten about the system. "Ha ha ha. May I inquire how to utilize the planting space?" The host can cultivate any plant within the planting space, where vegetation can thrive without the need for fertilization or pest control. One merely needs to place viable seeds or saplings into the space in the following manner. By mentally invoking the crops, they will automatically be recognized and integrated into the planting area. Wow, this is marvelous. But how do we harvest the fruits? The host, the yields from the planting space will be remarkably swift, at least 3 times faster than in this world. Mature crops or fruits will be automatically harvested and stored within the Ruju space. As long as they exist, you can simply think of retrieving them to obtain the crops or fruits. And the plants that have been cultivated will continue to grow, perpetually renewing in a cycle. Wow, this is incredibly efficient. What a tremendous convenience. Host, a reminder. The planting space has detected cultivable rice in the Ruju space. Shall we plant them all? Ming Lai pondered for a moment and resolutely decided to plant them all. Very well. Host. Ding, the Rui system has entered a silent mode. Oh, I haven't finished asking yet. Why did it end so quickly? How frustrating. But it's still quite good, as it completely resolves the food issue. Haha. Once I settle in a tribe, I can plant some crops on site. That way, it won't seem too out of place. Sigh. I truly am quite clever. Recent tasks include uprooting the durian tree to fill her second space with it. Haha, it would be even better if she could discover other delicious fruits. If only she could enter the space to see her orchard. That would be splendid. Jiangze noticed his partner lost in thought, seemingly frozen in place, and grew somewhat concerned. Lai Lai, what's wrong? Why are you dazed? Ah, I'm fine, just concentrating on washing my face. Ming Lai snapped back to reality. Jiangze's gaze lingered on Meng Lai's fair skin, a sight that stirred his heart and ignited a wave of anger within him. How dare that bear? His earlier smile faded instantly. Lai Lai, that bear is truly detestable. Ming Lai, neglecting her grooming, noticed Jiangze's rising fury and hurried to reassure him. Jiangze, I'm all right, truly. In broad daylight, she had to explain to another partner. What could be more awkward than this? Please, don't ask any further. Seeing that his partner was indeed fine, he refrained from saying more. As they prepared to head out, they unexpectedly collided with that clumsy bear. Unable to hold back, he threw a punch. Having overheard their entire conversation, the bear felt a pang of guilt. He had been trying to be gentle, yet he did not dodge the punch, receiving it squarely. What was that for? Just as Minglai, who had just donned her beast skin skirt, heard a thud, she rushed outside to see the leopard beast pummeling the bear. She hurried over to check the bear's face, which was slightly red and swollen. Turning to scold the leopard for its actions, she met the bear's injured yellow gaze, making her feel as if she were the one in the wrong. It appeared that balance was difficult to achieve. It was impossible to keep everything equal, and she felt overwhelmed. I'm fine. It's my fault for not handling it well. I truly deserved that punch, so please don't blame him. The bear, aware of his shortcomings, bore the punch without complaint. Yet, his words sounded somewhat passive-aggressive. This morning, he had discovered that his energy levels were fully restored, leaving him utterly astonished. Now he understood why Jiangze had suddenly been brimming with energy overnight. He was experiencing the same phenomenon. He would soon enter seclusion again, which meant several days apart from her. However, unlike before, he now felt more grounded, his heart finally at ease. Glancing at the heart-shaped mark on his left wrist, he realized it symbolized that he could always find her, a bond between partners, an unbreakable connection in his understanding. All right, we are all family. Let us unite and refrain from quarrels. I dislike discord. Minglai, having held her tongue for quite some time, finally spoke up, shaking Jiangze's hand. I'm really fine. It's just that my skin is quite fair, which makes it appear a bit redder. Please don't be angry. Given the circumstances with his partner, what could he do but indulge her? Okay, Jiangze, I will be entering seclusion again this afternoon, so I leave everything to you. Fan Qi spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the two and a little cub were taken aback that hadn't this bear just emerged from seclusion? Of course, it goes without saying that I will protect my partner, Jiangze replied, rolling his eyes at the other. How could this bear accumulate enough energy to upgrade so quickly? He recalled his own experience, which had also occurred at that same juncture. Was this a phenomenon exclusive to those who had formed a partnership? Yet, he had never heard of such a thing before. Maybe it was unique to Lai Lai. A revelation exploded in his mind, and he realized that this information must not be disclosed to any other beastmen. The number of single beastmen in their world was countless, and if they were to learn of this, Lai Lai could very well be taken away, becoming a source of energy for their nefarious deeds. The thought sent chills down his spine. He was terrified, even refraining from telling his parents for fear of eavesdroppers. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, who had been watching the commotion from the ground, was equally stunned. What speed was this? Typically, it would take years to upgrade after emerging from seclusion, yet he had done so in such a short time. His tiger-like mind raced with thoughts until the azure gem in his eyes widened in realization, leading him to a conclusion. Chapter 72. Capturing the female Jiangze's gaze was complex as he stared at Fan Qi. A mixture of compromise and shock in his expression. Upon seeing Jiangze's intricate gaze, Fan Qi realized that the other had uncovered Minglai's secret regarding their bond. This matter was equally significant. Surely, he would safeguard her well. Fan Qi felt reassured and continued his seclusion to enhance his strength, which had become crucial for their future. Then focus on your seclusion. We will await your return. Good luck. Minglai felt that his advancement was rapid and was genuinely happy for him. Not pondering further, Xiaobai shot him a glance, his eyes urgent, urging him to upgrade quickly since this third-ring white spirit needed more strength to protect the female. She had too many secrets. Any one of them could incite turmoil in the beast world. He would rather see the female accept several powerful beastmen, even if it meant she might overlook him. All right, I will emerge soon. Fan Qi gazed intently at the female, nodding heavily. Minglai, a sweet, melodious voice came from outside the courtyard. Not yet seen, but heard. Minglai had just sent off Fan Qi when she encountered Dandan's cheerful face. Shall we go outside the tribe to pick fruits? Her steps were hurried, and she collided with Minglai's body before she could slow down. The petite Minglai was caught off guard and stumbled backward. Fortunately, Jiangze acted swiftly, catching her just in time. Their eyes met, filled with affection, lost in each other until Xiaobai's loud call interrupted their silent exchange. He steadied Minglai, who had leaned into his embrace. Dandan patted her chest in relief, grateful that her larger frame had not caused Minglai to fall. She rushed forward, apologizing. I'm so sorry. I was running too fast. Are you all right? Once steadied, Minglai gently shook her head, looking at Dandan, who had a rather comical expression, and smiled. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Then let us get ready to go fruit picking. Jiangze, will you come along? Minglai replied to Dandan's suggestion while inquiring about her partner. Of course, I'll accompany you. His cheerful voice rang out, eager not to be left behind. Thus, Minglai, along with Xiaobai, Dandan, and several other females, alongside their partners, more than a dozen in total, set off to the forest outside the tribe. The 5 females walked together, with the male beastmen trailing behind. Dandan, full of determination, led the way, pulling Minglai to the side of the forest and pointing excitedly at the purple fruits on the trees. Minglai, look at all these fruits, do you recognize them? Can we eat them? Grasa, Hua Hua, Hong Hong, and the others stood aside, puzzled. For those were the bitter fruits they had never consumed before. Sweet yet bitter, lacking anything particularly special. Why was she suddenly so interested? Minglai followed her finger and gasped. The trees were enormous, the fruits too small to see clearly, leaving her unable to identify them. I can't tell. We need to pick some to find out. Before she could instruct, Jiangze, having overheard, climbed up without waiting for her command. In a matter of moments, he had plucked several fruits and tossed them down. However, due to the distance, the fruits cracked open upon landing, revealing their creamy white flesh. Is this the mangosteen? A thrill of excitement surged within her, and she grasped Dandan's wrist tightly, exclaiming, Dandan, this fruit is edible. It's called mangosteen, and it's delicious. The joyous exclamations of the females startled a brown creature curled up in the forest, which opened its heavy eyelids in annoyance. Upon meeting Minglai's form, its drowsiness vanished instantly. Really? That's wonderful. Dandan quickly turned to her partners, urging them to climb the trees and gather the fruits. Oh, it's mangosteen. Is it really edible? Previously, we found the food unappetizing. Indeed. The flowers and plants, vibrant and vivid, expressed their doubts, some bewildered. That must certainly be due to your incorrect method of eating. Minglai's lips curved upwards, radiant and lively, her eyes sparkling as they gazed upwards. Is that so? Then let us pick some as well. Very well. The 3 of them instructed their companions to gather fruit from the nearby trees. Immersed in joy, they remained the only ones beneath the tree. Suddenly, a brown creature lurking in the shadows sensed the opportune moment, swiftly and silently unfurling its massive wings, darting towards the pale-skinned female. Its enormous talons slightly retracted their sharp tips, excitement and desire gleaming in its pitch-black eyes. It was determined to seize her as its gaze shifted. It prepared to launch skyward. Minglai, who was gazing upwards at the fruit tree, felt an instinctive awareness, turning to confront the enormous brown figure, cradling Xiaobai. She froze in place, a surge of fear for the monstrous creature rising within her, her breath momentarily caught. Xiaobai, the little white tiger, continued to yowl, lacking any deterrent effect, instead exuding a sense of petulance. Jiangze, atop a tall tree, called out anxiously, rushing down, Minglai, quickly, get away. The other beastmen in the trees halted their gathering, immediately transforming and rushing toward the tree below to confront the eagle beast. This moment, the females were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why an eagle beast would attack them. The flowers and plants, realizing the danger, shouted in alarm, slightly distanced from Minglai. The eagle beast's movements were swift. With a single swipe of its talons, it seized one female and immediately accelerated into the sky. Minglai gasped in shock. This eagle beast was heading straight for her. She caught sight of the creature's greedy gaze. A jolt of fear coursing through her as it appeared intent on devouring her. In an instant, as the eagle beast's gaze shifted upward, Dandan stepped decisively in front of her, taking her place and being captured by the eagle beast. Dandan saved her, her face etched with worry, fearful of the potential harm that might befall Dandan. When Jiangze jumped down, this was the scene that met his eyes, a feeling of loss and recovery. The group was astonished, unable to process what had just occurred. How could this be? The eagle beast belonged to the tribe. Unlike the indifferent stray beasts, tribal beasts often collaborated. Why would they seize a female? Dandan, quickly, you all must return to the tribe and seek assistance from the tribal eagle beasts. We will pursue. One of Dandan's partners, with his eyes fixed on the sky, contemplated calmly. Jiangze safely escorted Minglai and the other females back to the tribe, ensuring their companions were settled before relaying the news back home. Jiangze, you must rescue Dandan. After all, she is in danger because of me. Minglai's face was filled with distress, her eyes reflecting concern for her friend and disdain for the eagle beast. Minglai, rest assured, we will bring her back. In the Linmu tribe, 3 eagle beasts resided permanently. Belonging to one tribe, they were bound by its rules and arrangements. Without hesitation, the 3 eagle beasts set off into the distance. The strongest among them, Sanhuan Qinghun, having recently ascended to the rank of Orange Soul, on the ground, the leopard beasts followed Jiangze without pause, racing towards the direction of the eagle beasts. While leopards are fast, they could not rival the speed of the flying eagle beasts and soon lost sight of them. The triumphant eagle beast, Dadong, was elated. Although driven by impulse to snatch a female, he felt no regret. For he desired her alone. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated, unable to resist. As long as he could possess her, he cared not for the means. Turning around, he noticed a massive creature. Dandan, seeing Minglai in peril, instinctively sought to save her. Dandan flew. She had no partner capable of flight and was suddenly suspended in midair, face down. Her psychological fortitude reached its limit, and she began to scream in terror. Soon, Dadong landed in a cave he occasionally inhabited. Hearing the female's cries of fear, he gently lowered her to the ground, turning his back as he shifted into human form, sporting what he believed to be a charming and polite smile. However, when he turned to face the female, his pupils widened in shock. Chapter 73. Rescue. The eagle beast gazed at the pale face, realizing, who is this? I intended to capture the fair-skinned female, not this tawny-skinned one. His tone was filled with irritation as he gripped her cheek tightly, then disdainfully flung her aside. Who are you? The female before him sat quietly in the corner, her eyes warily observing him. He sighed in exasperation, his anger boiling over, the smile on his face instantly freezing as he turned grim. His gaze locked onto her. She had shielded the female he adored, causing him to mistakenly capture the wrong one. A flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, he felt a strong urge to eliminate her out of frustration. After this blunder, he had alarmed the prey, making it even more difficult to find another opportunity. Frustrated, he glanced around, noting that they were far from the tribe. It would be impossible for her to return alone. Whether she could evade the attacks of ferocious beasts and survive the predations of rogue beastmen was now a matter of luck. After all, life and death are fated, and he bore no responsibility. Since he had not harmed her, he turned away and took to the skies once more, crouched in the corner of the cave. Dandan trembled, gripped by fear. She had seen eagle beasts before. There were some among the tribe. Yet this particular beastman exuded an oddly chilling aura, indeed, terrifyingly cold. Though he was not a stray beast, he bore a striking resemblance to their merciless brutality. If she was not mistaken, she had just glimpsed a murderous glint in his eyes, which was deeply unsettling. Fortunately, that glimmer of malice was fleeting, and thankfully, he did not torment her. Compared to death, she dreaded the prospect of enduring the same torment she had suffered at the hands of the cold-blooded beastman last time. Such suffering was worse than death. She wrapped her arms around herself, her body still somewhat cold despite the sweltering heat, and sought to minimize her presence until the rescue team arrived. The 3 rings on her left hand sparkled under the sunlight, providing her with warmth. She pressed the rings, silently wishing for their swift arrival, for this place was too desolate. She did not want to escape the wolf's den only to encounter ferocious beasts or rogue beastmen again. Sensing the female's call, Dandan's partner, guided by the beastly instincts within him, led the group to sprint in one direction. One of the eagle beasts, exceptionally powerful, quickly distanced himself from the other 2, soon spotting the culprit eagle beast that had disappeared momentarily before re-emerging. However, he did not see any sign of the female, prompting him to abandon the pursuit of the would-be captor and instead head towards the open ground he had just glimpsed from a distance. He spotted a large snake slithering towards a cave, a cold-blooded beastman. Alarmed, he wondered if the female was hidden within that cave. Fortunately, he reached the female before the snake beast did. She was curled up in a corner. Trembling pitifully, he landed steadily in front of her, maintaining his massive beast form, vigilantly watching the repulsive snake beast. With crimson vertical pupils, he observed the unfolding scene, ready to seize the opportunity. However, just as he was about to approach, the eagle beast swooped in and snatched the prize away. Though he feigned disinterest and closed his eyes, he slowly retreated. Eagle beasts are the natural enemies of snake beasts, and this eagle beast was stronger than him. Although the female was precious, it was not worth risking his life for her. Thus, he decided to retreat. Dandan lowered her head, catching sight of the newcomer, her eyes wide with vigilance. Why has he returned? Does he regret his decision and seek to kill me? The eagle beast of San Juan Qinghun, seeing that the danger had passed, finally relaxed, turning back to assume the form of a sharp-eyed, handsome man with striking black hair. Noticing the cautious little figure, he felt a surge of compassion, stepping closer to help her up, gently asking, Dandan, are you all right? That eagle beast did not harm you, did it? Dandan suddenly realized. This was a tribal eagle beast man. A good beast man, her savior. The fear in her eyes dissipated, replaced by joy. You? You came to rescue me? Did the tribe send you? Dandan gazed at the handsome man before her. She knew the tribe had sent several eagle beastmen to settle. But she had never seen them before, her uncertainty influenced by the previous eagle beastman's sinister demeanor. The eagle beast observed the female's transformation from fear to exuberance, her resilience striking him as admirable. Encountering such peril, she managed to regain her composure so swiftly. It was quite endearing. A subtle smile graced his stern, handsome face, though he remained unaware of it. Indeed, I am sent by the Linmu tribe to rescue you. Are you unscathed? The eagle beast reaffirmed, well aware of this brave female who dared to seek vengeance for her beloved. A particularly unique character. Dandan's expression froze for a moment. Oh heavens, his smile was truly enchanting. Imbued with a comforting power, rendering her momentarily spellbound. Her cheeks flushed. I'm fine. That wicked eagle beast discovered his mistake and simply left me here to fend for myself. Fortunately you have arrived. Dandan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, filled with gratitude and a hint of other emotions. The eagle beast, how you, felt a shiver run down his spine under her penetrating gaze. His breath faltering slightly. That's good. Since everything is fine, I shall escort you back to the tribe. Dandan, how wonderful it is to have found you. Dandan's partner rushed towards her, following the trace of her scent, finally locating her, relieved that she was unharmed. With quick strides, several partners pushed aside the eagle beast that had intended to carry the female away, enveloping her in their embrace. Upon feeling her warmth, their hearts finally settled. Are you all right? They inquired. I'm fine, Dandan replied, her eyes reddening as she pointed at Hao Yu. I just saw a cold-blooded beast man, but thankfully he arrived first. Otherwise, I fear I would have been abducted again. Tears brimmed her eyes, and she felt a poignant sense of survival, grateful to be reunited with her partner. Her partner was engulfed in a wave of fear. Upon discovering Dandan's abduction, they were utterly terrified, speaking scarcely a word while racing towards her, and no matter how exhausted they were, they did not pause until now, when their emotions finally surfaced. Their eyes glistening with tears, they cast grateful glances at the eagle beast beside them. Initially, their expressions were less than amiable upon recognizing him as the same beastman responsible for the incident. Yet he was the one who had saved their partner, thus dispelling their prejudice. The other beastmen of the tribe also sighed in relief. Hao Yu remained motionless, realizing that with the arrival of the main group, it was undoubtedly her partner who would carry her back. A hint of disappointment flickered across his stern face. Chapter 74. Overwhelmed with joy and tears. Thank you, eagle beast. Indeed, we are grateful for your rescue of my partner. Thank you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. The partners continuously expressed their gratitude to the beastman before them, while Dandan's eyes remained fixated on Hao Yu, sparkling with admiration. Hao Yu felt a flutter of nervousness under her intense gaze, his cheeks slightly flushed. It is but my duty to protect the tribe and its females, as well as the young, he replied, before unfurling his massive wings and soaring into the sky. Dandan, watching the colossal figure, felt a surge of thoughts. She climbed onto one of her partner's backs. Let us depart. Meanwhile, Meng Lai paced anxiously at the entrance of the tribe. Her heart filled with unease as she fervently prayed, Heavenly Lord, please ensure Dandan remains safe. Otherwise, she shall never find peace. Initially, there were other females from the tribe lingering nearby, but as time dragged on, with no sign of their return after an entire afternoon, they gradually retreated to their homes. Only a young woman with a delicate visage, marked by worry, remained, her eyes continuously scanning the distance while cradling a small infant. Xiaobai mused, this malicious eagle beast would typically not engage in actions contrary to the norms of the beast world. Could his motives truly stem from a desire for a female? It seems unlikely. If that were the case, he would have acted thus before. Moreover, he could have sought to win her affection instead. It appears he targeted a specific female, she continued. He clearly aimed for Meng Lai. Wishing to monopolize her, such a thought drove him to commit such irrational acts, resulting in, unexpectedly, another female intervened. That female should be safe, as she is, after all, a normal beast man, exhibiting far less indiscriminate violence than a feral beast man. If she is unharmed, then my greatest concern should be for the one beside me. Indeed, to think such a deranged male could act in this manner. This beast man will never be able to freely enter any tribe again. This foolish creature has turned a broad and well-lit path into a darkened, narrow one. Truly self-inflicted misery. They are returning, Meng Lai exclaimed, pointing toward the horizon in excitement as the group approached steadily. However, before they could draw near, several eagle beasts descended at the tribe's entrance, their enormous wings stirring up clouds of dust, akin to a sandstorm. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Lai and the nearby beastmen turned away, shielding their faces with their hands to prevent the grit from entering their mouths and eyes. Once the eagle beastmen had landed safely, the swirling dust began to settle. Meng Lai turned back. She was met with the sight of a beastman possessing a prominent hooked nose and piercing eyes. His expression serious and somewhat unapproachable, locking gazes with her. How you noted, so, the instigating eagle beast sought this beautiful female, harboring thoughts and actions of possession. What a foolish beastman. It is a disgrace to share the same beast form with such a creature. Though this female is undeniably beautiful, with her fair and delicate features, the worry etched upon her face does little to mar her loveliness. Is it truly worth becoming a pariah of the beast world for the sake of one female? His gaze shifted away, finding the previously pitiful female more endearing, and as he thought this, his stern expression softened somewhat. Meng Lai remarked, this eagle beast seems rather fierce. Xiaobai interjected, this eagle beast appears decent. Though his combat prowess is merely at the third ring of Orange Soul, insufficient strength to be Meng Lai's partner. Pass. Is Dan Dan all right? Meng Lai could no longer contain her anxiousness. Her expression frantic and eager. How you turned back, his tone nonchalant. She is fine. She has already been rescued. Meng Lai's tense form relaxed, releasing a heavy sigh, her heart finally at ease, a sweet smile returning to her face as she repetitively ruffled Xiaobai's white fur. How wonderful, truly wonderful, she exclaimed. Before this incident, she had not anticipated encountering such a noble friend, one who would risk themselves to save another. Overwhelmed, she felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Among life's most precious gifts, aside from health and wealth, are love, be it familial, romantic, or platonic in this alien world. She seemed to have unexpectedly received both kinds of love, treasures beyond measure. Regardless of her eventual return to the modern world, these memories and the people involved would forever remain etched in her heart. Xiaobai felt the gentle strokes of the female's hand, recognizing her emotions had finally settled, and he too felt a surge of happiness. Hao Yu, captivated by her radiant smile, found himself drawn to her beauty. He quietly admired her for a moment before distractedly shifting his gaze to the figure in the distance. Objectively speaking, her appearance may not surpass that of the one before him. Yet in his heart, she was the epitome of beauty, and he would not entertain any rebuttals. With only 3 partners, he wished to become part of her family, to protect her together. The leopard beast arrived ahead of them, announcing loudly, Lai Lai, we have returned. Ignoring the gazes of those around, he boldly lifted her into his arms, inadvertently hoisting Xiaobai along as well. Xiaobai's clear eyes met the leopard's beaming face with a hint of disdain. Meng Lai, caught off guard by the sudden lift, gazed at him in surprise and smiled. I'm just glad you're back safe, but please put me down. There are so many people around. She felt a bit shy, her face flushed with embarrassment. The surrounding crowd paid little heed to them, as the atmosphere here was quite open. It was not uncommon for partners to openly embrace. However, for the sake of their safety, they often preferred to confine such displays within their homes. This did not imply a shift in their beliefs. Given the chance, they would still seize the moment, regardless of the location. Dan Dan? Meng Lai. The two females embraced excitedly, tears flowing as they surveyed one another's well-being, laughter erupting amidst their relief. Thank goodness you are unharmed. I was terrified something would happen to you. You risked yourself to save me, so? Meng Lai choked out, her eyes glistening. Dan's eyes shimmered with tears as well. I'm fine. There's no need to worry. You're so delicate. I feared for your safety. Which is why, however, that Eagle Beast did not harm me upon discovering my presence, though his anger was palpable. I doubt he will relent. You must take care. Yes, I will. Meng Lai felt a lingering fear. Uncertain why that Eagle Beast had fixated on her, glancing at the nearby Eagle Beasts lost in thought. Chapter 75. Just accept him. Eagle Beasts possess the ability to fly. Currently, she has only 2 partners, and their terrestrial speed cannot compare. However, lacking aerial skills, perhaps she ought to seek a flying beastman as a partner. Meng Lai scanned her surroundings, scrutinizing the beastmen, yet felt no spark of interest. How frustrating. Even the handsome figures before her failed to ignite any passion. It seemed love was indeed not so simple. Dan followed her gaze to the savior beast. How you? Her moist eyes locking onto his somewhat ambiguous expression. An electric connection sparked between them, and she quickly broke the gaze, redirecting her attention to her partner's concerned eyes. How Yu's steady gaze remained fixed on her, unexpectedly meeting the alluring glimmer in her eyes that made his heart skip a beat. Meng Lai noticed the unspoken exchange between them, her previous anxieties dissipating. She teased Dan with a playful glint in her eye. Dan, you seem a bit off, strolling leisurely while intertwining her fingers with hers. Dan's hidden thoughts were perceptibly unveiled. A smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a young girl blissfully lost in the throes of first love, her gaze ablaze with fervor. I find him incredibly handsome. Our tribe has just welcomed a few Eagle Beast men. I must ensure he stays to invigorate our community with fresh vigor. Oh. So it's merely a matter of wanting him to remain, not to claim him as a partner? That simplifies things. I shall inquire whether he would consider becoming our tribe's son-in-law. His combat prowess is commendable, his appearance striking, and he possesses the ability to fly. Surely, he will attract many females. It won't be long before he finds a mate. Mused Meng Lai, playfully glancing back at the Eagle Beast man, teasingly exclaiming, no. Oh dear, he is mine. Ugh, you're truly bothersome. Dan, suddenly flustered, recognized the mockery in Meng Lai's smile. They soon engaged in playful banter, their spirits lifted. Dan, exclaimed Chow and Hua, who approached with genuine smiles, hurriedly inspecting her as if performing a thorough examination. I am unscathed. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. After confirming her well-being, their hearts settled. Casually glancing back, Cao Cao's eyes sparkled. Wow, what a handsome man. Just my type. Hua and Hong, captivated by Cao Cao's dazed expression, followed her gaze to a rather serious-looking orc with an air of elegance. Who is he? He seems unfamiliar, but he is rather attractive. Yes, indeed, he is just my type. Cao thought, mentally rolling her eyes at her 2 friends. Hey, I spotted him first. You can't steal him from me. That depends on whether he chooses you. Perhaps he prefers my long legs, Hong retorted with a hint of pride. Maybe he favors my figure. Hua chimed in, showcasing her curves. Dan, sensing a pang of possessiveness as she perceived her beloved object of affection being eyed by others, asserted coldly, Sisters, he is mine. You are not permitted to vie for him. I shall claim him tonight. After casting a glance back at her partner, who showed no sign of dissent, she felt a slight sense of relief. Meng Lai, cradling Xiaobai, wore an adorably serene expression as she munched on a snack. Observing Dan's wheat-toned cheeks reddening in a public display of affection, she realized how unexpectedly innocent this 3-partnered female truly was. Having observed the scene, she turned her gaze to Dan's partner, who appeared to be relieved. His demeanor surprisingly generous. Phew, Dan's partner secretly rejoiced, feeling a tinge of jealousy suppressed by the knowledge that she was enamored with the 3-ringed orange-souled Eagle Beast man, her savior. His formidable strength surpassed that of the 3 of them, and his inclusion would ensure a more secure and harmonious life together. Dan's voice was far from hushed. The surrounding orcs could hear her, including the Eagle Beast man, Hao Yu. Upon hearing her declaration, Hao Yu felt as if honey had been poured into his heart, his usually stern face flushing with warmth. Stealing a glance at the one he held dear, he lowered his gaze, too shy to meet her eyes, replaying her words in his mind. Tonight, she shall claim him. Is it true? Then I shan't compete with you. Cao Cao hesitated before conceding. There are plenty of handsome beast men. I can choose another. Hong Hong snapped back to reality, declaring her interest in a nearby eagle beast man. Hua Hua immediately directed her attention to another eagle beast man, equally appealing. Ming Lai remarked, "Oh, thankfully there's no cliché drama of friends competing for a man. That would be so trite. There are so many handsome men. We can all find someone we like. After all, what are men compared to friendship?" With her friends not opposing her claim, Dandan boldly took her first step forward, knowing that while her sisters were supportive, the tribe's females were numerous and all favored powerful males. The formidable eagle beast man would undoubtedly attract attention, and she resolved to seize the moment without delay. Approaching him, she bit her lip, gathering her resolve, her eyes reflecting a hint of nervousness. "Would you be willing to be my partner?" Ming Lai felt a swell of anxiety for Dandan, admiring her courage to confess her feelings publicly, her bold pursuit of love shining brightly. Standing beside Ming Lai, Jiangzi felt a sense of joy witnessing Dandan emerge from her past shadows. Taken aback, Hao Yu was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. A female was confessing her feelings to him, and she was exactly the one he adored. Today marked their first official encounter, and he recalled her earlier flustered demeanor. Upon lifting his gaze, he found her staring at him with wide, expressive eyes. Causing his heart to momentarily cease its rhythm, he swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Dandan, whose once cold demeanor softened, her dark eyes shimmering like stars. Chapter 76. Vanished. Dandan felt increasingly uneasy under his intense gaze, her cheeks flushing deeper. His eyes were truly beautiful, clear, dark pools reflecting her own image, exuding a tender charm. As she pondered why he remained silent, seemingly unwilling to respond, she lowered her gaze, fearing he might reject her. A pang of sorrow washed over her just as a warm hand caressed her cheek. Ah, his hand is so large and warm. The comforting touch sent delightful shivers through her. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only her partner and a few friends. Hao Yu relished the moments of eye contact with her, the air around them imbued with a rosy hue. Her lowered gaze made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Unable to resist, he gently adjusted her face, captivated by her small features. Unable to bear the tension, he decided there was no reason to wait until tonight. Why not now? Ignoring the presence of others, he declared in a low, resonant voice, "I am willing." With that, he swept her into his arms, her cheeks aflame with shyness, and strode purposefully toward home. His steps somewhat unsteady, Dandan lifted her head from his embrace. "Not forgetting to bid farewell, sisters, I must take my leave. There's something urgent to attend to. Let us reschedule our gathering." Ming Lai stood frozen, astonished. Is it really necessary to rush during the day? Cao Cao, Hua Hua, and Hong Hong were left speechless. Hao Yu swallowed hard, pausing at the fork in the path, his voice deep and serious. "Shall we go to your place or mine?" Dandan, avoiding his gaze, replied softly, "Let us go to my house, this way." She gestured toward her home. Aware that he had yet to officially settle in the tribe, and was currently residing in an uninhabited wooden cabin devoid of life, it would be better for him to acclimate to her home, especially since he would be moving in tomorrow. After a series of turns, they finally arrived at her courtyard. A small flame sparked to life, igniting the surrounding grasslands. With a swift motion, she pushed the wooden door open. The sound echoing, Ming Lai walked leisurely back to the courtyard, troubled by how to plant the rambutan and durian trees in space too. Going alone felt unsafe, but following them would draw too much attention to the enormous tree. Jiangzi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had failed to protect her in that moment. He entertained the thought of allowing her to accept an eagle beast man as a partner, but before he could consult her, the opportunity had slipped away. Time flowed silently yet swiftly. Soon enough, the 3-day period came to an end. In the room, the bear beastman Fanchi was enveloped in 3 rings of orange light, his eyes fluttering open. A smile spread across his face as he realized he had successfully advanced. He could now meet his partner. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the remaining energy, wiping the sweat from his brow before hastily exiting the room. Before him was the enchanting figure he had longed for, leisurely enjoying prickly fruit in the courtyard, radiating tranquility. His heart warmed at the sight. Lai Lai, I'm out. Fanchi's voice rang clear with joy as he approached her. Deliberately displaying his radiant aura, the vibrant orange glow particularly striking under the sun. Pausing mid-bite of durian, she looked up to meet Fanchi's tender gaze, satisfied with the display of his strength. Fanchi, you've achieved the three-ring orange soul. Congratulations! Minglai beamed with delight, her excitement palpable. That's wonderful. Minglai entwined her arm with his, seemingly alleviating the longing that had built up from their days apart. In the midst of this, the little white creature found itself squeezed repeatedly, its expression becoming crumpled and pitiable. Jiangzi cast a glance at Fanchi's orange-ringed spirit. Indeed, it had undergone another upgrade, elevating their household's combat prowess and enhancing their safety levels. Little White exclaimed, "Hey, is this a joke? Can't you see there's a tiger right there?" Utterly exasperated. Upon observing his combat capabilities, Minglai was reminded of the eagle beastman who had attempted to abduct her, now realizing that she had nothing to fear. A sense of security washed over her. Today, she was determined to indulge in mangosteen after having consumed an abundance of durian over the past few days, which had left her feeling a bit overheated. "Fanchi, it's wonderful that you're here. Shall we go pick some mangosteen?" Minglai smiled, her thoughts consumed by the delicious fruit. Fanchi gazed at his partner, his bright eyes sparkling with affection for the female before him. Whatever she wished, he would comply. Very well.